Hello, friends. About of the friends who watch my videos are not subscribed, and I would be really happy if you do so. Also, don't forget to hit the like button and leave your comments. Your interaction makes the content reach everyone and contributes to the growth of the channel. Thank you. We had been driving through the forest for about 20 minutes when my daughter started acting strange. Kylie was ordinarily a loud, active toddler with so much energy that my wife and I usually had to drag ourselves along behind her. Yet now, in the shadow of the huge evergreens, she had fallen silent. "Everything okay back?" I asked. No response. "You excited about visiting the park, honey? We might even see a bear." I tried again. Still nothing. Kylie was staring with absolute concentration at us beneath the trees. Kylie, my wife, Heather, reached back and shook Kylie's knee. "There's a man in the woods," Kylie said, simply. "Course there is, honey. It's a national park." I laughed, but Kylie just scowled and looked back out the window. I sighed. The sun was just starting to cast its golden beams through the misty woods, and if Kylie was in one of her moods, we had a very long day ahead of us. I spotted a gravel turn off up ahead, and it occurred to me that maybe Kylie was just grumpy from the long car ride. My wife and I were plenty sore ourselves, and the prospect of dipping our feet in a cool mountain stream was too good to miss. I pulled in beside a dusty pickup truck and flashed a mischievous grin at Heather. We were both out the door as soon as the wheels stopped rolling. Kylie, however, refused to budge. "This is a bad place. I journey together. I don't wanna." My daughter crossed her arms. There was no reasoning with her when she was like this. I nodded to my wife, and we each grabbed an arm to lift her out of the car seat. Kylie wailed and clawed, putting up such a fight that I was grateful that her nails in the trimmed hotel room the night before. I looked over my shoulder at the pickup and winced. If the driver was around, he'd probably think that Kylie was being kidnapped. "There's a creek down there with big rocks and fish and waterfalls," I cooed. "You're gonna love it, Kai." Suddenly, my daughter stopped crying, but it didn't have anything to do with my pep talk. "Okay, Daddy, let's go." Her arms had gone slack, her face blank. Audio journey together. I'd only ever seen her like this once before, when our plane had hit a gut, dropping patch of turbulence, the kind that makes passengers wail, luggage fall, and lights flicker. Then as now, she just shut down, too frightened to function. I couldn't imagine what was scaring her so badly. Creative audio journey together. Apart from the rustling leaves and the murmur of the stream down below, the early morning forest was still. I slipped a neon pink jacket over Kylie's head before lifting her onto my shoulders and starting down the steep, muddy trail. Heather let out a loud whoop and sprinted past me. I winced. It felt wrong to disturb the silence. I thought, then wondered if Kylie's irrational fear had infected me as well. We found Heather lying on a smooth white stone beside the water, kicking her feet in the rapids. "It's so peaceful here." She smiled, and I had to agree. Our journey together, even Kylie seemed to be doing better. She sat at the edge of the rock, absent-mindedly tugging at clumps of moss. "You're pretty quiet, champ." Heather rustled our daughter's hair. "I'm listening to the man in the woods," Kylie replied with that same flat voice. A shiver ran up my spine. Most toddlers say creepy things from time to time, but Kylie had never gone this deep into her daydreams before. "What man in the woods?" "Honey, nobody's talking." "Wes he is, I can hear him. He's talking inside my head." Heather and I exchanged a glance. Together. "What's the man saying, champ?" Heather asked. Kylie just frowned and pulled away, as if to say that whatever it was none of our business. The morning air suddenly seemed just a little bit cooler. A bird took off from a branch above us, and Heather and I both jumped it, but not Kylie. Our journey together. Our daughter was staring dead ahead at something on the other side of the creek. Before either of us could stop her, She got on all fours and scurried across the smooth river rocks. It's amazing how fast small children can move when they really want to. By the time we got to our feet, Kylie was halfway across the creek. Not being a barefoot toddler myself, I slipped almost instantly, plunging into the freezing, waist-deep water. My daughter, meanwhile, had already reached the far bank. I felt a sudden, horrible certainty that if she climbed up it, we would never see her again. Fortunately, my wife was a lot less clumsy than I was. Jumping from rock to rock, she managed to grab the back of Kylie's pink jacket seconds before she disappeared into the ferns. Ordinarily, Kylie screamed her head off whenever we stopped her from doing what she wanted, but now she was calm. In fact, she's giggling. Daddy got wet. Kylie, it is now okay to run off like that. What's gotten into you? My wife demanded. He said it would be funny, our daughter replied, with an audiate all too adult sneer in her eyes. And he was right. Only then did it occur to me to climb the eroded bank and see what had made Kylie so eager to cross the stream. My fingers sank into the mud as I pulled myself upward, then fell back with a yelp as sharp teeth sank into my ankle. Kylie, Heather yelled. My daughter had bitten me. He doesn't like it when you look, Kylie hissed. That's enough, I grunted and picked my daughter up. She went into full tantrum mode, battering me with her tiny fists, but I was finally able to peer over the muddy creek bank. I saw only a journey together, more trees, rotting logs, and a carpet of decaying leaves. Whatever Kylie had been so eager to get to, it was long gone. It was the worst fit Kylie had thrown in years, maybe ever. Getting a flailing, screaming, biting child back across the slippery rocks was no easy feat. By the end of it, all three of us were soaked and exhausted. I reached out for the car door and patted my hip for my keys. They weren't there. Had their clip come undone when I'd fallen in the water? Or had Kylie pulled them off on purpose? I didn't like to think about what that might mean. The keys. I groaned. I have to go back. Heather looked up at me from where she was struggling with Kylie. Her eyes begged me not to go. I understood how she felt. The day had suddenly turned strange and wrong, and all I wanted to do now was get back in the car with my family, audio journey together, drive out of the forest, and forget that any of it had ever happened. I glanced over at the pickup truck beside us. It was covered with dust and dead leaves, as though it had been sitting there abandoned for years. And what had happened to the driver? Something seemed to slither beneath the grimy blue tarp in the truck bed. I shuddered and turned back to my family. Kylie had finally calmed down. She sat in the gravel, messy hair hanging over her face, not saying a word. Babe, please. My wife whispered. Why don't we just go back to the road? We can flag someone down, ask them to call for help. Images flashed through my head, long hungry hours, waiting for some smug tow truck driver. Yet another bill for my already bloated credit card. Kylie crying nonstop, our vacation ruined. No, I couldn't let that happen. All I had to do was walk back down the trail and grab my keys. So why did that suddenly feel so hard to do? I took a last look around. The winding two-lane road should have been packed, but not a single car had passed by. Audio journey together. I could feel my wife's eyes on the back of my neck, pleading with me. Stay, they seemed to say. I'm scared. As much as I wanted to, someone had to get us out of the woods. Shivering in my waterlogged jeans, I stuffed my hands into my pockets and trudged back down the trail. I found myself wishing that somebody else would appear, just to confirm that we were still inside the borders of the national park at all. A grimy backpacker, an old fisherman on his way to the creek, audio journey together. Anybody other than Kylie's man in the woods. Although I kept my eyes down in search of the keys, I couldn't shake the feeling that I'd look up and find him, just in front of me, looking like the Green Knight from some childhood storybook. A mussy beard, a crown of antlers, our creative audio journey together. Golden animal eyest, a footstep crunched in the leaves to my left. Glancing up, I saw an enormous stag making its way through the trees. There was something unsettling about the way it moved. It didn't look my way, didn't freeze when it saw me. It just kept walking straight ahead, like it was being guided by some terrible purpose. It was heading for the car. I jogged back up the slick path. The stag had reached the edge of the forest. Heather, oblivious, was squatting in the gravel, trying to talk to Kylie. My daughter sat with eerie patience, audio journey together, staring straight ahead like she knew the stag was coming. From my vantage point, I could see how it walked out from the tree line and knelt down in front of her, as though inviting her to ride it. I could hear my wife and daughter arguing. Honey, get back. That's a wild animal. Begin our creative audio journey together. You don't know what it might do. The man in the woods says I should go with it, Mommy. He says where I'm going there's lots of other kids just like me. Heather had heard enough. She grabbed for Kylie's arm, but the stag came between them. Snorting and frothing at the mouth, it reared back and rammed its head into my wife's chest. Heather flew backwards, impacting against the driver's side mirror with a sickening CREK. She crumpled to the ground and lay still. Kylie, meanwhile, was already climbing onto the stag's back. No, I screamed. Kylie, journey together. 8. But the big animal was already moving. My daughter clung to the mangy fur of its neck. Her golden hair flashed in a beam of sunlight. Then she and the stag were gone, swallowed by the shadows of the forest. I ran to my wife. Heather was hurt, but breathing. Let's begin our creative audio journey together. I was trying desperately to remember my Cub Scout first, when I heard tires crunching on the gravel. It was an ancient Park Service vehicle, and the woman behind the wheel looked just as grizzled as the car itself. She couldn't have been older than 30, but her sharp green eyes missed nothing. Everything all right here, sir? The ranger asked. Her hand was on the pistol at her hip as she stepped out of the vehicle. My wife, she was attacked by a deer, I stammered. And my daughter, she's missing. Let me see your hands. I did as I was told. I realized that she was looking for blood or bruising on my knuckles, signs that I had been the one to slam my wife against the side of the car. Okay, she grunted. Step back. She bent down to inspect Heather and let's begin our creative audio journey together. My wife let out a gasp as the ranger pressed on her right side. Ribs broken. The ranger grunted. Should probably get her a doctor. Now what's this I hear about a missing daughter? I launched into my story, leaving out the harder to believe elements made sense at the time. Together I told the ranger that Kylie had simply run off into the woods after a deer. Only later would I realize what a terrible mistake I had made. Time's wasting then. The ranger grunted. Most lost kids are found within a couple hours. The ones who aren't tough. She trailed off, Barney together, bent low over some knobs and buttons in her cruiser, then returned with a frown. We always get bad reception out here, ma'am. Are you going to be all right to rest in the back seat of the cruiser while we look for your little girl? My wife winced, but nodded. Audio journey together. The old-fashioned pack that the ranger extracted from her trunk looked bigger than she was, but she hitched it onto her back with ease. Her uniform, too, wasn't quite what I was used to, but the Forest Service brown color was familiar enough. Well, she asked, you coming together or not? In between shouts of Kylie's name, the ranger introduced herself as Maddie Corvin. We'll do a quick search of the area, but after that I'm going in for backup, Ranger Corvin said. Keep the cruiser in sight at all times. You might think you know where the road is, but trust me, it's easy to get turned around out here. I could see what she meant. No matter which way I was facing, the carpet of ferns and dead leaves looked the same. Enormous tree trunks rose up from it like columns in some ancient temple. Then I glimpsed something that made my breath catch in my throat, a hot pink jacket. Ranger Corvin was yelling after me, but I only had thoughts for that sad little jacket laying in the mud. I ran to it, flipped it over. A pale, lifeless face stared up at me. Its eyes were hollow pits. Its mouth a crimson smile sliced from ear to ear. A strangled cry escaped my lips. It took me a long moment to realize that I was looking at some sort of doll. Its head was made of an empty hornet's nest, our creative audio journey together. Its grin painted on with what looked like Barry Joseph, who would make something like this. A bony hand squeezed my shoulder and I jumped. Maddie Corvin glared down at me. "I warned you not to run off on your own," she spat. I didn't understand why she was so angry until I looked around. I could no longer see the parking lot or the trail. I had no clue how to get back, and from the expression on Ranger Corvin's face, neither did she. She took out a compass, and we both waited while its needle spun and spun and spun. Ranger Corvin took a deep breath, and let's begin our creative audio journey together. The kind you take when you're trying to get your fear under control. She replaced the compass on the side of her pack, extracted some reflective tape from a side pocket, then wrapped a strip of it around a nearby tree. "Looks like old Higgs wasn't completely full of shit after all," she muttered. "Who?" I asked. "Bert Higgs, my predecessor. He used to say that all sorts of strange stuff happened on this side of the park." "What did he say?" "Dunno. Never paid him much attention. Audio journey together. I always figured he was just messing with me, 'cause he didn't like women in the service. I joined up in 73 and he retired 2 years later." My heart skipped a beat. There was no way that the 30-something woman in front of me had joined the park service in 1973. The unusual uniform, the old-fashioned cruiser, and bulky backpack, it was all starting to make sense. What year do you think it is?" "It's 1975. Maddie Corvin stared at me like I was crazy. What year do you think it is?" Before I could answer, a snapping twig made us both spin the stag. I had always considered deer to be harmless, innocent animals. I cried when Bambi's mom died, and hunting had always made me queasy, but there was nothing harmless or innocent about the beast that was staring us down. Creative audio journey together. Foam frothed on its black lips and its eyes glowed with a hateful alien light. It stomped at the ground, and that's when I realized it was getting ready to charge. "Luco." Maddie started to yell, but I was already running. The primitive, creative audio journey together. Monkey part of my brain wanted to scramble up a tree, but the branches were too high, and meanwhile, the stag's hoofbeats were closing in. A brown blur passed beside Maddie Corvin. She was making for a narrow gap between two of the mossy boulders up ahead. She dived into the narrow, jagged space, and I threw myself in after her. Seconds later, antlers cracked against the rock behind me, then again and again. Ranger Corvin and I had backed as deep into the crevasse as we could. The stag's antlers were too wide for it to pass, but it still gnashed at us with its square herbivore teeth, like it was trying to eat us alive. Blood poured down its forehead, but it kept battering its body against the stone until it finally crumpled to the ground and lay still. Maddie and I looked at each other, creative audio journey together. She approached and opened one of its tightly closed eyelids with 2 fingers. The eerie light was gone from its eyes. The stag was dead. I asked Maddie if this was normal behavior for the deer around here. She looked at me like she wanted to skewer me on the stag's antlers herself. Audio journey together. I could see why she was so frustrated in our haste to flee the stag. We had completely lost sight of the tape, marked tree, or so I thought. Even though Maddie had only marked 1 tree, behind us were 6 of them, each indicating that we had come from a different direction. What the hell was going on here? "Okay, so the tape isn't going to work," Maddie said numbly. "What about the rocks?" "These boulders had to roll down from someplace. We can follow them uphill until we're high enough to see the road." I squeezed the pink jacket in my hand. Kylie loved exploring, loved looking over the edge of high places. Would she also think to follow the big stones uphill? It was slow going. There was no path through the sea of ferns and enormous trees, no indication of direction apart from the trail of boulders. No birds sang, "Let's begin our creative audio journey together." No squirrels leapt from branch to branch. The quiet made me paranoid. I kept looking over my shoulder, when I really should have been paying more attention to what was in front of me. I was about to take another step when I felt a weight on my shoe. Audio together, something cold and heavy slithered across my foot. I heard a rattle. No, a lot of rattles. The ferns around us were rustling, but not because of any breeze. Maddie Corvin froze. We made eye contact and she reached slowly for the nearest boulder. I copied her. The feel of the rough stone was reassuring, but would I be able to scramble up it in time? No quick movements, I warned myself. Do not panic. No matter what happens, do not panic. With a shout and a kick, Maddie Corvin sprung onto the rock. Something long and writhing snapped at her as it fell from her leg. She was clinging to the rock by her toes and fingernails, but she had made it. Meanwhile, the rattling around me intensified. My blood turned to ice as the thing on my foot began to coil its way up my bare leg. Its scales were cold against my skin. The tongue of a second snake flickered against my ankle. Maddie, I whispered. Get going. Find Kylie. The look in Ranger Corvin's eyes as she looked back at me told me I was a dead man, but she understood that Kylie was my priority. Journey together. She scrambled up the boulder and out of sight. The serpent coiled around my thigh, squeezed tighter. I held my breath, waiting for its bite, but it never came. The snake wrapped around my ankle hissed up at it. With a hiss of its own, it slithered down my other pant leg and out the cuff of my jeans. It was now or never. I very slowly lifted my boot and planted it on the rock. I would only get one chance at this, and if I fell, I was a dead man. Fangs shot out of the ferns and buried themselves in the sole of my shoe, our creative audio journey together. It was all the motivation I needed. I threw myself against the rock face and clawed my way to the top of the boulder. The ground below looked deceptively peaceful from up here, and Ranger Corvin was nowhere to be found. I climbed from stone to stone until the slope of the land grew steeper. Grinny together. Up ahead, a jagged black cave opened in the cliff face like a hungry, toothless mouth. Several objects hung from the branches around it, more of those creepy dolls. The gruesome style was the same as before, but the clothes they were wearing were different. Where I'm going, creative audio journey together. There are lots of kids like me, Kylie had said. Did each one of those figurines represent a kidnapped child? I shivered. The breeze from the cave was musty and cold. Whatever was causing the strangeness in this part of the park clearly emanated from here. Audio journey together. The dolls were proof enough of that. Did I really think I stood a chance against something that could vanish at will, control the minds of animals, and send a horde of snakes slithering down the side of a mountain? It didn't matter. My daughter's life was at stake. Audio journey together. So much had changed after Kyle was born, and one of the things I left behind was my cigarette habit. I used to smoke about a pack a day, but during my wife's pregnancy I cut it back to 0. Even so, I never stopped carrying lighter in my pocket. I couldn't have said why. Let's begin our creative audio journey together. Maybe I imagined having one last toke in my final moments, like some 80s movie action hero. Instead, that frail piece of plastic was about to be my only source of light as I entered the cave ahead. The sloping stone ceiling grew lower and lower as I walked. Audio journey together. I've always been claustrophobic, and soon I was afraid I would have to crawl in the dirt alongside the hand-sized cave spiders, but the path never grew so narrow. In fact, creative audio journey together. I couldn't shake the feeling that something just a little bit taller than me had been moving through here for so long that the tunnels had accommodated to its shape. Before long, the daylight and fluttering insects of the surface world were gone. There was nothing but me and my lighter, and I had no idea how much juice it had left. At any moment it might burn out, leaving me in total darkness. The flame reflected off of something up ahead. Dark and rainbow patterns shifted on its surface, reminding me of oily water, and let's begin our creative audio journey together. But the stuff was too thick for that. Glistening strands of it hung, mucus, like from the ceiling. A tiny figure stood at the edge of the weird pool, looking doubtfully into it. Careless of whatever dangers might have been lurking in the shadows, I threw open my arms and ran to her. Kylie. Heechy-eyed Daddy. My daughter smiled. She didn't seem hurt, not physically at least. I asked her what she was doing here. The man in the woods says I should go for a swim. He says if I do, already together, I'll be able to fly and talk to animals just like him. What? I couldn't believe what I was hearing. How? I dunno. Why don't you ask him yourself? He's standing right behind you. At that moment, the flame of my lighter went out, and let's begin our creative audio journey together. I hugged Kylie to my chest and fled back the way I'd come, I hoped. My foot slipped on a loose rock, and I crashed headfirst into something that was cold, slimy, and taller than me. There was an awful, inhuman chittering noise. 6 long fingers grazed my hair as they grabbed for my head. Kylie screamed. I dragged us forward along the cave floor, ignoring the spiders skittering through my hair and down the back of my shirt. The man in the woods, whatever it was, strode slowly behind us, taking its time, enjoying this. There was a light up ahead, but that didn't make sense. Even if we had made it further than I thought, we still shouldn't have been anywhere near the cave entrance. The light bobbed closer, shone on our faces. It was a flashlight. Its beam flickered up to the thing hovering over us. Stay down and keep moving, Maddie Corvin shouted. Audio journey together. The biome of her echoed deafeningly from the cave walls, but in the glow of her flashlight, the path to the exit was clear. There was movement behind us, a lot of movement, as though dozens of child-sized things were scurrying across the cobwebbed ceiling. Audio jether, air, Maddie kept firing and Kylie and I kept running. I set my daughter down as soon as we were free of the cavern. To my surprise, I could see the creek and even the cars from where we stood, less than half a mile away. Together. It was as though whatever disorienting power permeated the place had faded, at least for now. Moments later, Ranger Corvin backed out of the cave, her pistol still aimed into the gloom. Did you get it? I whispered. I don't know, Maddie answered truthfully. Let's begin our creative journey together. But I'm not budging from this spot until I'm sure you folks are safe. Get back to your wife and get out of here. With Kylie on my shoulders, I staggered back through the ferns. My eyes swept the ground for snakes, but like the 6 tape-marked trees and creepy dolls, audio journey together, the rattlers were suddenly nowhere to be found. At the edge of the creek, I spotted something shiny lying in the mud, my car keys. Heather sat up in the back of Ranger Corvin's cruiser as we approached. You're back so soon, she called out. Together. How on earth did you find Kylie so fast? From Heather's perspective, I had been gone only a few minutes. For me and Ranger Corvin, however, it felt like half a day had passed. I wondered what Maddie would find when, and if she made it out of the woods. Together. My wife's eyes grew wide as she heard 3 gunshots from the ridge above. There was something desperate about the sound that spurred me into action. Ranger Corvin needed help, and we were the only ones who could get it for her. I told you this was a bad place. Kylie sniffled, audio journey together, wiping at the cave dirt on her face. Heather clipped her into her car seat as I pulled out of the gravel turnoff and raced back down the 2-lane road to a small gas station that I had spotted near the entrance of the park. Leaving the engine running, I dashed inside, journey together. A dusty bell jingled above the door. The place was a 4-pump store that sold overpriced drinks and firewood to tourists, while locals stopped in for bait and coffee. The woman behind the counter dropped a pot of it when she saw me come running in. For Maddie Corvin, journey together. Almost 50 years had passed, but she recognized me right away. Her Forest Service uniform had been replaced with a yellow gas station polo shirt, and her hair had gone gray, but her bright green eyes had lost none of their sharpness. Let's begin our creative audio journey together. I had no doubt that the woman at the cash register was the same person who had saved my daughter and I from certain death only hours before. You, she grunted, in a voice roughened by years of booze and cigarettes. I always wondered if you would ever come walking through that door. Let's be audio journey together. After what happened, it's the only reason I stuck around here. When Maddie had emerged from the woods back in 1975, raving about missing children and missing time, There had been no proof to back up her claims. My family and I were nowhere to be found, and she wasn't able to locate the cave or the grotesque dolls again. The Park Service let her go less than a month later, citing mental health concerns. She had worked here at the gas station ever since, listening to the tales the locals told about odd animal behavior and unexplained sightings at the gravel turnoff by the creek. I warn the tourists about the place. I tell them that there's a dangerous bear in the area. It's easier than the truth, and who knows, maybe some of them listen. Out in the car, Kylie was getting antsy, squirming and kicking in her car seat. She'd been through so much I made a point to grab a few of her favorite snacks from the gas station shelves. But when I went to pay, Maddie waved me away. "It's on the house." The ex-ranger smirked. "I don't know how to thank you." "Forget about it. It's ancient history. You really want to thank me? Spread the word. Audio journey together. Let people know that if they notice kids or animals acting strange in the woods, it might be the only warning they get." I promised that I would. She waved as we pulled out of the parking lot, standing just as tall and strong as she had been in the moment we met together. I hoped that whatever was lurking among the tall trees behind the gas station would allow her to leave out the rest of her days in peace. I hoped, too, that I wasn't taking a part of it out of the park with me. Kylie was munching contentedly on a chocolate donut in the back seat, audio journey together. But when I glanced at her in the rearview mirror, her bright green eyes flashed up to meet my own. "Keep driving, Daddy," her voice said inside my head. "Keep driving and act like you don't know." My name is Alex, and this is the story of how my dad, in his own twisted way, stole our childhood and locked us away in a nightmare that felt like it would never end. It all started when I was 10. My little sister, Chloe, was 8. We were your average, happy family living in a cookie-cutter house in a quiet Ohio suburb. Mom was a nurse at the local hospital, and Dad was an engineer for some big shot defense contractor. Looking back, I'm pretty sure that job was what messed with his head and planted the seeds of paranoia. Everything went sideways the day Mom died. It was so sudden. A car crash on her way home from a night shift. Dad was a wreck. We all were. But while Chloe and I cried and leaned on each other, Dad just withdrew. He started spending all his time in the basement, only coming up for meals or to go to work. When he was around, he was a million miles away, always muttering to himself and scribbling in this notebook he carried everywhere. About a month after Mom's funeral, Dad called a family meeting. His eyes had this crazy, feverish look that I'd never seen before. "Kids," he said, his voice trembling with this weird excitement, "I've been working on something important, something that's going to keep us safe." Chloe and I exchanged confused looks. "Safe from what?" Dad went on. "The world's a dangerous place. There are threats out there that most people don't even know about. But I've seen the signs. I know what's coming." He laid it all out in terrifying detail about how nuclear war was right around the corner. He talked about radiation fallout and how society would just collapse. As he spoke, he got more and more worked up, and I felt this icy dread creeping into my stomach. "But don't worry," he said, with this creepy grin that didn't reach his eyes. "Daddy's gonna protect you. I've built us a shelter. We'll be safe down there when the bombs drop." That night, he showed us the shelter. The basement was totally transformed. It used to be just junk and storage, but now it looked like a freaking bomb shelter in a movie. The walls were lined with concrete, and there was this massive, vault-like door at the entrance. Inside, it was packed with canned food, barrels of water, medical supplies, you name it. Dad was so proud, showing us all the features he'd built to keep us safe. But all I felt was this growing sense of unease. This wasn't normal. None of this was right. For the next few weeks, life almost felt normal again. Dad still went to work, and Chloe and I still went to school. But every night, he'd drag us down to the shelter for drills. We'd practice sealing the door, putting on gas masks and rationing food. He'd grill us on radiation safety and what to do in all these crazy emergency scenarios. Then came the night that shattered everything. I woke up to the sound of air raid sirens blaring. My heart was pounding out of my chest. I stumbled out of bed, and there was Dad, already in my room, shaking me roughly. "It's happening," he yelled over the noise. "We gotta get to the shelter now." He practically dragged me down the hall to Chloe's room. She was clutching her favorite teddy bear, tears streaming down her face. Dad herded us down the stairs and into the basement. The shelter door was open, bathed in this eerie red emergency light. "Hurry inside." Dad pushed us through the door. "We don't have much time." As soon as we were in, he slammed the door shut. The heavy locks clicked into place, and it sounded like a death sentence. The sirens were muffled now, but you could still hear them through the thick walls. "It's okay," Dad said, pulling us into a tight hug. "We're safe now. Everything's gonna be all right." But it wasn't all right. Nothing would ever be all right again. Hours went by, and eventually the sirens stopped. We just huddled together on one of the cramped bunks Dad had put in. He kept checking his watch, and this gauger counter he had on the wall, muttering about radiation levels and fallout patterns. Days turned into weeks, and Dad still wouldn't let us leave. He said it wasn't safe, that the radiation would kill us in minutes. Chloe and I begged to go outside to see what happened, to find our friends. But Dad was firm. "There's nothing left out there," he'd say, his eyes wide and unfocused. "Everyone's gone. We're the lucky ones. We survived." At first, we believed him. We were just kids and he was our dad. Why would he lie to us? But as time went on, doubts started creeping in. The shelter's little TV and radio only got static, which Dad said was from the EMP blast from the bombs. But sometimes, late at night when he thought we were asleep, I'd catch him messing with the dials, looking frustrated and confused. We fell into this soul-crushing routine. Dad homeschooled us with these old textbooks he'd stashed. We exercised in the tiny space to stay healthy. We rationed our food, and Dad was always reminding us that we might be down there for years. The worst part was the isolation. The shelter felt more like a prison every day. The recycled air was stale and thick. The artificial lights gave me constant headaches. And the silence, the awful, crushing silence, was only broken by the hum of the air filters and our own voices. Chloe took it the hardest. She was only 8 when we went in, and as the months dragged on, I watched the light in her eyes slowly fade. She stopped playing with her toys, stopped laughing at my jokes. She'd just stare at the concrete walls for hours, lost in her own world. I tried to be strong for her, but it was tough. I missed the sun, the wind, The feel of grass under my feet. I missed my friends, my school, the life we'd been ripped away from. But whenever I even hinted at leaving, Dad would lose it. "You want to die," he'd scream, spit flying from his mouth. "You want the radiation to melt your insides, to watch your skin fall off. Is that what you want?" His anger was terrifying, so we learned to shut up about it. We became these quiet, obedient shadows of our former selves, just going through the motions of our underground existence. As the months in the shelter stretched into years, I started noticing changes in Dad. His paranoia, which was already intense, seemed to get even worse. He'd spend hours hunched over his notebooks, muttering about conspiracy theories and hidden enemies. Sometimes I'd wake up in the middle of the night and find him standing over our bunks, just watching us sleep with this blank, unreadable look on his face. He became obsessed with conserving our supplies, making the rationing even stricter. Our meals became these tiny portions that always left us hungry. He said it was necessary, that we had to be prepared to stay in the shelter for decades if we had to. But there were these little things that didn't add up. Sometimes I'd notice that the labels on our canned goods looked newer than they should have, considering how long we were supposed to have been down there. And once I could have sworn I heard traffic noises faintly in the distance while Dad was taking a shower, sounds that shouldn't have been possible if the world above was a nuclear wasteland. Slowly, this terrifying thought started to take root in my mind. What if there had never been a nuclear war? What if Dad had made the whole thing up? It was almost too horrible to even consider, but once the idea was there, I couldn't shake it. I started watching Dad more closely, looking for any slip-ups, any signs that might confirm my suspicions. And then, one night, I saw something that changed everything. It was late, way past the time Chloe and I were supposed to be asleep. I woke up thirsty and was about to get some water when I heard the unmistakable sound of the shelter door creaking open. Peeking around the corner, I saw Dad slipping out into the basement, a duffel bag slung over his shoulder. My heart was pounding so hard I thought it would burst. I crept after him, silent as a ghost. I reached the shelter door just as it was swinging shut and managed to wedge my foot in to keep it from sealing. Through the crack, I could see Dad heading up the basement stairs. For a moment, I just froze, not sure what to do. Then, gathering all my courage, I eased the door open and followed him. The basement was dark and musty, full of shadows that seemed to reach out like grasping claws. I'd almost forgotten what it looked like after years in the shelter. Carefully, I made my way up the stairs, my heart hammering in my chest so loudly I was sure Dad would hear it. At the top of the stairs, I hesitated. The door to the main house was slightly open, and through it, I could hear sounds normal, everyday sounds that shouldn't exist in a post-apocalyptic world. The hum of a refrigerator, a dog barking in the distance, the soft whisper of wind in the trees. Trembling, I pushed the door open and stepped into the kitchen of my childhood home. Moonlight streamed through the windows, illuminating a scene that was both achingly familiar and utterly shocking. Everything was normal. Dishes in the rack by the sink. A calendar on the wall showing the current year, years after we'd gone into the shelter. A bowl of fresh fruit on the counter. The world hadn't ended. It had just kept going, without us, completely unaware of our underground prison. I heard the front door open and close, and panic seized me. Dad would be back any second. As quietly as I could, I raced back down to the basement and into the shelter, pulling the door shut behind me, just as I heard his footsteps on the stairs above. I dove into my bunk, my mind reeling from what I'd just seen. The truth was somehow worse than any nuclear apocalypse could have been. Our own father had been lying to us for years, keeping us trapped in this underground hell for reasons I couldn't even begin to understand. As I lay there in the dark, listening to Dad re-enter the shelter, I knew that everything had changed. The truth was out there just beyond that steel door. And somehow, some way, I was going to find a way to get Chloe and me back to it. But I had no idea what I was up against. My little midnight discovery was just the tip of the iceberg. The real horrors and the fight for our freedom were still to come. Sleep was impossible that night. I lay awake, my mind racing, trying to make sense of what I'd seen. The world above was alive, normal, completely oblivious to our nightmare. Every creak and groan of the shelter now seemed to mock me, a constant reminder of the lie we'd been living. When the artificial lights clicked on, signaling the start of another day in our underground prison, I watched Dad go through his usual morning routine. He checked the non-existent radiation levels, inspected our dwindling supplies, and prepared our meager breakfast. It was all a carefully choreographed performance, I now realized. But for what? What could drive a man to lock his own children away like this? I struggled to act normal, terrified that Dad would somehow sense the change in me. Chloe, sweet, innocent Chloe, was still in the dark. I caught her looking at the bland, rehydrated eggs on her plate with barely concealed disgust, and my heart ached. How much of her childhood had been stolen? How much of mine? Alex. Dad's voice snapped me out of my thoughts. You were awfully quiet this morning. Everything okay, son? I forced a smile, hoping it didn't look as fake as it felt. Yeah, fine. Just tired, I guess. He studied me for a moment, his eyes narrowing slightly. Was I imagining the flicker of suspicion that crossed his face? Well, buck up. We've got a lot to do today. I want to run a full systems check on the air filtration units. The day dragged on, each minute feeling like an hour. I went through the motions of our daily routine, all while my mind was working overtime, trying to figure out how to escape. But the reality of our situation was grim. Dad held all the cards. He controlled the food, the water, the very air we breathed. And most importantly, he controlled the door. That night after Dad was asleep, I carefully shook Chloe awake. Her eyes, still heavy with sleep, widened in confusion as I pressed a finger to my lips, signaling for silence. Quietly, I led her to the far corner of the shelter, as far from Dad's bunk as we could get. Chloe, I whispered, my heart pounding like a drum. I need to tell you something important, but you have to promise to stay calm and quiet, okay? She nodded, fear and curiosity battling in her expression. Taking a deep breath, I told her everything. About sneaking out of the shelter, about the untouched world I'd seen above. With each word, I watched the color drain from her face. But, but that's impossible, she stammered, her voice barely audible. Dad said, the radiation. I know what Dad said. I cut her off gently. But he lied to us, Chloe. I don't know why, but he's been lying this whole time. Tears welled up in her eyes, and I pulled her into a tight hug. What are we gonna do? She sobbed into my shoulder. We're gonna get out of here, I promised, trying to sound more confident than I felt. I don't know how yet, but we will. We just need to be patient and wait for the right moment. Little did I know how long that wait would be, or how high the price of our freedom would turn out to be. The next few weeks were a special kind of torture. Every moment felt like walking on a tightrope. We went about our daily routines, pretending everything was normal, all while watching Dad for any opportunity to escape. But he was vigilant, almost obsessively so. The shelter door remained firmly locked, the key always on a chain around his neck. Chloe struggled to keep up the act. I'd often catch her staring longingly at the door, or flinching away from Dad's touch. More than once, I had to distract him when her eyes welled up with tears for no apparent reason. As for me, I threw myself into learning everything I could about the shelter's systems. I volunteered to help Dad with maintenance tasks, memorizing every pipe, wire, and vent. Knowledge, I figured, would be our best weapon when the time came to act. It was during one of these maintenance sessions that I made a chilling discovery. We were checking the integrity of the shelter's outer walls when I noticed something odd, a small section that sounded hollow when tapped. Dad quickly ushered me away, claiming it was just a quirk of the construction, but I knew better. That night, while the others slept, I carefully examined the wall. It took hours of painstaking searching, but eventually I found it, a hidden panel, so well disguised it was almost invisible. My hands shaking, I managed to pry it open. What I found inside made my blood run cold. Stacks of newspapers, their dates spanning the years we'd been underground. Printed emails from Dad's work, asking about his extended family emergency leave. And most damning of all, a small journal filled with Dad's frantic scribblings. I didn't have time to read it all, but what I did see painted a picture of a man spiraling into a full-blown delusion. Dad wrote about protecting us from a world he saw as irredeemably corrupt and dangerous. He'd convinced himself that keeping us in the shelter was the only way to ensure our safety and purity. As I carefully replaced everything and sealed the panel, a new fear gripped me. We weren't just dealing with a liar or a kidnapper. We were trapped underground with a madman. The next morning, Dad announced a new addition to our daily routine: decontamination showers. He claimed it was an extra precaution against radiation, but the gleam in his eyes told a different story. He was tightening his control, adding another layer to his elaborate fantasy. The showers were cold and uncomfortable, but it was the violation of privacy that hurt the most. Dad insisted on supervising to make sure we were thorough. I saw the way his gaze lingered on Chloe, and something dark and angry coiled in my chest. We had to get out, and soon. Opportunity finally knocked in the form of a malfunction in the water filtration system. Dad had to go to his hidden stash of supplies for replacement parts. It was risky, but it might be our only chance. Kilo, I whispered urgently as soon as Dad had left the main room. Remember what I taught you about the door mechanism? She nodded, her face pale but determined. Good. When I give the signal, I need you to run to the control panel and enter the emergency unlock code. Can you do that? Another nod. Okay. I'm gonna create a distraction. No matter what happens, no matter what you hear, don't stop until that door is open. Promise me. I promise, she whispered back, her voice steady despite the fear in her eyes. Taking a deep breath, I steeled myself for what I had to do. I'd never deliberately hurt anyone before, let alone my own father. But as I thought of Chloe's haunted eyes, of the years stolen from us, I knew I had no choice. I waited until I heard Dad's footsteps approaching, then I put our plan into action. I yanked hard on one of the water pipes I'd secretly loosened earlier, letting out a yell of surprise as it burst, spraying water everywhere. Dad came running, and in the chaos that followed, I made my move. As he bent to examine the broken pipe, I brought the heavy wrench down on the back of his head. He crumpled to the floor, a look of shocked betrayal on his face as he lost consciousness. Fighting back the wave of nausea and guilt, I shouted to Chloe, "Now, do it now." She sprang into action, her small fingers flying over the control panel. I heard the blessed sound of locks disengaging, and then the door was swinging open. "Come on." I grabbed Chloe's hand and we ran, our bare feet slapping against the cold concrete of the basement floor. Up the stairs, through the kitchen that still looked so surreal in its normalcy, and finally out the front door. The outside world hit us like a punch to the gut. The sun, so much brighter than we remembered, seared our eyes. The wind, carrying 1,000 scents we'd almost forgotten, nearly knocked us off our feet. For a moment, we just stood there on the front porch, completely overwhelmed by sensations we'd been deprived of for so long. Then we heard it, a groan from inside the house. Dad was waking up. Panic gave us wings. Hand in hand, we ran down the street, ignoring the shocked stares of neighbors we no longer recognized. We ran until our lungs burned and our legs felt like jelly, the sounds of pursuit, real or imagined, spurring us on. Finally, we collapsed in a park several blocks away, gasping for breath. As the adrenaline wore off, the reality of our situation started to sink in. We were free, yeah, but we were also alone, confused, and totally vulnerable in a world that had moved on without us. Chloe burst into tears, the events of the day finally overwhelming her. I held her close, my own eyes stinging as I whispered comforting nonsense, and stroked her hair. "It's okay," I told her, trying to convince myself as much as her. "We're out. We're safe now." But even as the words left my mouth, I knew they weren't entirely true. Dad was still out there, and I had no doubt he would come looking for us. And beyond that, how were we supposed to fit back into a society we barely remembered? How could we explain where we'd been, what had happened to us? As the sun began to set on our first day of freedom, I realized with a sinking feeling that our ordeal was far from over. In many ways, it was just beginning. The world we stepped back into was nothing like the post-apocalyptic wasteland our father had described. No piles of rubble, no radiation-scorched earth, no roaming gangs of desperate survivors. Instead, we found ourselves in a typical suburban neighborhood, unchanged except for the passage of time. Houses stood intact, their windows gleaming in the fading sunlight. Neatly trimmed lawns stretched out before us, the scent of freshly cut grass almost overpowering after years of recycled air. In the distance, we could hear the familiar sounds of everyday life, cars humming along roads, the faint chatter of a TV from an open window, a dog barking at some unseen thing. It was jarringly, terrifyingly normal as we stumbled through this alien, familiar landscape. The full weight of our father's deception crashed down on us. There had been no nuclear war, no worldwide catastrophe, no reason for us to have been locked away all these years. It was almost too much to bear. Sarah's grip on my hand tightened. "Alex," she whispered, her voice trembling, "why would Dad lie to us like that?" I had no answer. What had been done to us was beyond my comprehension. How could a father willingly imprison his own children, robbing them of years of their lives? The man I thought I knew seemed to crumble away, leaving behind a stranger whose motives I couldn't begin to fathom. We made our way through the neighborhood, flinching at every car that passed, every person we saw in the distance. To them, we must have looked like wild animals, barefoot, wide-eyed, dressed in the simple, drab clothes we'd worn in the shelter. More than once, I caught sight of curtains twitching as curious neighbors peered out at us. As night fell, it got colder, and I realized we needed to find shelter. The irony of the thought wasn't lost on me. After years of being trapped underground, we were now desperately seeking a roof over our heads. "I think I know where we can go," I told Chloe, a dim memory surfacing. "Do you remember Mrs. Gable, Mom's friend from the hospital?" Chloe's brow furrowed as she tried to recall. "The nice lady with the cats." "That's right," I said, relieved that at least some of our memories from before were still intact. She lived a few blocks from us. If she's still there, it was a long shot, but it was all we had. We made our way through the darkening streets, every shadow seeming to hide a threat. More than once, I was sure I heard footsteps behind us, only to turn and find nothing there. Finally, we reached a small, well-kept house with a porch light glowing warmly. The nameplate by the door read Gable, and I felt a surge of hope. Taking a deep breath, I rang the doorbell. Long moments passed. I was about to ring again when the door creaked open, revealing a woman in her 60s, her gray hair pulled back in a loose bun. Her eyes widened in shock as she took in our appearance. My God, she Brelix. "Chlo, is that really you?" Before I could respond, she had pulled us into the house and wrapped us in a fierce hug. The familiar scent of her perfume, the same one she'd worn years ago, brought tears to my eyes. "We thought you were dead," Mrs. Gable said, her voice choked with emotion. "Your father said there had been an accident, that you'd all died." As she ushered us into her living room, plying us with blankets and promises of hot chocolate, the full extent of our father's lies began to unravel. There had been no accident, no tragedy to explain our disappearance, just a man's descent into madness and the 2 children he dragged down with him. Mrs. Gable listened in horror as we recounted our years in the shelter. Her face paled when we described the decontamination showers, and the increasingly erratic behavior of our father. "Why you have to call the police," she said, reaching for her phone. "That man needs to be locked up for what he's done to you." But even as she dialed, a cold dread settled in my stomach. Something wasn't right. The feeling of being watched that had plagued me since our escape intensified. And then, with a jolt of terror, I realized what had been nagging at me. The house was too quiet. Where were Mrs. Gable's cats? As if in answer to my unspoken question, a floorboard creaked behind us. We whirled around to see a figure standing in the doorway, backlit by the hallway light. My heart stopped as I recognized the familiar silhouette. "Dad," Chloe whimpered, shrinking back against me. He stepped into the room, and I saw that he was holding something the length of pipe I'd used to strike him during our escape. His eyes, when they met mine, were cold and empty. "I'm very disappointed in you, Alex," he said, his voice eerily calm. "I thought I'd raised you better than this. Didn't I teach you about the dangers of the outside world?" Mrs. Gable moved to stand in front of us, her phone clutched in her hand. "James, what have you done? These children, my children," Dad snarled, all pretense of calm evaporating. "And I'll do whatever it takes to protect them, even from themselves." He advanced into the room, the pipe raised like a weapon. Mrs. Gable stood her ground, but I could see her trembling. "Run," she hissed at us. "I'll hold him off." "Run." Everything happened so fast after that. Dad lunged forward. There was a sickening thud and Mrs. Gable crumpled to the floor. Chloe screamed. And then we were running again, out the back door and into the night. Behind us, I could hear Dad's heavy footsteps and his voice, once so comforting, now twisted with madness. "Children, come back. It's not safe out there." But we knew the truth now. The only thing not safe was the man we'd once called father. As we fled into the darkness, weaving between houses and jumping fences, a new determination filled me. We were out now. We knew the truth. And no matter what it took, I was going to make sure we stayed free. But freedom, I was quickly learning, came with its own set of challenges. And the night was far from over. The next few hours were a blur of fear and running, but somehow we managed to evade him. As dawn broke, we found ourselves in a small park on the outskirts of town, exhausted and with nowhere else to go. Then a police car pulled up. 2 officers got out, their eyes landing on us, and recognized us. They'd been looking for us. We were taken to the police station, where gentle-voiced detectives asked us questions. Social workers were called in. And all the while, the search for our father intensified. They found him 3 days later, holed up in an abandoned building. He didn't go quietly. In the end, it took a team of negotiators and a SWAT unit to bring him in. The man they arrested bore little resemblance to the father we once knew. Wild-eyed and ranting, he seemed more monster than man. The trial was a media circus. Our story captivated the nation, sparking debates about mental health, parental rights, and the long-term effects of isolation. Experts tried to explain our father's descent into delusion. Some painted him as a victim of his own mind, while others condemned him as a monster. For Chloe and me, it was a painful process of reliving our trauma in the public eye. But it was also cathartic. Each testimony, each piece of evidence, helped to dismantle the false reality our father had built around us. In the end, he was found guilty and sentenced to life in prison. As they led him away, he looked at us one last time. "I only wanted to keep you safe," he said, his voice breaking. It was the last time we ever saw him. The years that followed were tough. We had a lot to catch up on: years of education, social development, and life experiences that had been stolen from us. We underwent intensive therapy, learning to process our trauma and adjust to life in the real world. It wasn't easy. There were nightmares, panic attacks, and moments when the outside world felt too big, too overwhelming. Simple things that others took for granted, like going to a crowded mall or watching fireworks, could trigger intense anxiety. But slowly, painfully, we began to heal. We learned to trust again, to form relationships. We discovered the joys of simple freedoms, the feeling of rain on our skin, the taste of fresh fruit, the simple pleasure of choosing what to wear each day. Chloe threw herself into her studies, making up for lost time with a hunger for knowledge. She's in college now, studying psychology, with a focus on trauma and recovery. She wants to help others who have gone through similar experiences. As for me, I found solace in writing. Putting our story down on paper was terrifying at first, but it became a way to exorcise the demons of our past. This account you're reading now, it's part of that process. But even now, years later, there are moments when the old fears creep back in. Sometimes I wake up in the middle of the night, convinced I'm back in that underground prison. In those moments, I have to remind myself that it's over, that we're safe now. Yet a part of me wonders if we'll ever truly be free. The shelter may have been a physical place, but its walls still exist in our minds. We carry it with us, a secret bunker built of memories and trauma. And sometimes, in my darkest moments, I catch myself checking the locks on the doors, scanning the horizon for mushroom clouds that will never come. Because the most terrifying truth I've learned is this: the real fallout isn't radiation or nuclear winter. It's the lasting impact of a parent's betrayal, the half-life of trauma that continues long after the danger has passed, and that, I fear, may never fully decay. So, if you're reading this, remember, the most dangerous lies aren't always the ones we're told by others. Sometimes they're the ones we tell ourselves to feel safe. Question everything. Cherish your freedom, and never take the simple joys of life for granted, because you never know when someone might try to lock them away. It was Sarah's crazy idea to go camping. Actually, most of the stuff we did together usually started with one of her wild hares. Neither of us were exactly what you'd call outdoorsy, but we both grew up in the sticks, so we'd done our fair share of hiking and fishing back in the day. So, the thought of roughing it in the woods for a few days wasn't terrifying, but I wasn't exactly jumping for joy either. Spring break had just kicked off, and after another semester of midterms kicking my butt, all I wanted was a few days of glorious, uninterrupted sleep. But Sarah. Uninterrupted sleep was apparently not her style. She'd been pestering me about this camping trip for weeks, and I'd always found some lame excuse to get out of it. But by the time break actually rolled around, I was fresh out of excuses, and she'd already gone ahead and prepped everything, assuming I was in. So, there it was. We were leaving on Sunday. Even though Sarah made me get up before the crack of dawn to hit the road, I found myself in a surprisingly good mood. I'd spent most of the day before either stuffing my face or napping the most solid rest I'd gotten since Christmas. We drove up from Bakersfield, her beat-up truck bathed in the orange glow of the desert sunrise. At first, we talked about classes and tests, and then about this camping spot she'd found up in the Sierra Nevada. It wasn't a real campground, she told me. It was something called dispersed camping. Basically, you get a permit from the Park Service, and then you can just pitch your tent wherever the heck you want. Which also meant no running water, no heat, and no electricity. Leave it to Sarah to make sure everything we do was as extreme as possible. By the time the desert scenery started to give way to the browns and greens of the Sierra foothills, I'd already gone through all our gear. I usually trusted Sarah with the planning, but now that I realized we were going a bit further off the grid than I'd thought, I just wanted to double-check everything. We each had our own tents and sleeping bags, plus enough food and water for a few days. Cooking stuff, first aid kits, and other random items were split between our two backpacks, which were already stacked so high they poked over my head when I had mine on. I started recognizing landmarks near Sequoia and Kings Canyon, but then Sarah took us further north, and I totally lost track of where we were. She turned onto this trail that led deeper into the mountains and pulled over when it ended at the base of a hill. "I was out here last week, scouting around," she said, throwing open the car door. "If we hike around this hill here, there's this little valley with a lake at the bottom. We can set up there." I groaned a little as I struggled into my pack. "How long a hike are we talking?" I asked. I took a step and winced at the sound of pots and pans clanging together. Note to self: pack my own damn bag next time. "Maybe half an hour, give or take. A little cardio never killed anyone, I guess." I hitched the pack up higher and tightened the hip strap, trying to keep the weight from killing my shoulders. Sarah was right. Just around the hill, the ground dropped away dramatically towards a lake in the center of the valley. It looked almost like a caldera, but I doubted there were any active volcanoes around these parts. Sarah led the way down. It was pretty steep in places, and I was low, worried I'd slip and roll all the way down into the lake. But the dirt was firm enough to get a good footing, and the trees made decent handholds. Then Sarah suddenly stopped. I could hear the rush of water. I peeked around her and saw that right in front of us was a stream, almost a small river, to be honest. It was headed towards the lake, but a bend in the trail meant we had to cross it to keep going. The snowmelt up in the mountains must have started, because the stream was pretty swollen, and the log that lay across it was already covered by a thin layer of water. "Just a few more minutes of walking after we cross this," Sarah said, nudging the log with the toe of her hiking boot. It seemed solid enough, even if it was underwater. "I'd watch it," I said, leaning over the stream. There were tiny ripples on the surface, but it looked calm. They say streams like these only look calm on top. Sarah snorted out a laugh and stepped onto the log. Yeah, that's why I don't plan on taking a dip. She started to shimmy across, and after a few seconds, I shrugged and followed her. It wasn't a long way across, maybe 20 feet, and we were making good time. But, of course, it's always the little things that screw you over. A little more than halfway across, Sarah's foot slipped, and she leaned forward to catch her balance. Her sleeping bag, which was tied to the top of her pack, came loose from one of the straps and fell forward over her shoulder, only to get snagged mid-air by the other strap. That tiny bit of momentum was all it took. Sarah wobbled for a split second, and then she was in the water. I was right, the current was fast. She reached out to grab the log, but by the time she came up, she was already a few feet downstream. I started scrambling across, hoping to get to the other side before she got pulled too far away. I guess we had a little bit of luck on our side that day. The stream was fast, but it wasn't deep, so it couldn't pull her under. About 20 yards downstream, her pack got snagged on a fallen tree, and that's where I found her gasping and sputtering like a fish out of water. Maybe it was the adrenaline, or maybe it was the ice-cold water. But by the time we stumbled to the spot where we were going to set up camp, Sarah was practically hysterical with laughter. She'd twisted her ankle during her little swim, so she was limping on ahead of me while I struggled after her, carrying her pack on top of my own 60+ pounds of gear. I don't plan on taking a dip. Sarah giggled from up ahead, mimicking herself. And then I fell right into the damn thing. Even I had to crack a smile at that, even though I was hauling what felt like a ton of supplies. Maybe I did need a little more excitement in my life. At least now I'd have a killer story to tell when I got back. It was just about noon by the time we finished setting up our tents and hanging our wet clothes out to dry. Sarah started digging a fire pit to cook lunch since, in true Sarah fashion, we hadn't brought a jet boil. I took the opportunity to finally take in our surroundings, and I had to admit, it was a seriously beautiful spot. We were right by the edge of the lake, where the mountains leveled out, and the tree line ended just a few yards from the shore. After being stuck in a dorm room for most of a year, the quiet was almost eerie. The only sounds were the wind rustling through the trees and the gentle lapping of the waves against the sandy beach. It was almost like a lullaby. Suddenly, Sarah cursed beside me. I looked over. She was struggling to get the fire going. Her hands were shaking as she tried to light another match, and there was already a little pile of used ones next to her knee. "Here, let me try," I said, sitting up. She almost got swept away by a stream an hour ago, I figured. Sometimes the shock doesn't hit you until the adrenaline wears off. I had better luck, and after I got the fire going, the rest of the afternoon and evening went by pretty peacefully. I dug through my pack and saw that Sarah had packed marshmallows and chocolate for s'mores. I tossed the package on the ground and joked. I see my pack was so heavy because it was full of all these essential supplies. Sarah just grinned and shrugged innocently. She grabbed the bag of marshmallows and started unceremoniously shoving them in her mouth. "Aren't those for, cooking?" I asked. Sarah looked up at me with this totally fake look of confusion. I laughed. When the sun started to set, we both agreed to turn in early so we could wake up at sunrise and explore the area in the morning. I shimmied into my tent and zipped it up. I checked my watch one last time before letting the sound of the waves lull me to sleep. I woke up in the pitch black, and something was instantly wrong. The air felt heavy, thick, and my skin was all clammy, like I'd just broken a fever. Nothing inside my tent was out of place, and it was still quiet outside. There was no logical reason for this feeling. It's hard to even put into words. Looking back, the only way I can explain it is that we, as a species, are old. Younger than the forests and the mountains, yeah, but still ancient. And in all that time, we've seen some things. You can try to reason it all out with your life experiences and your logic, but deep down, there's a part of you that just knows when something is off. And in that moment, I knew. Then there was this faint tapping on the flap of my tent and a voice. "You need to come outside," Sarah whispered, and she sounded absolutely terrified. I took a few deep breaths, my hand closing around my pocket knife in a white knuckle grip. In one quick motion, I unzipped the tent flap and stuck my head out. I came face to face with Sarah. Her hair was a mess, and she looked like she was about to burst into tears. I opened my mouth to say something, but she clapped a hand over my lips, motioning for me to be quiet. For a few moments, neither of us spoke. The only sound was our ragged breathing as we stared at each other. Then, slowly, Sarah's eyes drifted away from mine, towards the lake. I saw her pupils dilate until I could barely see any color in her eyes. "Run," she whispered. I didn't even have time to question her. She just jumped up and sprinted into the woods. I didn't waste a second before scrambling up and following her. We crashed through the undergrowth. Maybe Sarah was clearing the way in front of me because it felt strangely easy. Or maybe I was just that scared. "Sarah," I called out to the shape ahead of me, but there was no answer, only the sound of her breathing and the snapping of branches. "Sarah, what's going on?" Still nothing. Then the adrenaline started to wear off, and I suddenly stopped. It was dark, almost too dark to see anything. We'd left all our lanterns back at camp, and the tree canopy blocked out pretty much all the moonlight. We'd been running for several minutes, but I didn't have any scratches on me, no branches snagged in my hair. It was like I hadn't even been forcing my way through the trees at all. It was like they were welcoming me. Ahead of me, Sarah had stopped too. She was just standing there, and I couldn't hear her breathing anymore. "We have to keep going," she said, her voice strangely flat, emotionless. "Not until you tell me what's happening," I called back. Sarah shook her head. It was even darker where she was standing, and I couldn't make out her face. But behind her, there was some kind of clearing, and the faint light coming through silhouetted her against the trees. "We're almost out of the forest," she said, and I saw that she was right. There was nothing I wanted more than to be out of this godforsaken forest. But no, it couldn't be. It took us half an hour to hike down here, and that was downhill. The forest couldn't just end here. I was being reeled in like a fish chasing a worm on a hook. Sarah turned around, and as she did, She took a step towards me, an impossibly huge step. She'd been several yards ahead, and now we were almost face to face. I ran. I turned and ran like the devil himself was chasing me. If the trees had been welcoming on the way in, they were the exact opposite on the way out. Branches snagged on my clothes, scratched my arms and face. I kept tripping over tree roots and rocks, but I didn't let it stop me. Behind me, I could hear her running after me, but it didn't sound like Sarah anymore. It sounded like it had 4 legs. I didn't even dare to turn around. I was too focused on running, my eyes locked on the faint light that marked the end of the tree line. I practically dove onto the beach, hitting the ground hard on my hands and knees. I felt the bones in my wrist crunch as I landed. I kept crawling until I was almost in the water before I finally turned around. There was nothing there. I wasn't far from our tents, and I watched in a daze as Sarah's tent unzipped from the inside, and she stepped out. "What are you doing?" she asked, her voice groggy with sleep. I ran towards her and practically tackled her in a hug. It was pure luck that we didn't both fall over because my knees just gave out. "There's something in the forest," I said, and to her credit, she immediately sobered up. "Did you see someone?" she asked, scanning the dark line of trees looming over us. "No," I said. "Well, yes, but I don't know." And in that moment, I didn't want to tell her what I'd seen, because saying it out loud would only make it more real. "Something tried to lure me into the forest," I said finally, "but I don't think it's human." Sarah just stared at me. For a second, I thought she was going to call me crazy, but she never did. "We need to get to the truck," she said. If she had any questions, she didn't ask them. "No," I said, starting to regain a little bit of composure. "It wants us in the forest, duh." "We're practically in the forest right now," Sarah argued. "The truck is right there. We need to leave." I looked up, and I could just make out the faint glint of the truck in the moonlight at the top of the hill. It seemed so close. I outrun it once, we could do it again. And there'd be 2 of us this time. Once we got there, we'd drive, and we wouldn't stop until this whole freak show was miles behind us. We could be back in Bakersfield by morning. But no, we couldn't, because the truck was over a mile away, tucked behind that hill. There was no way we should be able to see it from here. It was impossible. Whatever this thing was, it was a damn good hunter. I'll give it that. Because good hunters don't chase you with drums and torches. They come at night, and they come quietly, disguised as everything you want. When you're in the dark, they're a light. When you're trapped, they're an escape. And when you're lonely, they're company. I pushed Sarah away. "Why didn't you wake up when I ran into the forest?" I asked. She just shrugged, her face clearly saying she thought I was being an idiot. "You were quiet," she said, "but you heard me when I came back." She looked me dead in the eye. "I guess you were louder then." There was this tense moment where neither of us spoke, and then Sarah threw her hands up in the air in exasperation. "What's the point of this?" she shouted. "We need to get out of here." I shook my head and took a step back. "No," I said. "I'm staying here." She looked at me like I'd finally lost it, but I wouldn't budge. Sarah took a step towards me, and I flipped open my pocket knife. pointing it at her. She stopped dead in her tracks and just stared at me. You couldn't say she looked surprised. So, it's going to be like this. Huh. I nodded, and we lapsed into another silence. After a while, she sat down, and I did the same. She talked to me all through the night. At first, she tried to convince me that we needed to leave, practically begging me. She kept talking about how close the truck was and how dangerous it was to stay out here. Then, as the night wore on, she started talking about stranger things. She asked me if I was tired, but I didn't answer. You never have to be tired again, she said. I don't just mean tonight. What are you going to do when you leave? Go back to your life. Work. You'll be tired for the rest of your life. You'll die tired. She made a sweeping gesture with her hand, taking in the vast expanse of trees behind her. You can stay here forever, she said. I promise you'll never be tired again. When I still didn't answer, she started talking about her sisters. I knew for a fact that Sarah didn't have any sisters. She talked about how they'd gather berries for me, how they'd make me a crown of oak leaves to wear. She told me they stitched clothes without seams and made fabrics from the foam of the sea. I was in some kind of trance. She painted these pictures in my mind of how they'd make me flutes and harps, and how we'd go dancing through the forests in the winter, leaving only footprints in the snow. When you sing, she said, smiling now, the snows will melt, and you'll bring in the first flowers of spring. And still, I didn't move, and I didn't sleep. Finally, just before the first hint of dawn, Sarah stood up. So, this is it, she said, and her voice didn't even sound like Sarah's anymore. A marvelous hunt comes to an end. She bent at the waist in a mocking bow, then turned and walked into the woods. You may leave now, she called back over her shoulder, her laughter echoing across the valley, making ripples in the water and shaking the trees like the wind. I didn't trust her, not one bit. I waited until the sun was high in the sky, beating down on the little beach, before I finally moved. I left everything behind except my knife, and I ran for it. I didn't encounter anything in the forest on the way back, but I also didn't stop to look. Not once. By the time I reached the truck, my legs were screaming in protest, and I could feel my heartbeat pounding in my ears. I'm not exaggerating when I say I didn't touch the brake pedal even once while driving out of those mountains. And I never looked back either. But the trees cast long shadows on the ground as I passed them, and just before I reached the edge of the foothills, I swear I saw one in the shape of a woman, and I saw it waving. I called the park service from the nearest town, giving them a cleaned-up version of what happened. They searched the area and found Emily's body. That was Sarah's real name, by the way. Emily face down in the lake, carried there by the current. I don't know what I pulled out of that stream, but it wasn't her. It might sound messed up, but I was actually relieved to hear the news. I'd been worried that maybe Emily had never been there with me at all. That maybe that thing had planned this whole trip from the start. I'm still in shock, to be honest, but I'll mourn for my friend when the time comes. I saw that stream. I know how shallow it was. Emily shouldn't have died, but it killed her. It murdered her, and it would have murdered me too. So, As beautiful as its words sounded, I didn't stay. It has no power outside of its domain. It lives in the forests. I'll say it again, it lives in the forests, and when you see it, you'll know. There are still a few things that don't make sense. Like, how did Emily end up so far from where she fell in? The current wasn't that strong. And why did it let me go? Maybe it knew it couldn't hold me forever. Or maybe it was just toying with me, letting me think I'd won. I keep replaying that night in my head, trying to make sense of it all. The way Emily, or whatever it was pretending to be, talked about her sisters. The way she described that other world, that life in the forest. It was tempting, I'll admit. A part of me, a small, tired part of me, wanted to believe it. But then I remember the look in her eyes when she was standing in the darkness, the way she moved, the sound of her laughter echoing through the trees. And I know I made the right choice. I don't know what that thing was, but I know it wasn't human. And I know it's still out there, waiting for someone else to wander into its trap. So, if you ever find yourself in the woods and you feel that strange sense of unease, that feeling that something's not quite right, trust your gut. Don't listen to the whispers in the dark. Don't follow the lights in the trees. Just run. Run as fast as you can, and don't look back, because the forest has teeth and it knows how to use them. It's been a few months now since that night. I moved back home, finished my degree online. Couldn't stand the thought of going back to campus, being surrounded by people, pretending everything was normal. It wasn't. It'll never be normal again. I haven't told anyone the whole truth. Not my family, not the police, not even my therapist. They wouldn't understand. They'd think I was crazy. Maybe I am. Sometimes I even question myself, wondering if it was all just some horrible nightmare brought on by stress and exhaustion. But then I remember the feeling of the cold water, the terror of the chase, the way Emily looked at me in the darkness, and I know it was real. I still have nightmares. Sometimes I'm back in the forest, running with that thing hot on my heels. Other times I'm standing on the beach, watching Emily walk into the woods, her laughter echoing in the silence. I avoid the outdoors as much as possible now. Even a walk in the park feels wrong. Every rustle of leaves, every shadow sends shivers down my spine. I find myself constantly looking over my shoulder, half expecting to see that thing again, disguised as someone I know, someone I trust. I started researching old folklore, Native American legends, anything I could find about creatures that lure people into the woods. There are stories, of course, from all over the world. Spirits, fae folk, demons, you name it. Each culture has its own version of the thing that hides in the shadows, waiting to prey on the lost and the vulnerable. Nothing I've found exactly matches what I experienced, but there are similarities. The shape-shifting, the alluring voices, the promises of a life free from pain and suffering. It's all there, woven into the fabric of these ancient tales. It makes me wonder how many people have disappeared in the woods over the centuries, lured away by something they couldn't resist. How many of those missing person cases, the ones that go cold, are the work of things like what I encountered? The police never found any evidence of foul play in Emily's case. They ruled it an accidental drowning. Case closed. But I know the truth, and the truth is far more terrifying than anything they could have imagined. I don't know what the future holds. I don't know if I'll ever be able to escape the shadow of that night. But I know one thing for sure. I'll never go back to the forest. Not ever. And maybe, just maybe, by sharing my story, I can warn someone else. Maybe I can save someone else from the fate that befell Emily. Because the forest is still out there, waiting, silent, patient, hungry. And it remembers. It remembers the ones who got away. It remembers the ones who resisted its call. It remembers me. My name is Jessica, and sometimes I can hear it whispering my name on the wind, even now, miles and miles away from where my friend, Emily, had her life stolen from her. A chilling reminder that the hunt is never truly over. It just changes its form, and it waits. It always waits. The only thing left to do is keep living and to keep telling this story. That's all I can do now. For Emily and for myself. It all started with a wind, not just any wind, but a biting Alaskan wind. The kind that whips through you, even in late December. It howled through our little coastal town, nothing out of the ordinary for us. We were used to it. But then the tide, a massive wall of icy water, slammed against the shore. I watched from our porch as the yellow cedar trees, old and droopy, suddenly stopped their swaying dance. That's when I knew. This wasn't just wind. Everyone else figured it out pretty quick too. Any hope of running was gone. Panic set in, thick and heavy, like the frost that was rapidly spreading across everything. The unholy wind hit Main Street, and two cars screeched to a halt, frozen solid. Not just stopped, but frozen like statues. People in the park, bundled up for a crisp afternoon stroll, started screaming. Their loved ones, trapped inside those metal coffins, were gone, just like that. Frozen in a single, horrible moment. Those first few, the ones in the cars, they were the lucky ones. They didn't see it coming. The real terror, the gut-wrenching, soul-crushing kind, was reserved for those who saw the wind's power firsthand. Those poor souls who knew what was coming. The rest of the town, realizing their time was up, tried to run. It was useless. This wasn't just cold air, it was something else, something wrong. It moved faster than any human ever could. People were frozen mid-stride, their faces contorted in terror, eyes wide, mouths open in silent screams. A living nightmare. Arjun? My dad, Frank, screamed, sprinting towards us from a nearby park bench, his face pale with terror. My little brother, Alex, my best friend, Sarah, and I were just kids, playing in the sandbox, lost in our own little world. For a second, I thought I had imagined the wind. That my mind had finally snapped. That it was a escape, a refuge. That was the only way I could deal with it all. But when Dad practically threw us into his beat, up Volkswagen Golf, I knew it was real. The icy jaws of that wind were snapping at the back bumper as Dad jammed the key in the ignition. The engine sputtered, then roared to life. Dad wrenched the steering wheel, and we shot forward, escaping the frost by mere seconds. Dad, where are we going? I asked, tears streaming down my face. I don't know, Chloe, he choked out, swerving around abandoned cars and frozen figures. Are we getting Mom? Alex asked, his voice trembling. Dad didn't answer. He didn't have to. I was only 8, but I knew. I saw the tears in his eyes, the way his jaw was clenched. Mom wasn't coming. For 26 years, I pushed that day out of my mind. I did such a good job that I almost convinced myself it was just a bad dream, that we'd always lived in Anchorage, that Mom had just stayed behind. Dad never said otherwise. He never talked about what happened. Neither did Alex. Sarah ended up in an orphanage in Anchorage. We wrote letters for a while, but they became less and less frequent until they stopped altogether. I always wondered why Dad didn't adopt her. Maybe it would have made it all too real for him. And he, like me, was running from the truth. I figured we'd head back to England, admit defeat, the American dream shattered. But Dad stayed in Alaska. I used to think he was just being stubborn, or maybe guilty. We'd already run from our home. Running across the ocean might have felt like too much, like truly abandoning Mom. Whatever his reasons, Dad never told anyone the truth. He didn't go to the police, and he never went back for Mom. "Don't look back, kids." I remember him whispering as we sped away, the frost a chilling presence in the rearview mirror. I took his advice more or less for the next 2 decades, only letting the memory surface in fleeting moments. When Dad finally bought a computer for the family in 2000, I found myself Googling the name of our old town. I typed it in before I even realized what I was doing. I was still young, but I knew that nothing about that day, about our escape, was normal. I needed answers. Part of me expected to find out that our town was a ghost town. That would have made sense. Alaska's harsh climate breeds those kinds of places, born to be forgotten. But the search results turned up nothing. So I told myself I'd imagined it, that we'd always lived in Anchorage. As the years passed, I got comfortable with the idea that none of it was real, that maybe even Mom wasn't real, which is why I never expected to see a certain familiar face again. "Happy birthday, Chloe." My jaw dropped. Standing on my doorstep was a ghost from my past. It's weird, I know, recognizing someone you haven't seen since they were a kid, but Mark had always had these distinctive features: the mole on his neck, just below his scruffy beard, and those sad eyes, hidden beneath his bushy eyebrows. "Mark," I gasped, "what are you doing here?" He gave a weak smile. "Sorry, Chloe. Guess I should have done this the new way. Facebook or something. No, it's just, I never thought I'd see you again. Do you want to come in?" I asked, stepping aside. Mark nodded. So I made us some coffee while he sat down in the living room, a boy I'd almost erased from my memory, just like our old town. But deep down, buried beneath layers of denial, I always knew it was real. The truth was always there, just out of reach. As I brought the coffee in, my hands trembling, I tried to push away the thoughts that were flooding back. Thoughts of that awful day. "How's your dad? How's Alex?" Mark asked, taking the coffee mug from me. I sighed. "Dad's been not so great these past few years. He's not taking care of himself, and he's getting up there in age. As for Alex, well, Alex is still Alex. Uptight, distant, but when was the last time you talked to him?" Mark cut me off, his voice surprisingly sharp. The question threw me off guard. "Huh, your brother. When did you last talk to him?" He repeated. My stomach dropped. He knows, I thought. How could he possibly know? 3 years ago, I admitted, my voice barely above a whisper. Mark nodded slowly. Did you guys have a falling out? I scoffed. That's putting it mildly. You remember what he was like as a kid, right? Mark shrugged. He was 2 years older than us. We must have driven him crazy. Sure, I said, but I grew up. He never did. We had a huge fight and we haven't spoken since. Interesting, he replied, his brow furrowed. I raised an eyebrow. You're a man of few words these days, Mark. He cleared his throat. Your brother messaged me a week ago. My other eyebrow shot up. What? It was a really weird message. Did you reply? I asked. I figured you'd just ignore it, but he looked down, shamefaced. I'm sorry, Chloe. I replied to some of your letters. And then you forgot about me. I finished, trying to keep my voice light, but failing. It's embarrassing that I didn't get the hint. It wasn't embarrassing, he mumbled. I read all of them. Every single one. Oh, well, that's great. I laughed a bit hollowly. Good to know you cared. Slow. He paused, lifting his head, his eyes meeting mine. I was scared. Scared of what? Remembering that day, he said, his voice barely a whisper. It's why I told your dad I didn't want to live with you guys. It's what? I asked, completely bewildered. Mark tilted his head. You didn't know. Did you really think he'd just dump me in that place? He might have changed, but your dad was never cold. Still, I refused. Living with you would have been a constant reminder of what happened to my family. I was speechless. Mark took a deep breath and continued. You aren't we going to talk about? Why did my brother message you? I interrupted, desperately wanting to change the subject. He twitched his lips, like he was physically fighting to keep the words in. He said I had to see you. He trailed off. Right, I said, trying to sound nonchalant. Why? Your brother said something insane, Chloe, he said. He claimed that Peter Thompson visited him in Fairbanks. My jaw dropped. I'm sorry, what? Peter Thompson. My brother's friend from school. Mark nodded. He escaped. I didn't know others got out. I whispered, a chill running down my spine. Mark's face was getting paler by the second. No, Your brother said something that seemed impossible. He said that Peter didn't show up as a 36-year-old man, but as a 10-year-old kid. My stomach plummeted. Any normal person would have dismissed it as crazy talk, but all it did was confirm what I'd always known, deep down. You're a 10-year-old kid made it all the way from our hometown to Fairbanks. I asked, my voice trembling. Mark frowned. That's it. You're not going to question it. I did. I messaged Alex repeatedly, but he never replied. Not a nice feeling, is it? I asked, my voice thick with sarcasm. What did you want me to do, Mark? You've been dying to talk about that day. Well, I'm not running from it anymore. Let's talk about it. Okay. I know that all of that horror really happened. I just never wanted anyone to confirm it. Me neither, Mark said softly. I was planning on avoiding your family for the rest of my life. Your brother ruined that. Yeah. He has a habit of ruining things, I replied. So, that's it. Alex wanted you to tell me about Peter Thompson. Mark shivered. There's more, but... Look, I know I should have messaged you about all of this first, but I thought about how Alex was dodging my questions. I didn't want you to do the same. I figured if I showed up in person then. I wouldn't be able to run away. I finished for him. I get it, Mark. I just hate that my brother is still too immature to talk to me himself. Funny. He called you immature too. Listening to you two bicker is nostalgic, Mark said with a faint smile, before his face turned serious again. I'm trying to change the subject, but I need to rip off the band-aid. Alex said that Peter took him to a car on his front lawn. There was a man in the driver's seat, barely alive, his face messed up beyond recognition. Your brother said the man's skin had been peeled from his face, and he was still, somehow, alive. I shuddered, bile rising in my throat. Peter told your brother that the man was Mr. Henderson, Mark whispered. The farmer. The one who ran the local grocery store. I asked, my body shaking. My friend nodded. Yeah. Alex said he'd aged a little. Well, his hair was grayer. The pair must have been on the road for hours, and your brother didn't know how they knew where to find him. He had so many questions for them, but, Monsieur, Henderson died before the ambulance arrived, and while Alex was talking to the paramedics, Peter ran away. He's missing. Shit. I whispered. I'll call my brother. You might struggle, Mark said. Alex ended the message by saying that he was going back home. I stared at him, horrified. No, he wouldn't be that stupid. Maybe not. You should try to contact him, Mark said. He hasn't replied to my dozens of messages, but he might reply to you. Not sure he even has a signal out there in the boonies, but you're right. You should try. I spent the next hour trying every way I could think of to reach Alex, but he didn't answer. He'd vanished. And I knew, whether I liked it or not, that I had to go back to our town too. I should have told Dad. Would have told him, if he wasn't one bad day away from a heart attack. Despite the man he'd become, I loved him. I couldn't bring myself to remind him of the place we'd fled. One person should be spared the horror of remembering, I thought. So, Mark and I, two strangers bound by a shared nightmare, piled into my Kia and drove from Anchorage to a place I'd long prayed had never existed. I was about to be horribly, terribly disappointed. On some nameless road, surrounded by nothing but Alaskan wilderness, my throat started to tighten. My vision blurred around the edges, and a dull ache pulsed in my head. It felt like the world was closing in, slipping away. I struggled to breathe as a terrifying realization hit I recognized this endless, godforsaken road. Chloe, Mark said softly, his voice laced with concern. Don't, I begged, my voice cracking. I didn't want to hear it. I wasn't ready. Of course. I'd known all along that our town existed, even when all my research turned up nothing. When I thought about how that breeze had swallowed the town whole, erasing its people, it made sense that it would erase the place itself. Hell, even I had started to doubt its existence, and I'd lived there, accepting the messed up, supernatural nature of what happened wasn't as hard as you might think. If anything, I'd fought hard to deny it. I wanted to ignore the fact that some paranormal force had swept through our town, even though I'd seen it with my own eyes. Even if there was some Alaskan breeze powerful enough to instantly freeze an entire town, that wasn't what we'd seen. We'd seen something else. We'd seen that glacial wind freeze the town in time. Not its people, but its very existence. After an hour of driving through the increasingly frost, covered landscape, we saw it. A dark smudge on the horizon. Mark's face mirrored mine as our cursed town grew larger, closer. A monument to ruin and decay. And as we crossed the invisible boundary, the reality of what we were doing finally crashed down on me. "Where is everybody?" Mark asked, his voice echoing in the unsettling silence. It might seem like a dumb question. Our old town was clearly abandoned. No sane person would expect to find anyone here. But I understood what he meant. He was asking the same terrifying question that was swirling around in my head, refusing to be ignored. I thought back to that horrific day, to the hundreds of people frozen in time. Then I thought about Peter Thompson and Mr. Henderson, the two who'd supposedly shown up at my brother's door. One of them hadn't aged a day since 1998. Time resumed. I finally mumbled, the words tasting like ash in my mouth. "Yeah, but where did everybody go?" He pressed. I didn't have an answer. Neither did Alex, and that was why he'd come here. That's not the real reason, I thought. He was hoping to find her. We drove down my old street. I noticed the trees swaying in the wind and birds flying overhead. Signs that time was flowing, at least now. I let myself hope, just for a moment, that maybe others had escaped, the same way Peter and Mr. Henderson had. That maybe my mom had broken free, that she'd found Dad in Anchorage, that she was wondering where Alex and I had gone. But I knew it wasn't true. Mom hadn't shown up at my door, and there hadn't been any national news stories about people emerging from a town that didn't exist. There had only been an old, half-butchered man and a quiet boy. Both were gone, and I had a sinking feeling about how they'd escaped, given my brother's ominous message to Mark. Something was still very, very wrong with our town. 26 years hadn't changed that. The people hadn't just vanished into thin air. Whatever had happened to them, I knew it wasn't good. Maybe it was even worse than what happened to Peter and Mr. Henderson. I pulled into the driveway of my childhood home, the tires crunching on cracked asphalt. Weeds snaked through the wounds of the driveway, nature trying to erase my past. No need, of course. The wind of '98, and whatever secrets it held, had already done a pretty good job of that. "Do you think he's here?" Mark asked as I turned off the engine. "Yes. We both know who he came to find," I said, my voice heavy. He nodded, and we both got out of the car, a sense of dread settling over us like a shroud. The town was colder than I remembered. For a mid-May afternoon, it was unusually chilly. Alaska, for the most part, isn't the frozen wasteland everyone imagines. Not in most of the state, anyway. And certainly not in late spring. The air felt stale, too. It carried the stench of something awful, and it was tinged with frost. Like that demonic breeze was still lingering, almost 3 decades later. I knocked on the rotting front door, surprised it didn't crumble under my knuckles. "Alex," I called out, my voice trembling. "It's Chloe." There was no answer, but I wasn't worried. If he'd been here and Mom wasn't, he wouldn't have stayed. I wanted to use that as an excuse to turn around, to leave. I already assumed my mom wouldn't be here, but another part of me knew that assumption was more of a wish. In a similar way, I'd been secretly glad to find nobody in the town. There was only one person I truly hoped to find, and that was Alex. I was terrified of finding anything else. "Chloe," Mark started softly. Come on, we have to do it, but do we? I asked, my voice barely a whisper. This was a mistake. We should turn around. Weak. I agree, he interrupted sharply. But we have to find your brother. And when we do, we'll convince him to come back with us. We'll convince him to leave this place behind. 2. Why did you come to see me, Mark? I asked. You could have ignored my brother's message. You could have pretended none of this ever happened. That's what you did when you stopped answering my letters, right? I regretted that for years, Chloe, he said, his voice thick with emotion. You were my best friend. You were more than that. We were just kids, but I loved you. I haven't made another connection like ours since. Not even as an adult. I know, I replied, tears welling up in my eyes. I loved you too, Mark. That's why it hurt so much when you just let us fade away. If you'd cut me off from the start, I would have understood. But it just felt like you stopped caring. Never. I just couldn't handle the trauma, he explained. Every letter was a reminder, and that's why I came to your door. That's why I didn't ignore what your brother said. I didn't want something to happen to him. You lost your mom. I didn't want you to lose him, too. We all lost things. I sniffled. You lost. More than me. I just don't get why you'd come back. Why my brother would. I don't even understand why I'm here. We never really left this place, did we? Mark asked. Not in our minds. Even though it doesn't exist to the outside world, it never left us. Never let go. Peter and Mr. Henderson lured Alex back. And he lured us back. That's a messed up way of looking at it, I said, shivering. It's the only way I can look at it, he said. Whatever took this place, it remembered us, and it made sure we remembered it. Not that it would be easy to forget. For years, I thought I was losing my mind, but after talking to you and Alex, I'm not so sure. It's hard to believe we all shared the same delusion. No, it all really happened, and the memory plays in my head every day. I'll never get rid of it. Dad seemed to do a pretty good job of erasing it all, I said, though I knew it wasn't true. He'd never forgotten. His decline proved that. Alex and I had been close to our dad before we left this town. After, he changed. We all changed. Losing Mom had broken our family, but there was more to it than that. I started to think that maybe Mark was right. The frost might not have fully taken us, but it had definitely bitten us. Do you want me to do it? Mark asked, breaking the silence. I wanted to be brave enough to open the door myself, but I wasn't. I nodded weakly and stepped aside, letting my childhood friend take on the nightmare task of facing whatever was inside my old home. He pushed down on the handle, expecting it to be unlocked, but it wouldn't budge. Should we try the back? I suggested. Mark backed up. I realized what he was planning a second too late. Before I could say anything, he charged forward, throwing his whole body against the door. It rattled in its frame but held firm. Mark, I cried. What are you doing? Well, I don't suppose you have the key, he panted, rubbing his shoulder. I held up my hands. Look, let's just. He charged again with the same result, only this time he let out a groan of pain. You're going to hurt yourself, I said. Let's take turns kicking it. Near the handle. That'll work better. And it won't cripple either of us. Mark nodded and we took turns kicking the door. The wood groaned, and after a few solid hits, it splintered around the lock. The frame cracked, and the metal mechanism fell loose. Oops. That worked a little too well, Mark said with a nervous laugh. He pushed the door open, and we stepped inside. Unlike the street outside, the house looked exactly as I remembered it. Exactly as it had looked the day we left. There were no shoes by the door, no muddy footprints on the carpet, no sign that Alex had been here at all, which I'd figured when the front door was locked. But it wasn't a relief. I knew, deep down, that this was the first place Alex would have gone. He never made it home. "This place feels cold," Mark whispered, his breath misting in the air. "Frozen," I corrected, my voice barely audible. "Frozen in time. Is it safe for us to be here?" He asked, his eyes darting around nervously. "What if we end up like the others?" "It's a bit late to ask that now," I replied. "The breeze passed long ago. This is just the horror it left behind." He seemed to accept that, because he started moving towards the stairs. He took one step, then froze. For a terrifying moment, I thought he'd been frozen in time, too. That I'd been wrong, and the frost had come for us. But then I saw the slight tremor in his hands, the rapid rise and fall of his chest. He was frozen by fear, not the supernatural. "There's someone in the bathroom," he wheezed, his voice tight with dread. With a growing sense of horror, I followed his gaze up the stairs. A thin line of light spilled out from under the bathroom door, illuminating the dark landing. "There might not be anyone in there," I said, trying to sound braver than I felt. "Kilo, this is an abandoned town. There's no electricity. Your house is still frozen in time." And it froze with the bathroom light on. Somebody must have been. "Don't say it," I pleaded, my upper lip trembling. "Do you want me to go first?" he asked, his voice softer now. I didn't. I wanted to run, to get as far away from this place as possible. But I knew I'd never forgive myself if I did. Mark was right. I hadn't let him finish his sentence, but it was obvious who he was going to mention. The person whose face was now floating my mind as we slowly ascended the stairs, one agonizing step at a time. The person whose name started to tickle my lips as Mark reached for the doorknob. It wasn't locked. "Mum," I choked out as Mark pushed the door open. My ageless mother was inside. I'm sure I would have screamed at whatever we found, but nothing could have prepared me for the sight of the statue before me. Mom was standing at the sink, her hands cupped beneath a stream of water, suspended mid-air. The frost had caught her, just as I'd always feared. It would have been horrifying enough to find her frozen in time for 26 years, while the rest of the world moved on, but that wasn't why I screamed. I'd braced myself for that possibility. I'd spent my entire adult life coming to terms with it. I screamed because I wasn't prepared to see her face. Mom was smiling. Not a warm, loving smile, but a taut, grotesque grin that stretched her cheeks into an unnatural crescent. It looked painful. And her eyes were milky white, the pupils completely obscured by cataracts. "Mom," I asked again, my voice a fragile whisper. "Can you hear me?" She didn't answer. I cautiously peered around the side of her face, and instantly regretted it. Even though she was frozen, she didn't seem unaware. I felt her sightless eyes boring into me, and I stumbled backward, a strangled cry escaping my lips. "Let's go find your brother," Mark said, his voice trembling. I nodded, backing away from the doorway, my gaze locked on my mother's profile. My heart hammered in my chest as I started to close the bathroom door. I tried to ignore the terrifying thought that had taken root in my mind, that behind those glassy cataracts, a pupil might still exist, dormant, watching me, from a face that no longer seemed to belong to my mother. After I shut the door, Mark and I stood there for a few moments, trying to control our breathing. Finally, with a slight tremor in his hand, he reached for the light switch, but I grabbed his wrist. "What are you doing?" he asked, frowning. "Leave the light on," I whispered. "I don't like the idea of leaving her in the dark." His expression softened, and he nodded, seeming to understand. But I was lying. I wasn't worried about leaving my mother in the dark. I was worried about the thing behind that smiling face. "Alex didn't come here," I said, my voice thick with despair. "Did he really even come back?" "You read the message, Chloe," Mark reminded me. "I know, but..." I sighed. "I know. Maybe he didn't come to the house," he suggested. "This is the first place he would have gone," I said. "If Mom wasn't here, he wouldn't have stayed." "Well, let's look around," he urged. "You never know. We might find something else. Something to help your mother, maybe." "You saw her face," I whispered. "She looked far past help." "Don't say that, Chloe," he shouted, his eyes suddenly brimming with tears. "You idiot," I thought, instantly regretting my words. I'd been so self-absorbed, so focused on finding Alex and my mom, that I hadn't thought about Mark's family, his parents, his little brother Carl, people we'd left behind when my dad saved us. I remembered Mark sobbing, begging my dad to turn around. "I'm sorry," I said. "We need to find your family, too." He shook his head, tears streaming down his face. "Only if we find an answer, Chloe. Only if we find a way to save them." He went into my old bedroom, and I followed. I imagine that visiting your childhood home is a strange experience for anyone, but that strangeness turns to horror when that home is trapped in a moment of time. I felt physically ill when I saw the glass of water on my bedside table, as fresh as it had been on the day Dad took us to the park. Life had moved on for me, but this town was still stuck in that dreadful, inexplicable day. "Kilo," Mark said calmly, "there are people outside." He was standing by the window, and when I joined him, peering down at the street below, I saw them. A man and a woman, both looked to be in their mid-40s. The man was wearing clothes that didn't fit, a too small checkered shirt and ripped jeans. The woman, on the other hand, was wearing a pristine, floral patterned dress. She looked oddly familiar, though her eyes were jittery and unfocused. The man had his eyes fixed on our house. "I vaguely recognize her," Mark said, his brow furrowed. I nodded. "Yeah. I don't know her name, but I remember her. She looks a bit older, maybe. I don't know the guy, though." "You stay here," Mark said, reaching inside his coat. "Don't come out." "What are you hiding?" I asked, noticing the way he was trying to conceal his hand. "Just..." He hesitated. "Are you going to stay in here?" My eyes widened as I caught a glint of metal. "You don't know Mark. Please. Don't tell me you have what I think you have." We had no idea what we'd find here. He protested, his voice defensive. I scoffed. Mark Taylor, carrying a gun. The boy who lectured me for killing a spider. Before he could answer, we heard the front door swing open downstairs. When we spun back to the window, the man and woman were gone from the street. They were inside. Hello, a man called from downstairs. We mean you no harm. I have a weapon, Mark yelled, pulling a pistol from a hidden holster. Don't spin. Ben Miller. The man shouted weakly. My mouth fell open. Ben Miller had been in my brother's year at school. I remembered him. And as I recalled the face of the man I'd seen on the street, I didn't find it hard to believe it was the face of that same boy, 26 years in the future. What do you want? I yelled. To help you, he replied. Before they come. Who? Mark asked, his voice hard. I'll tell you if you put that thing away, Ben said. I don't trust you enough for that, Mark growled. Are you Mark Taylor? The man asked. Why? Mark responded, his grip on the gun tightening. Lisa Collins pushed you off the swings, and you called her a name, Ben said. She ran home crying. It wasn't enough. In a place like this, a place that defied all logic, it wasn't enough for Ben Miller to know that. But Mark and I needed it to be enough, because we were hopelessly alone, hopelessly afraid, and hopelessly desperate. Mark reluctantly holstered his gun, and we walked out onto the landing. Ben and the woman were halfway up the stairs. The man had his hands raised in a gesture of peace, but the woman seemed barely aware of where she was, her eyes darting around erratically. Mark Taylor and Chloe Maynard, right? Ben asked. How did you recognize us? I asked. You were the only ones who escaped, he replied. The Maynards and Mark Taylor. The only ones? Mark asked incredulously. Ben nodded. Others tried, but the frost got em. So, why aren't you? I started, but couldn't bring myself to finish the question. Mind if we sit down before I answer that? He asked. I looked at Mark, and he gave a slight nod. We all went into the living room and sat down. Once we were seated, Ben Miller told us an incredible story, while the woman beside him just rocked back and forth on the sofa, a disturbing smile plastered on her face. Ben had been 10 years old, sitting at his bedroom desk, when the chill swept through his room. He said he remembered nothing but a black void. He might have been there for an eternity, or it might have been less than a second. When he woke up, still a 10-year-old boy sitting at his desk, he looked out the window. He was overcome by a horrible feeling that time had been lost, but he didn't know how much. When he saw the frozen people in the street, he realized that something terrible had happened. He found his own frozen parents in the kitchen, completely unresponsive. The terrified, lonely boy ran through the town, calling for help. Nobody answered. After a long day of searching, he returned home, defeated and in tears. For a week, he lived on canned food from the cupboards. Then he heard shouting from the street. Hello, is anyone there? A man called. Ben ran outside to find Mr. Henderson. The farmer had just woken up from the darkness to find the town full of statues. Ben told him he'd been alone for a week, but he had no idea how long he'd been frozen before that. The boy wanted to leave, but the farmer said they had a duty to save as many people as they could. They didn't know what might happen to them if they ran. The frost might return. So, Mr. Henderson took Ben under his wing. The crops in his field, thankfully, had unfrozen, along with his entire farmhouse. He fed Ben, and the two of them survived. A week later, they found Elizabeth Carter, the local head teacher, wandering through town. Over the next year, a dozen more unfrozen souls were found and brought back to the farm. But things changed as time went on. The newer the people were different. The longer they'd been trapped in that black stasis, the less human they seemed. They could still talk, but they only spoke of a voice in the void, a voice they missed in the land of the living. They were irritable, but Mr. Henderson cared for them all the same. Eventually, they fled. This only got worse over the years. After a decade, Ben's own parents unfroze, but his dad ran, and his mom only stayed because she was lost and confused. She would rant and rave about the speaker, the one that would make everything better, the one that would make them all eternal. Things crossed a terrifying line in 2018. Mr. Henderson had decided that new, unthawed people weren't welcome at the farm. It wasn't cruelty, but necessity. The recently unfrozen had become more than just unintelligible. They'd become dangerous. Hark! The speaker calls. Walter, a middle-aged man who had once been a police officer, screamed. He was standing outside Mr. Henderson's farmhouse. When the community of sane people emerged, they screamed at the sight of Walter holding a charred body above his head. Nobody could identify the burnt corpse, but Mr. Henderson wasted no time in drawing his rifle and giving Walter 10 seconds to get off his property. Ben said that Walter laughed, a truly demonic sound, before disappearing into the night. Over the next few years, more bodies were found in the streets. Followers of the speaker would relentlessly hunt Mr. Henderson's people, so the sane folk kept their distance from the others. Few of Mr. Henderson's followers understood why they stayed in town, yet none of them felt able to leave. Something was keeping them there. A couple of weeks before Mark and I arrived, though Mr. Henderson finally announced his plan to leave, there were murmurs of uncertainty. Everyone wanted to escape, of course, but fear had always stopped them. Still, they trusted Mr. Henderson. If anyone could lead them safely away from the place that was controlling their minds, it was him. They started packing, preparing to leave. But then, a few days later, Ben happened to look out of an upstairs window and saw Mr. Henderson. The old man was wandering aimlessly towards his car on the driveway, stumbling like a drunk. Ben said there was a small boy standing beside the car. The boy led Mr. Henderson to the driver's door with a smile, and the two of them drove off. Everything fell apart after that. When a Molotov cocktail came crashing through a window, the community scattered. The sane ones fled in different directions, and Ben was left alone with his mother. "We've been running for days," Ben explained. "I keep finding the bodies of people from my group. Charred corpses in the street. I tried to leave this town, but it wouldn't let me. The farther I drove, the sharper the pain in my chest. I knew I'd die if I kept going." "How did you find us?" Mark asked. "I heard you," Ben replied. "Hard to miss the sound of a car in a dead place like this. I had a hunch it might be you. You must have heard my brother then." I asked, hope flickering in my chest. Ben frowned. Alex is here. That might explain the noise a few days ago. I don't know what I heard. A lot of noise. You won't find him, Chloe. You need to run while it still lets you. The frost might be gone, but something lingers. The speaker, Mark asked. Ben nodded. I was fortunate enough to never hear it, or never remember hearing it. I don't know what it said to them. My mother won't tell me. He looked at the woman beside him, the one who appeared to be around the same age as him, though I knew he was still a decade younger. The horror of our town had aged him beyond his years. It will be so glorious. Ben's mother giggled, her eyes showing faint pupils behind the mild cataracts. You're lucky they didn't see you arrive, Ben said. Otherwise, you'd be dead already. But they'll come, sooner or later. And you need to listen to me if you want a way out of here. Okay, we need to distract them. Keep them off your backs. I shook my head. I need to find my brother. I know he came to this town. I thought I'd find him in our house, but Walter wanted him. Ben's mother hissed. The woman stopped rocking, stopped smiling. Her head snapped towards me with such unnatural speed that I thought it might detach from her neck. Ben flinched, looking just as horrified as we were. Mother, he asked, his voice trembling. Walter wanted him. Walter wanted him. Walter wanted him. She repeated, her voice rising to a shriek, a terrifying grin spreading across her face. What does she mean? I sobbed. Does Walter have my brother? Ben's face was ashen. If he does, your brother's either been flayed or burned. Jesus, Ben, Mark muttered. I sniffled. I'm not leaving until I know. He's already dead, Ben said bluntly. We don't know that, I cried. I thought they were silent because I'd spoken so forcefully. But as I calmed my breathing, as the throbbing in my ears subsided, I heard it too. The sound of laughter, many voices growing closer. Ben's mother was straining to smile as widely as possible. She looked as pained as my mother had, but grateful for the agony. You don't want to see this. We'll go out the back. Don't look at the street, Ben pleaded, his voice hoarse, but I was already running to the door. I flung it open and stumbled onto the porch. Then I saw them, a mob of people, spilling out onto the street from the end of the block. There had to be at least 100 of them, and every single face wore that same terrible smile. Eyes glassy, yet all-seeing. There was a man shuffling towards me from the crowd, like a toddler taking its first, hesitant steps. I tried to block out his face, but it was too late. I'd seen everything the moment I'd faced the crowd. Finally, I crumpled to my knees and howled as the truth crashed down on me. The shuffling man, who had been flayed alive, was my brother. Alex reached towards me with an outstretched hand, weakly shouting something I couldn't understand, before toppling forward. He landed in a lifeless heap on the road. Kilo, Mark yelled, rushing to me. We have to go. I continued to wail as the gleeful crowd surged forward, their smiles widening. I resisted, but Mark easily hauled my limp body towards the car and shoved me into the back seat. He needs help, I sobbed, my body racked with tremors. He's gone, Chloe, Mark whispered, his voice thick with sorrow. What about your family? I asked, looking at him with desperate, tear-filled eyes. They're gone, too. He sniffled, slamming his foot on the accelerator, staring through the rear window. I watched the crowd approach my old home. Ben stood on the front porch, his mother's hands on his shoulders. He didn't run. As we sped away, I could have sworn I saw a faint smile on his face, too. The mob swarmed him, and I heard a brief, agonizing cry. It might have been a cry of pain or ecstasy, or both. When we finally crossed the invisible border of that cursed town, no chill followed us. We were free to leave. But I know, deep down, that Mark and I still belong to that place. I've always suspected that the wind, that day when I was a child, grazed its teeth against my skin. It grazed all of us. Because even now, all these years later, I still feel that pull, that urge to return to the salivating mob, a smile plastered on my face. And when I returned home to find that my father was missing, I knew he felt it, too. It all went down super fast, like a blur. We were just a few days into our camping trip, having a blast. You know, the usual hiking, laughing, just enjoying the great outdoors. Then bam, it was like someone flipped a switch, and we were plunged straight into a goddamn nightmare. Even now, audio journey together. Safe and sound, well, sort of safe. I still can't shake this feeling that I should be dead. I mean, I really should be dead. I should have bought the farm like 5 times over at least. I don't know what kind of twisted fate, what kind of messed up, ironic karma landed me here, breathing, audio alive, while so many of my friends, they're just gone, lost. Can I even use that word? It feels wrong, like a cheap band-aid slapped over a gaping wound. Deep down, I know they're not just lost. Let's begin our audio journey together. There's this sick feeling in my gut that tells me something far worse happened to them. My hands are still shaking, even now, just thinking about it. Thinking about the madness of those nights in the forest. Men and things, monsters, at least that's what they looked like. Were they even real? Sometimes I think I hallucinated the whole thing, that it was just some crazy, fear-induced fever dream. I don't know where they are now. I've barely escaped with my own skin, and the thought of going back there, I don't know if I can do it. Journey together. I don't know if anything could drag me back to that twisted, evil place. To that place of horror. Sorry, I need a minute. I gotta get myself together. I'll try to tell you what happened. I'll try to tell you about that night, over a year ago, on May Eve, in the shadow of Mount Misery, together. That's what we should have called it, at least. It was supposed to be an epic trip. Me and my friends, Chloe, Ben, Maya, Sarah, and I were heading out to Olympic National Forest in Washington. We were going to be there for almost a whole week in late April. Camping, hiking, climbing, audio journey together, just soaking up nature. We drove through some seriously gorgeous country. I mean, postcard perfect views everywhere you looked. I'd been stuck in the city for so long, I'd forgotten how beautiful the Pacific Northwest could be. This trip was going to be awesome. A week-long adventure in a stunning national forest, with a whole mountain range to explore. We were stocked up on supplies, ready for anything. Or so we thought. Even with all the excitement, I gotta admit, I was a little nervous. I'm not exactly the outdoorsy type, creative audio journey together, and I hadn't been away from home for that long. Even with my friends, the thought of being gone for a whole week had me feeling a little anxious. I felt a hand on my shoulder and looked up from my own thoughts to see Sarah. She must have read the worry on my face because she had this look, audio journey together. You know, like she understood. It's gonna be okay, Alex, she said, giving me one of her gentle smiles. Sarah was my best friend, more like the older sister I never had. She always looked out for me. She was practically family. After my mom passed away, Sarah would always joke that she practically raised me, and honestly, she wasn't that far off. I know it seems long, she continued, but it'll fly by. We'll be having too much fun to notice. And if any of these knuckleheads give you grief for being homesick, neither, I'll personally kick them where it hurts. She grinned and pointed at Ben and Liam, making a mock-threatening gesture. Phew. Us, Ben said, pretending to be all innocent, but he couldn't quite hide his chuckle. Not me. I'm way too smart to mess with Sarah. Liam chimed in, Arcade of Audio Journey together, acting like he was hiding behind Ben for protection. We all laughed a bit until Maya spoke up. How much longer till we get to the first campsite? I'm starving, and these snack bars are awful. Thanks for managing to pick the one flavor that tastes like actual dirt. Together, Ben. She said it with a little smile, so you knew she was at least partly joking. My apologies, my lady. I wasn't aware of your refined palate. In that case, I have some bad news about the rest of the trip's menu. Ben responded with a smirk. Liam pulled out the map and checked the GPS, although we all knew service would be spotty at best once we got deeper into the forest. Probably about 10 more minutes or so. Just keep following this trail, he said, adjusting his glasses. See? Not that bad. Stop, Creative, complaining and enjoy the scenery, Chloe said, rolling down the window and sticking her head out like a dog. We were almost there, buzzing with excitement to finally start our adventure. After a few more minutes of driving and a few more complaints, and mostly from Ben, who claimed he needed to, and I quote, take a leak like a racehorse, we finally pulled into our campsite. Don't forget to display the Discover Pass so we don't get fined, Liam reminded us as we started unpacking. He was always such a stickler for the rules. But, Cordio Journey together, I gotta give it to him, he was also the brains of the operation. He planned most of our trips, did all the research, that kind of stuff. Yeah, I got it. It's not like some ranger is gonna come out here to check. I doubt they even know this place exists, Ben said, cracking up at his own joke. Hey, Alex, long drive over, you want a beer? Ben was already digging into the cooler. Nah, I'm good. Maybe later, I replied. More for me then. He cracked open a can and hopped out of the car. Ben was always in vacation mode, audio journey together. Even when we were at work. He was one of my oldest friends, going back to high school, and he always managed to drag me out of my shell and into some crazy adventure. Because of that, I usually didn't mind when he got a little too rowdy. Maya brushed past us, carrying a together suitcase that looked like it held her entire wardrobe. She was holding her phone up with her other hand, and her face was a mask of pure panic. Oh my God, I thought these were, like, official campsites. Don't they have, like, park Wi-Fi or something? She groaned, if audio journey together, frantically wandering around the campsite, searching for a signal. Watch where you're going, Maya. There are some big roots by that tree, you might trip, Sarah called out, but right on cue, Maya tripped and went sprawling, dropping her suitcase and phone in a heap. Oh my God. She yelled, more frustrated than hurt. If my phone is broken, I swear I'm going home. I was gonna take tons of awesome forest pics and videos to rub in Jessica's face. Creative audio journey together. How am I supposed to show off that I'm having an amazing time while she's stuck at home if I break my phone on the first day? She tried to laugh it off, but I could tell she was genuinely upset. She picked up her phone and started inspecting it for damage. We all tried not to laugh at her outburst, but Ben couldn't resist. I don't know, babe. Maybe, by your logic, there's an official state park Apple store around here somewhere. He was grinning like an idiot, clearly enjoying Maya's frustration. Liam started laughing too, but he stopped pretty too quickly. Ben turned around just in time to catch a punch in the shoulder, so hard it almost knocked him off his feet. Oh, what the hell, Sarah? He feigned outrage. You're laughing at your girlfriend's misfortune. Lauder hurts. She smiled. Let's begin our audio journey together, and just as he was about to respond, she kicked him in the shin. That's 2 for flinching, by the way, she added, clearly satisfied. Okay, I surrender, Ben said, bowing dramatically as Sarah walked past him. She high-fived Maya and started unloading the van, creative audio journey together. As I was laughing, Ben elbowed me in the ribs and shoved 2 tent bags into my hands. "Come on, let's get these set up while it's still light out," he said. I nodded and followed him, and we started setting up camp. The area was pretty rocky and not exactly the most luxurious campsite audio journey together, but it was super close to the mountain and all the trails, so we figured it was a fair trade-off. I struggled with the tents at first, but eventually I got one of them up, and Ben had his set up too. I heard a thud and saw the last bag drop down near where I had just stood up. Ben glanced down at me and quickly said, "Oh, by the way, there's one more. That's all you. Good luck. I gotta take a quick smoke break." He grinned and ran off, leaving me with the last tent. Sarah came over, and she helped me set up the last tent pretty quickly. Audio. We got the campsite all nice and cozy, with our chairs and the cooler full of goodies. Chloe was helping gather some firewood since we probably wouldn't have enough for the whole trip, and we didn't see a place to collect any since the ranger station was closed this time of year. Creative audio journey together. For whatever reason, I remember thinking it was weird since it seemed like prime camping season. As we were finishing up and getting a fire going, I heard a voice call out from the edge of the campsite. I realized we weren't as alone as I thought. A tall guy in a baggy, audio journey together, ill-fitting ranger uniform approached us, followed by a younger, and I gotta admit, seriously attractive woman. Her ranger uniform also seemed a bit off, mostly because it was way too tight in the chest area and showed a lot of cleavage. Like an excessive amount. I tried not to stare, our creative audio journey together, to be polite, but it was hard. She caught me looking and winked. I felt my face turn red and tried to duck back a bit, while my friends went to greet the newcomers. "Hello, everyone. I'm Ranger Kyle, and this is my associate, Ranger Jessica," the guy said, gesturing to the woman. She smiled at all of us, and I could see Liam and Ben practically drooling. Sarah remained stoic, her expression unreadable. Maya was glaring at Ben and looked annoyed that Ranger Jessica had so thoroughly captured his attention, as well as ours. Flo rolled her eyes, clearly unimpressed. "Hey, everyone. So glad you decided to camp here this weekend," Jessica said, flashing another one of those dazzling smiles. She practically posed after she spoke, leaning forward in a way that made Liam's jaw almost hit the ground. The girls groaned at this, except for Sarah, who spoke up. "We're glad to see some rangers out here. We weren't sure about the rules for gathering firewood. Can we collect our own, or do we need to buy some from you? We'll need several bundles." Ranger Kyle looked confused for a second, then smiled again. "Of course, firewood. Right. Well, we're fresh out at the moment, so you have our blessing to gather your own. We just wanted to check in and say hi. You picked a fantastic weekend to come to Mount Misery. It's May Eve tomorrow night, and we have a few other campers who are having a midnight celebration. Let's begin our creative audio journey together. I'm sure they'd love to have more people join in. It's Walpurgis night, after all. Walpurgis night. I didn't know much about it, just that it was some kind of pagan holiday, the opposite of Halloween or something. Together, it seemed a little weird that a bunch of people would be out here celebrating it. Maya was the first to respond, and in typical Maya fashion, she didn't mince words. You mean that pagan witchy day? That's creepy. Why would anyone go into the woods, light bonfires, our journey together, and freak out over some ancient holiday?" She rolled her eyes and then shot a pointed look at Jessica before heading back to camp. The rest of us kind of shrugged, a little embarrassed by Maya's rudeness, but also not really sure what to say. Chloe followed Maya soon after, our audio journey together, muttering something under her breath that I thought sounded like slutty. Well, just think about it, and don't hesitate to ask if you need anything else. The ranger station is closed, some faulty wiring or something, but we have a camp near the mountain if you need anything. Audio journey together. It's a little ways out, but you should be able to find it, Kyle said. Yes, it can get terribly boring there. We always welcome new visitors to stay a while, relax, and enjoy coming out to the wilderness, Jessica added, her eyes locked on Ben the entire time. Audio journey together. As they turned to leave, she shot one last wink at us, and Liam kept staring. Ben leaned on a tree, shifted his cigarette, and smiled back at Ranger Jessica. Now that Maya was gone, he was being a bit of a jerk. I mean, flirting is one thing, but on a trip with your girlfriend, audio journey together, it was pretty blatant. I made a mental note to remind him not to be a dick later. The Rangers walked back toward their camp. The whole thing felt off. Their excuses for not being at the station were weird, and something about them just didn't seem right. The silence was broken by Liam's blunt statement. I'd hit that. Ben nodded and clapped him on the shoulder, and Sarah just put her face in her hands and muttered, Men. We went back to setting up our camp. It was getting late, radio journey together. And we'd done a little exploring around the base of Mount Misery, but we decided to save the real hiking for the next day. We didn't talk much about the Rangers, and Maya was giving Ben the serious cold shoulder. We started a nice campfire, cooked some hot dogs, arty jerther, and drank the terrible beer that Ben had bought just because it was on sale. You know, Ben, Liam said with a grin, I could have saved you the $20 and just pissed into 24 cans. It would have tasted the same. Ben laughed and shot back. It's an acquired taste. You uncultured swine. We all laughed at the banter, until Maya mentioned how you could go share a few beers with that slutty Ranger Ben. I hope you two have fun. That made things awkward, and Ben didn't say anything to smooth it over, just mumbled a half-hearted apology. Audio journey together. Things quieted down and Chloe and Maya went to sleep in their tents. Liam was heading to bed too and waved goodnight. Sarah said she'd clean up and go to sleep last. There was a weird chill in the air that didn't feel right for this time of year, and something about it made Sarah seem tense. Audio journey together. Whatever it was, she seemed distracted by what I was trying to tell her and more focused on every little sound in the woods. Oh, what was that? Sorry, Alex, she said, looking over her shoulder and poking at the fire with a stick. This place is nice, but something feels off. Journey together. Those Rangers didn't seem right, and I don't like there are no other campers around. Maybe it's just me. I'm gonna stay up for a bit longer. You go ahead and get some sleep. I'll be fine. She gave me a reassuring smile, and I took her word for it and went to my tent. Even though I'd felt more relaxed earlier, I had a hard time falling asleep. Maybe what Sarah said had gotten to me, making me question how safe we really were out here. I thought the Rangers were way too friendly, and that May Eve celebration invitation was strange. A creative audio journey together. This campsite was kind of in the middle of nowhere, near a mountain that nobody really hiked, but it still seemed weird that there were no other campers around. Just some celebration tomorrow night, but where? Plus, I kept hearing something at the edge of the forest sounds. A rhythmic chanting or murmuring, like people talking. Maybe they were closer than we thought. But what were they really doing? I finally drifted off into a restless sleep after an hour or two. The little I remember from my dreams was filled with anxiety and fear, like my subconscious was trying to tell me something. Then I woke up to screaming. I bolted upright, my heart hammering in my chest. I scrambled out of my tent, still in my boxers, and into chaos. Maya, where are you? Somebody help. Chloe was screaming, pacing back and forth like a caged animal. Her clothes were stained with. Was that blood? I scanned the campsite, and my stomach dropped. It looked like a bomb had gone off. Our supplies were either gone or smashed to pieces. And near Chloe and Maya's tent, we journeyed together. A trail of what definitely looked like blood. What the hell happened? I blurted out, the words tumbling out in a rush of panic. Sarah was circling the perimeter of the campsite, a large hunting knife gripped tightly in her hand. She was scanning the trees, her eyes narrowed. Journey together. Like she was tracking something, or someone. She looked like a warrior, ready for battle. She relaxed slightly when she saw me, but the look on her face was grim. I could tell something really, really bad had happened last night. I just didn't know what the hell it was. Liam was there too, audio journey together, still in his tent, only peeking out, looking terrified. He was clutching a can of bear mace, begging us to make sure it was safe before he came out. I knew we shouldn't have left the food out. I told Ben and Maya to put the stuff away, but they were too busy fighting. It was probably a damn bear or a mountain lion. Both Maya and Ben, those idiots, are probably dead because they didn't listen and went out last night. Liam was practically hyperventilating, his voice a mix of fear and anger. Apparently, they had left their tents sometime during the night. Ben, saying he was going for a smoke, had left first. Maya, thinking he was going to the ranger camp to see Jessica, had followed him. There had been shouting and rustling, and Maya had come back crying, but Ben hadn't returned. I didn't know if he really left Maya for the ranger camp and a supposed midnight rendezvous, but it didn't matter. Ben hadn't come back. Maya left after a few hours to confront him. That was about an hour ago, I was told. Now, she was gone too. Chloe had woken up first, our journey together. Seeing that both of them were missing, and then found the campsite totally trashed and covered in what looked like blood. I thought Liam might be right about the animal attack, but then I realized we would have heard something, a scream or something, that would have woken us up if that had happened. Sarah walked back to the tents, her expression deadly serious. I don't think it was an animal, she said, her voice low and tight. She was fiddling with the knife in her hands, her knuckles white. In the worst part. Hun? What do you mean? I asked, dread creeping up my spine. An animal wouldn't need to slash our car's tires and take the battery out, she said, fixing us each with a hard stare, like she was gauging our reactions. Wait, what? I demanded, my voice rising in pitch. On top of our friends being missing, we were also stranded. Great, just great. Party journey together. I couldn't believe what was happening. My mind was racing, trying to make sense of it all. Chloe looked like she was on the verge of a complete breakdown, and Liam was practically catatonic with fear. Sarah's eyes kept darting back and forth, audio journey together, like she was expecting something to jump out of the foggy tree line any second. I glanced at my watch. It was just after 5 a.m. I was about to suggest something, but my head started to throb, and I thought I heard that low, droning chant again, the one from last night. Do you guys hear that? I asked, my voice trembling slightly. I was worried I was losing it, but then Sarah closed her eyes, focused, and nodded slowly. Yeah, I hear it too. What is that? It sounds like people whispering, but really far away. Chilo and Liam tried to listen, straining their ears, but they claimed they couldn't hear anything. Liam broke the eerie silence first, his voice shaky but determined. We gotta get out of here. We gotta get help, he said, his eyes wide with panic. If we walk creative audio journey together, we could maybe reach the main road near the forest border in a couple of hours. It's a deal, but it could work. And leave Ben and Maya out there. Chloe shrieked, turning on Liam like a cornered animal. She looked like she wanted to strangle him. It was probably those weird park rangers. They were super sketchy. I bet they were fakes. I bet they planned this whole thing. There's no one else here. They could be hunting us for sport. We need to leave now. Liam screamed back, turning to me with a pleading look. Guys, audio journey together. Calm down. Sarah stepped between them, trying to defuse the situation. Whatever we do, she said, her voice firm, we know we can't leave them behind. And we also know that we need to stick together if we're gonna make it out of here alive, right? So, creative audio journey together. Let's at least try to see if there's any kind of trail we can follow. We find our friends, and then we get the hell out of here. We were all terrified, but it seemed like everyone agreed with Sarah's plan, including me. We started searching around the campsite, journey together, and I remembered the small splash of blood near the tent. I walked over and examined it more closely, and saw a faint trail of footprints in the damp morning soil, leading away from the camp. I also saw a weird handprint on a tree nearby, but the print looked like it was actively fading. Journey together, somehow vanishing before my eyes. Over here, I shouted, and the others quickly came over to see. We have to follow it, I said, before anyone else could react. I was about to point to the handprint too, but it was completely gone now. I didn't know how it vanished so quickly. Something really weird was going on. Liam was the first to speak. We know where this goes, or if there's something dangerous out there. Still think we need to go get help. We can't help. I'd help them if we get ourselves killed. But we can't just leave them. If they're hurt, or a Creative Audio journeyed, or they won't last until whenever we get back. We need to go now, Chloe shouted back at Liam, her voice thick with anxiety and frustration. Sarah looked deep in thought, then finally broke the stalemate. We should follow the trail, she said, her voice resolute. Begin Ojardio together. We should also salvage whatever we can from the camp and pack it up. That way, if we get lost, we won't be totally screwed. We'll at least have some shelter, and those disgusting dirt-flavored bars. She managed a small smile as she held up a handful of the snack bars, and Chloe groaned. It'll take too long to hike back to wherever we could find help, and I don't like the looks of that bloody trail. I think we have to go now and try our best to be safe about following it. Also, I think we should avoid that ranger camp unless the trail leads right through it, in our Creative Audio journey together. A person did that to the car, and I don't trust them one bit. We gathered what we could, and at Liam's suggestion, we left a note explaining what we were doing, just in case anyone came back to the camp or found it. We didn't know if it would work, but it couldn't hurt. If we got lost and someone found the note, maybe they could come looking for us. We followed the trail into the woods, but we lost it a few hours in. It was about 1 p.m. We decided to keep going in the general direction the trail had been heading, together, even though we were starting to doubt how far we'd come. I was starting to think we'd made a huge mistake when I stopped dead in my tracks. I heard it again, that disturbing chanting, only this time it was louder. Sarah stopped too. She'd heard it as well. This time. Liam and Chloe stopped walking too, so I figured they must finally be hearing it as well. What the hell is that? Chloe cried out, her voice laced with fear. You guys are finally hearing it too, yeah, I said, and before I could say another word, Sarah held up a fist and pointed into the distance. Look over there, she whispered, pointing into the tree line. There were figures moving around, but they were wearing heavy robes, and we couldn't make out any features from this distance. We cautiously moved closer, audio journey together, following Sarah as she motioned for us to stay low and quiet. We crouched down behind a thicket and watched. The figures didn't speak. They moved slowly, deliberately, almost like they were in a trance. They were carrying a clay jar, sloshing some kind of liquid around our Creo journey together and dabbing it on the tree trunks. After marking several trees with handprints and some kind of dye, one of them started to loudly chant in a strange language, and the marks disappeared right off the trees. We heard a horrible groaning sound, like the trees were bending. Then, together, the figure put down the jar, shouted something in that same weird language, clapped twice, and ran off. Sarah jumped up, about to chase after them, when we all froze. We heard a loud cracking, splintering sound, like a tree falling nearby. Before we could react, two of the nearby trees exploded, the top halves shattering into pieces. There was a sudden pressure in the air, and a thick bank of fog rolled in from out of nowhere. We had no idea how those figures could have taken down those trees so fast with whatever that bizarre ritual was. Begin our Creative Audio journey together, or where this fog had suddenly come from. But as we watched, we realized with a growing sense of horror that something was moving. Out of the wrecked tree stumps, two huge figures emerged. They were at least 8 feet tall, maybe taller, but they were hunched over, so it was hard to tell. Journey together. They were covered in a patchwork of bloody animal hides, and their skin underneath had a sickly, glistening pallor. They smelled absolutely disgusting, like death and decay. We were frozen in terror, unable to move. The closest one moved forward, sniffed the air twice, creative audio journey together, and then let out a blood-curdling roar, its mouth opening sideways instead of up and down. Chloe screamed and took off running back the way we'd come. Liam froze, staring at the creature, his eyes wide with disbelief. He didn't even seem to register the danger. Journey together. I tried to grab Liam's arm and pull him along, but he just stood there, gawking at the monstrous thing, totally oblivious to the fact that it was about to kill us. I was almost as paralyzed as he was, but pure survival instinct kicked in, and I forced myself to move. Audio journey together. The creature started lumbering toward us, this disgusting, acidic drool dripping from their messed up jaws. It sizzled and burned the ground where it landed. I grabbed Lime and pulled, but I only managed to knock him down. He just grunted and kept staring at the monstrous sight. Audio journey together. Like he was in a trance. I bent down, trying to help him up, and looked over at Sarah. She was right there beside us. She grabbed Liam by the collar and hauled him to his feet. I was about to say something, but before I could even think, Sarah shoved herself in front of us and yelled at me, her voice fierce and desperate, "Run, I'll catch up. But what about you?" I managed to stammer out, my voice choked with fear. "I'll try to lead them away. Just go." "But you can't." I started to protest. "No," she screamed, shoving me back and standing her ground against the towering monsters. After what felt like an eternity, Liam finally snapped out of it. He screamed and turned, sprinting faster than I'd ever seen him move. I struggled to keep up. I looked back once, but the scene was quickly obscured by the fog. I heard howling and bellowing, the sounds of a struggle, punching, kicking, and then a strangled scream and cries of pain that made my blood run cold. I barely managed to avoid running headfirst into a tree as I ran for my life. Audio journey together. Tears streamed down my face as I fled, leaving my best friend behind to face those things alone. We ran for what felt like forever, until we couldn't run anymore. I had barely kept my eyes on Liam, and Chloe had bolted so far ahead that I didn't see her at all. Hopefully, journey together, she had made it this far and hadn't run into anything else. After running until my lungs felt like they were going to burst, I saw Liam trip and fall. He started sobbing, and I knew his mind was finally catching up to the horrifying reality of what was happening. We're all gonna die. We're all gonna journey die. They're monsters. Fucking monsters. He was ranting, holding his head in his hands. I did the only thing I could think of. I slapped him across the face. "Look, Liam." I pointed back. "There are no monsters chasing us." Sarah led them away. She gave us a chance. Artie, and you're not gonna waste it. And neither am I. I felt my own emotions rising again, but I had to stay strong. I had to make him understand. Chloe is somewhere ahead. We need to find her, and then we need to get out of here and try to find Ben and Maya. And I can't do it alone. I need your help, okay? I put a hand on his shoulder, trying to reassure him. "Oh, okay," he managed to choke out, wiping his eyes. After a moment, he seemed to pull himself together. A flicker of determination replaced the terror in his eyes. "I'm sorry, Alex. Shock is a hell of a thing. Journey together. I guess it can turn even the smartest of us into helpless prey if we let it. But it won't happen again. Let's go find Chloe." I believed him. We started moving again, determined to find Chloe. We stumbled through the forest for another hour, journey together. Afraid to call out too loudly in case something else heard us. We mostly looked, and with sinking dread, saw the sun beginning to set on the horizon. It would be dark soon, and we had no light. Our gear was dropped back where the monsters attacked us from the trees. Journey together. Liam said he was confident he could make a torch out of some nearby materials. I hoped it wouldn't come to that, but if we had anything, it would be better than being stuck in the dark. As we moved on, we realized we'd gotten turned around somehow and ended up back near the trail leading up the mountain. I didn't know how it was possible. I thought we were going in the opposite direction with a familiar voice. Then we heard, "Please, help, Sarah, Alex, Lime, somebody, anybody, help." It was Chloe's voice. We ran toward the sound and found a small alcove, like the mouth of a cave. Chloe was sitting on a raised stone platform inside, clutching her foot. She must have twisted or broken her ankle when she ran. She saw us and almost cried out in relief. "Oh my God," Artie together. "Finally. Help me. My ankle, I think it's sprained. I need help getting out of here before those things come back." We rushed into the cave to help her, but we were stopped dead in our tracks. Our legs were suddenly immobilized, like we'd stepped into some kind of invisible trap. "What the hell?" I shouted, almost in unison with Liam, who yelled the same thing with a few added expletives. I looked down and saw that our legs were wrapped in some kind of fine thread. As we struggled, it seemed to tighten, binding us even more. Then, a thick, Artiavio journey together. Full-smelling vapor started to seep into the cave from outside. It was so disgusting I tried to hold my breath, but I had to breathe eventually as I struggled with the binding on my feet. The vapor burned my lungs, and I prayed it wasn't poisonous. Liam wasn't so lucky. Together. He inhaled a lungful of the putrid fog, and immediately started throwing up. He fell over, vomited on himself, then managed to roll over, but he couldn't stand up, because the threads were tightening around his legs. Gate of audio journey together. I managed to pull my shirt up over my face as a makeshift mask, and pulled out the small pocket knife I carried. I started frantically sawing at the threads on my feet. It was weird. The thread was super fine, almost like a giant spider web, but it was impossible. The audio journey together. No spider I knew of could make a web strong enough to trap a human-like fish. It had to be our fist. I hoped it was. I finally managed to free myself and bent down to start cutting Liam loose, when I heard a low rumbling sound and the disturbing, rhythmic pattern of movement. It sounded like a lot of feet, scurrying like a horde of rats. No, not rats. Something bigger. I was frantically sawing at the thread, but because he fell, Liam was covered in the sticky webbing, practically glued to the floor. He finally heard the approaching sound too, and mumbled something inaudible in between gagging. As we struggled on the floor, I finally freed Liam and helped him up. We turned around just as a voice, dripping with cruel amusement, filled the cave. "Oh, my, look who stumbled into my little web. Audio journey together. You boys really will do anything for a damsel in distress, won't you?" It was Ranger Jessica. Only now, she wasn't wearing her ranger uniform. She was dressed in a strange robe with weird symbols on it. She held out her hands and smiled as we writhed on the ground. Chloe was nowhere to be seen. Journey together. Another figure in a black robe emerged near the stone circle. I couldn't make out its eyes, but I saw pale, almost emaciated skin and jagged yellow teeth glinting in the dim light. To our surprise, this figure spoke, but not in English. It sounded like Latin, or maybe something older. It said, "Vivant, gravissime afferad me." Then the figure pointed at us, and the rushing sound of footsteps finally stopped. Jessica nodded to the hooded figure and said, "It will be done." She turned back to us and laughed again. Jessica turned back to us and laughed again. Journey together. A cruel, mocking sound that sent shivers down my spine. "I do hope you boys aren't afraid of spiders," she purred, making these weird, twisting gestures with her hands. The air shimmered, and I felt a sudden shift, like the very fabric of reality was being warped. Creative audio journey together. I didn't know what was happening, but then I heard a strangled gasp from Liam, and I knew he saw something behind us, near the mouth of the cave. I really didn't want to take my eyes off Jessica and that robed freak, but I knew I had to see what was going on. Against my better judgment, audio journey together. I slowly turned around, and my heart leaped into my throat. It was like something straight out of a nightmare, so unreal I almost didn't believe my own eyes. I squeezed my eyes shut, blinking hard, trying to convince myself it was just a hallucination. But no, it was there, a monstrous, audio journey together, bloated shadow with a horrifying, spider-like outline looming over us. It was huge, tall enough to reach the ceiling of the cave, maybe 8 or 9 feet tall. It had these thick, bristly hairs all over it, like a tarantula, but it wasn't any spider I'd ever seen. Its head, audio journey together. Where the eyes and fangs should have been, it had one single, burning red eye and a huge, gaping maw filled with rows of jagged, shark-like teeth. The sheer impossibility of the thing, the utter wrongness of it, almost drove me mad. I stumbled back, as it physically struck Audio Journey together, landing hard on my side, but never taking my eyes off the impossible horror before me. After a moment of awful, heart-stopping silence, it moved. It lunged forward with terrifying speed. Before I could even process a thought, it had Liam, wrapping him in thick, our Crave Audio Journey together, sticky webbing like a fly caught in a spider's trap. This time, though, I didn't freeze for as long. The second nightmare in one day seemed to have, at least somewhat, steeled my nerves. I quickly wheeled around and tried to jump at the robed figure and Jessica, hoping that if they were controlling this monstrosity, maybe it wouldn't risk hurting its masters. As I leaped up, trying to reach them, I crashed into a solid, writhing wall. It was a living carpet of smaller spiders, forming a barrier between us and the robed figure. The figure muttered something I couldn't understand, and then, just like that, it vanished along with Jessica. What the fuck is going on? I screamed, my voice raw with terror and desperation. The wall of smaller spiders was gone, but as I turned around, my blood ran cold. The giant spider thing was still there, very much real, and very much focused on its prey. Liam was now a helpless bundle of webbing, and I was completely unarmed. I knew I was probably going to die, but I wasn't going down without a fight. I grabbed some jagged rocks from the stone circle, my mind racing, fueled by a desperate, almost insane kind of courage. The spider reared back as if to pounce, but then it stopped, its front legs drumming against the ground, like it was sensing something. I heard a weird clicking sound, then the unmistakable flick of a lighter, and suddenly, Audio Journey together. The dim cave was filled with a rush of orange flame. The spider was engulfed, its monstrous form writhing and flailing as it crashed into the cave walls. I tried to get out of the way, but one of its flailing legs caught me, sending me flying. I slammed into the wall hard, but somehow, Audio Journey together, I wasn't seriously hurt. The inferno raged for what felt like an eternity, the air thick with the stench of burning flesh and something else, something acrid and full. Finally, the monstrous spider collapsed, shriveling into a smoldering heap of charred limbs and smoking exoskeleton. Dazed, Audio Journey together, injured and utterly terrified, I looked up, trying to understand what the hell had just saved me. Then I heard footsteps, and my heart leaped with a desperate hope. A familiar figure emerged from the entrance of the cave, silhouetted against the fading light. It was Sarah. She was covered in blood. Her clothes were ripped to shreds, and a large strip of cloth covered her right eye like an eye patch. In her hand, she held some kind of makeshift flamethrower, fashioned from a lighter and a can of hairspray. I couldn't believe my eyes. Sarah. Is that really you? I stammered, my voice thick with disbelief and relief. She stepped closer, and a ghost of her old smile touched her lips. Hey, Alex. Couldn't stay out of trouble while I was gone, huh? I scrambled to my feet and rushed over to her, throwing my arms around her in a bone-crushing hug. I started to cry, the relief was so overwhelming. She winced, and I loosened my grip. Sorry, Alex. Think I might have a few broken ribs. Hugs will have to wait, she said, a pained chuckle escaping her lips. Come on, Audio Journey together, let's check on Liam. I felt a pang of guilt. I'd been so overjoyed to see Sarah, I'd almost forgotten about Liam, still wrapped up like a giant, silk-wrapped burrito. We rushed over and started cutting through the thick webbing. It took some time, but we finally managed to free him. He wasn't breathing. Panic seized me again. After what felt like an eternity of frantic CPR, he sputtered back to life, coughing and gasping for air. Oh, thank God you're alive, I said, helping Liam to his feet. He was still shaky and disoriented. What happened? Audio Journey, I had this horrible dream I was trapped by a giant spider, he mumbled, clutching his head and coughing. Yeah, sounds like a bad dream, for sure, I said. I didn't have the heart to tell him it was real. Audio Journey together. I didn't want to shatter the fragile bubble of sanity he'd built around himself in this maelstrom of madness. We got Liam out of the cave, and as we emerged, we realized with a sinking feeling that it was getting dark. Night was falling fast. What do we do now? I asked Sarah, towards an audio journey together, hoping she had some kind of plan. The camping supplies aren't far. We can try to hide a tent in the outcropping of the mountain. The forest itself might not be safe. There might be more of those things out there, she said, wincing as she spoke. I finny together. Figured she was referring to the tree monsters that had attacked her earlier. Look, you guys, she continued, her voice unusually serious, tinged with a fear I hadn't heard from her before. We know we need to get out of these woods. There's something keeping us here, some strange force. Audio journey together, we can't just run. And I'm afraid we're not just being hunted to be killed. I think they want us alive. For something worse. Liam and I both swallowed hard, thinking about our 3 missing friends and how close Liam and I had come to being numbers 4 and 5. And let's begin our creative audio journey here, together. Don't know why they want us, or why no one else seems to be able to get into this part of the forest to help. But we have to assume we're on our own. Those things they control are horrible, but they're not invincible. And the people controlling them, they're just human. Creative audio journey together. At the end of the day, if we can find their camp, their base, whatever it is, we can try to sneak and rescue our friends, and maybe kill as many of those fuckers as we can along the way. There was a fierce glint in her remaining eye, a spark of righteous anger that, journeyed together despite the sheer insanity of her plan, somehow managed to inspire me. Liam didn't say anything. I knew he was doubtful, but he didn't want to contradict the person who had just saved our lives. Come on then. Let's go. We'll find a safe place, try to get a little rest, and then we keep moving. We have to try. Maya Ben and Chloe could still be alive. Come on, she said, leading us further into the darkening gloom of the forest, toward an uncertain fate. Surprisingly, we managed to find a tent and a few supplies that hadn't been destroyed. Creative audio journey together. We took them up to a small alcove, hidden under an outcropping on the mountainside. We rested in shifts, only getting a few hours of sleep in total. There were no attacks, thankfully, though we all half expected there to be. When the first hint of dawn touched the sky, audio journey together, we packed up and moved on. As we walked, I couldn't help but marvel at the fact that Sarah was still alive, let alone leading us. How did you survive back there? I finally asked, unable to contain my curiosity any longer. You don't want to know. I'd like to say I gave as good as I got, but that might be a lie, she said, a wry smile touching her lips. She lifted the bloody cloth covering her eye, revealing the ruined socket beneath. It was horrific. I winced, both at the sight of the injury and the thought of what my best friend had endured. I'm sorry I didn't stay, I said, my voice heavy with guilt. Don't be. I wouldn't have let you. I barely got away myself. Those fuckers were fast. And you've never been as fast as me, she said, winking and nudging me with her shoulder. Come on, let's go. We have a long hike to reach the top, she said. Let's begin our creative audio journey together, her voice hardening again. We trudged on, up the mountain, a chilling wind at our backs. We pushed on, the chilling wind whipping around us as we ascended higher up the slopes of Mount Misery. The higher we climbed, the more surreal the landscape became. Twisted, creative audio journey together. Gnarled trees clung to the rocky terrain, their branches like skeletal fingers clawing at the sky. An unnatural silence hung in the air, broken only by the crunch of our boots on the loose scree, and the occasional, unsettling rustle from the unseen depths of the forest below. Audio journey together. After what felt like an eternity of climbing, we reached a sort of plateau. It wasn't the true summit, but a wide, flat expanse on the mountainside. And in the center of this plateau was the most bizarre thing we'd seen yet, and after tree monsters and giant spiders, that's saying something. Their creative audio journey together, there was a ring of standing stones like a miniature Stonehenge encircling a small body of water. It wasn't big enough to be called a lake, but it was definitely more than a pond. It was just there, nestled high up on the mountain, where no body of water that size should logically be. We hadn't seen anything about it in the guides, though considering all the insane things we'd encountered, the guide was pretty much useless now. As we got closer, we saw them more of those robed figures, gathered around the standing stones. We moved forward as carefully as we could, sticking our jing to the shadows, using the rugged terrain for cover. Sarah was in the lead, her knife gripped tightly in her hand. She was like a woman possessed, driven by a fierce determination to get to the bottom of this, or at least, what we hoped was the source of this madness. Let's begin our creative audio journey together. We were close enough now to see that a large group of people, cultists, revelers, whatever they were, had assembled there. This had to be some kind of twisted ritual, and our missing friends were likely part of it. We inched closer, straining to hear what was being said. Audio journey together. I caught snippets of that strange language again, and then I heard a word repeated several times. Beltane. Liam, who always had a knack for remembering random trivia, whispered to me. May Eve is also known as Beltane. It's a pagan holiday, one of the 8 Sabbats. It's also called Walpurgis Nighthard, and it's the opposite of Halloween. The realization hit me like a punch to the gut. Today was April 30th. May Eve. That celebration, the Rangers had mentioned. These monstrous cultists were the other celebrants, and that invitation was no coincidence. Audio together. It all clicked into place with sickening clarity. Suddenly a new figure emerged from behind one of the standing stones. This one was different. They were taller, more imposing, and wore a large, ornate headdress that obscured their face. They seemed to be the leader. Audio journey together. The one in charge of this whole twisted ceremony. This figure raised its hands, and the assembled crowd fell silent. Then, to our horror, the leader pointed directly at our hiding place. They knew we were here. The leader spoke, their voice amplified by some unseen force. Cardio journey together, going across the plateau and down the mountain's ravines. Subditive Victus, they boomed, then turned toward the pool of water and tossed a handful of brightly colored dust into it. Oh, shit, what now? Liam whispered, his voice tight with fear. He might as well have been reading my mind. Sarah's knuckles were white around the hilt of her knife. I could see the muscles in her jaw working. She was about to charge, to throw herself at the leader in a desperate, probably suicidal attack. Audio journey together. We watched as the leader was suddenly flanked by 2, then 4, then 6, then a dozen more robed figures. They all began chanting in unison, their voices blending into a cacophony of sound that made my skin crawl. Then, slowly, a stone dais began to rise from the center of the pool. Audio journey together. 3 of the robed figures were dragging large burlap sacks that writhed and twisted. It didn't take a genius to figure out what was inside. My heart hammered in my chest as the figures hived the sacks onto dais and ripped them open. There, bound and gagged, were Ben-Maya and Chloe. Creative audio journey together. They were stripped down to their underwear, their hands and feet tied, gags covering their mouths. They were alive for now. I looked around wildly, desperately searching for any kind of advantage, any sliver of hope. But all I saw was a multitude of robed figures, their faces hidden in shadow. Creative audio journey together, chanting and circling us. The waning gibbous moon cast an eerie, almost ethereal glow over the scene, highlighting the horror of it all. Liam, bless his heart, pulled out a tent stake he'd somehow managed to hold onto and charged at the nearest cultist. But before he could even get close, our creative audio journey together, there was a loud splash from the pool, and a rush of water surged toward him. He was lifted into the air as if by an invisible hand, and slammed back down onto the ground, knocked unconscious. The water, defying gravity, seemed to envelop him for a moment before receding back into the pool. Creative audio journey together, leaving him sprawled on the ground, limp and unmoving. I couldn't believe what I was seeing. I screamed, a raw, primal sound of terror and rage. What do you want from us? I yelled at the massive robed figures, but they ignored me, their chanting growing louder, more intense. Our creative audio journey together. I couldn't see Sarah, but I saw Liam, and that he was still alive for the moment. Panic clawed at me, but I knew I had to do something. I saw figures converging on me now, 3 of them, holding ropes and crude weapons. I was unarmed, but I wasn't going to go down without a fight. Begin our creative audio journey together. I ran forward, throwing myself at the nearest attacker. I managed to knock them to the ground, and I rained down punches on their face, a whirlwind of desperate, fear-fueled blows. The force of my attack knocked their hood back, and I recoiled in horror at what I saw. The person's skin was pale, almost translucent, like an albino's. Their eyes were milky white, completely opaque, like 2 giant cataracts, yet somehow they could still see. The face was gaunt, almost skeletal, and their other senses seemed completely inactive. Our creative audio journey together. Beyond whatever instructions they were given by the leader, it was like looking at an empty shell, a puppet being controlled by some unseen force. The disturbing sight momentarily stunned me, and in that instant, the other 2 attackers seized me, their hands like iron clamps on my shoulders. Begin our creative journey. They wrestled me to the ground, trying to buy. I almost succeeded. But then, for the 3rd time in this unending nightmare, Sarah saved my life. She came out of nowhere, a whirlwind of fury and flashing steel. She lunged at one of my attackers, our creative audio journey together. Her knife slicing across throat in a single, swift motion. A jet of arterial blood erupted, spraying across the ground. The figure stumbled back, not even clutching at the gaping wound, but simply kneeling down, as if politely acknowledging their own imminent death. Together, the chanting intensified, reaching a fever pitch. Sarah screamed in rage as she turned on the other figure, this one a pale woman by the looks of it, and plunged her knife into their chest. The woman, like the others, offered little resistance, simply collapsing to the ground, her lifeblood staining the earth. The leader, seemingly realizing that we actually posed a threat, stepped forward, producing another handful of that strange dust from within their robes. But Sarah was faster. She hurled her knife with deadly accuracy. The blade found its mark, RDAO Jother, embedding itself in the leader's arm. The leader dropped the dust, clutching at the wound. They staggered back a step, then pointed a trembling finger at Sarah. Mors Huic Uni. They shrieked, their voice filled with a chilling mix of pain and fury. Audio journey together. The command sent the previously passive cultists into a frenzy. They swarmed Sarah, a tide of bodies, beating her to the ground with fists, feet, and anything else they could get their hands on. She fought back, throwing several of them off, but she was already badly hurt. Let's begin our creative audio journey together, and she couldn't hold them off forever. I had to help her. I scrambled to my feet and charged into the fray, kicking and punching, trying to pull the attackers off Sarah. I managed to get 2 of them off her, but then I was tackled to the ground, the weight of multiple bodies crushing me. Begin our audio journey together. Punches and kicks rained down on me, a relentless barrage of pain. I thought this was it, that we were both going to die right there, on that godforsaken mountaintop. But then, through the haze of pain, I saw it, a large, undisturbed pile of that strange, multicolored dust. Audio journey together. Lying on the ground where the leader had dropped it with a surge of desperate adrenaline. I reached out and grabbed a handful of the dust. I didn't know what it would do, but I had to try something. I forced myself to move, ignoring the pain, and threw the dust toward the edge of the pool. There was a tremendous, earth-shattering crash from beneath the water's surface. The cultists momentarily stopped their assault, their heads turning toward the pool, their chanting faltering. I quickly pointed at the lunatics who had been assaulting Sarah, and I shouted with all my might the same phrase the leader had used earlier. Subditi, ve victis. The leader recoiled, their eyes widening in what looked like fear. And then, to my utter astonishment, the bodies of the cultists around Sarah and me were wrenched into the air, lifted off the ground by some unseen force. They were flung toward the pool, their bodies twisting and contorting in unnatural ways. A few of them seemed to escape the pool. Audio journey together. Those that were lifted high into the air fell back to earth with sickening thuds, their limbs akimbo, their bodies broken. I heard the distinct crack of bones snapping, the sickening crunch of a skull impacting rock, and, in one horrific instance, The unmistakable snap of a neck breaking. Creative audio journey together. I collapsed to the ground beside Sarah. She was badly beaten, covered in blood, but she was still breathing. I couldn't move her, not in her condition. So, I just held her hand, waiting for the inevitable, expecting more of those robed freaks to descend on us at any moment. But as I looked up, audio journey together, I saw the leader make a strange sign with their hands. And then, one by one, the remaining cultists began to vanish, disappearing into thin air. The water in the pool started to recede, draining away as if a plug had been pulled. Then, to my horror, the dais with our friends still on it began to sink back into the water, disappearing beneath the surface. Finally, the leader, the orchestrator of this whole nightmare, vanished as well, leaving us alone on the mountaintop. We were alone, surrounded by the bodies of our attackers. Let's begin our creative audio journey together. Covered in our own blood and theirs, we're gone. Our friends were alive, but utterly and completely alone. It's been over a year since that night. A year since our lives were shattered on that godforsaken mountain. I've tried to write about it before, tried to put the horror into words, Monty Journer, but I just couldn't. The memories were too raw, too painful. Every time I tried, I'd end up staring at a blank page, my hands shaking, my mind reeling. But I can't keep it bottled up anymore. People need to know. They need to know about the dangers lurking in the hidden shadows of Mount Misery. Sarah survived, against all odds. We were found by a park ranger, of all people. He seemed genuinely clueless about the madness that had taken place. He said he'd found an abandoned campsite, our campsite, and followed a trail leading up the mountain. He found us there, broken and bloodied, but alive. We were in such bad shape that Sarah had to be airlifted to a hospital. Out of fear and paranoia, I asked him if he was working with any of the park rangers here named Kyle or Jessica. EO journey together. He had said that no one was currently posted there by those names and that the station had been closed down for over a year. Those first few weeks were a blur of hospitals, doctors, and worried faces. We talked a lot, Sarah and I, about what happened. We tried to make sense of it, journey together, to piece together the fragments of that nightmarish puzzle. But it was like trying to catch smoke. The harder we grasped, the more it slipped through our fingers. We couldn't believe the insanity of what had occurred, begin our audio journey together. And we left out the most unbelievable parts when we told our stories to the authorities. How could we expect them to believe any of it? They wouldn't. They couldn't. They believed that our friends simply got lost in the wilderness. Since their bodies were never recovered, begin our creative audio journey together. No definitive statement was ever made. They told us that, unfortunately, when people go missing in the wilderness, recovery is very unlikely after a certain point. They said it could happen to even the most experienced campers. But they don't know the truth. They don't know what we know. But what did we really know? We had no idea where they had taken our friends, or where those deranged cultists had vanished to. We had no idea if Ben, Chloe, and Maya were still alive, or if they'd been sacrificed to some unholy power. After months of physical and emotional recovery, audio journey together, after countless therapy sessions and sleepless nights, Sarah made a decision. She was going back. She was going back to that mountain. I begged her not to go. I pleaded with her, tried to reason with her, but was no use. Sarah is, without a doubt, the most stubborn person I know. Let's begin our audio journey together. Once she sets her mind to something, there's no changing it. She's determined to find those demonic fanatics, their leader, and, most importantly, our friends. If they're still alive, she's going to find them. She just keeps saying she needs to try. I know I can't stop her, audio journey together, and the thought of her going back there alone. I can't let her do that. I don't think I have the courage to go back there myself. The idea of returning is almost more than I can bear. Returning to those nightmarish woods, that impossible mountain, and facing those horrors again. Either it makes my blood run cold. But I know I have to go. I can't let her go alone. I have to do it for her, for our lost friends, and maybe, just maybe, for myself. To prove to myself that I can face my fears, that I'm not just a broken survivor, haunted by the ghosts of the past. Maybe we can save them. Maybe we can find some answers. Or maybe they're lost forever, trapped in some unimaginable hell. There's only one way to find out, even if it costs us everything we have left, so I'm leaving this account, this testament to the horrors we faced, our creative journey together, in the hope that it might help someone else. If something happens to us, if we don't come back, maybe this will be enough. Maybe someone will read this and understand the truth. But in the meantime, whether we return or not, please, for the love of God, stay away from Mount Misery. Creative audio journey together, especially on Walpurgis night. Don't make the same mistake we did. Don't go looking for answers in the darkness, because they might still be there, waiting. Sarah's getting ready to leave soon. She's been training, preparing, hardening herself for what's to come. She's not the same person she was before that night. The trauma, the loss, the injury, they've changed her. There's a darkness in her eyes now, a shadow that wasn't there before. But there's also a fire, a burning determination that won't be extinguished. I've been trying to prepare too, audio journey together. In my own way. I've been researching, digging into old folklore, trying to find anything that might what we experience. Most of it is just nonsense, fairy tales, and old wives' fables. But some of it is unsettlingly similar to what happened to us, audio journey together. Stories of ancient rituals, of sacrifices made to dark powers, of gateways to other dimensions. I don't know what we'll find when we go back. I don't know if we'll survive. But I know this, we can't run from our demons forever. Sometimes you have to face them head on, even if it means staring into the abyss itself. We leave tomorrow, on the anniversary of that terrible night. 1 year to the day since our lives were forever changed. 1 year since we lost our friends. 1 year since we came face to face with a horror beyond human comprehension. Journey together. We're going back to Mount Misery. And this time we're not running. We're hunting. The air was thick with tension as Sarah and I stood at the base of Mount Misery, the imposing peak looming over us like a silent, watchful giant. It was a year to the day since our ordeal, and the mountain seemed to exude an even more menacing aura than before. The wind whispered through the trees, carrying with it the faint, almost imperceptible sounds of the forest, rustling leaves, snapping twigs, and something else. Journey together, something that made the hair on the back of my neck stand on end. Was it chanting? Or just the wind playing tricks on my mind? We were armed this time, better prepared, or so we hoped. Sarah had her trusty hunting knife, now hung to a razor's edge, and a heavy-duty flashlight. She'd also insisted on bringing a modified can of hairspray and a lighter, her makeshift flamethrower, a grim reminder of the horrors we'd faced. I carried a sturdy hiking staff, which doubled as a weapon in a pinch, and a backpack filled with supplies: first aid kit, energy bars, water, our creative journey together, a compass, and a map. Not that the map had done us much good last time. We started our ascent, the familiar trail seeming both alien and intimately familiar. Every rustle in the undergrowth, every shadow that danced in the periphery, sent a jolt of adrenaline through me. We moved slowly, cautiously, our senses on high alert. Sarah, despite her injuries, moved with a practiced grace, her one good eye constantly scanning our surroundings. As we climbed higher, the landscape began to change, the trees becoming more twisted and gnarled, the air colder and thinner, Marnie together. The unsettling silence of the higher altitudes pressed in on us, broken only by the occasional gust of wind and the frantic hammering of my own heart. We reached the plateau, the site of the ritual, and a wave of nausea washed over me. The standing stones were still there, encircling the now dry basin where the pool had been. The place was deserted, but the air was thick with a palpable sense of dread, like the echo of a scream that refused to fade. "They're not here," I said, stating the obvious. "Not yet, at least," Sarah replied, her voice tight. "But the journey, Joe, they'll be back. It's Walpurgis night. They won't miss their little party." We decided to set up a hidden observation post, a small crevice in the rock face overlooking the plateau. From there, We could watch and wait. As darkness began to fall, the temperature plummeted. Cardio journey together, we huddled together for warmth, sharing a meager meal of energy bars and water. Hours crawled by. The moon, a sliver past full, cast long, eerie shadows across the plateau. Then, just as I was starting to think that maybe, just maybe, they weren't coming, I saw them. Figures. Emerging from the tree line, their forms silhouetted against the moonlit sky. They were robed just like before, and they moved with that same unsettling, fluid grace. My heart hammered in my chest. I gripped my hiking staff, my knuckles white. Sarah beside me was a statue, her one eye fixed on the approaching figures. There were more of them this time, dozens, maybe even 100. They gathered around the standing stones, their chanting growing louder, more insistent, more terrifying. The leader, the one with the headdress, emerged from the crowd, cardio journey together, and I felt a surge of hatred, hot and course through me. Then, the chanting stopped. The leader raised their hands, and the crowd fell silent. A hush fell over the plateau, so profound that I could hear the blood rushing in my ears. The leader turned toward the dry basin, cardio journey together, and I saw them produce a small, intricately carved wooden box. They opened it, and a cloud of that familiar, multi-colored dust billowed out. The ground began to tremble. The dry basin started to fill with water, the liquid rising at an impossible rate, as if drawn from some unseen source. Let's begin our creative audio journey together. A stone dais, the same one we'd seen a year ago, emerged from the center of the newly formed pool. This time, there were no burlap sacks. Instead, 3 figures were led forward, their hands bound, their heads covered. They were pushed onto the dais, and as the hoods were removed, my blood turned to ice. It was them. Ben, Chloe, and Maya. They were alive. They looked different, thinner, their faces gaunt and pale, their eyes wide with a mixture of terror and a strange, unsettling emptiness. They looked hollowed out, like shells of their former selves. Our journey, but they were alive. We have to do something, I whispered, my voice choked with emotion. I know, Sarah said, her voice hard, but we need a plan. We can't just rush in there. As if on cue, the leader spoke, their voice amplified by the strange acoustics of the plateau. Journey together. Tonight, they boomed, we offer these sacrifices to the old ones, that they may grant us power and passage to the other side. The crowd erupted in a frenzy of chanting and movement. The leader raised their hands again, and the water in the pool began to churn. We couldn't wait any longer. Distraction, Sarah said, her voice low and urgent. I'll draw them away. You get to the dais, get our friends. What? No, we do this together, I protested. There's no time, she said, already moving. Just go. And Alex, she paused, turning back to me. A flicker of something in her eye that I hadn't seen in a long time. Hope, maybe. Don't die. And with that, she was gone, melting into the shadows like a phantom. I watched her go, my heart in my throat. Then, I turned and ran toward the pool. As I reached the edge of the water, I saw Sarah emerge from the darkness on the far side of the plateau. She hurled a tightly wrapped bundle of cloth soaked in something flammable, ignited with her lighter, into the crowd of cultists. The effect was immediate and chaotic. The bomb exploded in a shower of sparks and flame, scattering the robed figures, their chanting turning to screams of pain and panic. Taking advantage of the distraction, I plunged into the water. It was icy cold, but I barely felt it. The adrenaline coursing through my veins drowned out everything else. I swam toward the dais, my muscles burning, my lungs screaming for air. I reached the platform and scrambled onto it, gasping for breath. Ben, Chloe, and Maya looked at me with wide, vacant eyes. Together, they didn't seem to recognize me at first. It's me, I said, my voice trembling. It's Alex. We're getting out of here. I quickly set about untying their bonds. Their skin was cold, clammy to the touch. As I worked, I saw movement out of the corner of my eye. The leader was striding toward the dais, their headdress askew, their face contorted in rage. They were chanting, their voice laced with fury, and the water around the dais began to churn again, rising higher, forming into grasping, watery hands. I pulled out my hiking staff, my only weapon. "You want them," I yelled, my voice hoarse. "Will have to go through me." The leader lunged, and I swung the staff, connecting with a sickening thud. The leader stumbled back, surprised by my resistance. But they recovered quickly, their eyes burning with an unholy light. The watery hands reached for me for my friends, but I stood my ground, swinging my staff, keeping them at bay. I bought us a few precious seconds, and finally the ropes were off. "We have to go. Now." They finally seemed to register my presence, their eyes slowly focusing. Recognition dawned, our creative audio journey together, followed by a flicker of hope. We scrambled off the platform and into the water. It was a desperate, chaotic swim back to the edge of the pool. The water churned around us, the leader's chanting growing louder, more frantic. We made it to the edge of the pool and hauled ourselves out. Gasping for air, the cultists, recovering from Sarah's attack, were starting to close in again. Then I saw her, Sarah. She was fighting her way toward us, a path of fallen cultists in her wake. She was injured, bleeding, but she was still fighting. We ran toward her, meeting her halfway. Together, running together. We fought our way through the remaining cultists, a desperate whirlwind of motion and violence. Sarah, with her knife, was a force of nature, cutting down anyone who got too close. I used my staff, blocking, striking, creating an opening for us to escape. We finally broke free, audio journey together. Running for the tree line, the screams of the enraged cultists echoing behind us. We didn't stop running until we were well away from the plateau, until the chanting and the screams had faded into the distance. We collapsed, exhausted, our bodies bruised and battered, our lungs burning, audio journey together. We had done it, we had rescued our friends. But the ordeal had taken its toll. Ben, Chloe, and Maya were physically alive, but they were different, changed. Their eyes were distant, their movements slow and deliberate. It was as if some vital part of them had been extinguished, audio journey together, leaving behind only empty shells. We made our way down the mountain, a slow, agonizing journey. We finally reached the base as dawn broke, painting the sky in hues of pink and orange. We were met by a search and rescue team, alerted by the ranger who had found us a year earlier. He'd seen the smoke from Sarah's and called for help. We were taken to a hospital, treated for our injuries, questioned by the authorities. We told them our story, or at least a version of it, leaving out the most unbelievable parts. They listened patiently, their expressions a mixture of skepticism and concern. In the end, they concluded that we had been the victims of a violent, extremist cult. They launched an investigation, but they never found the cultists. They vanished without a trace, leaving behind only the standing stones and the lingering sense of dread that still permeated the mountain. Ben, Chloe, and Maya were never the same. They underwent extensive therapy, but the trauma they had endured had left deep, irreparable scars. They were shadows of their former selves, haunted by memories they couldn't articulate, trapped in a silent world of their own. Sarah and I tried to move on, to rebuild our lives. But the events of that night on Mount Misery had changed us forever. We were survivors, yes, but we were also victims. Audio journey together, forever bound to the horrors we had witnessed. The mountain still stands, a silent sentinel, guarding its dark secrets. And sometimes, when the wind is right, I can still hear it, a faint, distant chanting, a chilling reminder of the evil that lurks in the hidden corners of the world. Audio journey together. And I know with a certainty that chills me to the bone that the story isn't over. The reckoning may have been delayed, but it's not finished. The old ones, or whatever they were, are still out there. And one day, they will return. And we must be ready when they do. The fight is far from over. Alright, so, camping. Not my thing. Never was. See, I grew up out west. We're flat. Doesn't even begin to describe it. We're talking pancake-level flat. Locals called these little bumps in the ground mountains. Bless their hearts. but they were nothing compared to these legit monsters that surround this town. Back home, the horizon just went on forever, no big deal. Hiking. That was a stroll through the park, paved paths, trees in neat little rows. The whole idea of sleeping in the woods, pitch black, nothing but nature and creepy crawlies. Yeah, no thanks. About as appealing as those mountains back home. My mom, though, she always wanted more. She was never really cut out for the whole small town, endless plains vibe. Always dreamed of something bigger, better. She never really knew what that better was, but she knew it wasn't there. So, when she landed this new job here, in this mountain town, she saw it as our golden ticket. Fresh start and all that jazz. I was heading off to college anyway, so perfect timing, right? We packed up our lives, said goodbye to the big, open sky, and traded it in for the shadow of these actual mountains. But even with the change of scenery, I never really fit in here. I mean, the mountains are pretty, sure, in a postcard kind of way. But they're also kind of looming. Suffocating, even. They just stand there, all silent and judgy, like they're constantly reminding me that I'm an outsider. Not from around here. I always figured I'd bounce as soon as I graduated. Maybe head back west to the flatness, or try my luck in some huge city where nobody knew my name. You know? New identity type of thing. But here I am, still stuck. Those mountains that were supposed to be a temporary backdrop, they're starting to feel more permanent than my high school haircut. My college buddies were a different breed. Take Ethan, for example. He grew up in a town not too far from here. One of those guys who's just at ease in the woods. Weekends camping. No problem. All-day hikes. Sign him up. Ethan had stories about hunting with his dad, fishing in streams so cold your teeth ached, and camping in forests so thick you couldn't see your hand in front of your face. He was always itching for the next adventure, always trying to get back to the wild. Then there was Liam. He was more the cautious type when it came to the outdoors. Grew up around here too, but he had a healthy respect for, not dying out there. A planner, that one. Everything had to be mapped out, triple-checked. Which of course drove Ethan crazy. Liam's girlfriend, Chloe, was usually along for the ride. She loved being outside as much as Liam, but she was way more chill about it. Go with the flow, that was Chloe. She was the glue that held those two together, that's for sure. And then you had Noah. Quiet guy, more into his own head than the rest of us. Not exactly a woodsman, but he appreciated nature, He was all about his camera, capturing the perfect shot, finding beauty in the little things. Me and him, we got each other, so when Ethan floated the idea of a camping trip, a little escape from the city, I was like, hard pass. Roughing it in the woods. Not my style. But then I thought, why the hell not? It actually sounded fun, and I definitely needed a break. The city was sucking the life out of me, and my job was so mind-numbingly boring I could feel my brain cells dying. Figured some fresh air, a little peace and quiet, might do me some good. Maybe even help me figure out what the heck I was doing with my life. Ethan, naturally, took charge of the whole thing. Borrowed his uncle's SUV. Said his uncle barely used it anymore, bad knees and all, and it was just gathering dust. Thing was a beast, perfect for these rough mountain roads, and had tons of space for all our gear. His uncle seemed cool, though. Real outdoorsy type. Spent his whole life in these mountains. He even gave us some tips about these hidden spots, these killer views that weren't on any map. I guess we all had our own reasons for wanting to go. Ethan was chasing adventure, Liam and Chloe were all about that nature connection, and Noah was probably already planning his Instagram posts. Me, I just wanted to unplug. Maybe find some clarity or something in the silence of the woods. As we were loading up this UV, though I realized none of us were really paying attention to the old man's advice. We were too hyped about the trip, about escaping our lives for a bit. But as I was tossing my bag in, Ethan's uncle gave me this look. It was weird. He handed me this crumpled up flyer, all emergency numbers and walkie-talkie talky frequencies. My nephew, he doesn't always take this stuff seriously, he said, his voice all gravelly. But you seem like the type who might. I just mumbled a thanks. Not really sure why he singled me out. Maybe because I was the quiet one, the one who clearly didn't belong in the woods. The drive took, like, 2 hours. The road just kept winding up and up, the trees getting thicker, the city shrinking in the rearview mirror. The mountains unfolded into this valley, and it was something. A long way to go for something that looked so close from my office window. With every mile, I felt like I was putting more distance between my old life and whatever this was going to be. The others were laughing, telling stories from when they were kids, all these camping memories I definitely didn't have. They hadn't done this stuff in years, but you could tell they had a connection to it. Me, I was totally out of my element. I just sat in the back, lost in my own head, flipping through the pamphlets Ethan's uncle gave me. One was called Search and Rescue in the Woods, which was, super reassuring. I tried to laugh it off, but I couldn't shake this feeling that was starting to creep up on me. Nervousness, maybe. So, there we were, a bunch of recent grads with backpacks that probably weighed more than we did. We had these brochures from the campground owners shoved in our pockets, along with the essentials. Survival gear, enough food to feed a small army, water, and all the other stuff you need when you're playing Mountain Man. A little adventure, right? I felt kind of ridiculous, like I was romanticizing the whole thing. But what do you expect from a guy who hasn't seen this much nature since? Well, ever. Out here, it's not like there's a Starbucks every 2 blocks or any blocks at all. But as we got deeper into the woods, I started to loosen up. The others were goofing off, laughing, and their vibe was kind of infectious. We got to the trailhead later than we planned, so we decided to crash at the campground that night and start our hike to the cabin first thing in the morning. Waking up the next day was different. The air was so clean it almost hurt. I hadn't realized how used to the city stink I was. That constant smell of fast food and exhaust fumes. But out here, it was like taking a deep breath after being underwater for way too long. It's the little things, The tiny details you don't even notice until they're gone. Like those lazy summer days as a kid that seemed so boring at the time, but you'd kill to have back now. We scarfed down some breakfast, packed up our gear, ditched the car, and hit the trail. As the sun started to set, we were deep in the woods, miles from anywhere. And the sounds, it was like nothing I'd ever heard. The city was always buzzing, and the plains were just quiet. But this was a whole symphony of rustling leaves, buzzing insects, owls hooting, and who knows what else making noises in the dark. I kept looking over my shoulder, half expecting some wild animal to come strolling out of the trees. We finally made it to the cabin. It was this little, beat up shack tucked away in the trees, but it looked cozy, Clearly, other people had used it before. It was like a little cabin in the middle of nowhere, a place to get warm and out of the elements. We dropped our packs, stretched our aching muscles, and just took it all in. Nighttime came quick, so we built a fire outside. It was small, but it felt huge, pushing back the darkness. And man, was it dark. But in a good way, Peaceful. We sat around the fire, the flames dancing in our eyes, just talking and laughing. It felt good. Just being there with my friends, no distractions. Ethan, being Ethan, was telling these crazy stories about his childhood camping trips, probably making up half of it. But we were all cracking up anyway. Liam and Chloe were doing their usual playful bickering thing, which was always entertaining. Noah was snapping pictures of the fire, probably already editing them in his head. And me, I was actually relaxing. The city, my job, all that crap just melted away. The fire crackled, we roasted marshmallows, told stupid jokes. The conversation flowed easy, the laughter got louder. It was simple, pure. Just friends hanging out under the stars, miles away from the real world and all its problems. As the fire died down to embers, the talking slowed down too. The stars were insane, like diamonds scattered across the sky, and the air was filled with the sounds of the forest, like nature's lullaby. The cabin, the forest, the mountains. It all felt so alive, so full of something. For the first time in a long time, I felt content, like I was exactly where I was supposed to be. Eventually, we put out the fire and headed inside. It was the perfect night, the kind you remember forever. As I crawled into my sleeping bag, I felt this wave of calm wash over me, like everything was going to be okay. The cabin, the forest, the mountains. They weren't just scenery anymore. They were becoming a part of me. The next morning was postcard perfect. Blue sky, sun shining, the whole valley spread out below us like a painting. We stepped out of the cabin, and the view just smacked me in the face. The mist was still clearing out, revealing all these greens and browns, like the forest was waking up. And the air, crisp, clean, like a slap in the face compared to the city smog I was used to. It was one of those mornings that made you feel glad to be alive, like you could do anything. Inside the cabin, we found a few more brochures lying around, probably left by rangers or other hikers. The usual stuff: maps, safety tips, ads for local attractions. As I was flipping through them, my eyes landed on the fridge. There was this kid's drawing stuck to it with magnets. It was one of those messy crayon drawings, done in a hurry, but you could tell a kid put their heart into it. It showed a family: mom, dad, little girl, holding hands in front of what looked like a forest. At first, I didn't think much of it, just another cheesy family drawing. But then I looked closer, and something felt off. It was the faces. They were all frowning, like really exaggerated sad faces. The kind of sad only a kid can draw, where the emotions are just so raw. And then I saw it, in the background, tucked away in the bushes, drawn in thick black crayon. A figure. A man, maybe. But he didn't have a face. Just a blank space where his features should have been. It gave me the creeps. I tried to joke about it in my head like, well, at least he's not sad. But the image stuck with me. We packed up and left the cabin, ready to explore the valley. The trails were easy to follow, winding through the trees, taking us further and further away from civilization. It felt like we were stepping back in time. We bumped into a park ranger coming the other way. Older guy, weathered face, uniform looked like he'd been wearing it for decades. He stopped us, held up a hand, and gave us this friendly but firm warning. Animals have been acting strange lately, he said. Best to stick to the designated paths and follow the rules. As long as you do that, you won't have anything to worry about. His words were probably meant to be reassuring, but they just left me feeling uneasy. Was that supposed to be a joke? I didn't know what to make of it, and his serious expression didn't give anything away. I get it. It's his job to warn people, to tell them to stay on the trails. But the way he said it, the way he just left it hanging there, it was weird. I spent the next hour or so thinking about it, the ranger's warning putting a damper on my mood. But the scenery was just too amazing to ignore. Fresh air, stunning views. I was actually surprised how well I was handling the hike. Maybe those new hiking boots were worth the money after all. It took us longer than we thought to reach our next stop, and when we finally got there, something felt wrong. The sign at the rest area didn't match the name on our map. Candle Crest. That wasn't on the map. I pointed it out to the others, but they just shrugged. We were tired, and the place looked good enough, so we decided to camp there anyway. Right spot or not, the trip had been going great. I was finally starting to unwind, to disconnect from the daily grind. It felt like we had stepped into another world, far away from the reality I had left behind. I sat down for a minute, just to jot down some thoughts, trying to clear my head, to sort through all the junk that had been piling up. This morning was a little rougher than the others. I was dragging, struggling to keep up while packing up my tent. My hands felt clumsy, like I was moving through molasses. My head was fuzzy, too, like I'd just woken up from a super weird dream. I could only remember bits and pieces. A pale moon hanging low in the sky. And this feeling of walking forever under a canopy of trees that felt wrong, somehow. The dream left me with this uneasy feeling that I couldn't shake, even after I was fully awake. After a quick breakfast, we hit the trail again. As we got deeper into the valley, it got colder. Noticeably colder. The thick forest started to thin out, giving way to these rolling hills and rocky patches. The mountains that had been way off in the distance were now right on top of us, their peaks hidden by this thick mist. It felt like we'd stumbled into some hidden world, forgotten by time, untouched by anything modern. The silence was almost deafening, broken only by the occasional rustle in the leaves or a bird call way off in the distance. Even those sounds seemed muffled, swallowed up by the heavy air. I tried to get my bearings, but nothing looked right. The further we went, the more confused I got. The landmarks we'd been following were gone, replaced by I don't even know. When I checked the compass and tried to backtrack in my head, I realized with a jolt that we should have reached our campsite by now. Like, it should have been right here. But there was nothing. No sign, no clearing, just more trees and rocks. Did we take a wrong turn? When? I voiced my concerns to the others, but they brushed me off. They were more interested in setting up camp than dealing with my growing anxiety. They were fine just pitching their tents here, near the edge of the trees. It was quiet here. Too quiet. The silence pressed in on us as we started to set up camp, and I couldn't shake the feeling that something was off. Everything took longer than it should have, like even the air was fighting us. We weren't used to setting everything up from scratch, no pre-made campsite to make things easy, but we managed. It wasn't pretty, but it would do. By the time we were done, the sun was already dipping below the horizon, leaving us in this weird, fading light. As the last bit of daylight faded, the shadows got long and creepy, and the cold started to really seep in. I was freezing, even with all my layers on. The others were tired, too, their earlier excitement gone, replaced by this heavy exhaustion. We barely talked, just a few grunts and murmurs. The silence broken only by the crackling of the fire we managed to get going. The flames were weak, casting these weird, dancing shadows on the trees, which now looked like giant, watchful figures. The darkness that settled in was like nothing I'd ever experienced. It wasn't just dark. It was thick, heavy, like a physical presence pressing down on us. Every now and then, a twig would snap, or the wind would whisper through the trees, and I'd tense up, waiting for something to jump out at us. But nothing came. Just that heavy, unsettling silence. As I crawled into my tent that night, I couldn't shake the feeling that we weren't alone. That something was out there in the dark, watching us. Waiting. The thought stuck with me, making it hard to breathe. I just lay there, staring up at the tent fabric. Every little sound amplified by my racing thoughts. The rustling leaves, the creaking branches, even my friend's breathing. It all seemed to blend together into this creepy rhythm. And as I lay there, half awake, I couldn't help but wonder if we'd gone too far. If we'd crossed some invisible line and ended up somewhere we weren't supposed to be. The next morning, one of the tents was gone. Sarah was gone. Her tent, her stuff, everything. Vanished. And the weirdest part, I couldn't even remember where her tent had been the night before. I was too out of it, too distracted by the whole situation and that nagging feeling that something wasn't right. Ethan tried to take control, tried to keep everyone calm. He said Sarah must have had her reasons for taking off. His voice was steady, but I could see him biting the inside of his cheek, a nervous habit he had. He was trying to convince himself as much as the rest of us. Ethan was usually the guy cracking jokes, keeping things light, but now his confidence seemed forced, like he was trying too hard to be the leader. Liam and Chloe, who were closest to Sarah, were freaked out. They were the ones most affected by her disappearance, their worry bordering on panic. Liam's voice, usually so calm, got louder and sharper as he started questioning Ethan, frustration bubbling up. Lo, normally the peacemaker, was unusually quiet, her eyes darting around the campsite like she expected Sarah to just pop out of the trees. Their reactions were raw, real, totally different from Ethan's forced calm. Noah was glued to his phone, desperately trying to get a signal to call for help. But we were too deep in the wilderness. No bars. When Ethan handed him the walkie-talkie, Noah's frustration just exploded when he realized the batteries were dead. The freaking batteries. It was such a small thing, but in that moment, it felt like the last straw. Noah wasn't one to lose his cool, but I could see the tension in his jaw, the way his fingers tightened around the useless walkie-talkie. We wasted so much time arguing, throwing out wild theories. Tempers flared, and the blame game started. Why didn't anyone see Sarah leave? Why didn't we have someone on watch? Why weren't the batteries checked? The argument went on, everyone pointing fingers, trying to figure out who screwed up. I stayed out of it mostly. I didn't want to get dragged into the drama. But they kept pulling me in, asking my opinion, demanding I take a side. I didn't know Sarah as well as the others, and I definitely wasn't eager to jump into that mess. It was almost noon by the time we finally decided to split up and look for Sarah. The tension was thick enough to cut with a knife. I ended up with Ethan, while Liam and Chloe stuck together, still arguing, their fear getting the better of them. Noah, the most level-headed of us, volunteered to stay at the camp in case Sarah came back on her own. It made sense, but there was also this unspoken hope that maybe, just maybe, Sarah would just stroll back into camp like nothing happened. Ethan tried to lighten the mood as we set off, cracking a few jokes that fell flat. His usual easygoing attitude was strained, the latter forced. It was obvious he was just using humor to cover up his own anxiety. I could see the worry etched on his face, betraying the confidence he was trying so hard to project. Despite his attempts to keep things light, I knew he was just as scared as the rest of us. As we pushed through the undergrowth, calling Sarah's name, the weight of the situation pressed down on me. The forest, which had seemed so peaceful before, now felt different. Menacing. The silence was heavy, the usual sounds of the forest, rustling leaves, birds, seemed muted, like the forest itself was holding its breath. The only sounds were our footsteps and our calls, which only reminded me how isolated we were. At one point, Ethan stopped, his brow furrowed. "Did you hear that?" he whispered. I strained my ears, but all I could hear was the wind and the faint sound of a stream. "Hear what?" I whispered back, my heart pounding. He shook his head, looking troubled. "I don't know. I thought I heard something. Probably just my imagination." We kept going, but the tension just kept building. It felt like we were walking into something we shouldn't be, a place that felt more and more wrong with every step. The thought sent a shiver down my spine. I started to wonder if splitting up was such a good idea after all. As the light started to fade, Ethan and I exchanged a look. We both knew it. We weren't finding Sarah. No footprints, no signs, nothing. It was like she'd just evaporated. Whatever I had expected to happen on this trip, it sure as hell wasn't this. I came out here looking for a change, a break from the monotony. But sometimes change comes in ways you can't predict. And in moments like this, all I wanted was to go back to the familiar, to the comfort of the world I'd taken for granted. Ethan and I headed back to camp, our pace quickening as we saw Noah frantically waving us over. Seeing him should have been a relief, but something felt off. As we got closer, we saw her, Sarah. She was back at camp. But something was wrong. Her gear, which she had taken with her, was gone. Her jacket, which used to fit her perfectly, now hung loose on her shoulders, like she had lost a ton of weight in just a few hours. She was just standing there, facing away from us. I couldn't explain it, but something about the way she was standing made my stomach clench. We hurried closer, trying to hide our unease as we called out to her, asking what happened, why she left with her stuff, why she was just standing there like a statue. But No didn't answer our questions. His expression just got darker, his unease turning into something close to dread. It was like he couldn't reconcile what he was seeing with what he knew, like the person standing in front of us wasn't Sarah at all. Ethan, trying to bring some sense of normalcy back, stepped forward. He called out to Sarah again, his voice tight with frustration and concern, demanding to know what the hell was going on. He reached out, put a hand on her shoulder, like he was going to turn her around and finally get some answers. But when she turned, it was like the world tilted on its axis. Her face, if you could even call it that, was wrong. It was like someone had stretched her features over her skull, pulling them into an expression that wasn't quite right. Her eyes were too wide, her smile too big, like she was trying to mimic a human expression, but didn't quite get it. My stomach churned as the thing that looked like Sarah opened its mouth, and the voice that came out was hollow, a flat echo of Sarah's voice. "Come with me. I have something to show you," it said, the words chillingly empty. Its arms reached out towards Ethan, repeating the same sentence. "Come with me. I have something to show you." As it took a step closer, that awful smile never leaving its face. Ethan froze, his hand sliding off the creature's shoulder as he took a step back. But before he could react, the creature's face contorted again, this time making a different sound, a voice filled with panic, fear, and desperation. It was Sarah's voice, but it was real this time, or at least it sounded real. "Oh my God, please, please no. Go away, please, oh my God, please no," the creature wailed. But the face stayed locked in that twisted, mocking grin. The contrast was unbearable, like a cruel parody of Sarah's final moments. Ethan, usually so composed, looked like he was about to lose it right there. Then, faster than I could blink, the creature's arm shot out, its fingers wrapping around Ethan's wrist with impossible strength. There was a moment of stunned silence before I heard it. Sickening crack as the creature snapped the bone in his arm like a twig. Ethan's scream ripped through the air, a sound so raw and full of pain that it jolted me out of my frozen state. But before I could do anything, No, thank God for No, sprang into action. I saw him out of the corner of my eye, grabbing the walkie-talkie we thought was useless, and he charged at the creature, swinging it with all his might. The first blow landed hard, and for a second, I thought it was over. The creature stumbled, letting go of Ethan, who crumpled to the ground, clutching his broken arm. But the creature didn't run. Instead, it slowly turned its head towards No, that horrible grin never faltering, its eyes locking onto him with terrifying intensity. No didn't back down. He kept swinging, hitting the creature again and again, each blow more desperate than the last. But the creature barely flinched. It was like hitting a brick wall. Then, in a blur of motion, the creature lunged at No, its limbs moving with a speed and fluidity that shouldn't have been possible. They were locked together, No struggling against the thing with all his might, but it was clear he was outmatched. I stood there, paralyzed with fear, as the creature twisted and turned, using its inhuman strength to overpower No. I could see the terror in his eyes, the dawning realization that this was it. And then it happened. A swift, brutal motion as the creature twisted his neck with a force that no human could muster. The sound of No's neck snapping was like a gunshot, echoing through the trees, followed by the sickening thud of his lifeless body, hitting the ground. I wanted to scream, to run, to do something, but all I could do was watch in horror as the creature dragged No's body into the woods, disappearing into the darkness. The shadows swallowed them whole, leaving Ethan and me alone in the clearing, too shocked, too terrified to even move. We just stood there, staring after them, as the full weight of what just happened crashed down on us like a tidal wave. Half an hour later, Liam and Chloe came back from their search. their faces streaked with tears. The moment they walked into the clearing, I could tell they were shattered by something they had seen. But in their grief, they didn't immediately notice that Noah was missing too. What followed was a chaotic, disjointed mess of words as they tried to explain what they found. I wanted to tell them everything, to spill out the horror that was still churning inside me. But then I saw Ethan out of the corner of my eye. He was shaking his head, a silent plea for me to stay quiet. There was a desperate, almost wild look in his eyes that said it all. No one would believe us, not unless they had seen it with their own eyes. Ethan, ever the quick thinker, started spinning a story. He told them that a wild animal, probably a rabid dog, attacked the camp, and that Noah had chased it into the woods to scare it off. I could tell that Liam and Chloe were skeptical. Their eyes darted between us, searching for something that made sense. But they were too distraught, too overwhelmed by their own discovery to press the issue. Through choked sobs, they told us what they found: Sarah's body, lying broken at the base of a cliff. Her face had been completely smashed in the fall, making it impossible to recognize her. They had only identified her by the tattoos on her arms. Tattoos they knew all too well. Her clothes were gone, stripped away, and there was no sign of her gear. They started to speculate wildly, trying to piece together a narrative that could make sense of it all. Maybe she fell. Maybe she was attacked. Maybe she tried to run and didn't make it. But their theories were just grasping at straws, their minds refusing to accept the impossible. As they talked, I just sat there, feeling myself slipping into this numb state. My thoughts were a jumbled mess, the nightmarish events replaying over and over in my head. It was like my brain was trying to protect me from the full weight of what I'd seen, but it was a losing battle. The memory of that unnerving smile, the sound of bones snapping, and Noah's lifeless body being dragged into the woods were seared into my mind. Someone, maybe it was Chloe, suggested firing a flare to signal for help. I don't know why we hadn't thought of it sooner, but it was like my brain was running on fumes, incapable of processing even the simplest solutions. Ethan, with his good arm, pulled a flare gun from one of the packs and fired it into the sky. The bright, burning light arced into the air, casting an eerie glow over the treetops before it fizzled out, swallowed by the darkness. The flare seemed to hang there for a moment, a tiny spark of hope in the oppressive silence, before it vanished, leaving us in a world that suddenly felt even darker, even more isolated than before. The rest of the events blurred together in my memory. The deafening roar of a helicopter cutting through the stillness, the sudden rush of wind as it descended, the search and rescue teams flooding the campsite, asking questions we couldn't answer. We were airlifted out of that cursed place, taken far away from the horrors that had unfolded there. But the terror remained, lodged deep within me, a constant reminder of the nightmare that had become our reality. It's been 6 months since that day, and in all that time, none of us have spoken a word about it. After the initial chaos of our return, when everyone was asking questions and the police were involved, everything just stopped. The others, Liam, Chloe, Ethan, they're like ghosts to me now. People I used to know, but can't reach anymore. We all went to Sarah's funeral, but that was the last time I saw them. We stood there, numbly watching as her casket was lowered into the ground, the weight of everything unsaid pressing down on us. None of us had the courage to speak about what really happened, about the horror we had witnessed. And Noah is still listed as missing. His family is holding on to hope, even though Ethan and I know the truth. But neither of us had the guts to tell them, to look them in the eyes and explain that their son, their brother, isn't just missing. He's gone in a way that no one should ever have to understand. I thought I could move on, bury it deep inside, and go back to the life I had before. I even convinced myself that maybe it was all just some terrible nightmare, that my mind had twisted reality into something far darker than it really was. But deep down, I know the truth. I know that what we saw out there, what happened to Sarah and Noah, wasn't something you could explain away with logic or reason. It was something far worse, something that had been waiting for us in those woods, waiting for the right moment to strike. I can't keep this bottled up anymore. It's eating me alive. The fear, the guilt. I have to tell someone, anyone, before it consumes me completely. That's why I'm writing this all down, trying to put into words the nightmare that's been haunting me for months. Maybe if I can get it out, if I can finally share what happened, I can start to move on. Maybe I can convince myself that it wasn't real, that it was all just some horrible hallucination brought on by stress and exhaustion. But something happened today that shattered that fragile hope. Something that made it impossible for me to deny the truth any longer. This morning, I was sitting in my usual spot at the coffee shop, sipping my latte, trying to convince myself that everything was fine, that I could go back to normal. But then I saw him. No. Or something that looked like Noah. He was sitting a few tables away, casually flipping through a magazine, like nothing had happened. But his face was wrong. It was distorted, stretched, like someone had taken his features and pulled them over something else. Everything was slightly off. His eyes were too far apart, his mouth too wide, and his nose was just a little too crooked. It was like looking at a bad of the guy I used to know. And then he smiled at me. It wasn't a normal smile. It was that same awful, twisted grin that stretched his face even further, pulling the skin taut until it looked like it might split. My stomach churned, and a cold wave of terror washed over me. I wanted to scream, to run, but I was frozen in place, my eyes locked on that grotesque smile. No one else seemed to notice. The barista called out orders, people chatted on their phones, and the world went on like nothing was wrong. But I knew that thing sitting there wasn't no. Not really. I bolted out of the coffee shop, leaving my drink behind, my heart pounding in my chest. I didn't stop running until I was back at my apartment, my hands trembling as I fumbled with the keys. Now, I'm sitting at my desk, staring at the clock, but my mind is far away, back in those mountains. My eyes drift to the window, to the distant peaks that loom on the horizon, and all I can do is pray. Pray that whatever is out there stays where it is, that it doesn't follow me here, that it doesn't spill over into this world. But deep down, I know it's too late. Officially, it was called Harrison's Cave, but nobody in town actually used that name. Nope, we all just called it the Labyrinth. It was our main tourist trap, and a pretty weird one at that. See, the entrance and the exit were right next to each other, separated by just a 4-foot limestone wall. But to get from one to the other, you had to go through over a mile of twisty, maze-like tunnels. Most paths were dead ends, but there was one, and only one, perfect route that would lead you out. Back in the 70s, they put up some signs to give you hints, but the real challenge was to make it through without using those or one of the maps they handed out at the trailhead. Because even for folks who'd done it a dozen times, it could get seriously disorienting in there. Dim lighting got installed in the 380s, which helped a bit. I mean, it wasn't much, but it was way better than the pitch black of an unlit underground pit. No matter what they did to make it easier, though, there was just a certain vibe inside. A lot of people found it hard to remember why they even went in, let alone the crazy sequence of turns to get out. Despite the maps and signs, park rangers still had to go in at least once a week to drag someone out who'd gotten hopelessly lost. But some of them claimed they got lost in a different way than just taking a few wrong turns. Some swore they'd been following a voice, one that offered to show them the way, one that was always just in the next room. Local stories always stressed, never go into the maze alone. Back in the early 90s, they only had staff on site during the day, and they used this janky paper system to track who was in the cave. You had to sign in and out by hand, and for bigger groups, they usually just had one person sign in and say how many were with them. Sounds crazy by today's standards, right? But it worked okay for years. The Rangers were even confident enough that they'd turn off the lights inside after closing to save energy and minimize the impact on the cave's ecosystem. But their system had one serious flaw. It relied on people being honest. Campfire stories told of at least 3 cavers before my time who went into the labyrinth and never came out. And I was 4 years old in 1995 when it claimed a 4th. There was this one tunnel in the deepest part of the main maze that was closed to the public. Locked behind a gate. Only park staff could go in there. Though nobody had in nearly 10 years by that summer. Not since victim number 3 was rumored to have vanished in those tunnels. Stories varied about why it was blocked off in the first place. Some said it was full of toxic gas pockets. Others swore it was because of sheer drops into bottomless pits, and a few claimed the forbidden caverns were home to some kind of freaky, violent cryptids. But if you asked someone who'd actually been through the gate, they'd just say the area didn't feel right. The lights didn't reach in there. And they said it always felt like something was watching them from the darkness. Something they were never quite fast enough to catch with their headlamps. And there was no reliable map to follow. Sure, people had tried to chart it, but they'd swear it was impossible because it changes. Yeah. This was the area that made people scared to explore the cave alone. Whatever was in there, the stories of the missing cavers had 2 things in common. All 3 had been exploring beyond the gate, and all 3 had been alone when they disappeared. Their bodies were never found, so no one could be sure they'd actually died in there. But when 12-year-old Ethan Miller lost his life, people started to think they'd met the same fate. Ethan wasn't exactly Mr. Popular. He was more into books than sports or, being social. A classic teacher's pet who had the bad luck of being in grade school in the early 90s when being a nerd made you an instant target. And like a lot of W90s nerds, he ended up on the wrong end of a prank gone horribly wrong. When the cool kids in his class invited Ethan to hang out, he reportedly told his mom he was super excited to finally have friends. His only feeling as they led him into the labyrinth was pure joy of being accepted. But Ethan didn't know the other boys had given the Rangers the wrong head count for their group. So, when they came out hours later without him, the park staff didn't suspect a thing. During their trials, the boys admitted that, one by one, they'd peeled off from Ethan until he was left all alone in the maze. He'd never been in there before, so he didn't know about the signs he could use to find his way, and they hadn't bothered to show him before ditching him. Worst of all, they'd told him it was a short trail, and that the cave was well lit enough that he wouldn't need a flashlight. He didn't bring any food or water, or warm clothes, or even a first aid kit. When the Rangers shut off the lights at closing, Ethan was still inside, totally unprepared, plunged into absolute darkness, and if he yelled for help, nobody heard him. The next morning, Mr. and Mrs. Miller waited for hours for a son who would never come back. Ethan had told them there was going to be a sleepover after the hike, his first one ever. Each of the boys who took him into the labyrinth later testified that they never meant for Ethan to spend a whole night in the cave. They figured, at the very least, he'd be able to solve it before sunset. They were idiots. Ethan was supposed to be home by 10 a.m. the next day, and by noon, the Millers were starting to freak out. They started making calls to other parents, and word spread fast through our small town about the missing boy. It only took a few hours before the whole messed up truth came out. One of the conspirators, scared they'd get in even bigger trouble if Ethan was seriously hurt, or worse than they already were for the little joke they'd played, fessed up to everything. By 2 p.m., a search party was combing every inch of Harrison's cave, at least every inch of the well-mapped public area. They split into teams, and by 6 p.m., most of the maze had been searched. There was no sign of Ethan. But as it was getting dark outside, Mrs. Miller claimed she heard his voice. She swears, even today, that it was him. What mother wouldn't recognize her own son calling for help? But since she was the only one who heard it, some people think maybe her mind was playing tricks on her, because she was so desperate. Anyway, she followed the sound, or whatever it was, to the entrance of the restricted area and demanded they unlock the gate to search in there. "He's just through there. Can't you hear him?" she wailed. It seemed impossible, though. The door was intact and locked properly when the park staff checked it. And Ethan didn't have a key or tools or any experience that anyone knew of that would have let him pick the lock. But they couldn't say no to a hysterical mother. And since they were pretty sure by then that Ethan wasn't anywhere else in the cave, they gave in. Some guys who were familiar with the usually off-limits tunnels went in. And they were shocked to find out that Mrs. Miller was right. A few hundred yards past the gate, they found her son's lifeless body, a scream still frozen on his face. She cursed the men who'd found him for not acting faster, howling through her tears that she'd heard him alive just 30 minutes before they found him. No amount of explaining that it wasn't possible he'd been calling to her could calm her down. Not even when they told her, after they'd examined the body, that Ethan had died at least 16 hours earlier. Nobody was ever formally charged in Ethan's death. It was ruled a tragic accident since there wasn't any evidence to say otherwise. The autopsy didn't find any signs of foul play, but then again, it didn't find any signs of what had killed him, either. All they could confirm was that, at some point, his heart just stopped beating. The boys who played the prank were initially suspected of having murdered Ethan and hidden his body where it was found. But their parents provided alibis for them. The sleepover was real, and all the boys were there when Ethan passed away. The leading theory then became that someone else had taken Ethan beyond the gate and killed him. Someone who maybe stumbled upon him all alone and saw an opportunity to do something terrible. But nobody came forward, and no new evidence turned up. The pranksters got some community service, and the case went cold. After Ethan's death, they decided Harrison's Cave needed some serious safety upgrades if it was going to stay open. So, they closed it for a while. They took out the gate to the restricted area and replaced it with 3 feet of solid concrete. They also installed new barriers and cameras at the main entrance and exit. Now, anybody who wanted to tour the labyrinth had to go through these full-height turnstiles manned by park staff when entering and leaving. This was to ensure an accurate count of everyone inside. Any discrepancies could be checked on the cameras, and they guaranteed the public it was foolproof. They even hired a night guard to prevent anyone from sneaking in after hours. It was a pretty basic system, but way better than the old hand count honor system they used before. On each of the turnstiles, there was a button both inside and outside that would unlock it to let someone in or out. This allowed people who wanted to give up on making it all the way through to go back to the entrance and leave that way. Or, for cavers who wanted an extra challenge, to do the maze backward by starting at the exit. As hikers went in and out through either gate, the system would calculate the total number of people inside, as well as the total number who entered for the day. Simple. Foolproof. When they reopened, they thought they'd made it impossible for something like the Ethan Miller tragedy to happen again. But they were wrong. When I was 14, the cave claimed my best friend, Noah Baker, and it tried to take me, too. To say Noah was obsessed with the labyrinth would be a massive understatement. By the summer of 2005, he'd already completed it over 40 times. His parents had given him an unlimited pass for his 14th birthday, along with the freedom to go exploring on his own. And since the park where Harrison's Cave was located was between his house and our school, and he walked past it every day on his way home. In the first 6 months he had the pass. He explored the maze multiple times a week. He wouldn't stop pestering me to go with him. Noah and I had been best friends since first grade. I was an only child, so he was the closest thing I had to a brother. And even though it cost me $3 every time I gave in, I went into the cave with him a bunch of times, just to support his thing. Though, if I'm being honest, I didn't really get his obsession. To me, it was just another hike. But to Noah, those tunnels were like sacred ground. He used to say he felt some kind of special connection to the place. He was fascinated by it. He'd tell anyone who'd listen that it wasn't just a hole in a hill. It was alive. And he wouldn't be stopped from trying to drag me along every time he went. He was convinced that one day I'd learn to appreciate it like he did. Even though I didn't understand its greatness in the same way, I had to admit there was something, if not impressive, at least weird about it. There was the whole Ethan Miller mystery, and the weird way people forgot things inside. Noah told me that no matter how many times he did it, he still had trouble finding the way out. That was what he loved most about it, the never-ending battle. Him versus the earth itself. A true test of willpower and mental strength. He was determined to unlock all its secrets. I remember my first trip into the labyrinth like it was yesterday. Before we went in, Noah gave me a map of the whole system. He made me study the exact route until I had it memorized and could say every turn back to him perfectly. And once we were inside, I understood why. When we got to the first fork, he asked me, left or right? Annoyed that he was already quizzing me, I confidently said, left. You sure? He asked with this little grin. Yeah, I'm positive, dude. It's the first turn. Pretty hard to forget, I said, kind of offended. Okay then, let's try that way, he said, starting down the tunnel. But 5 minutes later, we hit a dead end. Staring at the solid wall in front of me, I was totally confused about how I'd managed to get the very first turn wrong. Seeing the dumb look on my face, Noah started laughing. Then he just said, "Don't worry, happens to everyone in here. I've ended up right where you're standing more times than I can count." When we got back to where the path split, I knew we were supposed to go the opposite way from what I'd picked. But looking at the two options, I couldn't remember which one went back to the entrance and which one went deeper into the cave. Still chuckling at my confusion, Noah told me to stand perfectly still with my back to the opening we'd just come from. He reached for a small sign next to the gap on the right hand side. He flipped a little metal latch in the center and pulled down a small wooden flap to reveal the words TOENTRNCE. Hidden behind it, he started imitating our geography teacher, Mrs. Wilkes, who was always like, way too nice, and asked in this super high-pitched, sugary voice. All right, so now if your back is to the tunnel we just came from, and that one leads to a dead end, and the sign says this way goes back to the entrance, which way do we need to go to move forward? That way. A hole, I snapped, pointing to the only option left. He gave me this fake, overly enthusiastic applause, and I flipped him off before walking ahead. And the rest of the trip was no better. We got lost at least 10 different times. Noah was letting me navigate, and no matter how hard I tried, I might as well have been flipping a coin for how accurately I remembered the route. I'd thought the signs would be more helpful, too. Noah made it sound like everything was so well marked that even a kid could find their way, but that wasn't really the case. Not every tunnel had a sign, so you had to really focus to make sure you didn't forget which of the unmarked paths you'd already tried. And even the tunnels that did have signs only had hints like TONTRNCE, 2EX a T, or a big X and to show a dead end. It was also super inconsistent from room to room. Some areas were labeled with the way forward, others with the way back. It was a game. I had to admit, even though it was frustrating as hell sometimes, it was a pretty interesting experience. There was something about the place. a quietness you couldn't find anywhere on the outside. When we stopped for a minute in one of the bigger rooms to have some water, and I sat up against the rock wall, I got this feeling like I wanted to stay there forever. A feeling of peace just washed over me. Calmness. Stillness. No had to snap me out of some trance to get me moving again. I reluctantly kept going, and, even though it took us almost 3 times as long as it would have taken Noah alone, we eventually found our way to the exit. When we finally made it out, I actually felt really proud of myself, like I'd won some great victory over those ancient tunnels. But once was enough for me. When I got home, I was more exhausted than I'd ever been. Not just from walking around underground for hours, but mentally, I was more drained than any test or homework assignment had ever made me. But Noah was relentless, and every few weeks, I couldn't take his nagging anymore and agreed to go again. And it was on our 4th trip that he said something that made me go from being mildly annoyed by his cave obsession to seriously worried. We'd been hiking for hours. Noah was navigating, and I started to get the feeling he wasn't really trying to find the exit quickly. In fact, I was pretty sure we were going into areas I'd never been to before, but it was hard to tell if that was just the effect the labyrinth had on people. But I became convinced something was wrong when we got to a room that had no exits, and Noah seemed really excited about it. "Found it," he exclaimed, setting his pack down in the middle of the chamber. "Found what?" I asked, not seeing anything about the space that was worth getting excited about. As far as I could tell, we were lost again, and it was going to take a lot of backtracking to get back on the right path. "This." He moved toward the far wall, and there, I noticed, was a weird patch in the rock. A slab of gray among the reds and browns. Concrete. He reached forward and ran his fingers over the rock next to it, carefully feeling along the surface, almost like he was searching for a weak spot. "Do you feel it?" he asked me in a low whisper, like he didn't want to disturb something unseen in the room with us. The only thing I was feeling at that moment was serious unease, and a strong urge to pull him away from the wall and get the hell out of there. Without waiting for me to answer, he continued, "It's like there's something behind here. Something pulling me toward it. I can't always find this place. I think they leave it off the maps. Even when I come into the cave specifically looking for it, most of the time I just end up at the exit. But sometimes, if I listen closely, I hear something, a faint voice, always just in the next room. If I follow it, it leads me here." He never turned around while he was talking. I wasn't sure if he was talking to me or to himself. For a second, I thought he was messing with me, trying to scare me, but it was like he'd forgotten I was even there. His behavior sent a chill down my spine. Without thinking, I lowered my voice to match his as I nervously went up to him from behind. "Hey, no, I think we should get out of here," I pleaded. Still staring at the wall, caressing the sealed surface, he replied, "You're right. We should go. It should go. It's not time. Need to come at night. It doesn't like the light." He took his hand off the wall and stepped back. I jumped about a foot in the air when he suddenly went back to his normal voice and asked me, "Dude, what are you doing?" Because I was, like, right behind him when he turned around, and he almost bumped into me. You were. Never mind, can we go?" I replied. "Yeah. All right, let's get moving," he said, picking up his pack. We made it out without any more weirdness, but Noah wasn't as thrilled as he usually was when we exited. He clicked through the turnstile and signed out with the ranger without his usual excitement. When I asked if he was okay, he said he was just tired, but I could tell he was lying. "Need to come at night." Those words kept echoing in my head. I kept thinking about Ethan trapped in the dark. Had he heard someone guiding him to that part of the cave too? Had he felt the pull that Noah described? I tried to talk to him about what happened in that hidden chamber, but he kept brushing it off, acting like nothing weird had happened. Which, I guess was fair. Yeah, he'd said some creepy stuff. And yeah, the room had made me uneasy, but I reminded myself that Noah had been spending their lot of time alone in a cave. It was possible he was letting Ethan's story get to him, and he was starting to hear things in the silence and all that. I told myself not to worry. Even if Noah wanted to, there was no way he could get into the labyrinth at night. And if he somehow did get past the guard and the cameras, the restricted area was behind 3 feet of concrete. The worst that would happen was he'd have to sleep on a rock floor in a cold, dark room until the Rangers found him in the morning. But I still didn't think it was healthy for him to keep spending so much time in there. I used some of the same nagging techniques he'd used on me to get him to play basketball or go fishing instead of running the maze for the 50th time. And I thought it was working. By the middle of August, it had been 3 weeks since he'd even asked me to go on a hike with him. Everything seemed to be going in the right direction, until the evening of August 17th, 2005. Noah never came home from school. It wasn't that unusual that summer for him to come home late. Usually, it just meant he was either with me or in the cave. Back then, it was still pretty rare for kids our age to have cell phones, so the rule at Noah's house was just that he had to be home by 7 p.m. or find a way to call and let them know he'd be late. It was 9 p.m. when the phone rang at my house. I remember my parents waking me up that night. I'd gone to play basketball after school with some guys from our class and had invited Noah to come along. But he said he wasn't feeling well and was just going to walk straight home. I didn't think much of it since he really did look pale that afternoon. I told him to feel better and went off to the courts, exhausted from the game. I'd fallen asleep early and vividly remember being shaken awake by my worried parents. When they asked if I knew why Noah hadn't come home or where he might be, the words just popped into my head. The labyrinth. I told them about my last conversation with him, that he'd said he was going home, but that if he wasn't there, then he was probably in the maze. But my parents told me that the Bakers had already called the park. The guard on duty confirmed that Noah's name wasn't on the list of hikers for the day, and that the system showed exactly 0 people left in the cave. Also, the turnstiles were set to alarm if they moved after closing, and neither the entrance nor the exit had gone off. They were sure he couldn't be there. But in my mind, it was the only place he could be. Noah was smart. And he was at that park so often that, if there was a weakness in their security, I was sure he would have found it. I tried to convince my parents that they should tell the Bakers that if they were going to look for him, they should start at the cave, even though it was impossible for him to be there. But they wouldn't listen. They told me to go back to sleep and that the adults would figure it out. They said the police were going to get involved and that they'd probably find him in the next few hours. They promised me that by the time I woke up, he'd be back home. But they didn't count on me not giving a crap about anything, they just said. True, I had convinced myself by then that there were no real dangers in the labyrinth after dark, and it was his own damn fault for sneaking in there. But I had a gut feeling that he was in trouble, that every minute he was in there, his life was at risk. Acting on pure instinct, as soon as my parents left my room, I grabbed a flashlight from the closet and climbed out the window. It was a cool summer night. The damp air smelled like rain was coming. I hopped the back fence and took a shortcut through the woods, picking my way through the trees as fast as my sleepy legs could manage. And as I went, I tried to figure out how he might have done it. The turnstiles they installed blocked both the entrance and exit so that you couldn't get in or out without going through them. Also, the ranger's booth was right between the two and was staffed all the time. The way the rocks naturally funneled people toward the cave, it was impossible to even get to the barriers without passing within a few feet of it. As I thought about how Noah had managed to beat the system, I started to wonder how the hell High was going to do it. With the night guard in the booth, there was no way I was going to sneak by without him seeing me. Even if I could, I'd set off the alarm the second I turned the turnstile to get in. With no time to come up with a good plan, or even a half-decent one, I went with the first thing that came to mind. Brute force. When I got to the mouth of the valley that led down to the cave, I stopped for a second to collect myself, and then I charged. I ran full speed toward the entrance, ignoring the shouts that started as I got closer. My plan was simple. The guard would take a few seconds to get out of the booth once he saw me. If I could put enough distance between us, I was sure that once we were both inside the maze, I could lose him in the tunnels. Right, I chanted as I got to the turnstile, trying to force my brain to remember which way to go at the first fork. I knew from before that as soon as I crossed into the cave, I might forget. I reached the gate and slammed my hand on the button to unlock it, then pushed my way through. And when I did, this ear-splitting alarm started blaring, drowning out the yells of the guy chasing me. Not stopping, I picked up my pace again, refusing to look back to see if I was about to get caught. I focused only on what I had to do. Right. No, left. Wait, no. Right, no. Left. Crap. I was just a few feet past the barrier, and I was already forgetting which way to go. I knew if I chose wrong, I'd end up at a dead end, and probably get caught before I even had a chance to start looking for No. Moving as fast as I dared into the deepening darkness, I realized for the first time what dark really meant. The faint lights along the walls had always been on when I was in there with Noah. Now, with no power, I realized that beyond the beam of my flashlight, I couldn't see a thing. The Rangers still turned them off at night, but I had assumed that the guard would switch them on before coming after me. In his hurry to catch me, it looked like he'd forgotten. I wasn't sure if this was better or worse. It would make it harder for me to find my way, but it would also probably make it harder for him to catch me. Better or worse didn't really matter, though. I couldn't change it. Going forward was my only option if I wanted to find my friend. And after a few minutes of careful jogging, I made it to the first fork with enough of a lead that when I stopped and risked a look back the way I'd come, I couldn't see his light. I also couldn't hear his shouts or footsteps. Or any sounds at all, actually. I had been so focused on what I was doing that I hadn't noticed the alarm fade out. It had been super loud when it went off, and I was only a few hundred yards away. I figured I should still hear at least some of it. But there was only silence. Left or right, left or right. I asked myself as I moved my light between the openings on either side of the room. Then, out of the silence, a whisper reached my ears. Liam. I'm sure I would have freaked out and run if my adrenaline hadn't already been so high, but I was on a mission, and the voice calling my name sounded familiar. Noah. I replied as calmly as I could. A small feeling of relief broke through, thinking I might have found him already. This way, it replied. Which way? Where are you? I pointed my flashlight toward the right-hand tunnel, where the barely audible words seemed to be coming from. Down here. It answered from just beyond my light. Getting annoyed that he was hiding from me, I snapped. Dude, stop screwing around and come out here. Let's just turn ourselves into the guard and go home. No. You follow. I will show the way, came the cryptic reply. A light started to bob along the walls behind me. I didn't have much time to decide. Hurry. He is coming, the voice urged. I wasn't sure why he wouldn't come with me, but I figured maybe he was trying to keep me from getting caught, to keep me out of trouble. With the window to choose quickly closing, and finding it hard to think straight, I nervously turned to the path on the right and went forward, hoping I'd find Noah just ahead. I was frustrated when I got to the next fork and he still hadn't shown up. This way. The voice came from the left branch. I opened my mouth to ask why he hadn't come out yet, but it cut me off. Follow, it demanded. Deeper I went into the maze, following the voice's directions at every turn. After the fifth turn, I wasn't worried about the guard finding me anymore. I was sure that at some point, our paths had split, and I was way beyond his reach. But I was starting to worry about where I was being led. It was Noah. I could swear it was Noah. I'd known him for 7 years. We'd grown up together. I was sure it was his voice. But there was something off about it. A gravelly undertone beneath the usual sarcastic pitch. And why wouldn't he show his face? Why did he keep staying just out of sight? I started to think about the stories of Ethan Miller. But those were just stories. After what felt like hours and countless twists through narrow tunnels, I came to a room with only one exit across from the way I'd come in. Stop. The voice directed from the tunnel ahead. Why? Where am I? I asked. Almost there, it replied. Turn it off. What? Was all I could manage to say, totally confused. The light, so bright it hissed. The flashlight was the only thing keeping me from totally panicking at that point. The little bit of light it gave off was my only comfort. No. Are you crazy? I can barely see as it is. I pleaded. It switched from demanding to a soft plea. For me long. Turn it off. I will meet you then. For the first time since I'd entered, I detected a hint of movement from the opening in front of me. He was close. I wanted to get to him. That was the whole reason I was there. But I wasn't about to give up my only source of light so easily. Moving forward, I reached the entrance to the tunnel without doing what it asked. Then it insisted more forcefully. No light. It hurts. I couldn't see the end of the path past a small curve, but it looked like I could feel my way through if I ran my hand along the wall. Thinking that maybe Noah had been in the cave for so long that his eyes were super sensitive, and even my weak flashlight was hurting them, I decided to turn it off. I didn't want to hurt him. Nervously, I clicked off the flashlight and plunged myself into total darkness. Good. Follow. With nothing to see. I kept the fingertips of my right hand on the rock surface, while putting the flashlight in my back pocket. Then, putting my left hand out in front of me to avoid running face first into something, I carefully tiptoed forward. Eventually, after what felt like forever, I felt the tunnel open up into a larger space. Yes, good. This way. Come this way. Nearly there. Come to me. The voice was leading me across an open cavern. I wildly waved my arms around, waiting to touch something, praying I'd see Noah soon. But it was only guiding me to another passageway. When my hands finally hit a hard surface, I felt a thin crack in the rock, just wide enough for me to squeeze through. Come through. Come through. Join us, U.S., I yelped. Something was wrong, terribly wrong. Noah's voice had mixed with others I didn't recognize. The grating tone was now impossible to ignore. I backed away from the wall and grabbed the flashlight from my pocket. Pointing it out in front of me, I clicked it on to find the concrete wall of the sealed chamber. And next to it, where there should have been nothing but solid rock, there was a hole where one shouldn't be. I shone my light down the impossible tunnel, and it landed on a figure at the other end. It was there for only a second, the briefest instant, but I couldn't mistake it. No. Or at least something pretending to be him. It was a good imitation, except for the eyes, which glowed in the light, reflecting like some creature from the deep ocean. And the skin was cracked, hard like stone. Whatever it was let out a feral shriek before disappearing into the darkness. Fear took over my desire to save my friend. I ran in the opposite direction, terror ripping through my chest, not knowing if that etched thing would chase me. Sprinting back down the tunnel that had brought me within feet of what I was sure would have been my death, I made it back to the previous room when I was suddenly blinded. The main lights kicked on throughout the cave. I was saved. The guard had decided after 30 minutes of looking for me in the dark that it would be best to call for backup. It took him almost This laptop feels like a ton of bricks, and my hands are still doing that weird tingly thing. Maybe it's the cold, maybe it's something else. Doesn't matter. I gotta write this down before the memories get all fuzzy. Before I start thinking I made the whole thing up. We never should have gone on that damn trip. It all started with Ethan's big news. He practically kicked down my apartment door, waving a set of keys around like he just hit the jackpot. Guess what? He yelled, grinning like an idiot. If this is about another one of your dumb late-night stunts. Olivia started from the kitchen, not even bothering to look at him. She's used to his drama. Relax, Ethan said, throwing himself onto the couch next to Chloe. This isn't stupid. It's awesome. I got us an RV. Chloe raised an eyebrow, her laptop screen reflecting the skeptical look on her face. You got an RV? Like, you own it now? Ethan shook his head. No, I borrowed it. My cousin owed me a favor. Thing runs great. Define gret, I said, finally looking up from my notebook. Engine purrs like a kitten, Ethan said. Heater works. Stove's good. Beds are, well, they're beds. And best of all, it's free. No hotels, no tents. Just us, the open road, and... The smell of rust, Olivia interrupted, walking over with her coffee mug. It does not smell like rust. Ethan shot back, pretending to be offended. Does it even have tires? Chloe asked, smirking now. Ethan ignored her. I'm serious, guys. This is perfect. We've been talking about a trip forever, right? Well, here it is. Northern Wisconsin. Beautiful snow, covered campground. A real camping trip. Champing, I asked, putting my pen down. You do realize it's, like, the dead of winter, right? In Wisconsin. And there's a massive cold front coming. People die doing this crap. Ethan waved me off. Dude, chill. It's not like we're scaling Mount Everest. We'll park the RV, take some pics, roast some marshmallows. You'll thank me when you're Insta famous. SM doesn't even have Instagram. Chloe pointed out. Exactly my point, Ethan replied. Olivia took a sip of her coffee, eyeing him over the rim of her mug. What happens if this Gret RV breaks down in the middle of nowhere? Ethan leaned back, crossing his arms. Then I fix it. Duh. Yeah, Chloe said, closing her laptop. Because you're such a master mechanic. I know enough, Ethan said defensively. Olivia looked at me. What do you think, Sam? I hesitated. Part of me wanted to say hell no, but the way Ethan was looking at me, all hopeful and puppy dog eyes, it was hard to resist. Plus, the idea of getting out of town for a bit did sound kind of nice. I sighed. Fine. But if this thing dies, you're walking back to town, not me. Ethan grinned. Deal. The trip started out okay. Better than okay, actually. The road was stretching out in front of us, snow coming down light and easy, dusting the trees and the two-lane highway. The RV rattled here and there, but Ethan seemed to know what he was doing behind the wheel. Chloe's dog, a fluffy goofball named Buster, was sprawled out on the floor, snoring softly. Chloe was in the passenger seat, snapping pictures like crazy. Olivia was in the back, organizing our supplies. Who packed this much junk food? She yelled from the back. It's called being prepared, I yelled back. Ethan glanced at me in the rearview mirror. Junk food. What happened to your whole health is wealth thing? It's emergency junk food, I shot back. Chloe laughed. You're totally the guy who brings Monopoly to a frat party, aren't you? He is. Fun fact, Monopoly ruins friendships, Ethan said, tapping on the steering wheel. Only if you suck at it, I said. We kept up the trash talk for a while. The kind of easy banter you have with people you've known forever. But a few hours in, the first sign of trouble popped up. It started with a sound, a low, kind of sputtering noise under the hum of the engine. Chug chug. Chug thunk. What was that? Olivia asked, poking her head into the front. Ethan frowned, tapping the dashboard. Probably just the cold, let meek. Clunk. The RV shuddered and just stopped. Ethan swore under his breath and turned the key again. Click, click, nothing. Ethan, Chloe said slowly, please tell me you can fix this. He sighed, already pulling on his jacket. It's probably nothing major. I'll take a look. He hopped out, the door slamming shut behind him with a loud thud. A blast of freezing air hit us right away. Chloe zipped up her coat while Olivia started digging out blankets. Great, I muttered. No what? I looked out the window. Nothing but a white blur of snow and trees as far as the eye could see. I guess we wait, Olivia said. Ethan will figure it out. Buster whined, his ears perked up. The wind outside was picking up, howling through the trees and whistling against the RV. Ethan climbed back in after about 10 minutes, his boots tracking snow onto the floor. His face was all red from the cold, and his jaw was clenched tight. Well? Olivia asked, her voice tight. It's the fuel line, Ethan said, shaking snow off his jacket. It's frozen solid. I don't have the tools to fix it out here. Chloe rubbed her hands together, blowing on them. So, what does that mean? We're stuck. For now, Ethan admitted, glancing at me. I'll call for help in the morning when it's lighter out. Wait, why not call now? I asked. Ethan held up his phone, the screen showing a single, pathetic bar of service. Welcome to the boonies. I'll have to hike out until I get a signal. Olivia groaned and slumped into the corner seat. Great. This is how every horror movie starts. Relax, Ethan said, forcing a grin. It's not that bad. We've got food, blankets, and each other. Worst case, we hike to a ranger station tomorrow. Because hiking through a blizzard is so much better, Olivia muttered, pulling her coat tighter. It's not a blizzard yet, Chloe said, looking out the window. It's just snowing. Kind of pretty, actually. We all looked. She wasn't wrong. The snow was falling in these soft, fluffy flakes, coating everything in white. The headlights lit up the empty road ahead, and for a second, it was almost peaceful. Then Buster started growling. It was a low, rumbling growl, his ears pinned back, and he was staring at the door like he wanted to rip it off its hinges. Hey boy, I said softly, reaching out to scratch behind his ears. What's up? He didn't stop growling, his whole body tense. Maybe he heard an animal, Chloe suggested. Olivia frowned. An animal? Out here? In the middle of winter? What would be dumb enough to be out in this cold? Ethan stood up and walked to the door, cracking it open just enough to stick his head out. The rush of cold air made us all shiver. See anything? I asked. Nope, he said, shutting the door quickly. Just snow and trees. Buster kept on growling. A couple of hours later, we were trying to get settled in for the night. Ethan and Olivia rigged up a system of blankets and jackets to try and keep us warm, while Chloe was trying to get Buster to chill out. I don't get it, she said, scratching his back. He's usually so calm on trips. Maybe he's just picking up on our bad vibes, I said. Why is it so freaking cold in here? Olivia said, huddled in a corner with her arms crossed. The weather report didn't say anything about it dropping below freezing. Ethan chuckled dryly. Hey, it's not like we're totally screwed. We've got camping gear. If it keeps getting colder, we can light a fire outside. And risk freezing to death faster, Olivia shot back. What do you want me to say? It's better than sitting in here and complaining. Can you two not? I said, cutting in before things got heated. Let's just focus on staying warm and figure the rest out in the morning. The tension eased up a little, but it was still there, hanging in the air like a bad smell. We sat in silence for a while, listening to the wind moan against the RV. I took in a deep breath. I needed to get outside for a moment before trying to sleep. When I opened up the rear doors, I saw them. Footprints. The snow outside was untouched except for a line of small, barefoot, childlike prints leading from the trees to the RV's front door. Ooh, guys, I said, my voice soft. Chloe looked up first, her eyes squinting as she followed my gaze. What are those? Ethan walked over and glanced down. Footprints. They're small, I said. Like a kid. Olivia joined us, choosing to peer out of the frosted window. A kid? Out here? That doesn't make any sense. We stared for a moment. The strange, meandering path of prints seemed completely unworried. They had stopped just short of the door. We didn't say anything, but we all noticed that none of the prints were leading away. Buster growled again from behind us. Low and insistent, his nose pointed towards the open door. Ethan shook his head. Maybe it's from an animal that just sort of looks like footprints. Snow can mess with shapes. Yeah, Chloe chirped in, unconvincingly. No one wanted to admit what we were really thinking. Deep in the tree line, I thought I heard something. A faint floating sound. A laugh high and breathy, like a breeze being swept through the trees. Did you hear that? Olivia whispered, her eyes wide. Ethan nodded slowly. Yeah. By the time the first light of dawn peeked through the trees, none of us had slept. Not really, anyway. Olivia had dozed off for a few minutes, her head slumped against the wall, but every creak of the RV made her jolt awake. Chloe had stayed curled up with Buster, one hand clutching his fur, the other pressed to her mouth, searching for those hot little bursts of breath. Ethan sat yawning in the front seat, drumming his fingers on the steering wheel. I didn't fare much better. I just stared out the window, watching as the snow piled higher and higher around us. The frost from the outside started to creep across the metal of the RV walls. All right, Ethan said eventually, clapping his hands together. Here's the plan. Me and Sam head out, try to find the main road or a ranger station. Worst case, we flag someone down. Olivia sat up sharply. Are you serious? It's gotta be in the single digits. And not on the positive side. What's the alternative? Ethan sighed. We just sit here and wait to freeze our asses off. Olivia gestured at the iced over windows. You think hiking through that is a better idea? Why have to do something? Ethan snapped, running a hand through his hair. The RV's dead, the heater's barely hanging on, and we can't just... Stop. Chloe's voice cut through the argument. She looked pale, her eyes darting between us. Can we please not fight right now? We're all scared. Let's think this through. Ethan exhaled, rubbing his temples. Fine ideas. I hesitated. What about a fire? We've got wood matches. If we can melt some of this ice, maybe we can make the heater last longer. That's not terrible, Ethan admitted. Olivia crossed her arms. It's better than splitting up and wandering out into the storm. Okay, Ethan said. Fire it is. The fire should have helped. In theory, it should have been simple: clear a spot in the snow, stack some wood, and let the flames do the rest. But the moment we stepped outside, the cold wrapped around us like a living thing. The wind felt like needles, going right through our layers like they weren't even there. God, Olivia muttered, clutching her coat. It's even colder than last night. When we hopped off of the back of the RV, our feet slid straight to the ground. The snow underfoot gave away too easily, falling away from our boots without compacting. It was like stepping into powdered ash. We didn't think too much about it, though. Ethan and I were too focused on clearing a patch for the fire. It was easier than it should have been, like moving around fake snow from a TV set. It wasn't long before we had the wood and kindling set up. Ethan brought the flame from the lighter down towards the pit. Puffed. The flame flickered and died before it got anywhere near the kindling. Ethan swore under his breath. He tried a thing. The cold was getting worse. Here, try this one, Chloe said, handing him another lighter. Click. The flame barely lasted a second before a gust of wind swallowed it. Come on, he muttered, fumbling with the switch. Maybe we should just go back inside, Chloe said, her arms wrapped tightly around herself. I was about to agree when I heard it, the faint, tinny sound of an old music box. Plink, plink, plunk, plink. The melody was distant at first, almost delicate, as though it didn't want to interrupt us. It gently crept into the clearing between the trees, carried on the wind, growing louder with each note. Cheerful and steady, yet unmistakably offbeat. Like a nursery rhyme slowed to a crawl. We followed the noise towards a strip of barren snow that used to be called a road. Then, through the tree line, we watched as a figure slid out into the open. It wasn't sudden. There was no jolt of shock, no moment of panic. It arrived as though it had every right to be there. And for a brief moment, we thought it might be someone who could help us. The figure wore a long, black tailored coat, with a wide, brimmed hat that was tilted at an almost careless angle. But the face that was hidden beneath it was something that I wish I could forget. It was smooth, pale, and polished. Not a single wrinkle on its head. Its features were just slightly off enough that it felt too close to being human. Just close enough to be wrong. The eyes were large and completely black, like carved pieces of polished coal. There was a faint, reflective shine to them that glimmered from the snow. Its nose was delicately thin, sharp and long, and the mouth, thin and uncomfortably wide, curved upward in a slight performative smile. It stopped in the middle of the road, placing one hand over its chest. Then, with a singular fluid motion, it bent over at the waist into a deep bow, its hat almost brushing against the snow. None of us moved. We froze. We watched as the figure straightened, reaching into its coat with a calm, precise motion. It withdrew something small, something metal that caught the pale light of the clearing. A music box topped with a dancing ballerina. Its long, gloved fingers shifted over to the crank, turning it slowly, deliberately. The melody twisted and warped with each turn, the sound becoming clearer and sharper as though it were summoning the air itself to attention. The ballerina began twirling. Olivia broke from her trance. She took a half step backward, her boots crunching softly against the snow. The figure turned its head toward her, the motion unnervingly confident, the glint of its black eyes reflecting her movement. It raised its arms up in a flourish. Then the children appeared. They came one by one, stepping out from the tree line with an odd sort of playfulness, skipping and spinning as they emerged. Their bare feet left no marks in the snow. I counted 6, maybe 7 children. Their silhouettes were half obscured by the swirling snow. Jesus, Ethan breathed. The figure raised one arm, a sharp, controlled gesture that froze the children in place. They stood there, still as statues, before their faces finally turned toward us. Even through the snow, we could tell they were wrong. Their eyes were too small, their mouths too wide. Frost rimed their cheeks and hair, and their expressions never from anything other than excitement. The figure tilted its head, as if inviting us to react to their little show. Inside, I whispered, my voice dry. Olivia didn't need telling twice. She turned and bolted back towards the RV door, grabbing Chloe's arm and yanking her along. Ethan grabbed my arm, pulling me back as the figure took a single step forward, its footfall utterly silent. We slammed the door shut behind us, fumbling with the lock until our stiffening fingers prevailed. Olivia was already yanking the blinds closed. Meanwhile, the sound of the music box hadn't stopped. What the hell was that? Olivia stammered, her breath coming in short, panicked gasps. Ethan didn't answer. He was pacing back and forth near the door, peeking through a crack in the blinds. They were kids, Chloe said softly, her voice distant. Did everyone else see them? They weren't kids, I muttered. Buster was growling again, a low, guttural sound that seemed to vibrate through the floor. His hackles were raised, and he was scratching at the door, whining. We waited, quiet, hoping somehow it's to go away. But then came the knock. It was a single, deliberate tap at the door. We all turned to face it. Another knock followed, calm and measured. Buster barked sharply, throwing himself against the door. His claws scratched at the metal, but the sound barely seemed to register over the rising tension. Don't, I whispered as Ethan moved toward the blinds. He ignored me, pulling them back just enough to peek outside again. He froze, his face draining of color. He quickly took a step back. What is it? Olivia asked, her voice shaking. He's closer, Ethan murmured. I forced myself to look. Through the narrow gap in the blinds, I saw him. The man stood just outside the RV, his face tilted upward like he was admiring a piece of art. Behind him, the children had gathered. They stood in a loose semicircle, their heads tilted in unison, their wide, frozen eyes staring directly at the RV. It looked like they were about to sing a carol. The man moved. Slowly, he reached out and adjusted the brim of his hat, then withdrew the music box again. His long fingers won the crank with a slow, deliberate motion. The melody shifted, the notes warping into a new tune, something higher, lighter. The children swayed gently. One of them giggled. It wasn't loud, but it cut through the air like a knife, sharp and high-pitched. Another joined in, then another, their laughter blending with the music until it was impossible to tell where one sound ended and the other began. "What do they want?" Olivia whispered, her back pressed against the far wall. I didn't answer. I couldn't. The figure tilted its head again, as if he had heard her question. Then, with a gentle motion, he raised a long finger and softly tapped against the frosted window. The sound crisp and deliberate. Chloe whimpered, curling into herself. "They're going to come inside." "No," Ethan said firmly. "They can't get in." The figure tapped the glass again, this time with more force. A spider web of frost began to spread outward from where his finger had pressed against the pane. "Ethan," I said, my throat hoarse. "Step back." He didn't move, his eyes locked on the frost as it crept across the window. The figure's black eyes seemed to regard the frosted glass with amusement. Then the music stopped, cutting off mid-note. The voice replaced it. "Won't you come outside?" It wasn't loud, but it felt like it came from everywhere all at once. The voice was sharp, smooth, and layered, as though every word cracked into dozens of smaller voices. Olivia flinched, pressing her hands over her ears. Ethan backed away from the door. "We're not going anywhere," he yelled, his voice shaking. The figure dropped its head, almost as if it were in contemplation. Then with a single movement it turned the crank on the music box again, the melody resuming, now faster, harsher. The children began to move, their hands tapping softly against the RV, their eyes never leaving the windows. The frost on the glass began to spread inward like creeping vines. "They're coming in," Chloe said, her voice flat. "No," Ethan snapped, grabbing a knife from the counter. "They're not getting in here." The door rattled violently, the metal groaning under the strain. Buster barked again, louder this time, throwing himself against the base of the door as though he could hold it closed. The music swelled, filling every corner of the RV. The encroaching ice raced across the walls, the floor, the ceiling, encasing everything in a thin, brittle layer. The door gave a final, shuddering rattle, and then it stopped. The music cut off again. We stood frozen, the silence almost unbearable. The frost-covered walls creaked softly, but nothing moved, nothing spoke. "They're gone," Ethan said after a long moment. Chloe shook her head slowly. "No," she said. "They're still out there." The air inside grew colder with each passing second, crawling into our skin, our lungs, our bones. The frost wasn't just on the walls anymore. It was covering us. A thin layer of ice clung to Ethan's jacket, to Olivia's hair, and even to Buster's fur. It spread with a controlled sluggishness. I noticed my fingers first. They tingled, then turned numb. I flexed them, trying to shake it off. But the stiffness didn't go away. My gloves felt like they weren't there anymore, as if the cold had seeped straight through the fabric right into the flesh. "We need to move," Ethan muttered, his voice trembling. He tried to walk, but his knees buckled, and he slumped onto the kitchen seat. "Ethan." Olivia's voice cracked. Are you okay?" She took a step towards him. Her lips were cracked and purple. Her cheeks had already lost all their color. Ethan didn't reply, just stared at his hands. His gloves were frozen stiff, the fabric cracking as he tried to flex his fingers. He peeled one off, and I gagged. His fingertips were white, almost translucent, with deep, angry cracks that bled sluggishly. The skin along his knuckles had split open, exposing raw, purple flesh beneath. "I can't feel them," he said, his voice distant. I can't feel anything," Olivia whimpered, pulling her own hands close to her chest. I tried to speak, but my lips wouldn't move right. My tongue felt thick and uncoordinated, like it was stuck to the roof of my mouth. I reached up, brushing at my face, and froze. My cheek was hard to the touch, the skin taut and unyielding. My breath came in short, shallow bursts, barely fogging the air, and when I exhaled, I saw tiny flecks of ice falling from my lips. Sam. Chloe's voice was faint, barely audible. She was still sitting by the window, her arms wrapped around Buster, who was lying unnaturally still. Her face was pale, her eyes glassy, and her breath came in weak, uneven gasps. She looked down at Buster, her hands trembling. His fur was matted with frost, his nose coated in a thin layer of ice. His chest didn't rise. Buster. Chloe whispered, shaking him gently. Buster, come on. Wake up. He didn't move. Her trembling turned violent, and she let out a strangled cry, pressing her face into his frozen fur. No, no, no. The sound snapped something in me. I stumbled toward her, my legs barely cooperating. Every step sending sharp jolts of pain up my frozen feet. I knelt beside her, reaching out, but she flinched away, clutching Buster tighter. We're freezing, Olivia said suddenly, her voice sharp and slurred. Her teeth chattered violently, her body shaking. We're freezing to death. No, Ethan muttered, his voice thick. His eyes sluggishly flitted around the RV. No, we're not. We can't be. We're inside. The heat's on. We're dying. Olivia murmured under her broken breath. Her words hung in the air, sharp and jagged. I staggered back to my feet, grabbing the edge of the counter for support. My head was spinning, my vision blurred at the edges, and my heart felt like it was slowing. Then I saw it. The frost on the window had cleared, just enough to reveal a single black eye staring in. My breath caught in my throat. The man's face was pressed against the glass, its lips pulled into that faint, thin smile. It blinked once, slowly, almost lazily. Olivia sobbed, fully collapsing onto the floor. Why is it watching us? Why is it just watching? Ethan began to laugh, a low, strained sound that turned into a cough. He wheezed, his breath rattling. Is it getting warmer in here? The creature's black eyes shifted slightly, locking onto me. It raised one gloved hand and tapped gently on the glass, the sound soft but punctual. My body convulsed involuntarily, my limbs jerking as I tried to move, to run, to do anything. But I couldn't look away from those eyes, black and endless, swallowing everything they saw. I sank to the floor, my strength draining away. We were freezing, and it was waiting. Chloe stirred first. Her movements were slow, almost hesitant, as though she were waking from a dream. She didn't say anything. She just stood up, staring down at Buster's frozen body with a strange, distant look on her face. Chloe, I'd whisper, you doing? She didn't respond. Her trembling hands slid under Buster's stiff body, and with a strength I didn't think she had left, she lifted him into her arms. The frost cracked and splintered as his limbs shifted. Chloe, stop, Olivia rasped, her voice faint and broken. Where are you going? But Chloe didn't listen. She stood unsteadily, her legs shaking beneath her, and turned toward the door. Chloe, no. Ethan reached out, but his body was weak. The effort made him cough violently. She didn't look back. Her pale, frostbitten hands fumbled with the lock, the metal screeching softly as it turned. The door creaked open, and the cold rushed in. Chloe, please. I tried to stand again, but my legs gave out beneath me, sending me sprawling onto the frozen floor. Don't go out there. She hesitated in the doorway, the wind catching her hair, tossing it around her face like brittle threads. For a moment, she looked back at us. Her eyes were strange, glassy, almost peaceful. It's okay, she said softly. I'll be warm soon. Then she stepped outside, the door swinging shut behind her with a hollow clang. With all my strength, I pulled myself up to a window. Through the frost-covered glass, I watched as Chloe carried Buster into the clearing. Her movements were slow and mechanical, her head bowed against the wind. The snow swirled around her, fluttering in strange, erratic patterns. The creature watched her approach, its black eyes glinting with faint amusement. The children walked towards her, swaying with every step, their smiles widening. Chloe sank to her knees in the snow, cradling Buster's body. Her breath came in short, shallow bursts, fogging the air around her face. I watched as frost crept up her arms, her legs, her cheeks. but she didn't move. The creature stepped forward, its coat billowing slightly in the wind. It crouched low, its movements precise and deliberate, and extended a hand toward Chloe. Her breathing slowed, her head tilted upward, her glassy eyes locking onto the creature's face. I don't know if she took its hand, or if it just hovered there. But she smiled, just for a moment, before her body slumped forward. Her arms went limp, and Buster's frozen body fell into the snow beside her. I slumped down against the RV walls and closed my eyes. When I managed to open them again, I noticed how far the ice had advanced. It had crawled up the walls, pooled in the corners, and spread like veins across the floor. Olivia was curled up on the floor, her head pulled to the side, her lips stained a deep, unnatural blue. Her breaths were faint. So faint they seemed to stop at times before resuming with a shallow wheeze. But Ethan wasn't breathing at all. His body sat rigid in the seat, his head bowed forward as though in deep contemplation. His face was gaunt, the pale skin stretched tightly over his cheekbones, while his hands were frozen mid, clenched like sprawling claws. His eyes were wide and glossy, staring through a layer of frost. Olivia's shallow breathing eventually fully slowed. Her chest rose and fell with longer pauses in between, her face slack, her eyelids fluttering before sinking shut. Whatever part of her was still fighting to stay conscious was losing. I couldn't look at her anymore. I could feel the same numbness creeping over me, a heaviness pulling me under. It wasn't sudden, it was maddeningly slow, creeping into my head until the edges of my vision softened. My hands no longer felt like mine. I tried to lift them, to reach for something, anything, but they stayed limp at my sides. The world around me dimmed, retreating into a strange, hazy fog. The shapes in the RV grew indistinct. The door creaked. The sound sliced through the fog, jarring and unnatural. I forced my eyes to focus, but it felt like trying to see through a frozen lens. The door had opened. The man stepped inside. He moved with unhurried care. His boots were soundless against the slick floor. I couldn't turn my head to follow him, but I saw him out of the corner of my eye, tall and angular, the brim of his hat brushing against the low ceiling. His presence filled the room like a heavy weight. He passed by me without a glance, his gaze fixed on Olivia. He stopped beside her, leaning down slowly, his face close to hers. Those black, glinting eyes studied her slack expression, like they were looking beneath her skin. And then the man turned toward me. He smiled, just slightly, just enough. I tried to move, to scream, to do anything, but I was a spectator trapped in my own body. My breath caught in my throat, frozen along with the rest of me. All I could do was meet its gaze. Then the headlights hit. A sudden blinding flash of light cut through the RV. My vision burned white, and for a moment, I thought I heard the creature's footstep falter. When the spots cleared from my eyes, it was gone. The door swung open, the snow swirling violently outside, but there was no trace of the figure, no sign it had ever been there. My mind finally slipped. I woke to the soft beeping of a heart monitor and the rhythmic hiss of an oxygen mask. The hospital room was sterile and bright. I noticed that my body felt heavy and strange, stiff like it wasn't entirely mine. A nurse stood at my bedside, adjusting something on an IV stand. She turned when she noticed my eyes open, her expression softening with relief. "Welcome back," she said quietly, offering a faint smile. I tried to speak, but my throat was raw. "Water." She handed me a cup, and I drank. The liquid seared its way down my throat. It hurt, but at least it felt like something. "Where's Olivia?" I asked, my voice rasping. Her expression shifted, her smile fading into something more careful. "She's next door," she said softly. "She's stable, but not awake yet." I nodded, closing my eyes briefly. Olivia was alive. That was enough. The hours blurred together, my body trapped in a haze of pain and exhaustion. When I finally had the strength to sit up, I asked to see Olivia. The doctor hesitated but eventually agreed, guiding me slowly down the hall. My legs felt unsteady beneath me, my steps dragging against the polished floor. When I reached her room, I stopped in the doorway. Olivia looked impossibly small in the hospital bed, her pale face almost blending into the stark white of the sheets. Her chest rose and fell faintly, and the machines around her beeped steadily, indifferent to how fragile she looked. I hesitated, then shuffled forward and sat beside her. Her skin had the same off-color pallor as mine, like the frost had left a stain. I watched her breathe, each rise and fall of her chest a small reassurance that she was still here, still alive. After a while her eyes fluttered open. She squinted against the light, then turned her head to me. Her lips parted in a faint smile. "You're awake," I said, my voice hoarse. The relief that flooded through me was almost enough to push the other feelings away. "Yeah," she murmured, her voice rough and weak. "What happened?" "I don't know," I said. "But we're alive." She nodded slowly, but there was no relief in her expression. Her gaze drifted past me, out of focus, like she was looking through the walls. "For now," she whispered. I didn't know what to say. I turned my attention to the window, watching the snow swirl against the glass. Then the TV sputtered on. The sound cut through the silence with a sudden, violent hiss of static. I flinched, turning toward the corner of the room where the screen glowed faintly. No one had touched the remote. "Did you turn it on?" I asked Olivia. My voice sounded far away. She shook her head weakly. The screen flickered again, the static thick and noisy, lines of distortion rippling through the image. For a moment, nothing happened. It was just chaos on the screen, noise clawing at our ears. Then the static shifted, and the picture began to clear. Shapes emerged. Faint, shadowy figures moving within the gray haze. A slow, warped melody played faintly in the background, growing louder as the picture sharpened. The tune was familiar. A song from a 70s TV special. "If you try to turn around, when you hear his icy sound." "No," Olivia whispered. Her voice was barely audible, but I saw the fear in her wide, glassy eyes. The song continued, each word sharper and more distorted, crawling out of the speakers. "He's sure to disappear, but yes, you know." The screen glitched violently, the shapes twisting and contorting. For a moment, I thought I saw something. Figure standing still in the static, its dark form motionless, its wide-brimmed hat unmistakable. Then, Jack Frost is here. The screen went black. "Turn it off," Olivia rasped. "It's already off," I said. Olivia stared at the blank screen, her breath shallow and uneven. Her lips trembled as she spoke. "It's not gone," she said, her voice rattling. "It's never going to leave." I didn't answer. My eyes were still locked on the TV, waiting for the static to return. Somewhere in the back of my mind, I thought I could hear the faint, tinny sound of a music box. "All right, let's do this." "So, Yellowstone, right? Probably the most famous park on the planet. I mean, who hasn't heard of it? You've got these insane forests, crazy wildlife, and of course, geysers shooting boiling water into the sky like the morning glory pool. Seriously, this thing looks like a giant rainbow gemstone someone sliced open, all reds, yellows, and these insane blues. You'd pay a fortune just to see it. And then there's the volcano. Yeah, you heard that right. This gigantic underground supervolcano that's, active. And if this thing blows, it's basically game over for everyone. But hey, no need to freak out. We're safey for now. By the time it decides to go boom, we'll probably all be chilling on Mars, watching the fireworks from a safe distance. Hopefully. Anyway, the park is gorgeous, no doubt. I'm sure it's on everyone's bucket list, especially Americans. You see thousands of people there every day, all year round, from all over the world. Different states, different countries, you name it. They come in all excited, and they leave looking like they just had the time of their lives. I loved watching them, honestly. But now I'm worried sick about them. Okay, let me rewind a bit. To keep things on the down low, for me and everyone else in this story, let's just say my name is Alex, and the other two are going to be Chloe and Ben. Basic, I know, but it works. So, Hello, Ben and I have been working at the park for a few years. Ben and I are rangers, and Chloe actually works at the Yellowstone Volcano Observatory. She's my sister-in-law, actually. Introduced me to the job opening not long after she married my brother. I owe her big time for that. Now, I'm just hoping she'll believe me when I tell her what happened. It all started about a week and a half ago. These campers came out of the woods, telling Ben and me about some weird stuff. They said the trip was great, but they kept hearing this noise. Hey, deep rumbling noise, they called it. Said they felt it as much as they heard it. Ben and I were clueless. We just figured they were imagining things. But then we heard it too. This faint, distant rumble, but it was definitely there. It was low and powerful. And then some other campers started reporting seeing trees shaking way off in the distance, like something was pushing them. I thought maybe it was a bison stampede, but the rumbling didn't sound like that. I've heard stampedes before, and this was different. I had this nagging feeling, like I knew what it was, but I just couldn't put my finger on it. You know, like when you're taking a test and you know the answer, but your brain just freezes. Then Ben joked, maybe it's the volcano. We laughed, but that's when it hit me. What if it was the volcano? I mean, tremors and stuff happen. They get picked up by those seismograph things, but not like this. Not where we could all hear it, and it was shaking trees. Not that I could remember, anyway. I started seriously freaking out. I tried to tell myself it was something else. If it was the volcano, wouldn't more trees be shaking? And wouldn't Chloe have called? Or someone from the observatory? They'd tell us if something was up, or at least tell us it was nothing to worry about. But my gut wouldn't listen. I was convinced it was the worst case scenario. So, I called Chloe. And guess what? She said everything was fine. No seismic activity, no tremors, nothing. In fact, she said things had been unusually calm. I was relieved, obviously, but that just made the whole rumbling thing even weirder. After another day of the usual routine, which, by the way, kept getting interrupted by that damn rumble, I decided I had to figure this out. We couldn't have something freaking out the visitors. I talked to Ben about it, grabbed some gear, and hopped on one of those mountain bikes. I headed deep into the woods. Since I knew it wasn't the volcano, I wasn't too nervous about the animals. Deer and coyotes avoid people, bison are chill unless you mess with them, and wolves know humans aren't on the menu. We had a kind of understanding with them. I kept thinking, what could it be? Illegal logging. Some idiot kids throwing a rave in the woods. I finally got to this empty campsite and stopped to catch my breath. And that's when I heard it again. The rumbling, but different this time. It was further away, lasted longer, and then I saw them. A huge wave of ground crashing through the trees. A bison stampede, maybe 100 yards away. They were packed tight, protecting the calves, thundering across this clearing. Then, they took a sharp left and disappeared into another part of the forest. I was just glad they weren't heading towards any people. I waited for the wolves, figuring they were chasing them. But nothing. No wolves. No nothing. And that wasn't a normal migration. Those bison were terrified. They were running from something, but there was nothing there. No wolves, no bears, nothing. That's when I really started to worry. Maybe it was people messing around, scaring the animals. I grabbed my walkie-talkie. Hey, Ben, just saw a bison stampede near one of the campsites. They were spooked. Over. A moment later, Ben's voice came through. Roger that. Any wolves or anything chasing them? Over. Negative. I think someone's out here messing with the wildlife. I'm gonna check it out. Over. Another pause. All right, but be careful. If it seems too dangerous, come back and we can regroup and decide what to do there. Some visitors could get hurt if this keeps up. Last we need is someone being run over by a 1-ton cattle. Over. Bar. Roger that. I put the walkie-talkie away and kept going, following the direction the bison had come from. I was going slow, being careful. But the deeper I went, the more uneasy I felt. It was like something was trying to slow me down, telling me to turn back. My gut was churning, and my mouth was dry. Something was seriously wrong. I started regretting this whole thing. I thought about turning back, getting Ben, calling the cops, maybe never coming back to this damn park again. And then, I broke through the tree line and I almost flipped the bike. I slammed on the brakes so hard. Right there, in front of me, was a dead bison. A huge one, just ripped apart. I've seen wolf kills before, but this was different. The whole bottom half was gone, parts of the front too, like a bunch of animals had just feasted on it. But the blood was still fresh. Flies were everywhere, guts were spilling out, and the bull's face of it looked shocked. I almost threw up. I was gagging, sweating, trying to breathe. My collar felt tight, and I couldn't wrap my head around it. What could do something like this? Then, I saw it. A thick trail of blood, starting a few feet from the bison, leading into the trees, like something bleeding had walked away. Or, as I would soon learn, was carried. I followed the trail, and then I saw something move through the trees. Something huge. I couldn't see it clearly, but it was dark brown and black, and way bigger than anything I'd ever seen. And it was moving silently, except for when it pushed through the thick bushes. Every single instinct I had screamed at me to get the hell out of there. And I listened. I bolted. I pedaled like my life depended on it, trees blurring past me. I didn't care if I broke the bike, I'd just run. I finally made it back to the main area, threw the bike down, and burst into the office. Ben was startled, to say the least. Clues, the par yelled, gasping for air. My heart was pounding, and I was desperate for water. The fuck? Why? What happened? Ben jumped up, looking at me like I was crazy. I took a second to catch my breath, coughing because my throat was so dry, but I managed to say, "There's something out there. It killed some bison, and it's way too close to the camping sites." Something. What something? He was confused, but he grabbed his coat and hat, still taking me seriously. I don't know, but it was huge. Bigger than anything, and it completely ripped apart a full-grown bison. That's when I realized how insane I sounded. But Ben knew me. He knew I wouldn't make this up. He looked at me half convinced, half thinking I'd lost it. But he nodded and started talking on his walkie-talkie, telling everyone to get people out and stop anyone from coming in. He said I'd seen a predator, and it had spooked the bison. I was so relieved. I sat down, wiped the sweat off my forehead, and finally got some water from my bag. The rest of the day I paced around, looking out the window, asking Ben for updates. He said they were getting everyone out, at least everyone they could find, and no one had seen anything weird. I tried to relax. I told myself everyone was safe, but I couldn't shake this feeling. Something was very, very wrong. "Hey, I'm going to call it a night," Ben said, heading towards our shared bedroom. I looked at him, feeling a wave of unease. "No, it's not that late," I said, not wanting to be alone. Ben scratched his nose and hung up his hat. "Yeah, and you should probably get some sleep as well. You need it more than I do, actually." I stared at him, thinking. He was right, I was exhausted. But I didn't want to leave things unwatched. Whatever that thing was, I had no idea. Maybe I'd mistaken a shadow or a group of bison for something else, but that didn't explain the dead bull. Animal or crazy people, there was something dangerous out there. I sighed and rubbed my eyes, looking out the window again. It was getting dark, the sun almost gone. It was actually kind of beautiful. I started to relax a little. Against my better judgment, I decided to get some air. Not like a walk in the woods or anything. Just a few steps outside the front door. I stood there, breathing deeply. The air was crisp and clean. It always calmed me down. This park. I was about to go back in, but then I stopped. That feeling again. That something was wrong. I didn't want to be out here anymore. I turned to go back inside, and that's when I saw it. Like a ghost, it had snuck up on me. It must have come from the trees behind the cabin. Walked right past, and stopped to look at me. It was standing there, huge, towering over me in the cabin. It was impossible. It couldn't be real. A T-Rex. A full-grown Tyrannosaurus Rex. At least 13 feet tall at the hip, maybe 40 feet long, and probably 10 tons, if not more. It was dark brown, with black on its neck, back, and tail. Even in the fading light, I could see orange and tan on its massive head. The dinosaur looked down at me, its amber eyes curious, almost pitying. Its nostrils flared, and I could see the little feathers on its head and neck stand up, then relax. I was frozen, shocked, terrified, in awe. I felt like an insect in front of a god. My mind couldn't process it. My knees were shaking, my heart was racing, and I was drenched in sweat. I couldn't even speak. Then, suddenly, I snapped out of it. I scrambled back inside and slammed the door shut. I backed away, my eyes darting to the window, and there it was. The T-Rex had walked right up to the window and lowered its head to peer inside. Its eyes locked with mine, and I backed away, pressing myself against the wall. It just stared at me, tilting its head, and I could see the intelligence in its eyes. A spark of awareness, just like a human. Its pupils were like black pools, holding memories of a world so different from mine. It sniffed, then opened its mouth, fogging up the glass with its breath. But even through the fog, I could see its teeth. Huge, serrated, like railroad spikes. My stomach clenched, and I felt like I was going to throw up. I imagined what those teeth could do to me. The Rex could easily smash through the cabin and swallow me whole if it wanted to. And I had no idea if it did or not. It kept staring, then lifted its head and walked away. The room got brighter as the giant predator moved away from the window. I was still glued to the wall, shaking. It made a sound, a deep hum that vibrated through me, like the rumbling from before. And then it hit me. That was the rumbling. That was what killed the bison. The sound escalated into a long, drawn-out bellow, louder than anything I'd ever heard. The sound of a lost world hit me like a physical force, and I collapsed, curling into a ball. As the bellow faded, Ben burst into the room in his pajamas, demanding to know what was going on. I couldn't answer. I remember Ben trying to calm me down, but it took a while for me to even speak. I found myself sitting on my bed, shaking uncontrollably and stuttering out words. When I finally managed to tell him there was a T-Rex outside, he looked at me like I was completely insane. And who could blame him? But, luckily for me, he knew something had really shaken me up, and something had definitely made that noise. Maybe not a T-Rex, but something serious. He left to make some calls. I had no idea who he was calling. Alone in the room, I grabbed my laptop and started typing all this out. My fingers were flying, but my body was still trembling. I kept glancing at the window, then finally closed the curtains. After I post this, I'm calling Chloe. I hope to God she believes me. I have one finger on the dial button, and the other is still typing away on the keyboard as I finish this off. To whoever reads this, be careful. Warn everyone you can. Stay away from the woods. Lock your doors. Don't go out unless you have to, and bring a weapon. The dinosaurs are back. Somehow, someway, they are back. So, there I was, curled up on the bed, shaking like a leaf, trying to explain to Ben that we had a freaking T-Rex problem. He's looking at me like I've completely lost it, which, fair enough. I probably would have reacted the same way if our roles were reversed. He's trying to be all calm and rational, saying things like, "Alex, are you sure you saw what you think you saw?" And maybe it was just a beer, or a trick of the light. A beer. A trick of the light. I wanted to scream at him. Instead, I just kept repeating, it was a T-Rex. Ben. A real, live, breathing Tyrannosaurus Rex. I must have said the word dinosaur about 100 times in 5 minutes. Finally, he seems to realize that I'm not just messing around. He still doesn't believe me about the dinosaur, obviously, but he understands that something major happened, and that I saw something, even if he thinks I am mistaken. He goes back into the main room to make some calls. I have no idea who he's calling. The police, the military, the Ghostbusters. I was still too freaked out to even care at that point. I sat there on the bed, trying to get a grip. I felt like I was going to be sick. My head was spinning, and every muscle in my body was tense. I kept seeing that thing's face in my mind, its massive head, those intelligent eyes, and those teeth, oh God, those teeth. After what felt like an eternity, but was probably only a few minutes, I grabbed my laptop again. I needed to write it all down, get it out of my head and onto the screen. Maybe if I saw it all written out, it would make more sense. Or maybe I was just hoping anyone, would believe me. I started typing like a madman, trying to describe everything as accurately as I could. The size of the creature, the color, the way it moved, the sounds it made, everything. I even tried to describe the feeling of pure, primal terror that washed over me when I saw it. I finished my frantic writing session and hit post, somewhere online. I don't even remember where. Maybe some obscure forum or a social media site. I didn't care. I just needed to get the story out there. Then I did what I should have done earlier. I called Chloe. The phone rang and rang, each ring feeling like an eternity. My hands were shaking so badly I could barely hold the phone. Finally, she picked up. Hello. Her voice was groggy, like I'd woken her up, which I had. It was the middle of the night after all. Slow, it's Alex. You need to listen to me, Alex. What's wrong? What time is it? It doesn't matter what time it is. Something insane is happening here. There's a dinosaur in the park. Silence. I could practically hear her brain trying to process what I'd just said. A dinosaur? She finally asked, laced with disbelief. Yes. A T-Rex. I saw it. It's huge, Chloe. And it's dangerous. It killed a bison, ripped it apart. I started rambling, telling her everything I'd seen, everything I'd felt. I probably sounded like a lunatic, but I didn't care. She had to believe me. Chloe was silent for a long time after I finished. I could hear her breathing on the other end of the line. Finally, she spoke, her voice slow and cautious. Alex, are you sure about this? A T-Rex? That's impossible. I know it sounds crazy, Chloe, but I swear I'm telling the truth. You have to believe me. Okay. Just calm down, she said, but I could hear the doubt in her voice. I'm gonna make some calls, see if anyone else has reported anything unusual. Just stay inside, okay? Don't go anywhere. Okay, I said, my voice barely a whisper. We hung up, and I was left alone again, with nothing but my fear and the image of that monstrous creature burned into my brain. I sat there for hours, staring at the closed curtains, jumping at every little sound. Sleep was impossible. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw the T-Rex. As the first rays of dawn started to creep through the curtains, I heard a knock on the door. It was Ben. He looked exhausted, his eyes bloodshot. They're sending someone, he said, his voice hoarse. Who? I asked. Who are they sending? I don't know, he admitted. Some kind of special unit. They wouldn't tell me much, just that they were taking this very seriously. Well, they should, I muttered. It's a freaking dinosaur. Ben just sighed and ran a hand through his hair. He still didn't fully believe me, I could tell. But he was taking it seriously enough to get someone involved. And that was something, at least. We waited in silence, the tension in the room thick enough to cut with a knife. The only sound was the occasional chirp of a bird outside, a sound that was usually so peaceful, but now just made me more anxious. Every chirp sounded like it could be followed by a roar. Every rustle of leaves could be the T-Rex approaching. Finally, after what felt like another lifetime, we heard the sound of vehicles approaching. Several of them, by the sound of it. Ben and I went outside, squinting in the morning light. A group of SUVs and trucks pulled up, kicking up dust as they came to a stop. Men and women in dark uniforms got out, their faces grim, their movements efficient. They looked like soldiers, or some kind of specialized government agency. One of them, a tall woman with a stern expression and short, dark hair, approached us. I'm Agent Reynolds, she said, her voice all business. We're here about the situation, Doc. The dinosaur, I said, my voice trembling slightly. Agent Reynolds looked at me, her expression unreadable. Right, she said. The dinosaur. Can you tell us everything you saw? And so, for the third time that night, I told my story. I told them about the rumbling, the stampede, the dead bison, and the terrifying creature I'd seen outside the cabin. This time, though, they listened without interrupting. They listened with focused intensity, their eyes never leaving mine. When I was finished, Agent Reynolds nodded slowly. Thank you, she said. We're going to investigate. In the meantime, I need you both to stay here. Don't go anywhere, and don't talk to anyone about this. This is a matter of national security now. National security. Hearing those words made it all feel even more real, even more terrifying. They set up a perimeter around the cabin, these agents, with their guns and their serious faces. They looked like they were preparing for war. And maybe they were. A war against a creature that shouldn't even exist. Ben and I were left alone again, watching them from the window, two ordinary park rangers caught up in something extraordinary, something unbelievable. We were trapped in a nightmare, and all we could do was wait and see what would happen next. The fear was still there, gnawing at me, but now there was something else mixed in with it. A strange sense of anticipation. The world had changed. The impossible had become real, and we were right in the middle of it. So, there we were, Ben and I, stuck inside the cabin like a couple of caged animals. Outside, Agent Reynolds and her crew were busy setting up their operation. They had all sorts of gear, computers, satellite phones, some kind of weird radar things, and of course, enough firepower to take down a small army. Or, a dinosaur. We spent the next few hours pacing around, peering out the windows, trying to figure out what they were doing. Every now and then, we'd catch a glimpse of Agent Reynolds talking into her radio, her face grim, her voice low. It was all very hush, hush, very top secret. It felt like we were in a movie, except it was real, and the monster was very, very real. The waiting was the worst part. The not knowing. Every minute that ticked by felt like an hour. My stomach was in knots, and I couldn't stop replaying the image of that T-Rex in my head. Those eyes. Those teeth. Ben was trying to stay calm, but I could see the worry in his eyes. He kept looking at me, a silent question in his gaze. He still wasn't sure he believed me, not entirely, but he was starting to come around. How could he not, with all this military-grade activity happening right outside our door? Finally, after what felt like an eternity, Agent Reynolds came back to the cabin. She had two other agents with her, both of them looking like they could bench press a car. We're going to need your help, she said to us, her voice direct and to the point. You know this area better than anyone. What do you need us to do? Ben asked, stepping forward. We need you to show us where you saw the creature, she said, still seeming hesitant to use the word dinosaur. And where you found the bison carcass. My heart leaped into my throat. Go back out there, near that thing. No way. But what choice did we have? Okay, I said, my voice barely above a whisper. We'll help. They gave us some gear, heavy duty vests, radios, and, to my surprise, tranquilizer guns. These are loaded with high-dose tranquilizers, Agent Reynolds explained. These should be enough to slow it down at least. But be careful. These are only a deterrent. Our primary objective is to observe and track, not engage, unless absolutely necessary. Is that understood? We both nodded, the weight of the situation pressing down on us. This was it. We were going hunting for a dinosaur. We got into one of their SUVs, a big, rugged thing that looked like it could handle anything. One of the agents was driving, and the other one was riding shotgun, his hand never far from his weapon. Ben and I sat in the back, the silence broken only by the crackle of the radio. As we drove deeper into the woods, the feeling of dread intensified. Every rustle of leaves, every snap of a twig, sent a jolt of fear through me. I kept scanning the trees, half expecting to see that monstrous form charging at us. We reached the spot where I'd seen the bison stampede. The clearing was empty now, but the memory of that thundering herd was still fresh in my mind. I pointed towards the direction they'd come from, and we continued on. The tension in the vehicle was thick enough to cut with a knife. Everyone was on edge, their senses on high alert. We were hunting a predator unlike any other, a creature from a time long past, and we were doing it in its territory. Finally, we reached the place where I'd found the dead bison. The carcass was still there, or what was left of it. The sight of it made me gag, the memory of that horrific scene flooding back. "It was right around here," I said, my voice trembling. "I saw it moving through the trees, over there." I pointed towards the thick foliage where I had seen the dark shape moving. Agent Reynolds nodded and signaled to her team. They fanned out, their weapons raised, their movements cautious and precise. They were like a well-oiled machine, each person knowing their role, their movements synchronized. We followed them, Ben and I sticking close together, our tranquilizer guns feeling heavy and useless in our hands. We moved slowly, carefully, through the dense undergrowth. The air was thick with the smell of pine and damp earth, and the silence was broken only by the crunch of our boots on the forest floor. Then, we heard it. A low rumble, deep and resonant, vibrating through the ground and up into our bones. The rumbling. It was the same sound I'd heard before, the sound that had haunted my dreams for the past few days. Everyone froze, their eyes wide, their bodies tense. What was that? One of the agents whispered, his voice barely audible. "It's it," I said, my voice trembling. "It's the T-Rex." The rumbling grew louder, closer. We could feel the ground shaking now, a subtle tremor that sent shivers down our spines. Then through the trees we saw it, a massive shape, moving slowly, deliberately. Dark brown and black scales, glinting in the dappled sunlight. A huge head, with powerful jaws and teeth like daggers. The T-Rex. It was even bigger than I remembered, even more terrifying. It moved with a strange grace for something so massive, its powerful legs carrying its immense weight with ease. It stopped, its head raised, its nostrils flaring. It was sniffing the air, testing the wind. It knew we were here. Agent Reynolds raised her hand, signaling everyone to hold their fire. We stood there frozen, watching the creature, our hearts pounding in our chests. The T-Rex let out a deafening roar, a sound that seemed to shake the very foundations of the earth. It was a sound of pure, primal power, a sound that sent a jolt of pure terror through me. Then, it started to move again, slowly, deliberately heading straight towards us. This was it. The hunt was over. The hunted had become the hunter. And we were the prey. The T-Rex was coming. Slowly, deliberately, like it had all the time in the world. And maybe it did. It was the apex predator, after all, king of its domain, even if that domain was millions of years out of its time. We were frozen, paralyzed by a mixture of fear and awe. The agents, seasoned professionals though they were, seemed just as stunned as Ben and I. This was no ordinary threat. This was a creature out of a nightmare, a monster from a time when humans weren't even a blip on the evolutionary radar. Agent Reynolds was the first to recover. "Hold your fire," she hissed, her voice low and urgent. "Remember the objective. Observe and track. Only engage if necessary." Easy for her to say. She wasn't the one staring down a living, breathing, roaring dinosaur. My hands were shaking so badly I could barely hold the tranquilizer gun. I had a feeling it wouldn't do much good anyway. It was like trying to stop a tank with a pea shooter. The T-Rex kept coming, its massive feet shaking the ground with each step. Its eyes, those intelligent, amber eyes, were locked on us. It was studying us, assessing us, deciding whether we were worth the effort of a chase. I could feel my heart pounding in my chest, a frantic drumbeat against my ribs. I wanted to run, to scream, to do anything but stand there and wait for this prehistoric monster to decide our fate. Then, it stopped, about 50 feet away, close enough that we could see the individual scales on its massive legs, the scars on its snout, and the terrifying glint of its teeth. It lowered its head, sniffing the air, its nostrils flaring. We could hear the low rumble in its chest, a deep, resonant sound that vibrated in our bones. It was close enough to smell a musky, reptilian odor that made my stomach churn. For a moment, an eternity, we were locked in a silent standoff. Humans and dinosaur, predator and prey, separated by a few feet and millions of years of evolution. Then, without warning, it moved, not towards us, but to the side. It began to circle us, slowly, deliberately, like a shark circling a piece of driftwood. It was testing us, probing our defenses, looking for a weakness. The agents shifted their positions, their weapons tracking the creature's movements. They were tense, ready to react, but they held their fire, following Agent Reynolds' orders. The T-Rex continued to circle, its eyes never leaving us. I could feel its gaze on me, cold and calculating. It was like being under a microscope, dissected and analyzed by a creature far older and far more powerful than anything I could comprehend. Then, as suddenly as it started, it stopped. It stood there, facing us, its massive head cocked slightly to one side. It seemed to be listening. We listened too, straining to hear anything over the pounding of our hearts. At first there was nothing. Just the rustling of leaves, the chirping of birds, the usual sounds of the forest. Then we heard it. A faint, distant rumble, similar to the one the T-Rex had been making, but higher pitched, more frantic. The T-Rex's head shot up, its eyes widening. It let out a low growl, a sound of concern, maybe even fear. It turned its head, looking in the direction of the distant rumbling. Then, it did something that none of us expected. It turned and ran. Not towards us, but away. Away from us, and towards the source of the distant rumbling. We watched, stunned, as the massive creature disappeared into the trees, its movements surprisingly swift and silent for something so large. The forest fell silent again, the only sound the frantic beating of our hearts. What just happened? Ben whispered, his voice hoarse. Agent Reynolds lowered her weapon, her face a mixture of confusion and relief. I don't know, she said. But I think we just got lucky. We stayed there for a long time, listening, watching, waiting to see if the T-Rex would return. But it didn't. Finally, Agent Reynolds gave the order to move out. We returned to the vehicles, the adrenaline slowly fading, leaving us exhausted and drained. As we drove back to the cabin, I kept replaying the events in my head, trying to make sense of it all. Why had the T-Rex run? What was that distant rumbling? Then, it hit me. The rumbling, the higher pitch, it sounded like another T-Rex. Maybe even a younger one. Could it be? Could there be more than one? A family, perhaps. The thought sent a chill down my spine. One T-Rex was terrifying enough. The idea of a whole family of them was almost too much to bear. Back at the cabin, Agent Reynolds contacted her superiors, reporting what had happened. They listened, asked questions, and then gave their orders. We were to be debriefed, sworn to secrecy, and then sent home. They would handle the situation. As for the T-Rex or Rexes, they were now the government's problem. What they planned to do about them, I had no idea. Capture them, study them, or something else entirely. I didn't know, and honestly, I didn't want to know. A few days later, Ben and I were back home, trying to return to our normal lives. But nothing felt normal anymore. The world had changed. We had seen the impossible, faced a creature from a lost world, and survived. We were sworn to secrecy, of course. We couldn't tell anyone what we had seen. Not our friends, not our families, not even Chloe. But sometimes, late at night, when the wind howls through the trees, I hear it. A faint, distant rumble carried on the breeze. And I remember the terror, the awe, the sheer impossibility of it all. I remember the T-Rex. And I wonder if it's still out there, somewhere in the vast wilderness of Yellowstone, roaming free, a relic of a time long past, a reminder that the world is still full of mysteries, and that some things are beyond our understanding. And sometimes, just sometimes, I wonder if maybe, just maybe, that's not such a bad thing after all. The world needs its mysteries. It needs its monsters. They remind us that we're not always in control, that there are forces at work beyond our comprehension. And who knows, maybe one day we'll learn to live alongside them. Or maybe they'll just fade back into the mists of time, leaving us with nothing but legends and whispers of the days when dinosaurs roamed the earth. But one thing's for sure, I'll never forget that roar, and I'll never look at the woods the same way again. Not ever. I got this email, right, saying I was shortlisted for the Fire Lookout gig. I figured it was just a polite thanks, but no thanks. I mean, who quits that kind of dream job mid-season? Turns out someone did. And if I could get my butt up there by tomorrow, the job was all mine. I got the call on my way to work at this total dive bar where I was slinging drinks. I finished the drive, waltzed right in, and told my boss I was out of there. I'd found something way better. I could almost hear the collective groan of the regulars. But honestly, I didn't care. Freedom. I grabbed whatever non-perishable food I could find in my apartment and hit the road. Drove through the whole night. Luckily, this was a drive-up tower, so I didn't have to worry about hiking and half asleep. Perks, right? I think I hid my zombie state pretty well when Ranger Rick, that was the guy showing me the ropes, gave me the tour. First stop, my new digs. A tiny cabin, but cozy. And get this, it had running water. I wasn't sure what to expect out in the boonies, so finding a shower was like hitting the jackpot. I had to stifle a few yawns as we headed out into the warm sunshine to check out the area. There was this little meadow before you hit the forest, but just a few steps into the trees, I saw something that woke me up real fast. There'd been a fire there, and not that long ago. Everything was gray and brown, and the few trees still standing looked like they were about to keel over any second. Without the canopy, the whole area just looked naked. Compared to the lush green forest surrounding it, this place was like a giant, ugly scar. "Whoa," I said, stating the obvious. "Is this why the last lookout bounced? It's crazy how close this must have been to the tower." "Nah, Samuel hung around after the fire. We got him out just hours before it hit here," Rick explained. "Samuel got spooked by the animals. We think there might have been a grizzly that got caught in the fire. We're not sure if it's still around or not, so I wanted to talk to you about safety and all that before I go." My mind immediately conjured up this image of some horrific, half-burnt bear wandering around in the woods, and for the first time it hit me I was going to be out here completely alone. But I shoved that thought down. This was what I wanted, what I signed up for. "So, that's why Samuel left?" I asked. "Yeah, he just had some kind of run-in late at night, and it freaked him out. Not everyone can handle being out here alone." I wanted to grill him for more details, but I figured we'd get to that during the safety briefing. And, well, I was determined to prove that I could handle it. I didn't want Rick thinking I'd just bolt over some spooked-up bear. When we climbed the long steps to the top of the tower, any doubts I had vanished. The view was insane. Even the burnt patch of forest couldn't ruin it. If anything, it made the untouched parts look even more vibrant, more alive, in contrast to that desolate scar. I could handle anything out here if this was my reward. The mountains looked like they stretched on forever. The rest of the orientation was pretty smooth sailing. I'd volunteered a few times before, so Rick seemed to think I could hold my own. Things got a little weird near the end, though, during the safety talk back in the cabin. We covered bear safety, you know, the usual stuff, and it was mostly things I already knew. But Rick seemed really hesitant when I tried to get him to spill the beans about what exactly made the last guy run for the hills. I wanted to know if the bear had charged him or messed with the cabin. Rick kind of danced around the question before finally saying, "Look, sometimes after a fire, the animals, bears, deer, hell, even the squirrels, they just act off. It can be unsettling. You're out here all alone, and the wildlife, some of which is big enough to hurt you, is acting all screwy. It can be too much. I could tell you some stories about the things guys in this job say they've seen after a fire, and you wouldn't believe what they come up with." "Like what?" I pressed. I was hooked. "I don't want to fill your head with ghost stories and nonsense when you're about to start your first big job, kid." "I don't mind," I insisted. "Really, it's nothing, and I should be going anyway," Rick said, gathering his papers. "Just watch yourself, okay? And, well, keep an eye on the animals, too. They might be a bit out of sorts right now. That fire was just last week." "What should I watch for?" I asked, refusing to let it go. "Just anything strange. You'll be all right, kid." And with that, Rick left, leaving me all alone with my thought. I had that first day to get settled in, but I hadn't exactly brought a lot with me. I figured I'd just go back home my first weekend and grab what I really need. But hey, I had my sketchbook, and Samuel had left behind a bunch of reading material. I figured he wouldn't mind if I borrowed his books until he came back for them. He was supposed to come up at some point to get his stuff. He'd also left a sleeping bag all crumpled up in the tower, which gave me a bit of the creep. It definitely hinted that he'd gotten out of there in a hurry. After I got the lay of the land, I decided to take a quick nap in the cabin. Quick turned into the rest of the day, and I didn't wake up until the sun was setting. I scrambled up to the top of the tower, relieved I hadn't missed my first sunset. There were only a few clouds, but this fog was rolling in from the west, making the hollows of the hills look all hazy and bright. I watched the sky turn from orange to pink, feeling more at peace than I had since I got there. But just as the sun was about to dip completely behind the far ridge, something caught my eye. Way off on a distant peak, the treetops were rustling like something was jumping from branch to branch. I grabbed the binoculars from the top of the bookshelf, only to find both lenses were cracked. And, to make things even weirder, there were these brownish-red stains spiderwebbed along the cracks. I dropped those suckers real quick. I had a pair in my bag, but I hadn't brought anything up yet, so I just squinted, trying to see what was going on. There was this dark, smooth shape, kind of moving along the tops of the trees. It looked big, maybe a marten or a bear cub, but the weird thing was, it wasn't really jumping. It was like it was just flowing. I was pretty far away, and the fog was getting thicker as the sun went down, so I figured maybe I just couldn't see it clearly. The way it moved was so fluid, almost like it was floating, so sure of itself it didn't need to pause. As it got closer to a small clearing, I held my breath, thinking I'd finally get a better look when it had to drop to the ground. But then, the thing just didn't. It didn't drop down. It hadn't been jumping along the treetops. It was just that tall. The thing was as tall as the freaking tree. I watched as it started to come out of the woods, but just as I thought I might be able to make out some details, it turned its head and looked right at me. Its round head, perched on that long neck, jerked suddenly, and even from miles away I knew it was looking at me because I could see its glowing orange eyes locked onto mine. That was it. I scrambled down below the windows, hiding where they couldn't see me. I stayed like that for a long time, way past sunset. When my heart finally stopped hammering, and my hands stopped sweating, I managed to convince myself that I'd imagined the whole thing. I made myself walk, not run, but walk calmly, like a sane person, down the steps to my cab. I didn't sleep at all that first night. When dawn finally broke, I started setting up my stuff. I wanted to tidy up the cabin a bit before morning check-in. I put all of Samuel's things in a corner, nice and neat, for when he eventually came back. I spent some time studying the map on the Firefinder, that big circular map thing they use to pinpoint fire. I saw a couple of the other lookout towers marked near the edge of my map. There were 5 of us in total in this forest, and it was kind of comforting to know there were other people out here, even if they were miles away. The Firefinder itself seemed to be in good shape, but I didn't like that Samuel had scribbled all over the glass covering the map with a grease pencil, a bunch of X's, and he'd frantically circled a few spots near the cabin, which I definitely didn't appreciate. Just as my mind started trying to figure out if any of those X's matched up with what I saw last night, I decided to get rid of them. I wasn't going to let some crazy guy's scribbles mess with my head. I erased every last one of them and tried not to think about where they'd been. The morning meeting was nothing special, but it was nice to see some friendly faces, even if it was just on a video call. Everyone welcomed me to the team. They all seemed nice, but most of their names went in one ear and out the other. I was running on fumes. That first day passed without anything crazy happening, and as the week went on, I started to settle into a routine. I was even starting to chill out a little after that first freaky night. We had Wi-Fi at the tower, but I was trying to pretend I didn't, except for the meetings, of course. I wanted to unplug. So I started working my way through Samuel's books until I could get some of my own from home. He had mostly horror paperbacks, which, okay, maybe not the best choice for someone alone in the woods, but whatever. There were some nature books too, like any good fire lookout should have. My favorite was this field guide about all the trees in the area, mostly pine, but I didn't realize how many different kinds there were in this forest. I started taking that field guide with me everywhere, and trying to identify and sketch the different trees when I was off duty. It was especially interesting to walk through the burnt area and see what was already fighting for space in the ashes of the old forest. A lot of the trees around here had thick bark and tall branches, dropping the lower ones as they grew, like they were trying to be fireproof. Other trees had fire built into their whole life cycle. New shoots near the base of old trees would get a jump start after a blaze. But my personal favorite adaptation was these things called serotinous cones. Basically, the pine cones would stay shut tight for years, even decades, refusing to drop any seeds until they got toasted in a fire, and the waxy seal keeping them closed finally broke. I didn't spot any fires that first week, and after 10 days, it was time for my weekend. It was 10 days on, 4 days off, so I had plenty of time to head home and actually pack the way I meant to. On the drive back, I was stoked to be leaving civilization behind for good. My excitement took a nosedive, though, when I saw someone waiting for me at the cabin. At first, I thought maybe he was a hiker, so I put on my best customer service voice. "Hey man, how's it going?" I asked. "You're my replacement," he said. It wasn't a question. Then it clicked, the backpack he was wearing. It had to be Samuel, back for his stuff. "I guess I am. Nice to meet you." I held out my hand, but he didn't take. "I'm just gonna say what I'm gonna say, okay?" "Okay," I replied, a little confused. "They're lying to you. Rick and the other lookouts. There's something weird going on here. I just wanted to warn you because it's the right thing to do. I know you're not going to believe me, and that's okay." "Samuel," I said, "what did you see that made you leave?" "I saw a bear watching me sleep," he said, just like that. Then he pointed up at the tower. "He was watching me sleep from up there." "What do you mean, from the tower?" I let out a nervous laugh. "Samuel, that's not possible." I said what I'm gonna say, and I'm leaving. He pushed past me, heading towards his car. I called after him, but he just got in and drove off. That night I slept up in the tower, not because I was scared of what might be out there, but because I wanted to look at the star. What Samuel said was so out there, so ridiculous, that it honestly made me feel a little better about the whole situation. Over the next week I saw my first storm from the tower. It was awesome and terrifying all at the same time. I also spotted my first fire. When I radioed it in, though, Sarah, the girl to the east of me, had already seen it. I used the firefinder to help pinpoint it, and it felt good to actually be doing, fire lookout stuff. As summer went on, I explored more and more of the forest around the tower. I'd brought some watercolors with me after that first weekend. I spent a lot of time painting, drawing, and reading. But more than that, I spent time just sitting in the tower, staring out at the mountains, even when I was off the clock. It was so easy to just get lost in watching the forest move. I felt more at peace than I ever had in my life. I'd never really felt comfortable back home. Growing up in the city, you'd think I'd be used to crowds, but everything was so loud, and I could never force myself to be a people person. I always felt like there was something just a bit off about me, something that put people on edge. I could never quite get that easygoing vibe that everyone else seemed to have. I had friends, sure, and relationships, but it always felt like something was different about how I interacted with people compared to how they were with each other. I'd catch girlfriends watching me sometimes, like they were trying to figure me out, like I was some kind of puzzle. And friends, even ones I'd known for years, were never close to me in the same way they were with each other. But out here, none of that mattered. It was just me and the forest. Sometimes the other watchers would call, wanting to chat, and more often than not, I found myself ignoring them. I mean, wasn't the whole point of coming out here to get some peace and quiet? I started spending my weekends going on these epic, all-day hikes, venturing farther and farther into the forest. One day, I decided to follow the burnt area as far as I could. By then, there were tons of saplings coming up, enough to blanket most of the forest floor in this soft green. Aside from it being extra sunny, the hike wasn't that different from my others, until early afternoon when I found something really strange. I noticed it because it was propped up on one side by a sapling that was struggling under a patch of fur. It was a bear carcass, or at least part of one. The hide was definitely there, so at first I thought maybe someone had skinned it, but they'd made a real mess of it. The fur wasn't cut in any pattern, but it didn't look like it had just decomposed either. There was still blood in some place. I figured maybe someone had killed it for food, and that's why they didn't care about the hide. But that didn't make much sense. It'd be way less risky to hunt pretty much any other animal. I started digging around in the loose fur, thinking maybe I could find the skull. It would be cool to show Ranger Rick. Right away, I noticed there weren't any bones or flesh. So I started thinking again that maybe it was just a botched skinning job. But then I saw a flash of white in the ash, and that's when it hit me. There was a ton of ash on the remains, like it had been here before the fire, or maybe it was killed by the fire. But that didn't add. The fur would have been burnt to a crisp. I dug through the ash and found a tooth, then more teeth. Then I found something squishy and realized it was an eyeball. Another quick dig, and I found the other one. After that, I had no idea what to make of it. I looked at the skin some more, and it looked less and less like a knife had made those cuts. It was like the bear had just exploded. Jagged shreds all around the edges of the piece. I headed back to the tower after that, convinced that something seriously weird was going on, and I was going to get to the bottom of it. I felt like an explorer on the verge of some huge discovery. That night, I slept in the tower again while a storm raged outside. It was exhilarating. I woke up just as the sun was starting to peek over the horizon, and I grabbed my binoculars. It was another foggy morning, and off in the distance I saw it again, that dark, shadowy figure moving through the forest. It was closer this time, but it looked shorter than the first one I'd seen, even though it was closer. This one was on all fours, and its stocky build had me wondering if it was even the same kind of creature. Maybe there were a bunch of these things out here. It reared up on its hind legs and looked right at me from 3 peaks to the west, its eyes burning like the rising sun. Then it dropped back down and started heading in my direction. Good, I thought. Let it come. I lost sight of it when the morning fog cleared. I went about my day as usual after that. I spotted a small fire, but it turned out to just be some campers who hadn't gotten the memo about where they were allowed to build fires. That night at sunset, I perched in my tower, watching for anything that might be watching me back. It wasn't long before I spotted the beast again, way closer this time. It wasn't as tall as the first creature. This was definitely a different one, and it had a humped back. Its eyes were the same flickering orange, but as it got closer, I still couldn't make out much else. It was like a moving shadow, but as it moved, the trees moved with it. By the time it reached the tower, it was dark, but it was close enough that I could start to piece things together. It reared up again, peering into the tower, blocking out an entire side. It had a round head, like the first one, but with a long, drawn-out mouth, almost like a snout. It blended into the night, so it was hard to see much, but when it opened its mouth, I saw only more blackness. The creature didn't have fur or skin or anything solid. It didn't even look quite real, and it was impossible to make out any features. But one thing I could see for sure as it sniffed and panted at my window was that it didn't have any teeth. I wondered if it was looking for the ones I'd brought back with me, the ones I'd added to my collection. After that, I knew what I had to do. It was another week before we got another fire. After I called it in and got the coordinates, I bolted for my car. Something amazing was happening, and I needed to see it for myself. I parked on a hill close enough to see, but not close enough to be seen, and hopefully not close enough to get toasted. I hiked as close as I dared and watched from a distance as helicopters battled the blaze. This was a small one, and it was pretty clear they weren't going to have any trouble with it, so I started to move in closer. I'd come prepared with a respirator, but the smoky smell in the air was still thick. I waited until the choppers cleared out, then I moved in to check out the ashes. The whole burned area was contained along just a small part of the mountainside. They'd gotten to it fast, and the recent rain probably helped slow it down. By the time I found what I was looking for in the still smoldering embers, it was almost sunset, and my head was pounding from the smoke, but it was worth it. Lying among the smoking ash and embers was a snakeskin, but it wasn't shed and it wasn't burned. It was ripped to shreds. I dug around in the still warm ash at one end and found tiny white teeth. Carefully, I started sifting through the ash with my fingers, looking for something soft. This took longer, but I finally found my prize about a foot away, like it had been thrown. Buried in ash, but completely intact, was a single tiny eye. That night, I slept like a baby up in my tower, and when I woke up, I was greeted by a new friend in the distance. At the very edge of my vision, along the farthest peak to the south, was another shadow. Only this one stood on 2 feet. and as it walked, its long arms swayed at its sides. I stopped drawing in my sketchbook and started writing down all my theories. Whatever was going on, I wanted to be the one to document every minute of it. When the other watchers called, my excuses for why I couldn't chat got less and less polite, and soon I just stopped picking up altogether if it wasn't during work hours. I didn't have time for them. I had way more important things to do. This led to Ranger Rick paying me a visit on my day off, no less. The nerve of some people. He said he just wanted to check on me, that he was worried because I hadn't been socializing much. I told him I was just really enjoying my alone time, but that I'd try to be more sociable. He tried to weasel his way into my tower, using the excuse of a morning cup of coffee, but I politely turned him down, saying I had a lot to get done that day. I couldn't let him see my collection, not yet. Things were going great until I got my first hiker. Then they were going even better. His name was Alex, and he'd wandered over from his friends who were apparently camping nearby. The old tower by the visitor center dealt with most of the tourists for our park, but we were still supposed to be friendly if any wandered by. Alex was really friendly, too friendly. He and his friends were definitely either drinking or smoking something, and I couldn't help but judge them for letting him wander off alone. Alex was way too gone to be any trouble, so I figured there was no harm in showing him around. Of course, he wanted to see the top of the tower, so I followed him up, ready to catch him if he stumbled. He spent a good 15 minutes just staring out the windows, not saying a word, which I had to admit I respected. High or not, this guy appreciated nature. I gave him the speech I'd prepared for tourists, the one I hadn't gotten to use yet. How there used to be thousands of these towers almost a century ago. How fire watchers used to try to stop every single fire until they realized that was actually hurting the environment. How regular burns were needed to clear out the dry brush and prevent the really big, catastrophic fires. It was all part of the natural cycle, and we weren't meant to stop it entirely. All the usual stuff. But then I started telling Alex about some of my own theories. I think, actually, that we should take it a step further, I told him. Right on, he said. He'd been throwing me these hippie affirmations the whole time, which, if I'm being honest, was starting to get on my nerves. I think that if we let the fires burn even more, we could learn something about ourselves, about our place in nature. I started pointing to some of my research, which I'd taped to the walls below the windows. See, I have this theory that there are some animals, and maybe even people too, who need the fire to complete their life cycle. Just like those pine trees, they don't become what they're really meant to be unless they burn. I can't figure out why it's all different animals though, and why it's only but I've been wondering if maybe the ones who need it weren't really what they were pretending to be in the first place. I pointed to the drawings I'd done of the human-like creature on the ridge. Or maybe they're chosen to become something different because they're special. That's the theory I like best. But Alex didn't like that. He didn't like my ideas at all. Hey, that's, cool, man. But I should probably get back to my friends. I could see his eyes focusing, like he was sobering up, realizing something was off. His eyes darted nervously over my collection, like he was worried the eyes on the bookshelf were looking back at him. I took him down the steps and walked him back to where he'd stumbled out of the wood. He noticed, for the first time, the spot where I'd been having my bonfires. Isn't there, like, a burn ban right now? He asked, his unease replaced by a flicker of curiosity. Now that we were out of the tower, there is. But don't worry, I told him with a smile. I'm only burning things to make them better. Alex didn't know what to say to that. He just threw me a peace sign and wandered back into the woods. Soon, I could hear voices in the distance. His friends must have been close by, really close by. The next day, I woke up to several pairs of burning eyes watching me from outside my tower, and several new pairs inside of it. The creatures outside couldn't speak, but I knew what they wanted. It was time for me to join them. I started at my beloved bonfire pit, then went all around the cabin, splashing gasoline everywhere. Then I liberally doused the dry brush at the edge of the wood. Finally, I trailed a generous amount up the stairs with me, to make sure I couldn't change my mind. Lastly, I soaked my research, all those papers taped to the wall. I realized then that the outside world wasn't ready for what I'd discovered, but that didn't matter. As I lit the match, my friends outside began to fade with the morning sun, but that was okay. I'd be with them soon enough. I dropped the match to the floor and closed my eyes for the last time. I was ready to find my new skin, my new eyes, and become what I was truly meant to be. Hey there, folks. Buckle up, 'cause this ain't your grandma's nature walk. Name's Rick, and I'm your guide to the national park that's practically invisible. Technically, it's called Whispering Pines National Park, but we just call it the Pines. And yeah, it exists big time. You could have strolled right through it if you've ever been on the west side of Canada. You probably even met me, but guess what? The second you left, oof, mind wiped. I'm no brainiac, so I couldn't tell you why, but that's just what this place does. Now, outside the park, only the suits in the government know about it. But it's got this weird pull, you know. Thousands of tourists show up every year, like moths to a freaky, memory-zapping flame. To keep these folks from becoming permanent residents, a few of us live here year-round. Me. I've been stuck here for 10 years, give or take. We just got the internet like a month ago. It's been a real game changer, finally. We've been begging for it for ages, but our boss, Brenda, is a real stickler for the rules. Only gives us the bare minimum. Once a month, she marches to the edge of the park, chats with someone on the outside using a walkie-talkie, and a week later, boom, the feds show up with a truckload of goodies. We've tried slipping them our wish lists, but since these delivery guys forget about us the moment they leave, it's like talking to a brick wall. Then this flower child-looking guy showed up in a van with a satellite dish that looked like it was from outer space. He went into the forest and never came back. I figure he won't mind if I borrow his internet for a bit, right? Anyway, I've seen a bunch of folks sharing their spooky stories online, so I thought I'd throw in a few of my own. So, what's the deal with Whispering Pines? This place is 50 to 65 acres of mind-bending weirdness. But the real magic, or whatever you want to call it, happens in the center. In a 5-mile circle we call the Heartwood. The deeper you go, the taller the trees get, the thicker the air gets, and the darker it gets. It's like descending into a giant, green well. We keep the edges trimmed so we don't wander in by accident. When one of us goes into the Heartwood, we call it a dive. And I do it pretty much every day. Here's the kicker: distance is all messed up in there. You can walk for hours and end up right back where you started. Or you can take a few steps and suddenly be miles away. We don't use miles or kilometers to measure distance. We use light, or the lack of it. We're talking about illuminance, measured in lux. We even use ocean zones to describe how deep we are: sunlight, twilight, midnight, abyssal, twilight, and hadal. The deeper you go, the crazier the wildlife gets. Think Yellowstone, but with a serious twist. The only safe spots are the streams that run through the zones. For some reason, distance is normal around them, and the whole place feels a little less unhinged. All right, enough chit-chat. Story time. Normally, I stick to the East Stream for tours. It's easy, safe, the usual tourist stuff. But sometimes you get a group that looks like they can handle more. Like this one time, about a year and a half ago, a whole caravan of hikers rolled up, decked out in gear that probably cost more than my yearly salary. I felt like a hobo in my ranger uniform and hat. These guys were pumped, full of questions, practically vibrating with excitement. I started showing them the East Stream Trail, all smiles and showmanship. But I guess I let it on a bit thick, because they looked well bored. And Rick doesn't do bored. So, I said, "All right, folks, I don't usually do this, but you seem like the adventurous type. How about we hit the North Stream instead?" That got me going. Now, there's a reason I avoid the North Stream. First, it's a longer walk from the visitor center, and your boy likes to take it easy. Second, it's a narrow, rocky stream with some seriously steep parts. It's a recipe for twisted ankles, or worse. Plus, you gotta take detours away from the stream and into the woods, and let me tell you, even a few feet into those trees is a gamble. The hike started great. These guys were awesome, telling me about their trip through the Rockies. They'd started in Vancouver and were hitting every major hiking spot on their way to Alaska. One of them, a skinny kid they'd picked up along the way, was tagging along. He was super quiet, barely said a word, always hanging back. Since I wasn't used to the North Stream, I lost track of time, lost track of the light. We were having too much fun. We reached a waterfall where we'd have to detour around a tree as wide as a bus. And that's when the kid finally spoke up. Can we maybe turn back?" he asked, all jittery and pale. I pulled out my lux meter, told everyone to kill their lights for a sec. It read 0.62 lux. We were smack dab in the twilight zone, a good mile deeper than I usually go. "Sorry everyone," I said. "Time to head back. You all got a bonus tour today, whether you liked it or not." They grumbled a little, but they followed me. The kid was practically glued to my back now, making these little whimpering noises. The pines messes with people's heads, and it was clearly getting to him. I've seen people freak out, cry, hallucinate, even try to climb trees to escape, so I knew this kid was about to lose it. We got to another waterfall, another detour, and I stopped to try to calm him down. But then, crack, a sound like a tree snapping in half echoed from the woods behind us. The kid shoved me, hard, and I went sprawling into the creek. Before I could even cuss, he was gone, running straight into the trees. A couple of folks went after him, but I yelled at them to stop. Once everyone was back, we stood there listening. Nothing but silence. "All right," I whispered. "Everyone, stick together. Stay quiet, and don't leave my side." One of the women pointed into the woods. "What about him?" she asked. My job is to get you all out safe," I said. "He's probably just ahead." We walked around the falls back to the stream, every footstep crunching like thunder in the silence. "H.E." someone shouted, and I whipped around. Everyone was staring into the woods. There was the kid, standing right at the edge of our flashlight beams. The guy who'd yelled was waving his arms. "We're over here." "Stop it, Nabo," I said, trying to keep my voice down. "He heard you. He can follow if he wants." I said, "Stay quiet." He got the message, thankfully. As we walked, the kid seemed to be following us, getting closer. Then one of the women gasped. I've seen some messed up stuff in my time, but what I saw next made my blood turn to ice. The kid was closer, but he wasn't walking. His feet were dragging on the ground. He was being carried. People started crying, and I picked up the pace. A low thrumming filled the air, like a heartbeat, growing louder. I turned again, and the kid was less than 20 yards away. His face was blank, empty. But his neck, it was stretched out, grotesquely distended. The black spear, thick as my arm, was sticking out of it. I couldn't see what was holding him, only the blood bubbling around the spear. Then he was gone, lifted into the darkness above. The rest of the hike was a blur of tears and panicked breathing. When we finally got back to the visitor center, they didn't even wait for me to say goodbye. They piled into their cars and peeled out of there. I'm pretty sure they forgot everything the second they crossed the park boundary. They probably think the kid just chickened out and left. I wish I could forget. The kid's car is still here. We got a lot of abandoned cars in our lot. Makes the place look busier than it is. I asked one of the government guys why they don't tell them, and he said something about waiting until it looks less suspicious. Whatever that means. Anyway, I gotta get back to work. Another car just pulled in, and Brenda will have my hide if she catches me goofing off near this van. I got tons more stories, though. Maybe I'll share 'em later, if the feds don't take this thing away. Catch you on the flip side, folks. Audio journey together. The whispers about the Eastern European exclusion zone were enough to make your skin crawl. Rumors of bizarre creatures, things that sounded ripped from a sci-fi horror flick, were rampant. Some survivors described beasts straight out of folklore wendigos. Audio journey together. Dogmen, but I figured fear and trauma had probably twisted their perceptions. My buddy Nick, who was fluent in the local languages and had family ties to the region, his girlfriend Sarah, and I flew into the country without incident. Let's begin our audio journey together. The initial towns we passed through were deceptively normal. Picturesque farmhouses, fields bursting with crops. It looked like a postcard. But as we ventured deeper into the radiation zone, the scenery shifted dramatically. Abandoned buildings, overgrown fields, journey together, an eerie stillness. It was like driving through a ghost land. Damn, I muttered. This place looks like it's been through hell. Pretty much, Nick replied grimly. A nuclear one. I reckon the biblical apocalypse sounds like a picnic compared to what actually happens. No rapture, no divine intervention. Just fire, destruction, and long-lasting consequences. Cheery, Sarah commented, her gaze fixed on the passing landscape. I caught glimpses of small, white eyes darting into the undergrowth, vanishing as we sped past. How much further? I asked, feeling a familiar wave of car sickness. The winding roads were making my stomach churn. Still a ways, Nick said. This country's huge. Another 3, maybe 4 hours by car. Then we hike. Good thing we left at dawn, Sarah yawned, taking a swig from a neon green energy drink. The sun rose, painting the sky in shades of red and orange. The drive was uneventful, aside from my persistent nausea. I popped a couple of anti-nosy pills, wishing I'd risked bringing some edibles. Then, Nick slammed on the brakes. Holy crap, look at that. A dead bear lay sprawled across the road. It wasn't just any bear. This thing was a freak of nature. Extra paws, each with 7 clawed fingers, jutted from its limbs. Its feet were gnarled and twisted, and a pale, boneless arm protruded from its chest. As grotesque as that. Real. Sarah breathed. Sarah. Well, guess the stories are true, Nick said, his eyes wide with a mix of awe and excitement. Imagine what else is out here. This is going to be an insane documentary. Sarah, an aspiring filmmaker, was already fiddling with her camera. She got out, and after a moment, Nick and I followed. Sarah knelt by the bear, filming every gruesome detail. Then it blinked. I yelled a warning, backing away quickly. Sarah, focused on her camera, didn't notice. But Nick saw it too. He grabbed Sarah, pulling her back just as the bear's mutated paw lashed out, yearning together, claws slicing through the air where her face had been. The bear's head snapped towards us, teeth bared, saliva dripping. It roared and lunged. Just then, a pale figure darted from the forest. It was humanoid, but with distinctly porcine features, bloated, pink skin, beady red eyes. Audio journeyed together in a wide, snarling mouth filled with sharp fangs. It moved with unnatural speed, grabbing Sarah by the neck and dragging her into the woods. She let out a strangled scream. Nick yelled, taking a step forward. A massive bear paw swatted him off his feet. I stood frozen, watching Sarah disappear. The bear stood on its hind legs, roaring again, its breath reeking of decay and infection. Then it dropped back down and lumbered after the pig creature. Nick lay on the ground, clutching his bleeding leg. We gotta get help, I said. Help? He laughed. The cops aren't coming out here. We're on our own. That we were stranded. No cell service, no way to call for help. After patching up Nick's leg with the first aid kit, we rummaged through the car for anything we could use as weapons. Damn it. This is useless, Nick said, frustration in his voice. Beer spray, a couple of knives, what's that going to do against those things? We need something serious, Doc. Wish we were back in the States, I said. You can't get guns here unless you're looting them off dead soldiers. Yeah, Yorny together. Right, he muttered, handing me a large folding knife. 1 canister of bear sprays and 3 knives and a tire iron. Not exactly an arsenal. The thought of Anna being at the mercy of those creatures made my stomach churn. Take the bear spray, Nick said, RDA together, shoving the canister into my hand. And I did a knife. You ready for this? Hell no. I replied. We should try to find help. If we both get killed, no one will find Anna. The nearest town is 2 hours west, he argued, and let's begin our creative audio journey together. By the time we get back with help, her trail will be cold. We have to go now. If you don't want to come, I'm coming, I said grimly. Nick had a dark past. He'd been kidnapped as a kid, held captive by a deranged neighbor, left to starve in a pit. Our creative audio journey together. The memory of his stories fueled his determination to find Anna. The bear and the pig creature had left a clear trail. We moved cautiously, scanning our surroundings. Then, the trees opened into a clearing. It was a horrifying sight. A field littered with human skeletons, arranged in a macabre semicircle. Some were mostly intact, others scattered by scavengers. It looked like a bone orchard. What the hell? I whispered. Dead bodies, Nick said flatly. From the accident? I asked. He shook his head, pointing to some fresher corpses. Their throats were ripped out, deep bite marks visible on the bones. One skeleton clutched a glass bottle containing a rolled up piece of paper. I carefully pried the bottle from the skeletal fingers, uncorked it, and pulled out the paper. It was thick, like handmade parchment. Let's begin our audio journey together. The writing was in elegant cursive, like it had been written with a quill. I read aloud, rules to survive in the Helskin Nature Preserve of 1. The cult known as the Golden Butchers kidnaps women to breed them with the pig creatures. They worship the offspring as gods. If someone is taken, begin audio journey together. They're held at the living farm at the forest's edge. 2. If you encounter Mr. Welcome, the enormous pig god with eyes on his forehead, do not let him touch you. 3. The red snakes can only see movement. If you see them, stay perfectly still. Don't even breathe. Breeding women with pig creatures. Nick exclaimed, his face pale. We have to find her. But where do we even start? A scream echoed through the hills, coming from our left. It sounded like Anna. Nick's expression hardened. Without a word, audio journey together. He took off running. Wait up, I yelled, sprinting after him. We spent hours searching, the forest a maze of trees and undergrowth. We never heard another scream. We were both starting to fear we were going in the wrong direction. A narrow deer trail wound through the brush, leading up rocky hills and alongside clear streams. We followed it, sweating and anxious. How do you even know we're going the right way? I asked, finally breaking the silence. We've been on this trail for hours. It's the direction the scream came from, Nick said, audio journey together, his voice strained. Where else would they go? They'd take the easiest route. As we reached a mountain peak, I checked the gauger counter. The radiation levels were dangerously high. We couldn't stay here much longer. Just then, a distorted shriek echoed from below. It sounded almost electronic, amplified to an ear-splitting volume. Distant roars answered from the surrounding woods, much closer this time. Peace est, a voice whispered from a thick patch of ferns to my left. Hey, you. I jumped, drawing my knife. Nick raised the tire iron, ready to strike. A small boy crawled out of the ferns. He was painfully thin, his face covered in dirt, his dark eyes sunken. He couldn't have been older than 10, but he looked much older. His ragged clothes barely covered him. Don't kill me, please, he whispered, his voice hoarse. Take me away from here. My parents brought me here. They were part of the Golden Butchers, but they got sick and died. Who are you, kid? Are you kid? Nick asked, pulling him to his feet. My name is Ely. I'm from the farm, he said, pointing towards the tallest peak in the area. You can't see it from here. Gather. Can you take us there? Nick asked. Ella's eyes filled with tears, but he nodded. If you take me with you when you leave, I'll show you, he said, sobbing. But it's a terrible place. It's the place of Miss Welcome. Ella led us to the living farm. He navigated the forest with surprising skill, following subtle signs I wouldn't have noticed. He saved us a lot of time. There, he said, pointing through the trees. The top of the hill had been cleared. In its place stood a horrifying structure. The upper part of the building, which peeked over the trees, had something like a bell tower. But instead of a bell, there was an enormous, bloodshot eye. The eye's iris was crimson, its pupil dilated. It was huge, the size of a church bell, and it had no eyelids. Strange white filaments, like mold, trailed down from it into the building. The rest of the building was black, windowless, and imposing. It had a brutalist architecture, all sharp angles and steep slopes. The eye constantly rotated, scanning the surrounding hills. The building itself seemed to breathe. Welcome, a distorted voice echoed from the walls. Welcome, Wella, come. What the hell is this, kid? Nick whispered. Where's Anna? Ellie shook his head. She's inside with the other breeders, he said, fear in his voice. Keep them chained up until the ritual. What's that? I asked. The light was coming. Night. Sunset, he replied. Sunset. That's almost now. We have to go. Nick exclaimed. What are you going to do? Stab that building journey to your knife? I whispered. We need a plan. The building roared, its scream echoing through the hills. It was answered by other roars, one coming from just behind us. I grabbed Nick's shoulder, my eyes wide. The brush cracked under a heavy weight. Journey together, a monstrous pig emerged, walking on all fours. It was the size of an SUV. Its eyes were like the eye on the building, blood, red and dilated. Hundreds of sharp teeth protruded from its skin, covering its pink flesh like tumors. It roared and charged. Its mouth opened and closed, revealing rows of razor-sharp teeth. Run, I yelled, grabbing Ellie and pulling him along. We sprinted towards the building. It had a single wide-open barn door. The creature's heavy footsteps grew closer. In the barn. I yelled. It was our only option. We ran inside, guarding together, slamming the doors shut just as the creature reached them. We shoved a large board into the brackets, locking the doors from the inside. It was cool and dark inside. I turned and almost screamed. Hundreds of imprisoned women, the walls of the barn, stacked in makeshift cells, party together. They stared down at us with hollow eyes. Most were young, but they looked ancient. Along the back wall stood an enormous pig, positioned like Jesus on the cross. It was as tall as the barn itself. Dozens of extra eyes covered its face. White filaments rose from the top of its head, connecting to the eye in the bell tower. Its many red eyes fixed on us. Welcome, it hissed. Welcome. Its limbs were chained to the wall. This was Mr. Welcome. Ina, Nick yelled, frantically searching the faces. Don't scream, Ely whispered. Please, don't scream. Too late. Trapdoors in the floor sprung open. Mutated bears and pig creatures emerged, their eyes filled with hunger. Shit, Nick yelled, running back to the door. We pulled the board free. The barn door flew open. Outside, it was night. Audio journey together. Snakes the size of track trailers slithered into the clearing, their eyes glowing red. Standing in front of the barn, I felt a sense of impending doom. I looked at Ali, who gave me a faint, terrified smile. I think we're screwed, Nick whispered. Then I remembered the rules. Stay still, I said. Don't even breathe. The predators from the barn were closing in, but the snakes were closer. As the bears and pig creatures prepared to pounce, I closed my eyes. I felt a rush of air. The snakes moved in a blur, their massive jaws opening, fangs extending. Keeping my eyes closed, I listened to the sounds of tearing flesh and screaming animals. Then silence. After a long tense moment, someone touched my shoulder. I opened my eyes. Nick stared at me. "They're all gone," he whispered. "Except Mr. Welcome. It's an audio journey. It's now or never." We moved back into the barn. The trapdoors were still open. We heard faint sobbing from below. We went down to the basement. It was a dark, hay-covered room. Torture devices lined the walls. In the corner, we found Anna tied up. She was a mess. "Oh my God. You came," she whispered. "Get me out of here. They're coming. The ritual's about to start." We cut her free. "We have to be quiet," I said. As we went back upstairs, Mr. Welcome's voice changed. "Welcome, thieves," he hissed, his voice turning demonic. "She is mine. You will pay." He inhaled deeply, his body swelling. He ripped the chains from the wall, pus and blood dripping from the holes. He moved towards us, walking on two legs. The optic nerves connecting him to the eye in the tower snapped. Nick looked at me, sadness in his eyes. "Jet out," he whispered. "I'll distract him. Just get Anna home." He ran towards the monster, raising his small knife. Mr. Welcome tried to swipe at him, but Nick ducked and ran behind him. He stabbed the creature in the leg. It probably didn't do much damage. Begin our creative audio journey together, but it was a distraction. Mr. Welcome turned, dropping to all fours. He smacked Nick with his snout, sending him flying. Nick hit the wall with a sickening thud. His skin immediately started to blacken, as if he were being burned alive. His eyes melted. He tried to crawl back to us as he died. Ready journey together. "Run," I screamed, grabbing Anna's hand. Ely was already ahead of us. I heard the ground shake as Mr. Welcome gave chase. He was too fast. We wouldn't make it. "Keep going," I yelled at Anna and Ayla. They kept running. I turned to face Mr. Welcome. Journey together. I don't know if it was luck or some kind of divine intervention, but the beer spray was our only chance. With Mr. Welcome running on all fours, his face was within reach. I raised the canister and sprayed a concentrated blast into his many eyes. He didn't stop immediately. Audio journey together, and I had to jump out of the way to avoid being trampled. The air rushed past me like a speeding train. Then Mr. Welcome roared. A roar of pain and confusion. Blinded, he stumbled, crashing into the walls and knocking down support beams. The barn shook. Audio journey together. The forest outside echoed with the sound of his rampage. Without hesitation, I turned and ran after Anna and Ely. We burst out of the barn and sprinted towards the car. I didn't look back. We didn't stop running until we were miles away. We told the police about the barn and the women, a big bit of our journey, but they couldn't find it. It was like it had vanished. We never heard anything about it again. Looking back, I understand why Chernobyl is a restricted zone. It's not just the radiation. There are things that hide in the shadows, things that thrive in the darkness, things that should never be seen. Alright, so, when I was a kid, me and my best friend, Chloe, were super into urban exploration. You know, sneaking into abandoned buildings, creeping around forgotten places, that kind of stuff. Chloe, she was the expert. She knew all the coolest spots, and all the rules to keep us safe. Together, some were obvious, like wear sneakers and tall socks, and clothes as you could actually, move in. Bring a flashlight and water, duh. But some of her rules, they were more out there. Stuff she learned the hard way, I guess. This one time, I really should have listened to her, but, spoiler audio alert, I didn't. Chloe, she's still one of the smartest people I've ever met, which is probably why she was so good at this urban exploration thing. She was fearless, but not in a stupid way, and I trusted her completely. Usually, begin our creative audio journey together. We'd explored an abandoned Macy's that was beyond creepy, some old barn way out in the sticks, and a bunch of places we just found driving around. After a while, Chloe told me about this special place she wanted to show me. She wouldn't tell me anything about it, which was weird, but it just made me more excited. I remember the first time we went there like it was yesterday. It was late summer. You know, the time when the leaves haven't started turning yet, but you can feel that little chill in the air that says it's coming. Audio journey together. One of the things I loved about exploring with Chloe was that she always drove. I got to chill in the passenger seat and watch the world go by. That day, we drove out into the hills outside of town, past all the cookie cutter houses, then some farms, our creative audio journey together, then just fields and trees as far as you could see. I memorized the way we went, like some part of me knew I'd want to come back. I wish I wasn't so good at remembering stuff like that. We'd grabbed coffee before we left town, and we were just laughing and singing along to the radio, audio journey, having a blast. After driving for ages, Chloe pulled over on the side of the road in the middle of nowhere. Seriously, there was nothing around, no landmarks, nothing. She just grinned and said, "We're here." I got out of the car and took a deep breath. It smelled amazing, tall grass, old Joe trees, and that kind of damp, woodsy smell. I looked around at the huge pine trees and the pretty aspens, then back at Chloe. "Okay," I said. "I don't know if this counts as urban exploration, but it's pretty." Chloe smirked and tossed her crazy, curly brown hair. "Guess not," she said. "But you're gonna love this." I followed her into the woods. There was no path, and I was pretty sure there never had been. It felt like no one had ever been out here before us. I had this quick flash of being in one of those Slenderman stories. You know, the ones where a friend snaps and sacrifices you in the woods. But I pushed that scary thought away. We hiked for a few minutes, over fallen trees and through tall grass. I even saw an old wagon, like a covered wagon just completely overgrown with weeds. It was wild. Then, through the trees, I saw it. A building. Chloe pointed, all excited. "There it is." There, tucked away past a little river, was this tiny, perfect Victorian house. It looked like a dollhouse, but like a big one. It had been painted pink and blue, with white trim around the windows, but the paint was all peeling and faded. My inner kid went nuts. I was in love. "What is it?" I whispered, like I was in a church or something. Chloe had this huge, satisfied smile on her face, the one she got when we found something really cool. "It's an old playhouse," she whispered back. "Audio together. I bet some rich dude built it for his daughters like 100 years ago. It's beautiful, right? But also kind of creepy." I nodded. It was beautiful, but creepy too. It was like, if I looked long enough, I'd see a little girl run out from behind it, or her kids playing. Our journey together. It was at least 2 stories tall, and it was made of wood and stone, not plastic like the ones you see now. The roof was caving in, and most of the windows were broken. I was totally hooked. I started walking towards it, figuring Chloe would know the best way to get across the river, but she grabbed my arm hard. "No," she said, and that one word made my stomach drop. "Whoa, what do you mean no?" I laughed, pulling my arm back. "We drove all the way out here, and you don't even want to check it out." Chloe shook her head, and her face was serious, which was not her usual vibe. "We can look at it from here," she said, "but we're not going over there." I started to get annoyed. "We can just wade across the river," I said. "It looks shallow. Audio journey together. I promise I'll stand by your car until I'm dry if you're worried about your precious seats." Chloe was a neat freak about her car, and she always kept a towel in the trunk, after we learned that lesson the hard way. She let go of my arm but took a step back, journey together. She was distancing herself from me or the playhouse or both. "Mara," she said, using my full name, which she only ever did when she was serious. "Look around. Do you see any beer bottles, cigarettes, soda cans, candy wrappers, anything?" I looked around, scanning the ground. She was right to get. There was nothing. "No," I admitted. "I guess whoever owns this land takes good care of it." "Nobody owns it, as far as I can tell," Chloe said. "Nobody takes care of it. People just don't stay here long. If teenagers won't even party here, Audio journey area, then we definitely shouldn't be messing around. There's a reason no one goes near that thing. We can admire it from a distance, but we are not crossing that river. Just trust me, okay?" But I couldn't. I mean, I usually trusted Chloe with my life, and she'd never steered me wrong before. But this time, I just didn't get it. Why was she being so weird about this amazing little house? We stood there arguing for a few more minutes. Finally, Chloe, who I swear is the most stubborn person ever, threatened to leave me there if I took one more step toward the playhouse. So, of course, audio journey together. I took another step, because apparently I am also stubborn. She immediately turned around and started marching back to the car. She wasn't playing. I was kidding. I yelled, chasing after her. I'm kidding, I'm kidding. She didn't stop walking until we got back to the car. I could tell she wasn't really mad, but she was definitely serious. We brushed ourselves off, did a quick tick check, another one of those. Learned the hard way. Rules. And got back in the car. We ended up going to the mall, of all places. RDO together, it was like she wanted to be around as many people as possible after being out in the middle of nowhere. Later, when Chloe dropped me off at my house, she looked me dead in the eye and said, I was serious, Mara. If there's no sign of people, especially teenagers, around a place that's obviously man-made, that's a huge red flag. That's a sign you need to be careful. I smiled, but I couldn't quite meet her eyes. Yeah, I know, I said. I got it. I could tell she still felt uneasy about it, but she went home anyway. And me, creative audio journey together. I couldn't stop thinking about that playhouse. I'd taken a few pictures with my phone, and I spent the next few weeks staring at them. I'd zoom in and out, studying every detail, like I was going to be tested on it. Finally, I couldn't take it anymore. One Saturday, let's begin our creative audio journey together. When it was still warm enough that you could pretend fall wasn't just around the corner, I got in my car and drove back out there. I was going to explore that playhouse, with or without Chloe. Mostly because she would actually kill me if she knew I was going alone. Creative audio journey together. It was a lot harder to find the place alone. I had to drive back and forth on that same stretch of road for a while, second-guessing myself, before I finally found the spot where I thought we'd parked. It was mid-afternoon, and the first thing I noticed when I got out of my car was the quiet. Like, too quiet. No birds singing, no squirrels chattering, no bugs buzzing. Nothing. I couldn't remember if it had been this quiet when I was here with Chloe, but that unsettling feeling started creeping up on me again. I pushed it down. I started walking through the tall grass and brush, just like we had before. I tried to remember the way, looking for landmarks, but everything looked different alone. I kept going, telling myself I was being silly. Finally, after what felt like forever, I saw the playhouse in the distance. Audio journey together. I'd imagined this moment a bunch of times in the days leading up to this. I thought I'd feel excited, maybe a little triumphant. Instead, I just felt uneasy. Storm clouds were gathering overhead, making the whole place feel darker, gloomier. Begin our creative audio journey together. I told myself it was just the weather messing with my head and kept walking. When I got to the river, I walked up and down the bank for a bit, looking for a way across. There was no bridge, no stepping stones, nothing. Just like Chloe said, it was like nobody ever came out here. And a voice in my head, Chloe's voice, whispered, "If teenagers won't party here." I scoffed to myself. Maybe that makes it the perfect place to be, for once Chloe didn't know everything. After a few minutes of searching, I found a fallen log that stretched most of the way across. It wasn't ideal to gill, but it would have to do. I carefully started inching my way across, holding my arms out for balance. At one point, the log wobbled and I almost fell. My heart was pounding, even though the water below was shallow. Our creative journey together. I told myself it was just because I didn't want to get my shoes wet or have to wash the stupid car towel Chloe had made me buy. But another, smaller voice in my head was screaming at me to turn back. Finally, I made it to the other side. I was standing right in front of the playhouse. Audio journey together. And honestly, it was worth it. Even with the peeling paint, the broken windows, and the sagging roof, it was still beautiful, in a haunting kind of way. It really did look like a giant dollhouse. I just stood there for a long time, taking it all in. It felt like hours, audio journey together. but it was probably only minutes. I took another picture, trying to get the whole thing in the frame, and tried to send it to Chloe. But there was no service, of course. Then, I did something I knew I would regret, but I did it anyway. I took a deep breath and went inside. The first thing I noticed inside was the floor. It was just plain wood, and it was surprisingly clean. I mean, there was some dirt and leaves that had probably blown in, but that was it. No trash, no graffiti, nothing. If you've ever been inside an abandoned building, you know that's weird. Like, really weird. I looked up and saw a small, square opening in the ceiling with a rope ladder dangling down. The rope was frayed and old. Definitely not safe to climb. Part of me felt kind of proud. Even though I hadn't listened to Chloe about not coming here, creative audio journey together, I was still using her safety tips. I figured maybe, just maybe, if this all went well, I could convince her to come back with me. She had to see this place for herself. I took a few more pictures from inside, trying to get good shots of the walls, the ceiling, the light coming through the broken windows. It was all so picturesque in a decaying kind of way. Then, in a pile of leaves in the corner, I saw something that made me catch my breath. It was a tiny teacup, like from a child's tea set. It was made of porcelain, audio together, painted with delicate little flowers, and it was perfectly intact. I walked over to it, feeling like I was in a dream. The closer I got, the more I saw. There was a whole tea set scattered amongst the leaves, like someone had been playing there and just left. And next to the tea set, half hidden by shadows, I noticed something else. Wooden slats nailed to the wall, leading up to another square hole in the ceiling. Another floor. This playhouse just kept getting more and more interesting. I tested the slats. We begin our creative audio journey together, pushing down on one with my foot while I braced myself against the wall. When I told Chloe about this later, she pointed out that I should have tested it with my hand, or better yet a stick, in case the wood gave way and the wall collapsed. She's got a point. But also, when is Chloe ever wrong? The slats seemed sturdy enough, so, naturally, I started to climb. When I pulled myself up into the second floor room, I nearly fell back down in shock. Propped up in the corner like it was waiting for me was a life-size doll. It was a man doll, audio journey together, with a cloth body and a porcelain head and hands. The face was wrong. It looked angry, with these painted on eyebrows and bright pink lips pulled down in a frown. But the eyes, they looked almost scared. It was the most unsettling thing I'd ever seen. And let's begin our creative journey together. I had to hang onto the wooden slats for a minute, just trying to catch my breath and calm down. Then I remembered I was hanging several feet above the ground on rotting wood, so I scrambled the rest of the way into the room. This room was smaller than the one below, maybe 6 feet across, audio journey together. And unlike the first floor, this one was a mess. There were scraps of what looked like fancy little girls' dresses scattered around, and pieces of the roof, like shingles and boards, all over the floor. I couldn't tell how old the playhouse was, but it had clearly been through a lot of storms, our creative audio journey together. When I looked up, I could see straight through the roof in places, just sky and trees. I looked back down at the floor, and that little snake of worry started wriggling in my stomach again. If teenagers won't party here, then we shouldn't explore either. I tried to push the thought away, audio journey together, kicking at the debris on the floor. I wanted to see what was underneath, like maybe there were more toys, or clues, or something. As I moved a broken piece of wood, a little girl's face, smiling up at me, was revealed from beneath the rubble, and I screamed. It was another doll, smaller than the man doll, but just as creepy. I stumbled backward, tripped, and landed right in the lap of the life-sized man doll. Its arms flopped forward, like it was hugging me, and I screamed even louder. Then I just started sobbing, partly from fear, partly from relief that it was just a doll. At least, I thought it was just a doll. I crawled away, putting as much distance as possible between me and the creepy doll couple, and just lay there on the floor, a jumble of emotions. After a while, I felt something touch my ankle. Audio journey together. It was a soft touch so light I almost convinced myself I'd imagined it. But then my stupid brain decided to look. My eyes traveled down my leg to my foot, and there it was. A tiny hand, resting gently on my ankle. My gaze slowly followed the tiny hand up to a delicate wrist, a slender arm, and finally to a small, smiling face. I stared, my mind struggling to make sense of what I was seeing. Sitting there, amidst the rubble, was a little girl. Not a doll, a real little girl, though she was small, like the size of a toddler. Her skin was pale and smooth, like porcelain, but it moved like real skin. Her hair was jet black, and her eyes were a bright, unsettling blue. They were shiny like glass. She stroked my ankle gently, almost affectionately, and asked in a voice that sounded like tinkling bells, "Audio together. Do you want to be my friend?" I don't know how else to describe. Her voice sounded like porcelain, too delicate, bright, and just off. I jerked my ankle away and scrambled backward, like a crab trying to escape a predator. As soon as I moved, her smile faded. For a split second, I felt like the worst person in the world. I just want to go, I stammered, my voice trembling. "I'm sorry. I shouldn't be here." Tears welled up in her big blue eyes. "You don't want to play with me?" she asked, her voice thick with sadness. I was completely frozen. On the one hand, audio journey together. A tiny, porcelain-looking girl had just crawled out of a pile of rubble in a creepy, abandoned playhouse in the middle of nowhere, and was acting like we were long lost friends. On the other hand, she just wanted someone to play with, and I felt like a total monster for saying no. Creative audio journey together. I also felt like a complete idiot for feeling bad instead of running for my life. I edged back a little further, and she asked, "Are you scared of me?" She slowly started to pull herself out of the rubble, revealing a body that matched her doll-like face. She was wearing a frilly pink, white, together, blue dress that, weirdly, looked brand new. Instead of crawling towards me, she stood up, walked over to the life-sized man doll, and gently touched its cheek. The doll's eyes flew open, and for a horrifying second, I saw real human eyes behind the painted porcelain ones. I screamed, a raw, the primal sound. The doll's porcelain mouth opened, as if it were screaming too. The girl quickly pulled her hand away, and the doll's face went back to its creepy, painted-on expression. "Daddy was always scared of me, too," she said softly. That was it. That was the final straw. Together, I scrambled to the hole in the floor, not caring about the rope ladder or the fall, and practically threw myself down. I used the frayed rope to slow my descent, getting some nasty rope burn in the process. I landed hard on the ground floor, stumbling and falling. From above, I heard that tiny, porcelain voice say, "Don't run away. I'll have to make Daddy chase you." I didn't stick around to find out if she was serious. I ran. I sprinted out of the playhouse, across the log over the river, not stopping until I reached my car. My hands were shaking so badly I could barely get the key in the lock. I fumbled it once, twice, before finally managing to unlock the door. I threw myself inside and locked it behind me, sobbing with terror and relief. I looked up, half expecting to see the little girl standing there, our creative audio journey together. But instead I saw her holding the hand of the life-sized doll, its head lolled to the side like a broken toy. I threw the car into reverse and backed out onto the road, not caring if I hit anything. I drove all the way home before I realized my phone was gone. Audio journey together. It must have fallen out of my pocket when I was running. It was only a couple of hours later that Chloe showed up at my house, looking pale and furious. She hugged me tight, then pulled back and said, "What the hell, Mara? You went back there without me." I burst into tears all over again, and it took me a while to calm down enough to tell her everything. When I was done, she just stared at me. "Honestly," she said, "I don't think I'd believe any of that if you didn't look like you were about to have a heart attack. Did you take anything before you went out there?" I shook my head. I'm a stone-cold sober, Chloe. I swear. She nodded slowly, her eyes distant. Then her phone buzzed. She looked at it, then held it up to show me. The message was from my number. My missing phone. I watched as she opened it. Audio journey together. It was a picture. A picture of my car, speeding away from the playhouse. And in the distance, just visible through the trees, was a tiny figure in a pink, white, and blue dress, holding the hand of a much larger, darker figure. I never went back to that playhouse, obviously. I don't even drive that way anymore. And to this day, when it's very quiet, I sometimes think I hear a high-pitched, sweet voice asking, "Do you want to be my friend?" A few years back, I realized I needed a serious life change. Everything seemed to be spiraling downwards: my finances, my mental state, my whole life. I'd go weeks without decent sleep, the city noise a constant hum below. Every time I stepped outside, let's begin our Creo journey together, it felt like things were getting: homeless people, discarded needles and pipes, more violence, overdoses, death. The city had become a wasteland, and I knew I had to get out. I was alone. No girlfriend, no wife, no kids. My parents had passed a few years prior, together, and I barely kept in touch with my siblings. Nothing tied me to that place, a place where I felt like I was slowly dying inside. So, I sold almost everything I owned, packed my car, and drove north to Alaska, hoping for a fresh start. I bought a small cabin in a plot of land nestled in the majestic mountains and dark, enchanting forests. In winter, the northern lights danced across the sky, a breathtaking display of cosmic light. The move did bring some peace, initially, but eventually, I realized the problem wasn't my location, it was me. As they say, wherever you go, there you are. I lived in that cabin for 3 months without any major incidents, aside from the ever-present threat of bears, moose, and wolves. I had a rifle and a shotgun for hunting, a small garden out back, and a solar panel for electricity. This is the life, I'd say, relaxing in a hammock strung up on the porch, gazing at the incredible view. Snow-capped mountains loomed against the dense evergreens, a pristine blanket of white covering everything. Not another house or road in sight. No work, no stress, no pollution, no constant traffic. I'd close my eyes, breathing in the crisp air. I often fell asleep out there, waking up just as the sun began to set, painting the sky in vibrant oranges and reds. One evening, I woke up and stumbled inside to make some instant coffee. As I sipped it, I browsed through the few things the previous owner had left behind. Among them was a bookshelf filled with sci-fi classics. While flipping past titles like A Maze of Death and Ubik, a black, leather-bound book caught my eye. It had no title or author, the cover worn and faded. Curious, I pulled it out and opened it. The pages were filled with neat, cursive handwriting. It was a diary. The first entry was dated January 9th, 2015. It read, "I don't know if I'm losing my mind. Let's begin our creative audio journey together. I went into town to see my therapist yesterday, and she just keeps saying it's all in my head. But I know it's not. When I first moved into this cabin, it felt like paradise. I never imagined something would be lurking around at night. I never thought it would be hiding under my bed, audio journey together, peering in the windows, following me like a shadow. Right now, I'm snowed in, coffee in one hand, my pistol in the other. I can't sleep. I keep hearing something shuffling under the bed. Sometimes I hear ragged breathing, like a corpse with dirt in its lungs. Party together. I've caught glimpses of it in the dark. Whatever it is, its skin hangs loose, almost falling off the bone. It looks like a naked, emaciated man. Its eyes are dark and rotten, its back hunched, spine twisted. It moves in this slow, jerky way, but I can never get a clear look. It's like its body is broken, out of joint. Its legs seem to bend the wrong way sometimes. By the time I turn on the lights or try to record it, it's gone. But the smell lingers. A sickly sweet, decaying odor. I don't know what it wants. I want to leave, but with the storm outside, I'm stuck. The snowdrifts are 5 feet high. I feel like I'm trapped in a cage with a rabid animal, waiting for it to strike. My wife says she hasn't seen or heard anything, but she keeps disappearing. Last night, she vanished in the middle of a blizzard. Where did she go? Creative audio journey together. I asked her in the morning, but she said she'd been here the whole time. She didn't remember anything. There's no way she went to town. There wasn't time, and the trails are impassable. Something's happening here. I'm terrified for our lives. I slammed the diary shut, out of air, not wanting to read any more. I didn't want to get caught up in someone else's paranoia. If the previous owner had cracked up in the wilderness and started hallucinating things, I didn't need to know the details. I shoved the diary back on the shelf, grabbing the maze of death. Instead, together, I tried to push the image of the twisted, naked man from my mind, but it stuck with me. I eventually fell asleep just before dawn. But as I drifted off, I thought I saw a silhouette in the window, a gaunt figure with dark, sunken eyes staring back. I thought I saw Long, him and Hugh of audio journey together and compress against the glass. I blinked, sat up, and looked out into the snowy landscape. There was nothing there. Another hunter occasionally used the deer trails near my cabin. There was a frozen lake about a quarter-mile down the hill, audio journey together. A solid sheet of white under thick blankets of snow. I decided to take a hike in the frigid morning air. I bundled up in my warmest gear, strapped on my snowshoes, and grabbed my shotgun. Habit I'd picked up since moving to the Alaskan wilderness. Audio journey together. You never knew what you might run into out here. I stepped outside and immediately noticed footprints in the snow around the cabin. At first, a chill ran down my spine. I thought of the silhouette I'd seen in the window the night before, the nightmarish figure from the diary, together. But these tracks didn't lead to the window. They followed the trail about 20 feet away, then veered off towards the frozen lake. I followed their path with my eyes and saw a dark figure moving slowly across the ice. Caleb, I shouted, recognizing my closest neighbor, journey together. He had a cabin about a mile away. He jumped at the sound of my voice, startled. His dark snow pants and heavy fur coat rustled as he turned, raising his rifle instinctively. When he saw it was me, he lowered the gun and gave a wave. Ethan, didn't expect to see you out this early, he called back, his voice echoing in the still, snow-covered landscape. The snow always seemed to absorb sound, making everything feel hushed and muffled. Yeah, haven't been sleeping well, I replied, shifting my shotgun on my shoulder. What are you doing out here? Just doing a little hunting, he said with a quick wink. Animals are most active around dawn and dusk. That's when I have the best luck. He walked over to me, looking me in the eye. You look rough, man. Let's begin our creative audio journey together. You got bags under your eyes big enough to carry groceries. Tell me about it, I muttered. Hey, this might sound a little strange, but did you know the guy who owned this place before me? Caleb's expression changed. His friendly demeanor vanished, replaced by a guarded look, an audio journey together. Yeah, I knew him, he said shortly. He seemed to be studying my face as if trying to read my thoughts. His sudden shift in attitude made me uneasy. Is he still around? I asked hesitantly. Caleb's frown deepened. Look, Ethan, I don't know what this is about, audio journey together, but he's dead. He died in that cabin, he said, pointing back towards my place. My stomach dropped. A cold wave of dread washed over me. How? What happened? Was it a heart attack or something? I stammered. Caleb looked down at the snow, avoiding my gaze. You know, Alaska has the highest missing persons rate in the whole country, right? It's crazy. They even have a name for it, the Alaska Triangle, he said. And we're right smack in the middle of it. I just stared at him, confused. It felt like he was deliberately avoiding my question. No, I didn't know that, I replied. Caleb nodded slowly, then looked back up at me. He took a deep breath. Look, he said, what happened to the last owner? And his wife, it's a messed up story. And let's begin our creative audio journey together. I'll tell you really, but I'm telling you now, it's not going to help you sleep any better. I need to know, I insisted. The wind picked up again, whipping snowflakes around us. Right, Caleb sighed. Let's head back to your cabin. I could use a shot of whiskey to warm up. We settled into my cabin with a bottle of Johnny Walker and 2 shot glasses. I wasn't much of a drinker, but Caleb certainly was. He downed 3 shots in quick succession. I took a small sip of mine. Audio journey together, setting the glass back down on the coffee table with a clink. Caleb hissing through his teeth. Ah, that's the good stuff, he said, thumping his chest. He looked at me, a strange light in his eyes. So, you want to know about what happened to Will Tanner? Well, the truth is, nobody really knows the whole story. I used to see him every now and then. We'd have a drink chat. We all know each other out here. I nodded, urging him to continue. He seemed like a normal, decent guy. Reminded me a bit of you, actually. A young guy trying to escape the rat race dog. He was here for maybe a couple months, I don't know exactly. Everything seemed fine. We'd go target shooting sometimes, have a beer. We'd get together with a few other hunters who live closer to town and play some poker. I never saw anything odd about Will. Never could have predicted what happened. He sighed, looking out the window at the mountains with a faraway expression. Well, what did happen? I pressed. He started talking about seeing someone outside his window at night. Hearing noises under his bed, like heavy breathing and shuffling. He started leaving all the lights on, 24/7. Caleb leaned closer, a flicker of fear in his eyes. He started losing it. Started digging holes all over the property, looking for something. Our creative audio journey together in the middle of snowstorms, I'd see him out there, digging. He never seemed to sleep. Classic cabin fever. A few weeks later, I got worried. I hadn't heard from him in a few days, which was unusual. I came over here and found the door wide open, audio journey together. Will was sitting in that chair you're in now, a shotgun at his feet, a bullet hole through his head. My breath caught in my throat. And next to him, Caleb continued. I found a blood-stained diary, open to the middle. The last entry had blood spatter on it. But you could still read it. It was just a few sentences. I glanced over at the bookshelf where I'd found the diary. It said something like, "You see now. The twisted man is showing me the truth. Today I'll finally find it." That was a suicide note. I asked, my hearty-o heart pounding. He nodded. Yeah, I called the Rangers. They brought in the cops CSI. They took everything against evidence, including the diary, he said. Good riddance, I say. Reading stuff like that can mess with your head. Illusions can spread, you know. I did know. Creative audio journey together. But I didn't say anything. I looked back at the diary, its black leather cover gleaming like a dark omen. If the police took the diary, how did it get back here? You said he had a wife living here with him, I asked. Yeah, she went missing around the same time, Caleb said. Audio journey together, real strange. The cops thought she'd just left, but he shook his head grimly. She was never seen again, vanished into thin air. But after Caleb left, I walked stiffly over to the bookshelf and took down the diary. I flipped through the pages until I found the last entry. Darkened bloodstains were scattered across the page. I found the final note and read the data, January 27th, 2015. Will Tanner hadn't lasted long after he started seeing the twisted man. I wondered if my fate would be the same. The sun began to set. I sat at the small kitchen table. Begin our creative audio journey together, eating some leftover venison stew and rice, reading through the diary. Towards the end, Will had written that the twisted man wasn't trying to hurt him. He believed the creature was trying to protect him from something, a greater evil. I scoffed, a surge of anger rising in me, audio journey together. His naivety had gotten him killed. But then a thought struck me, what if I was making the same mistake? Maybe I should just grab my things and leave. I could take the snowmobile to town in a couple of hours. But deep down, I knew I wouldn't. Something about this mystery drew me in. Like a siren's call, my curiosity kept me rooted there. I needed answers, and I would find them. I'd fallen asleep in front of the TV, an empty beer bottle in my hand. The TV hooked up to a satellite dish, and no cable or phone lines out here. Flickered with static. Our audio journey together. All my power came from solar energy, which was usually enough. But tonight, I needed the noise, the mindless flashing lights. It kept the creeping dread at bay. I woke with a jolt. The TV screen was a blizzard of white noise. The hissing deepened into a gurgle, and for a second, our creative audio journey together. I thought I heard faint words, ragged breathing, like a drowning man's last gasp. A black line crawled across the screen, and an image materialized. The cabin was plunged into silence, save for the howling wind outside. It looked like a live camera feed of a room. My cabin, journey together. I saw myself in the chair staring at the screen. I raised my hand and the miniature version of me on the screen did the same. Ice water seemed to run through my veins. What the hell? I whispered, looking around for the camera. There was nothing there, just the wooden ceiling. Audio journey together. I turned back to the screen and nearly screamed. The TV now showed a pale, naked man crouching behind my chair. With jerky movements, he rose, his spine twisted and contorted. A hissing voice came from the speakers, as if the speaker itself had dirt and maggots in its throat. He is a killer. The shadow of death. It gurgled. Many have fallen. Many lie buried in this forest. You will be next. He is watching you. Long, broken fingers with blackened nails reached out to my shoulders on the screen. I jumped up, stumbling backward, spinning around in terror. Audio journey together. My back slammed into the TV, sending it crashing to the floor. In the brief moment before darkness engulfed me, I thought I saw a pale, sunken face with rotting eyes peering from behind the chair. I turned on every light in the cabin. The twisted man was gone. Let's begin our audio journey together. But I knew I couldn't stay there. The warning echoed in my mind. If the creature wanted to kill me, why hadn't it done so already? It didn't make sense. Who was watching me? And why warn me? Maybe it was some kind of twisted game. I threw on my snow gear, grabbing my shotgun. Let's begin our creative audio journey. I had to get to Caleb's cabin, but fate had other plans. I felt eyes on me as I drove along the narrow deer trail. The branches of the evergreens clothed my clothes. More than once, I thought I saw a pale figure standing in the snow, but it was always gone when I looked again. Relief washed over me when I saw Caleb's cabin in the distance. I pulled up outside and saw 2 sets of footprints in the snow. One much smaller than the other. I found it odd, but dismissed it. I knocked on the door. Caleb answered, looking groggy and half-dressed. His face creased into a frown when he saw me. "Caleb, I need a favor," I said quickly. "Something weird is happening at my cabin. Can I stay here until morning? I can't stay there tonight." He nodded, yawning and gesturing me inside. "You can crash on the couch," he mumbled, pointing to a worn-out sofa. He stumbled back towards his bedroom, closing the door behind him. I couldn't sleep. I wandered around the living area, looking at Caleb's bookshelf. He had a strange collection. True crime, mostly. Books about serial killers lined the shelves. At the end, there was a large black binder, unlabeled and worn. It reminded me of the diary. I pulled it out. Inside were countless news clippings. The first one was about a woman who'd gone missing in the forest 20 years ago. Her body had never been found. Then there were more missing women. Creative journey together. Murdered prostitutes, missing men, all unsolved. I found clippings about Will Tanner's suicide and his wife's disappearance. Next to the article about the suicide, Caleb had scrawled, HAA, in red marker. I heard the click of a gun behind me. Caleb's voice came, cold and mocking. "Like my work friend." I stared at him, the binder still in my hands. "And it's you. You killed Will and his wife, and all these other people." It felt surreal. Caleb grinned, his eyes dead. "She was cheating on him with me," he hissed. "Just another whore. They always get what's coming to them." I saw something move behind Caleb, the twisted man, writhing in the shadows. "You need help," I whispered. Caleb laughed. "Help? They only help people like me with a needle. That's why you have to cover your tracks." The twisted man touched Caleb's neck. Caleb cried out, spinning around. I lunged for my shotgun as Caleb turned back, firing his pistol. The first bullet missed, but the second tore into my leg. I screamed in pain and grabbed the shotgun, firing. Caleb's head snapped back, a spray of blood and bone erupting from the wound. The twisted man stood there, hunched over, grinning at me. Blood poured down my leg. Was I dying? You weren't after me at all, were you? I asked. You were after Caleb. The twisted man didn't answer. He simply vanished into the shadows of the bedroom. As dawn broke, I finally understood. The words the twisted man had spoken on the TV echoed in my mind. He is a killer. The shadow of death. Artie here, many have fallen, he is watching you. He hadn't been threatening me. He'd been warning me. He'd probably tried to warn Will Tanner, too. I bandaged my leg, the pain searing. I found some painkillers in Caleb's bathroom and swallowed a handful. I knew I'd need them to make it to town. As I left, I glanced back at the cabin. In the doorway, the twisted man stood, his back hunched, a grotesque grin on his face. He raised a hand in a jerky wave. I waved back, started the snowmobile, and drove towards town. Let's begin our creative audio journey together. Life in Silent Creek has been pretty ordinary until a few days ago. My husband, Mark, and I had our usual spats like any couple, but nothing prepared me for the nightmare that was about to unfold. I'm an early riser. The day it all kicked off, I was up around dawn, party journey together, catching the pale light of the sunrise through the window. I glanced over at Mark's side of the bed, empty. The sheets were undisturbed, which was weird since he worked nights and was usually home and in bed by 3 or 4 a.m. But ever since we lost our baby girl, Lily, a few months back, he'd been acting off. He'd disappear for hours on end and sometimes bring these strange guys home. They were always young, with these vacant stares, and I'd never seen them before. They'd just trail after him in this creepy silence, like ducklings. Audio journey together. I made a pot of coffee and went out to the porch as the world started to stir. The sun climbed into the sky, a blazing eye in the clear blue. It was going to be another scorcher, humid and sticky. I watched the early morning joggers go by, wondering where Mark was. I checked my phone together. I checked for any messages, but nothing. Sitting there, I couldn't help but think about how I was getting older. My blonde hair was starting to gray, and the lines around my eyes seemed to get deeper every day. The whole world felt like it was aging, turning to dust. I knew I wouldn't have another child, wouldn't see those bright blue eyes staring up at me from the crib again. Down the street, I saw this weird shimmering in the air like heat haze. It grew into this flat, shimmering wall, cutting through trees, houses, everything. It was moving closer, audio journey together. At first, I thought it was some kind of weather thing, a mirage or something. I got bored waiting and started scrolling through the news on my phone. A few minutes later, I went inside to fix some breakfast. I headed to the freezer, looking for something easy, maybe some chicken tenders and eggs. Instead, I found a severed head, a human head. The eyes were wide open, staring, and it was covered in frost. I dropped my coffee mug, shattered on the floor, hot coffee splashing all over my legs. Audio journey together. I couldn't stop the scream that ripped from my throat. A freezing mist crept out from the freezer, obscuring the face for a second. At first, I thought it was a mannequin, but then I saw the blue lips, pressed together like it was disapproving of me. A journey together. I saw the ragged edges of flesh at the neck, and it was real. Frozen blood clung to the bottom, holding it upright. Between the lips, there was a folded piece of paper. To Sarah, it said in flowing black writing. I hesitated, then snatched the note. The lips held on for a second. Then it came loose with this wet, sucking sound. The second I got the note free, a siren went off down the street, deafening. It wailed for a few seconds. The fridge shook in front of me. Black mist started oozing out of everything. When it cleared, the fridge looked 50 years older. Audio journey together. Covered in rust, and the smell of rot hit me like a punch in the gut. The rest of the kitchen was the same. Everything was old and filthy, cobwebs everywhere, cracks in the walls, broken windows. I looked back at the head. It was a woman, maybe early 20s, with dark hair and blue eyes. Who was she? How did she die? How did she end up in my freezer? What the hell was that siren? I unfolded the note. It was Mark's handwriting. My heart sank as I read. Sarah, if you're reading this, you found the head. That's probably for the best. There are things I've kept hidden. From you, from everyone, for so long. I don't know when it started, when this other part of me took over. It began small, peeking in windows, stalking joggers. It was a thrill, getting away with it. Then I started breaking into houses, rearranging furniture. Audio each other, I'd hide a camera and watch their reactions. It was fun. Life needs more laughter, right? It can feel like wandering through a desert. But then there were these oases. This other part of me the first time I killed. It was an accident. Maybe it was fate. The first stone rolling down a hill that would become an avalanche. I was doing my usual thing, breaking in, moving stuff, sometimes writing weird stuff on the walls, just to mess with people, but I always carried my gun. I'd been watching this old house, surrounded by trees. It looked empty. Together. Perfect. One night I went in. Then, in the middle of the night, I heard the front door unlock. I tried to run, but the guy heard me. He came around the corner with a shotgun, red-faced, screaming. I was climbing out the bathroom window when he raised the gun. The sound our creative RKO journey, him cocking it, was like a scream from God. It was kill or be killed. I aimed and fired twice. I remember the rush when his face had disintegrated. After that, it gets blurry. I thought I was having a breakdown, because something started wearing my face, following me, creative audio journey together. Maybe it's part of me, my true self. After all, killing is powerful. Anyway, I'm rambling. I need to finish this before I sound completely insane. Just don't look behind you. I'll see you soon. I read the last line over and over. Don't look behind you. What did that mean? Let's begin our creative audio journey together. Then I heard giggling from the tree. Was low at first, like the start of an earthquake. The door was cracked open. One bloodshot eye stared at me. It darted back and forth, the pupil huge and wild. Mark, I whispered, feeling sick. What's wrong? I backed towards the front door. The giggling turned into a gurgle. The door swung open, and he stood there, pale, bloodless. Dried blood covered his arms and hands. Under his nails, there was clotted blood. Black shadows swirled around him, like a dark tornado. Creative audio journey together. They distorted his face, getting stronger every second. Mark isn't here anymore. He hissed, his voice diseased. His lips split, showing teeth that were way too long and sharp. He's gone. He tries to claw his way back, even now. He stepped towards me, holding a bloody butcher knife. Stay away, Dio, from me. I screamed, glancing behind me. The town was different now. The streets were empty. Shadows danced everywhere, like a solar eclipse. The whole world seemed to exhale a low, sick hiss. This monster wearing Mark's face kept coming closer, feeding off the changes. Again, audio journer. His eyes turned black and cloudy. The shadows around him spun faster, his face so thick they was Silas. He gurgled, lunging with the knife. I instinctively pulled back, stumbling through the front door on the porch, hitting my head hard on the wood. Silas slunk towards me, a swirling mass of darkness with this horrifying human shape at its center. He grinned, a razor, sharp line across his face, letting my blood drip from the knife onto the rotting porch floor. I kicked out with everything I had, aiming for his knee. I heard a crack, audio journey together, felt leg give way with a sickening squelch. The flesh felt loose, almost boneless. Silas shrieked, a high-pitched wail that made my ears ring. He fell forward, the knife aimed at my chest, his face twisted with rage. Then, a gunshot. A perfect red hole appeared in Silas's shoulder. Together, he jerked, twisting and gurgling. Black blood splattered my face, cold as dry ice. I rolled away as his body hit the ground, the knife landing inches from me, the tip stuck in the wood. Silas's face started to melt and change, the human mask falling away. Creative audio journey together. revealing a spinning black hole for the single red eye in the center. Bleeding this oily black blood, he scrambled away on these long, skeletal limbs, crawling like a spider. His clothes stretched and tore around his changing body. Gasping for breath, I looked up at my savior. It was old Mr. Henderson, our neighbor. Everyone called him Old Man Henny. He was a loner, lived by himself. I'd talked to him a few times, even been inside his house once. It was full of taxidermied animals, bears, deer, moose. Guns, crossbows, hunting bows were everywhere. He was a real outdoorsman. Mr. Henderson, I choked out. Thank God. He shuffled forward, this small, thin old man with a sunken chest. His thick glasses made his eyes look huge, and his white beard went down to his chest. He looked like he'd walked straight out of a history book. He holstered his pistol and helped me up, his hand trembling. Something happened, he said grimly. When that siren went off. I was outside having my tea, and I saw it. Everything started shimmering, and this thick black mist came over everything. When it cleared, this. He gestured at the street, this apocalyptic mess. The streets were cracked and broken, like an earthquake had hit. The houses were wrecked, windows shattered, roofs caved in. Spiderwebs covered everything. Behind me, the radio in the kitchen suddenly turned on, radiated the lights flickering. The power flickered on and off all down the street lights strobing. A metallic shriek came from the radio. We both jumped, turning back to it. This isn't the real world. A man screamed. It was Mark's voice. My heart dropped. Don't believe anything you see or hear. The anomaly is spreading. Sarah, I know you can hear me. I'm so sorry. Listen, to get out, you need to remember a few things. First, there are gateways here, portals back to our world. They have this blinding white light. It could be a door, a window, even a cabinet. They appear randomly and don't last long. If you find one, take it. It's your only way home. Second, the things here can look like anyone, but you'll know them by the shadows around them. To kill them, cardio journey together, you have to go for the red eye in the center of their face. There are places with food, water, supplies. They look like beat-up gas stations called Hell's Market. They're safe zones. But don't stay too long, or you might meet Hell. She doesn't like visitors. Mark, where are you? I yelled at the radio, shaking it, hearing things rattling inside. But it just hissed with static and then went dead. My head was spinning. Was Mark alive? Why was his voice on the radio? Why was his writing on the note? Mr. Henderson put a hand on my shoulder. We'll create your journey, we'll find him, he said. But we need to move. We can't stay here. We need supplies. Everything here is trashed. It could be worse out there, I argued. What can't we just stay here and wait for the police, the military? Sarah, this isn't a normal situation, he said, his magnified eyes narrowing. We don't know how long we'll be here. You don't know where Mark is. We have nothing. We could starve here. He was right, I nodded. Okay, but let's grab some food and water first, I said. I went to the kitchen sink and turned on the tap. Nothing happened for a second. Then there was this gurgling sound from the pipes. They rattled like there were rats inside. The faucet sputtered and hissed dark water. Then it spat out thick blood, full of maggots. I gasped, jumping back. The smell was awful. I slammed the tap off. Yeah, figured, Mr. Henderson said. He looked around like he was on a Sunday stroll. The lights flickered and went out. The street lights outside went dark too. I opened the fridge. The smell of rot exploded out, making me gag. Black and yellow mold-covered twisted, rotten food. The milk was a soupy mess with black stuff growing in it. I slammed the door shut. I stuck my head out the front door, taking a deep breath of fresh air. Mr. Henderson followed. Looks like we're not getting anything here, he said. My place is the same. When the siren and the mist came, it aged everything. My food was rotten, my guns were rusted junk, my crossbows were broken. Some of them even had little black spiders on them. How did you get the pistol? I asked. He looked at me like I was slow. I had it on me, he said. I nodded, looking around for a weapon. I found Mark's old metal baseball bat in the living room. It was rusted, but it felt solid. Let's go, I said, following Mr. Henderson outside. We headed towards downtown, hoping to find supplies. The sky above was a swirling dark blue. No stars, no moon, just a black eye at the center. The clouds peeled away like old scabs. This pale light made everything look sickly. I saw pale, dirty faces disappearing into alleys and ruined houses, many of them kids. I saw them too. Miss Sir, journey together, Henderson muttered, clutching his pistol. They look like those pictures of kids from those camps. Starving, filthy. Where are their parents? I didn't want to think about it. What if this place was just snatching people, making them vanish? What if it was spreading our creative audio journey together? I'd almost forgotten about Silas, the thing wearing Mark's face, but he hadn't forgotten about me. We were passing this burnt-out truck when his shadowy face popped out from around the corner. He had these burnt-out eyes, black and smoldering. His body was this awful mix of spider and human, thin limbs ending in sharp points, covered in these fine, dark hairs. The bullet wound was gone. Black blood was caked on his clothes. He didn't hesitate. He swung one of those insect-like arms at Mr. Henderson. I screamed. Our journey together, it all happened in slow motion. The arm went straight through Mr. Henderson's chest. Bright red blood gushed out as he looked down in shock, still holding his gun. He gurgled, dropping the gun and falling forward, Silas's arm still stuck in him. I had the baseball bat. I swung with all my might, hitting Silas in the head. It connected with a sickening thud. His flesh caved in, and he hissed as the wound bubbled. I dug for the pistol. Mr. Henderson made this choked sound. The adrenaline blocked out the pain as I hit the ground, rolling. Together, I grabbed the cold metal of the gun. I raised it, feeling the slash Silas had given me earlier rip open again, blood soaking my clothes. I fired. The top of Silas's head exploded. His body changed, turning into this black, spidery thing with that single spinning red eye. Dark, horny together, oily blood leaked down its body. It had no mouth or nose, just those fine, silvery hairs on its limbs. The eye widened as it stared down the barrel. I remembered the radio message and aimed for the eye. What do you keep taking Mark's form? I yelled at it. I need to with him. I can take the form of anyone who is part of the Church of the Final Rapture, those who have given their souls to the darkness here. He hissed. He lunged, trying to slash me with his other arm. I fired again and again. When the first bullet hit the eye, it exploded in this blinding flash, orange and red and black. I cried out, covering my eyes. When I could see again, there was just a smoking crater where Silas and Mr. Henderson had been. Gray smoke hissed from it. I knelt down, seeing this dark, jelly-like stuff on the ground. It was flesh, audio together, but I didn't know if it was human or something else. Shaken, I found Mr. Henderson's melted pants and felt around his waist for extra ammo. I'd used all the bullets fighting Silas. He only had one extra magazine. Feeling sick and weak, I stumbled on, heading downtown, audio journey there, hoping for some answers. I was barely able to stand. As I got closer to the center, I saw bodies hanging from lampposts, some mummified, some just skeletons. I wondered how many people were trapped in this nightmare. I heard crying in the distance. A little girl was kneeling beside a dead woman. The woman looked recently dead, her tongue sticking out, her skin blue. The girl's cries tore at me. She was wearing rags, covered in dirt and what looked like blood. Her face was dirty, but she had these big blue eyes. She looked up at me as I got closer, her face full of panic. She reminded me of Lily. My daughter had the same eyes. I looked around at this ruined world, seeing more spider webs everywhere. Little girl, what are you doing here? I asked. She grabbed my shirt, pressing her face against my leg. They killed my mommy, she sobbed, not looking at the body. I hugged her. Who did? I asked. Who did this? She looked up, surprised. Don't you know? It's the Church of the Final Rapture, our creative audio journey together. They're trying to spread this. She waved her hand around. They think if they spread this bad place, it'll bring the final judgment, and Jesus will come back. But first, they have to kill people and make the battle happen. She shook her head. They're crazy. Religious nuts. Audio journey, their mommy always said. And she was right. What they did to her. Look, what's your name? I asked. Lily. She whispered. That name had hit me hard. I'm Sarah. I said. You can't stay here, Lily. There are bad things here. Is it true there are ways out? Doorways of light. I saw one once, she said. It was beautiful, like a rainbow. I thought I heard singing. Her eyes went distant. I took her hand, pulling her away from her mother's body. What happened? I asked, trying to keep her talking. I saw it, but by the time I found Mom, it was gone. We turned a corner. Looming ahead, we saw what was making the webs. My first thought was that it was a cross between a horse and an insect, about the size of a small car and over 12 feet long. It had a struggling old man in its jaws, which jutted out like serrated stag beetle pincers. Two huge black eyes bulged from the sides of its head, like baseballs, staring unblinking. I saw Lily and myself reflected in those dark orbs, like in an obsidian mirror. The creature's pale, of audio journey together, chitinous shell shimmered with rainbows as it moved. Its snout was rounded, with 2 nostril holes. Stringy, bloody mucus dripped from its face. Hundreds of long, skittering legs moved in waves. The old man in its jaws kicked and punched, but the monster didn't seem to notice our creative journey together. Blood dribbled from his mouth, and deep cuts covered his body. His lips and fingernails were turning blue. As its eyes fixed on us, clear saliva bubbled from its pincers. With a hiss, it threw its head to the side. The dying man flew through the air, smashing into a concrete wall. Stop. I yelled, raising the pistol and firing. Lily screamed, running behind me and grabbing my leg as the creature charged. The first bullet hit its neck, but the thick black scales deflected it, leaving only cracks. I kept firing, aiming for its face. Together, the second bullet hit its right eye, which exploded in a spray of blue blood. It shrieked, a sound that made my ears ring. Half blinded, it kept coming. I jumped to the side, but Lily wasn't fast enough. The creature's pincers wrapped around her chest, lifting her into the air. Deep cuts appeared in her clothes as she cried for help. I took a breath, aiming for the creature's face, trying not to hit her. The last bullet in the magazine hit its other eye. It exploded. The creature dropped Lily, wailing. I grabbed her hand and pulled her away. Run, I hissed, to gang creative audio journey together, pulling her forward. Up ahead I saw lights shining from a store. It was the only building with power. As we got closer I saw the sign, Hell's Market. The creature's screams drew more of those things. They crawled out of the alleys, their horse-like faces and insect jaws moving as if they were tasting the air. I remembered the radio message the markets were safe. We ran inside. The building hadn't decayed like everything else. It was cool, air-conditioned. The glass was intact, and rows of drinks, ice cream, together, and frozen meals stretched out in front of us. It looked like a normal convenience store, but in the back, there was a dark doorway leading down to a basement. I shivered. Outside, the creatures stopped at the door, their eyes fixed on us. Are you okay? I asked Lily, checking her injuries. The creature had left 2 deep cuts on her chest. They were bleeding. She nodded, tears in her eyes. We grabbed drinks and snacks, eating and drinking quickly. I hadn't realized how hungry I was, and Lily looked like she hadn't eaten in days. Creatio journey together. I was watching the creatures outside when I heard heavy footsteps coming from the back of the store. Lily grabbed my hand. Something's coming, she whispered. Through the dark doorway, I saw a woman, almost 10 feet tall. The left half of her body was decayed and gray, like everything else in this world. The right half was young and beautiful, the skin pink and healthy. She was dragging a man bound in barbed wire. It was Mark, I said, stepping back. See, your husband, the woman hissed. Her voice was like shadows. She threw Mark to the ground. Journey thither. He screamed, kicking and twisting. Jake, out of here, he whispered, his teeth covered in blood. I'll help you. Did you do this? I asked. The woman looked at us, a cruel smile on the living half of her face. The dead half cracked, showing black teeth. Mark nodded. Journey together. The church of the final rapture, we tried to spread the anomaly, to end suffering, to make God notice us. The woman laughed, a sound like metal scraping. Foolish men, she gurgled. You shouldn't have played with things you didn't understand. Mark's eyes widened. Begin our audio journey together. He looked at me, pointing towards the dark doorway at the back. I'll do what I can with what the church taught me, he said. He closed his eyes as the woman came closer. She lifted her giant foot over his head. It came down with a crunch. As Mark died, the doorway at the back of the store started to shimmer with white light. I heard singing coming from it. I grabbed Lily's hand. As Mark died, the doorway at the back of the store pulsed with blinding white light. I could hear a faint, ethereal singing coming from it. I grabbed Lila's hand, and let's begin our creative audio journey together, pulling her towards the shimmering portal. The woman held, turned her decaying gaze on us. You won't escape, she rasped, her voice a mix of dry whispers and wet gurgles. She took a step towards us, her massive form shaking the store. The creatures outside began clawing at the windows, audio together, their black eyes burning with hunger. Run, I shouted to Lily, pulling her through the doorway. We stumbled into what looked like a forest clearing, bathed in warm sunlight. Birds were singing, and the air smelled of pine needles and damp earth. Journey together. It was so different from the nightmare we just left. But the relief was short-lived. The clearing shimmered, the trees wavering like heat haze. The singing grew louder, then distorted into a cacophony of screams. The ground beneath us began to tremble. We weren't out, audio journey together. The portal hadn't taken us home. It had taken us somewhere else. Behind us, the doorway from Hell's Market vanished, leaving only solid rock. We were trapped. Suddenly, the trees around us began to twist and contort, their branches reaching out like skeletal fingers. The sunlight flickered and died, replaced by the same sickly blue light from before. The forest was turning into another part of the anomaly. From the shadows of the distorted trees, more of those spider, horse creatures emerged, their eyes fixed on us. They were closing in. I looked at Lily. Together. Her face pale and drawn. She was still clutching the small teddy bear she'd picked up in Hell's Market. It was one of the few things that hadn't been touched by the decay. We have to keep moving, I said, trying to sound braver than I felt. I scanned our surroundings, desperate for another escape. Then I saw it. In the distance, a faint white glow was emanating from between two of the twisted trees. It was another portal, smaller than the one from the market, but still radiating that same blinding light. Lily, look, I pointed. We started running towards it, the creatures, skittering legs echoing behind us. We were almost there when one of the creatures lunged, its pincers snapping just inches from Lily's face. I shoved her forward, stumbling as the creature's leg brushed against my own. It was enough to throw me off balance. I fell to the ground, scraping my hands and knees. Lily reached the portal and turned back, her eyes wide with terror. Sarah, she cried. The creatures were closing in on me, their shadows looming over me. I looked at Lily, tears welling up in my eyes. Go, I yelled. Go now, don't look back. She hesitated for a moment, then, with a sob, she stepped through the portal. The light intensified, then vanished, leaving only the distorted forest and the approaching creatures. I closed my eyes, waiting for the end, but it never came. Instead, everything went silent. The blue light faded, replaced by darkness. Then, slowly, a different light began to dawn. It was warm, golden, the light of a sunrise. I was lying in my bed. The sun was streaming through the window. I journeyed to I could hear birds chirping outside. I looked over at Mark's side of the bed. It was empty. I got up, my body etching, my mind reeling. I went to the kitchen. It was clean, normal. No severed head, no rust, no decay. I went to the freezer. It was full of frozen food. It had all been a dream. A terrible, vivid dream. But as I made my coffee, I noticed something on the kitchen counter. A small, tattered teddy bear. Alright, so, camping. Not my thing, never has been. But somehow, I let the guys talk me into it. Maybe I'm a pushover, or maybe I just didn't want to be that guy, you know? Anyway, there I was, stuck in a car with four of my best buds. Ethrian was Ryan, Sam was Gaby, Olivia was Lisa, creative audio journey together, and Maya was Chloe, heading off for a weekend in the woods. We had enough gear for a small army tents, sleeping bags, food, and enough firewood to keep a bonfire going for a week straight. We were going to be those guys you see in the movies, the ones who have these epic adventures they talk about forever. Or so we thought. The hiking was brutal. Way longer than any of us expected. The forest was crazy dense, the kind where the trees are so thick the sun can barely get through. Everything was just damp and green. It smelled our Criollo journey together. Smelled like wet dirt and old leaves. It was kind of pretty, I guess, in that creepy, I wouldn't want to be here alone at night kind of way. The trees felt like they were watching us, their branches kind of leaning in like they were eavesdropping. And here's where it started to get weird. Or I kept getting this feeling like we were going in circles, like, I swear, we passed the same messed up tree at least 3 times. It was split near the bottom, making this jagged, wah shape. I tried to tell myself I was just being paranoid, but then I'd look back, Arnie together. Bam, there was that damn white tree again, like it was following us. Nobody else seemed to notice though, so I kept my mouth shut. Are we there yet? I finally asked, breaking the silence that had fallen over us like a heavy blanket. Ethan and Maya groaned, probably thinking I was just being a whiner. But Olivia didn't say anything. She was walking a little ahead of us, her pace slowing down. She kept glancing over her shoulder, like she was expecting something to jump out of the woods. By the time we got to the clearing, even I had to admit, something felt off. Not dangerous exactly, just off. First of all, there was already a fire pit there, a perfect circle of stones that looked way too new. Like someone had built it 5 minutes before we got there. Even the trees around the clearing were weird, all spaced out evenly, all leaning in toward the center. Well, that's convenient, Maya said, trying to laugh it off, but it sounded fake as hell. I couldn't shake the feeling that we weren't the first ones to find this place. Not by a long shot. We started setting up the tents, and I caught Olivia staring into the woods again. Her hands were actually shaking a little as she unfolded her tent. You all right? I asked her, nodded, but she wouldn't look me in the eye. Yeah, just I don't know. It's too quiet. Night came way too fast. 1 minute. Together. The sky was all orange and red, and the next it was just black. Not like the sun had set, but like someone had flipped a switch and turned off all the lights. The fire was crackling, throwing these crazy shadows that danced on the trees. The clearing felt smaller now, audio journey together, like those trees were closing in even more. I glanced at Olivia. She wasn't joining in with the jokes and stories. She was just staring at the fire pit, tracing patterns in the dirt with her finger. Liv? I asked, keeping my voice low. She jumped, like I'd startled her, audio journey together, and wiped her hand on her jeans with these huge wide eyes. You good? Fine, she said, but way too fast. Then this whistling sound came from the woods, and her head snapped around. She just stared, unblinking, her lips moving like she was saying something. But no sound came out. Did you hear that? I asked, my heart starting to pound. Don't, she whispered so quiet I almost didn't hear her. Don't look for it. Her words sent a chill down my spine, but before I could say anything else, Ethan groaned, super loud. Dude, it's just the wind. Chill. I wasn't so sure. That whistle wasn't random. It sounded on purpose, almost like someone was calling a dog or something. No, seriously. I said, trying to keep my voice steady. That sounded like someone whistling. Sam groaned this time. Here we go. Don't start with the scary stories, man. You're just trying to freak us out. But I wasn't. I knew what I heard. The others brushed it off, acting like I was being an idiot. But then it came again. Louder this time. A long, clear whistle, like someone calling for their dog. Our creative audio journey together. It echoed through the trees, too sharp, too human. Probably just some other hiker, Maya said, but even she sounded a little freaked out. Hikers don't whistle like that at night, I whispered. After that, everything felt different. The joke stopped, and nobody was really talking anymore. We all went to our tents early, but I couldn't sleep. Every little noise, a rustling leaf, a creaking branch made my heart jump. And then, just as I was finally starting to drift off, I heard it again. The whistle. Only this time, it was closer. Much closer. Journey together. The fire had burned down a pile of glowing embers, barely giving off any light. Then, that whistle came again, clearer now, closer. It cut through the silence of the woods. Sharp and well, it didn't sound like any animal I'd ever heard. I sat up in my tent, my heart hammering against my ribs, and slowly unzipped the flap. The clearing looked different. I mean, it was the same clearing, but the trees seemed even closer now, their branches twisted and gnarled, like skeletal fingers reaching for our tents. And the fire pit. The fire pit looked like no one had even used it. The stones were spotless, like they'd just been placed there. I stumbled out of my tent, grabbing my flashlight. Ethan. Sam. My voice sounded weirdly loud in the quiet. That's when I saw them. Footprints. Bare, human footprints. RDO journey together. All over the dirt. They led from the edge of the clearing, right up to the tents, and stopped right outside mine. A twig snapped behind me. Liv. I whispered, slowly turning around. She was standing at the edge of the clearing, barely visible in the darkness. Her face was pale. Her lips parted like she was about to say something, but she didn't. What are you doing out here? I asked, my voice shaking a little. She tilted her head, kind of like a confused puppy, and her expression was blank. It's already too late, she said, so softly I almost didn't hear her. It always is. What? I took a step toward her, but she just turned and disappeared into the shadows. I froze, my breath catching in my throat, and then I heard it, breathing, slow, deliberate breathing right behind me. I didn't dare turn around. Creative audio journey together. Every single cell in my body was screaming at me to move, to run, to do something, but I was frozen, paralyzed by that breathing. It was close, way too close, and it sounded wet, uneven, like whatever was making it had been running for miles. I could feel it on the back of my neck, a faint our journey through a faint, warm breath. You know that feeling. That feeling you get when you know something's wrong, even if you can't see it. Like when you're walking home alone at night, and you feel like someone's watching you from the shadows. You tell yourself it's nothing, you're just being paranoid. But deep down, you know it's not your imagination. That's what this was. Only 1,000 times worse. Because this wasn't in my head. This was real. I gripped my flashlight tighter, my sweaty fingers slipping on the plastic. I wanted to yell, to scream, but my voice was trapped in my throat, choked, evoked by this growing feeling of dread that whatever was behind me wasn't human. Then the breathing stopped. Just like that. No footsteps. No rustling in the trees. It just stopped. Like whoever was there had just vanished. I finally forced myself to move, arty together, my legs shaking so badly I could barely stand. I stumbled toward Ethan's tent, my flashlight beam bouncing wildly. I saw something on the ground, a faint, wet glint. At first, I thought it was dew, but when I got closer, I realized it was blood. The footprints, they were smeared now. Let's begin our creative audio journey together, with streaks of red leading back into the woods. But what really freaked me out was that there were more of them. Not just one set of footprints. 3. They were messed up though, like someone was dragging their feet on the ground, and twisted, almost like they weren't made by normal feet. Jarred, I scrambled to Ethan's tent, ripping open the zipper. Ethan, I hissed. My flashlight beam swept over an empty sleeping bag, rumpled and cold. No Ethan. No Sam. No Olivia or Maya. I stood there, a lump forming in my throat, the silence pressing in, thicker than the darkness. Journey together. Then I noticed it, my breath, hanging in the air in front of me like it was freezing cold. The temperature had dropped. But it wasn't just cold. It was wrong. The kind of cold that seeps into your bones and makes you feel like you don't belong. Like you're not supposed to be here. Audio journey together. The whistle came again, louder now, impossibly close. It didn't sound human anymore. It sounded broken, jagged, like something was trying to mimic the sound but didn't know how. It echoed through the clearing, bouncing off the trees until it felt like it was coming from everywhere at once. In our cardio journey together then, I saw it. The trees at the edge of the clearing were swaying, but not from the wind. Something was moving between them. A shadow too big, too tall, stretching out unnaturally in the dim light of the dying fire. It moved weirdly jerky, like a puppet with tangled strings. But it was moving slow, on purpose. It stopped just beyond the firelight, and for a second I thought it was gone. Then I saw the eyes. They weren't really eyes, not like ours. Just two tiny, faint pinpricks of light, like the reflections you see in a cat's eyes at night. But they didn't blink. They didn't move. They just stared unblinking right at me. You know how in nightmares you know you're dreaming, but you can't wake up. That's what this was. A living nightmare, and I was trapped. The whistle came again, long and slow, and this time it felt like an invitation, or a warning. I turned and ran. I didn't look back. I didn't need to. The sound of snapping branches and crunching leaves told me everything I needed to know. It was following me. Every nerve in my body screamed at me to keep running, but the forest seemed endless. The trees were a blur, our creative audio journey together, twisting around me like I was trapped in some kind of crazy maze. My flashlight barely cut through the darkness, the beam shaking with every panicked step I took. My lungs were burning, my legs felt like jelly, and just when I thought I couldn't take another step, I tripped, going down hard. The flashlight flew out of my hand and the bulb shattered with a soft pop, plunging me into near darkness. I lay there for a second, gasping for air, too terrified to move. Then, I heard it again, the whistle. But it wasn't behind me anymore. It was to my left. Stop it, I shouted, audio, my voice cracking. What do you want? The forest didn't answer. Of course it didn't. It just loomed around me, silent and suffocating. I scrambled to my feet, my hands shaking as I searched for anything I could use as a weapon, a rock, a branch, anything. That's when I heard the voice. Jether, Nick, is that you? It was Olivia. I froze, my heart pounding in my ears. I couldn't see her, but her voice was unmistakable, echoing softly through the trees. Relief and confusion warred in my chest. Liv, where are you? I called out, my voice trembling. A moment later, Ayo Jardio together, she stepped out of the shadows, her face pale in the moonlight. She was wearing her jacket, but it was ripped, and her hair was all messed up, full of dirt and leaves. She looked wrong. She was smiling, but the smile didn't reach her eyes. I've been looking for you, she said, her voice soft, almost too calm. You ran off, and I got worried. I ran off. I snapped, fear making me braver than I felt. Everyone was gone. What happened? Where's Ethan, Sam, Maya? Her smile faltered just for a second. I don't know. We got separated, but we can get separate to go. Now, it's not safe here. No kidding, I muttered, glancing nervously over my shoulder. There's something out there, Liv, something. I know, she interrupted, her tone sharper than I expected. I saw it too. That's why we need to move this and Ving. She was something about her felt off. I couldn't explain it, but the way she avoided my eyes, the way her hands kept fidgeting at her sides, it didn't feel right. But what choice did I have? I wasn't going to survive out here alone. Fine, I said. But we need to find the others. She hesitated just for a split second, before nodding. Of course. Come on. I think I know a way out. She grabbed my arm, her grip surprisingly strong, and pulled me through the trees. She moved fast, like she knew exactly where she was going, but her path didn't make any sense. It was all winding and looping, like she was leading me in circles. The whistle came again, further away now, but still too close. "How do you know where we're going?" I asked, trying to keep the panic out of my voice. "I don't," she said quickly, too quickly. I think there's a road this way." "But we didn't come from this direction," I pointed out. She stopped abruptly, spinning to face me. Her expression was strange, a mix of frustration and fear. "Do you trust me or not?" she demanded, her voice low and urgent. I didn't. Not really. But before I could answer, a guttural growl ripped through closer than ever. I didn't have time to argue. We ran, the sound of heavy footsteps crashing through the forest behind us. We reached a small clearing, and Olivia pulled me toward a cluster of rocks. "Hide here," she hissed, pushing me down behind one of the larger boulders. "Stay quiet." "What about you?" I whispered, my voice barely audible over the pounding of my heart. "I'll distract it," she said, her expression unreadable. "Just stay here, okay?" And then she was gone. Begin our creative audio journey together, disappearing into the shadows before I could stop her. I crouched behind the rock, every nerve on edge, as the growling grew louder. I couldn't see it, but I could feel it, a presence in the dark, watching, waiting. Then I heard something that made my blood run cold. Olivia's voice. But she wasn't calling out to me. She was whistling. Long and slow, the same broken tune that had been haunting us all night. I don't know how long I hid there, crouched behind that rock, frozen in the darkness. Every shadow seemed to move. Every rustle of leaves sounded like footsteps. Finally, I couldn't take it anymore. I had to know what was happening. I slowly peeked out from behind the rock. The forest was empty. Silent, too silent. And then I saw her, Olivia, standing at the edge of the clearing, staring right at me. Her face was blank, her eyes glassy, but her lips were curved into that same unsettling smile. "Come on, Nick," she said, her voice soft, almost like a song. "It's safe now." But it wasn't her voice. Not really. It was too flat, too hollow. Like someone wearing her skin had learned to mimic her words. And behind her, just barely visible in the shadows, were the eyes. 2 pinpricks of light glowing faintly. I didn't wait. I bolted. I ran until my legs felt like they were going to snap, until my breath came in ragged gasps that tore at my throat. But no matter how far I ran, creative audio journey together, I couldn't shake the feeling that I wasn't running away, I was being herded. The trees seemed to close in tighter, the roots reaching out like claws, trying to trip me. And Olivia's whistle. God. That whistle. It never stopped. Long, slow, and deliberate. Audio journey together. Like it was weaving through the forest itself, carried on a wind that didn't even touch my skin. Sometimes it was close, so close I thought she was right behind me, but when I turned, there was nothing. Other times it was distant, echoing like it was coming from everywhere at once. Audio journey together. Then I burst through the trees, and my stomach dropped. It wasn't just any clearing, it was the clearing. The same one we'd set up camp in. The fire pit was smoldering faintly again, the stones arranged in their perfect, unnatural circle. The tents were back, their flaps closed like no one had touched them. "No," I whispered, my voice hoarse. "This can't be." A chill ran down my spine when I saw the tree just beyond the clearing. The tree. Its jagged trunk loomed like a marker, its presence mocking me. I'd been here before. I'd never left. The tents were back. All of them. Perfectly pitched, just like they had been before we went to sleep. My stomach twisted. I knew they hadn't been here when I left. I'd seen the empty space. But now they stood there, like nothing had happened. The flaps closed. Audio journey together, their shapes too still in the dim light. "Nick." A voice called softly, and my blood turned to ice. It was Ethan. His voice was weak, hoarse, coming from one of the tents. "Nick, help me." My instinct screamed to me to run, but my legs wouldn't move. "Ethan." I cried. Where have you been?" No answer. Just the soft, rhythmic rustle of fabric, like something shifting inside the tent. "Nick." This time, it wasn't Ethan's voice. It was Sam's, coming from another tent. Then Olivia's. One by one, they called out to me, their voices layered over each other, too smooth, too perfect, like they were reading from the same script. Nick, help us. Nick, we're hurt. Nick, don't leave us. The flap of Ethan's tent twitched, and something slid out. Not him. Not anything human. Creative Audio Journey. It was a hand, or at least it was shaped like one, but the fingers were too long, the skin too pale. Almost see through. It gripped the edge of the fabric, and then another hand joined it, pulling the flap wider. I stumbled back, my chest tightening, as a shape began to emerge. It was Cardio Journey. It was Ethan, or something trying to be Ethan. His face was wrong, stretched and gaunt. His eyes black pits that seemed to swallow the light. His mouth hung open, wider than it should, his jaw creaking like old wood. Nick. It rasped, its voice still carrying that echo of his, but layered with something else. Something deeper. Hungrier. The tent beside his moved, then the next and the next. More of them were coming out, each one twisted, misshapen, their forms shifting like shadows trying to hold a human shape. And behind them, from the dark edges of the clearing, together came the sound of Olivia's whistle. Slow, steady, closer. I scrambled back, tripping over the fire pit, and hit the ground hard. My head spun, and for a second all I could see was the sky above, the stars, faint and distant, winking through the gaps in the canopy. And then, Audio Journey together. Something moved in my peripheral vision. I turned, my heart hammering in my chest, and froze. There was something standing at the edge of the clearing. Taller than the trees, its body impossibly thin, a silhouette that didn't belong in this world. Its head was wrong, too narrow, too elongated, and its arms hung like lifeless branches. But its face, oh God, its face, it didn't have one, just a smooth, featureless plane that seemed to ripple and shimmer like water. But I knew it was looking at me. I could feel it. The whistling stopped. And they silently together, the silence that followed was worse than any sound, pressed down on me, heavy and suffocating. And then, in a voice that wasn't Olivia's, but somehow still was, it spoke. You shouldn't have come here. The words didn't echo. They didn't even sound like they were spoken aloud, the Audio Journey together. They just were, filling the space around me, inside me, until they became my own thoughts. The creature stepped forward, and the ground seemed to bend beneath it, the earth rippling like a reflection in disturbed water. The things that had crawled out of the tents froze, their heads snapping toward it as if waiting for a command. Run. The voice whispered again, but this time it sounded amused, mocking. I didn't need to be told twice. I bolted into the forest. The sound of my own ragged breathing barely drowning out the rustle of something massive moving behind me. But as I ran, I realized something horrible. The trees weren't where they were supposed to be. They shifted, their trunks sliding in and out of place, the path twisting and looping back on itself like a labyrinth with no way out. Every step felt heavier, slower, like the ground itself was trying to pull me down. And then I heard it, Olivia's whistle. But this time, it wasn't ahead of me or behind me. It was inside my head. It came, our Creamer's name with words now, her voice weaving through my, it's like a spider spinning a web. You can't run, Nick. You never could. And as the whistle grew louder, I realized something I hadn't before, something that sent a cold wave of dread crashing over me. It didn't want to kill me, our creative audio journey to keep together. I kept running, but it didn't matter. The forest wasn't a forest anymore, it was alive, shifting and twisting, trapping me in its grasp. My legs felt heavier with every step, as though the ground was pulling me down, and my lungs burned like fire. Audio journey together. Every direction I turned led back to the same place of darkness. No clearing, no road, no way out. The whistle was constant now, burrowing into my skull. It wasn't just a sound anymore, it was a presence, something alive, wrapping itself around my thoughts like a parasite. Every step I took, every ragged breath I drew, it was there, mocking me, guiding me. You shouldn't have come here. Olivia's voice echoed in my mind, but it wasn't just her anymore. It was Ethan's, Sam's, Maya's. All of them blending together into something that wasn't human. Their voices overlapped, together weaving into a symphony of whispers that drowned out even my own thoughts. I clapped my hands over my ears, but it didn't help. The voices were inside me now. I stumbled to a stop, collapsing against a tree. My legs couldn't carry me anymore. My body was spent. Audio journey together. The forest seemed to close in around me, the shadows stretching longer, darker, until they swallowed everything. I looked up, desperate for the sky, for the stars, anything to remind me I was still in the real world. But the sky was gone. Above me, there was only blackness. Not the darkness of night, but something deeper, something void, something alive. And in that void I saw them, those pinpricks of light, too many to count, scattered like stars but wrong, too sharp, too aware. I tried to scream, but no sound came out. My throat was raw, our creative audio journey together. My voice stolen by the same force that had taken everything else. That's when I saw Olivia again. She stepped out from the trees, her movements smooth, deliberate. Her clothes were still torn, her hair still matted with dirt, but her face was different. There was no fear there now, nor any together. No urgency. Just a calm, unsettling stillness, her eyes empty pools of black that reflected nothing. "You're tired," she said softly, her voice echoing in my mind even though her lips barely moved. "I told you not to run." I tried to back away, but my body wouldn't move. The ground beneath me seemed to shift, pulling me down like quicksand. I clawed at the dirt, but my hands sank deeper with every movement, as though the earth itself had turned against me. "Stop fighting," Olivia whispered. She crouched in front of me, her head tilting at an unnatural angle. "It's easier if you don't fight." "Why, my voice cracked, barely audible. "Why are you doing this?" Her smile widened, stretching her face in a way that wasn't human. "Because you came here," she said simply, as if that explained everything. "Because you heard the whistle." I shook my head, creative audio journey to their tears streaming down my face. "I didn't know. None of you ever do." Her voice was almost gentle now, like a mother comforting a child. "But it doesn't matter. You heard it, and now you belong to." "What is it?" I whispered. Her eyes flicked toward the darkness behind her. Native audio, and for the first time, I saw it clearly. It stepped out of the void, its form shifting, unraveling and reforming with every step. It was too tall, too thin, its limbs too long and angular, its face, if it even had one, smooth and blank. But the worst part was the way it moved. It didn't walk or glide, it folded into existence, like the space around it was bending to its will. "You're part of it now," Olivia said, her voice fading as the thing approached. "We all are." I tried to scream again, but my voice was gone. My mind was unraveling, the whispers growing louder, until I couldn't tell where they ended and I began. The thing crouched down, its featureless head tilting as if studying me. I could feel it pressing into my thoughts, peeling back my memories, my fears, everything that made me me. And then, finally, I understood. Let's begin our creative audio journey together. There was no escape. There never been. This wasn't just a forest. It was a trap, a living, breathing thing that fed on people like me, people foolish enough to stray too far, to hear the whistle, to follow it into the dark. I felt my body sinking deeper into the ground, the cold earth swallowing me whole. Olivia knelt beside me, her hand brushing my arm. Her skin was ice, but her touch felt like it belonged to a stranger. "Don't fight it," she murmured again. "Soon, you'll forget, and then it won't hurt anymore." I wanted to fight. I wanted to scream. But as the darkness closed over me, I realized I didn't have the strength. The last thing I saw was Olivia's face, her hollow smile etched into my mind like a scar. The last thing I heard was the whistle, soft and haunting, fading as the world dissolved around me. And then there was nothing. Our creative audio journey together. I jolted awake, gasping for air, my body drenched in sweat. My hands clutched at the dirt beneath me, solid and real. For a moment, I couldn't move, my mind still trapped in the suffocating nightmare. My heart pounded in my chest, and I frantically looked around. I was in the clearing, creative audio journey together. The fire was out, but still smoldering faintly, a thin line of smoke curling into the starry sky. The tents were exactly where they had been, untouched. The forest was silent, save for the occasional rustle of leaves in the faint breeze. It was just a dream. Just a terrible, awful dream. I forced myself to sit up, my breath still coming in ragged gaspies. But as I did, I noticed something that made my stomach twist. My hands were trembling. Beneath the dirt caked on my palms, there were scratches. Deep, jagged scratches, as if I'd been clawing at the earth. It wasn't entirely a dream. "Nick, you okay?" A voice called softly. I turned to see Ethan emerging from his tent, rubbing his eyes. Behind him, Maya and Sam were stirring, their groggy voices breaking the stillness. My words caught in my throat. I wanted to tell them, to scream that something was wrong, that we needed to leave right now. But my mouth felt dry, the words stuck somewhere between my panic and the rational part of my brain that tried to convince me it was just a dream. "What's wrong?" Maya asked, stepping closer. Her face was etched with concern. "You look like you've seen a ghost." I think we're in danger." I finally managed to choke out. My voice sounded foreign to my own ears, shaky and strained. "There's something in these woods. Something watching us." Ethan frowned, his half-awake expression quickly turning skeptical. "You had a bad dream, man. That's all it is. You're freaking yourself out." "No," I snapped, louder than I meant to. The others flinched, and I immediately regretted it, but I couldn't stop. It wasn't just a dream. I heard it. I felt it. Audio journey together. There's something out there, and we need to leave. Now. "Nick," Sam said carefully, his voice low, like he was trying not to spook me. "It's the middle of the night. We're miles from anywhere. Let's just wait until morning, okay? If you're still freaked out, we'll pack up and go." Morning. The word sent a chill down my spine. I couldn't explain why, but the thought of staying until dawn felt wrong. Like something terrible would happen if we didn't leave now. "Please," I whispered, my voice cracking. "We can't stay here." "Nick," Maya started, but her voice trailed off. Her gaze shifted past me into the forest, and her face went pale. "What?" I asked, turning to follow her eyes, but there was nothing there, just the trees, dark and impenetrable. "I thought I saw." She shook her head, rubbing her arms as if suddenly cold. "Never mind. It's probably just a deer or something," Ethan muttered, but his voice lacked conviction. I wanted to argue, to grab them and drag him out of the clearing if I had to. But before I could, the whistle came. Faint at first, so faint it was almost indistinguishable from the wind. My stomach dropped. "What the hell is that?" Sam asked, his face going pale. "I told you," I whispered, my voice barely audible over the rising pitch of the whistle. "It's here." The others exchanged nervous glances, and for the first time, I saw fear in their eyes. "Maybe a journey to go." Maya said go, her voice trembling. Ethan opened his mouth to reply, but before he could, the whistle grew louder, more deliberate, echoing through the trees like it was circling us. The air felt heavier, colder, the oppressive silence closing in again. "Grab your stuff," I said, my voice firm now. "We're leaving." We scrambled to pack, but something about the air felt wrong, like it was thickening around us, pressing against my chest. I couldn't shake the feeling that we were being watched. Every time I glanced at the tree line, audio journey together, I expect to see those pinprick eyes staring back at me. As we moved to leave, I felt a tug-of-de-voo, like I'd done this before. Like I'd already tried to run, only to end up back in the clearing. The thought made my head spin, my pulse quicken. "What if?" I started, but the words stuck in my throat. What if there was no way out? What if we were already trapped? The whistle came again, piercing and sharp, cutting through my thoughts. This time it wasn't distant. It was right behind us. "Run!" I screamed, and we bolted, plunging into the forest, audio journey together. The trees blurred around us, and my heart pounded so loudly I couldn't hear anything else, not the others, not even my own breathing. But as we ran, the forest seemed to shift. the trees warping and twisting like they were alive. I could feel it, an invisible pull, drawing us back, audio journey together, no matter which direction we went. Then, suddenly, I burst into a clearing and stopped dead in my tracks. My blood turned to ice. It was the same clearing. The tents were back, the fire smoldering faintly. And standing there, by the edge of the woods, was Olivia. She turned to look at me, together, her face calm, her eyes empty, and her lips curling into that same unnatural smile. "Nick," she said softly, her voice carrying on the wind, "you can't leave. You know that?" Behind her, the shadows stirred, and those pinprick eyes blinked into existence, one by one. And that's when I realized I wasn't waking up from this, because I'd never left. Audio journey together. My life was a train wreck. My marriage was circling the drain. I was one screw, up away from getting canned at the plant, and I was hitting the bottle so hard I'd black out and wake up drowning in a sea of regret. Basically, I was hanging on by a thread. One November morning, together, that thread got snipped. I'd passed out on the couch after starting my Friday night bender the second I clocked out. I remember the first bar, and how that first shot of rye went down like liquid fire. Felt so damn good, I ordered another. Then, audio journey together. Nothing until I cracked my eyelids open and the hangover hit me like a sledgehammer to the face. I groaned. If hangovers are a lesson, then I was the world's slowest learner. But at that moment, I was ready to swear off the sauce forever. Audio journey together. I would have done anything to never feel like that again. I would have gone on the wagon. Started eating kale. Hell, I might have even joined a gym. And maybe I would have. Maybe that was the moment I could have turned things around. Except, as I lay there, head throbbing and stomach churning, audio journey together, I realized someone was standing over me. I tried to focus, and the blurry shapes morphed into the love of my life. Now, Sarah wasn't a beauty queen, but she'd knocked the wind out of me the first time I saw her. She was kicking the crap out of her car tire. It was flat. Begin our creative audio journey together, naturally, and once I got my lungs working again, I went over and real smooth, like, fixed it for her. We got hitched a year later. She was 19, I was 20, way too young. I was 29 going on 60 that morning, squinting up at her. Either I braced myself for the yelling, that's how we'd been communicating lately. Then I saw the tears streaking her mascara. "What is it?" I croaked, trying to sit up. The pain shifted, drilling a hole behind my eyes. I blinked back a tear of my own. "Look," she said, pointing at the TV, audio together. The screen showed the inside of a store. Looked like a tornado had ripped through it. Stuff was scattered everywhere, broken glass in puddles of some nasty-looking liquid. A light fixture was dangling from the ceiling by a thread, and the front window was smashed, a big, begin our audio journey together, jagged hole right in the middle. Then some news anchor's voice, all calm and collected, said the shocked owner was met by this sight when he went to open up his family business at 5 a.m. this morning. Arnie together. Police would like to speak to this man who was captured on the shop's CCTV. A grainy picture popped up, guy all scruffy and wild-eyed, standing in the middle of the mess. It was me. I looked at Sarah. "I don't remember," I started. She turned away. "Get out," she said, yearning together, voice colder than a well digger's backside, "and don't come back." If I'd had any guts, I would have marched straight to the police station and turned myself in. Taken my lumps for being a drunken idiot. Our creative audio journey together. But all I felt as I stumbled out in the street was a swirling vortex of self, disgust, and fear. I'd lost my wife. I was going to lose my job. And the thought of jail scared the living daylights out of me. I had to get out of there before someone recognized me from the news and ratted me out. Our creative audio journey together. That was all I could think about. I went to the bus station and bought a ticket as far away from everything I'd ever known as I could get. It took 5 days to reach the end of the line, and then I started hitching. The drivers, they liked to talk. One guy, audio journey together, who smelled worse than I did after a week in the same clothes, told me about a place that was hiring if I was looking. It's a no questions asked kind of place. He told me, puffing on a cigarette, and keeping the window cracked to flick out the ash. I was shivering cold, teeth chattering like a pair of castanets. Essa sounds like my kind of place, I managed. How much further? Well, he said, pausing to light another smoke. You gotta keep heading north till you hit the Arctic Circle, and then some, past a town folks like me still call Barrow. RDAO journey together. There ain't no signs for this place, but it's as good a hideout as any for a man on the run. He gave me a wink. I shivered again, and this time it wasn't just from the cold. I hadn't told this guy about my screw up, hadn't breathed a word of it to anyone. He dropped me off at a crossroads, Creative Audio journey together. A gas station, a diner, and a motel, all huddled together like they were trying to stay warm. The cold had seeped into my bones by then, and I wasn't sure I'd ever feel warm again. I checked in the motel. It was only early afternoon, but the sun was already packing it in. The further north I'd gone, the shorter the days had become. That day had been a blink, and now darkness was swallowing up the distance outside my window. When I'd checked in, using a fake name and paying with almost the last of my cash, audio journey together, I'd mentioned to the motel clerk that I was hoping to head up to that place north of Barrow that was hiring. He'd given me this look, like a mix of disgust and pity, but hadn't said anything. The next morning, I was about to head over to the diner for what might be my last meal for a while, begin our Creative Audio journey together, considering my broke-ass situation, when the clerk said, "There's a big fella in the diner, shoveling down a mountain of grits. Works at the place you're looking for, if that's really the road you want to go down." A smart man would have heard alarm bells ringing right then. Audio journey gear. I just thanked him and strolled across to the diner. The light and warmth inside were a welcome relief, and the smell of coffee was a lifeline. Most of the tables were empty, but I headed for one that was already taken. Now, our Creative Audio journey together, calling someone a big fella up here was like calling a biker, that guy in the leather jacket. But I was pretty sure I'd found my man. He had to be close to 7 feet tall. His face looked like it had seen a lifetime of hard knocks. He was bald as an egg, and he had a single, crimson teardrop tattooed under his left eye. "Mind if I join you?" I asked. He nodded and kept on shoveling down his breakfast. I cut straight to the chase and told him what I was after. After he'd finished eating, he said, "You got that look about you, like a man who needs a place to lay low while trouble blows over." Made me vow to steer clear of any poker games for a while. A few minutes with me was clearly all it took to read me like a book. "So, I won't try to talk you out of it on," the big fella went on. "I'm the foreman at the warehouse. If you want a job, I'm willing to give you a shot. You can ride out with me." "Mighty grateful," I said, and followed him out to his truck. He moved with this easy grace that didn't seem right for a guy his size, and he didn't seem to notice the cold at all. A few minutes in the wind, our Creative Audio journey together, which had picked up while we were inside, was enough to make me feel like throwing up. My hands were shaking so bad trying to buckle my seatbelt that I gave up. The big fella grinned when he saw her. "There's an old fur-lined coat in the office at the warehouse, at our Creative journey together. If it hasn't walked off on account of all the fleas, you can borrow it." I smiled, but my face muscles were so frozen it probably looked more like a grimace. The big fella kept grinning, started the engine, and we were off. We drove through the darkness. There was a brief spell of daylight, audio journey together, and the landscape it showed was just blank, nothing but snow. Then it was dark again and the big fella flipped on the high beams. After hours of driving, lights appeared in the distance. As we got closer, I saw they were coming from a building. It was huge. The lights were set in the ground and ran the whole length of the building, as far as I could tell. There was nothing cozy or welcoming about it. We rattled to a stop in front of the building, and the big fella turned to me. "Follow me," he said. I reluctantly got out of the truck. The whinny jerther and had died down, and there was this stillness that was kind of captivating. The air was like ice. It felt like it was biting right into my skin. No time to be standing around. I hurried after the big fella as fast as I could. He was punching a code into a keypad by a door. Let's begin our creative audio journey together. And I didn't want to get left outside. The door opened, he let me pass, then pulled it shut behind us. We were in a big open space that ran about 3/4 of the length of the building, I guessed. Stacks of containers were scattered here and there. There was nobody else around. Creative audio journey together. And as I kept up with the big fella, our footsteps were the only sound. At the end of the open space, we came to a wall. He punched in another code by another door and went through. There were a bunch of small rooms on either side of a narrow hallway. That's my office, the big fella said. I'm pointing at one of the doors. There was a window looking out onto the hall, and I could see a desk, a chair, some folders, books, and drawers. No computer or anything like that. A whiteboard was covered in writing, divided into columns by hand, drawn lines. I was about to ask what exactly they did at this warehouse, but then I remembered what that first guy had told May. It's a no questions asked kind of place. And the big fella hadn't asked my name. Hadn't asked for a social security number. Nothing. Audio journey together. I figured I needed to return the favor if I wanted to work here. Didn't stop me from wondering though, and it hit me right away that something shady had to be going on. We reached a small room with a fold-up bed and a couple of bare shelves. You'll be sleeping here, the big fella said. Try to get some shut-eye. You're pulling 12-hour shifts, and the first one starts in under 6. I'll leave that coat outside. With that, he headed off. I lay down on the bed and didn't think I'd get a wink of sleep. My mind was racing. Creative audio journey together, trying to figure out what kind of illegal stuff was going down here. Was I at some kind of drug distribution hub? Or maybe they dealt in illegal weapons. Or chemicals, the kind that definitely weren't FDA approved. Whatever it was, the location meant there'd be no prying eyes. It felt to me, though, like the warehouse was locked up for the winter. Come spring, the network would reopen. But for now, the building was still, swallowed up by a wilderness beyond which a different world existed. One of bustling cities and the internet, of Friday night drinks and shopping malls. Our creative audio journey together, one which was just a memory. Arise and shine. Boy, said. I opened my eyes. Guess I'd drifted off after all. The guy standing over me looked to be in his 40s. He was wearing a long coat that went all the way down to his calves. His hair was completely gray. A thick scar ran down one of his cheeks. As with the big fella's tear tattoo. No questions, meant I'd never know how he got it. Probably for the best, I figured. Now I had the time to think I was regretting running away. Before I'd just been facing charges for the damage I'd caused. Now I was in too deep with some major operation. This guy, unlike the big fella, didn't seem like the smiling type. You gonna move it, boy, he said with a sneer. I gotta show you the ropes before I get my head down. Come on. He jerked his thumb toward the door. I went along with it. Audio journey together. He took me outside, where he started by showing me the generator, tucked away around the back of the building. This here's more important than your mama, he told me. It's hooked up to a control panel inside, where we set the levels for the outside and inside lights. And without it, we got nothing. Except during daylight hours, I chimed in. He gave me a look like I was a prize idiot. Boy, he said, we're in the polar night now. The sun set for the last time for 2 months. It's gonna be dark 24 hours a day for the next 67 days. I wrapped my arms around myself. I was mighty thankful for that the big fella had left me. It was old and filthy, but it was fur-lined and had taken the edge off the cold when I first stepped outside. But now, audio journey together. Hearing what Scar Cheek, that's what I'd started calling him in my head, had just said. The coat didn't seem so warm anymore. No way could I handle 2 months of darkness. I wanted to go home. Scar Cheek either didn't notice my growing misery or just didn't give a damn. And because he started listing off a bunch of daily maintenance checks I'd have to do. Then he said, and when the road's clear again, What? I blurted out, again with the Euromorn look. We're not going anywhere until the sun comes back up in January, he said. Audio journey together. He kept on giving me instructions, but I wasn't listening anymore. By the time he left me to start my shift, I was feeling as bleak as the landscape around me. I went through my checklist without really paying attention. One of my tasks was to do a manual check of all the outside lights. Audio journey together. I stepped outside and was met with the glare. They showed the side of the building in all its grimness and reached out for dozens of feet across the empty, snow-covered ground, lighting up nothing. I started trudging around the building. I tried walking with the wind at my back at first, our creative audio journey together. But I gave up on that pretty quick. My face kept getting blasted no matter which way I turned. It was brutal. After what felt like an eternity of this audio journey together, I was almost done with my circuit of the building and was getting up the nerve to take a hand out of my pocket to punch in the door code when I thought I saw something move, way out in the distance. Was there something out there, skirting the edge of the lights? Yeah, together. I caught a glimpse of a silhouette, a shape moving fast on all fours. Must have been a wolf, I guessed. Or maybe a bear. I had no idea what kind of critters lived in this godforsaken wasteland. Mean ones, I decided. And not ones I wanted to meet up close. Journey together. I turned to the keypad and punched in the code, fast. Back inside, I was working through the rest of the list when the big fella walked up. I noticed he had a holster on his belt and wondered why anyone would be carrying out here. But, like always, no questions won the day. He smiled at me and said, "Glad to see you're doing such a great job." "Yeah," I said glumly. "Though I wish you'd told me I was going to be stuck here for months." He smiled. "You'll make a good wage while you're here," he said. "And with no way to talk to the outside world, creative audio journey together, there won't be anyone bothering you. I'd have thought that suited you just fine." I replied, "Living the dream, the three of us. And whatever that thing was I saw outside." The smile stayed on his face, but there was a harder edge to his expression when he said, "Begin audio journey together. They're a creature that's local to these parts. I've only ever seen them from far off, but even so, I'd say they're ugly stow bees. They hide from the light and like the dark. Now that there's no natural light cause of the polar night, they're free to roam around out there." I really didn't like the sound of that. So much so that I ditched the no questions thing. "Are they dangerous?" I asked. "Not as dangerous as one of these," the big fella said, patting his holster. "And now that the polar night's here, you should be properly equipped. Come with me, and I'll get you set up." "Thanks," I said quietly, not feeling very thankful at all. A while later, my shift over, I trudged back to my sleeping quarters. I passed Scar Cheek, who was just starting his audio journey together. "You should have warned me about those things," I muttered. He sneered at me. "They won't come near you while the lights are on, and if there's a problem now, well, you can just draw an aim. They're critters and we're men. We're the alphas. You got that?" "Boy." I glared at him but didn't say anything. He laughed to himself and added, "No, me and my best friends are going to check on the generator." He swept back the sides of his long coat, like some gunslinger in an old western, and I saw he had 2 holsters on his belt. Then he walked off. Our creative audio journey together. I was ticked off at the big fella, and I was really starting to hate Scar Cheek. And it was only day 1 of the polar night. I managed maybe an hour's sleep total, and felt like a zombie when I started my second shift. I began with the outside lights. Begin our creative audio journey together. Each one was glowing reassuringly as I walked past until I got to the last one, which was flickering. I tried to remember what Scar Cheek had told me to do if this happened. Drew a complete blank. He must have covered it while I was feeling sorry for myself and not paying attention. Audio journey together. I tapped the lights casing with my knuckle and told it not to disrespect me. "I'm the alpha boy," I said. Somehow, my tapping had done the trick, and the light went back to shining steady. Laughing at how pathetic I was, I decided to go find the big fella and tell him what had happened. Audio journey together. Maybe there was a problem that needed a real fix. I headed for the door and was just about to punch in the code when that faulty light flickered again, and then went out completely. Then the one next to it did the same. "Damn," I said. And then I just stood there, mouth open, as one by one, all the lights I could see died, leaving me in the dark. And I wasn't alone. There was something moving out there. One of those creatures. I was sure of it. Unless it's just my imagination, I told myself to focus. All I had to do was enter the code, then I could get inside. Find the big fella and Scar, Cheek, and one of them would know what to do. Only I couldn't see my hand in front of my face. I'd have to do this by feel. No problem, I told myself, and pressed what I thought were the right keys. Nothing, I swore under my breath. Turned around. I'd heard a new sound. Snow crunching underfoot. Under paw, I corrected myself, which really didn't help. I turned back to the keypad. I was shivering like crazy now, and working blind. I pressed again. 5 numbers, then the hash key. Wrong again. I cursed. Draw your knee together. Son of a bitch. I tried to enter the code a third time. The sounds behind me were getting louder. There was no denying it now. No blaming it on the wind or my imagination. There was something moving in the darkness, and it was coming right for me. I put my fingertips on the keys. 40 journey together. They were cold metal. The cold, it felt like they were burning my skin. I ran my finger along the keys, ignoring the pain, counting out where I was, and one by one, pressed the numbers, ending with the hash key. There was a click. I turned the handle, and the door opened. I let out a breath, stepped inside, smiled. The lights were still on in here. I started to run, started to shout. The lights went out outside. The big fella was the first to appear. "Slow down," he said. "What's this about the lights?" Flickered. I gasped. Went out. Then back on. Then nothing. Audio journey together. It's all dark. I hadn't seen Scar Cheek come out of his sleeping quarters. But there he was. "What did you do, boy, you idiot?" He snapped. "Nothing," I protested. He just went off, one by one. The big fella held up his hands. "Easy there," he said. "It's probably just a glitch. Something that can be easily fixed." I nodded. That sounded good. Problem solved. Then I remembered. There was something out there, I said. It was coming towards me. "Yes, the creatures," the big fella said. "Let's not worry about them. They'll keep to the darkness outside, and let's begin our cryo journey together, and they won't try to come in here while the inside lights are on." He smiled his usual smile, and I started to feel a little better. Then he added, "And of course, since the doors are closed, they can't get in anyway." I stopped feeling better, started panicking again. I tried to remember. Had I closed the door behind me? I swore. "What is it, boy?" Scar Cheek asked, his eyes narrowed. I think I left the door open," I replied. "You worthless piece of junk." Scar Cheek spat the words out, then flipped back his coat, and quick as lightning drew his guns. "I got this," he said, and started walking towards the door I'd left open. "You go with him," the big fella said to me. "Give him backup. I'll be along in a minute." Then he ran towards his office. I did the last thing I wanted to do. I headed back towards the open door and the things waiting in the darkness. I got there to find Scar Cheek standing in front of the open door, both of his guns blazing. He was firing out into the darkness and loving it. "We have," he cried when he ran out of ammo, then reloaded journeyed then reloaded and let rip up again. I wanted to cover my eyes. I wanted him to stop, but he wouldn't have listened to me anyway. Thankfully, the big fella caught up to us. "That's enough," he yelled when Scar Cheek had emptied his guns again. Scar Cheek scowled but didn't argue. The big fella had brought a flashlight with him, and he moved towards the open door and turned it on. A powerful beam cut through the darkness outside, revealing a gruesome scene. Bodies lay scattered across the ground, their blood staining the snow. Let's begin our creative audio journey together. I realized then that these things weren't wolves or bears, or any animal I'd ever seen before. Their bodies were about 6 feet long, and they were hairless. Their skin was pale, almost white, but crisscrossed with darker veins that stood out. I could see the outline of their ribs, too. together in the sharp angles of their shoulder blades. They had paws, but no ears or tails. From the way they'd fallen, I couldn't see their faces, and there were more of them out there, still very much alive. Could make out dark, restless shapes, keeping just out of reach of the flashlight beam. You killed them, I whispered, horrified. Sure did, boy, Scar Cheek replied. That's what you get for hanging around these parts. Then he turned to the big fella and said, Ain't that right? Instead of agreeing, the big fella sighed and said, You hot head. You've gone and shut up my truck too. The engine's got a hole in it, and it'll take a lot of work to fix. Then he sighed again and closed the door. My shoulders slumped in relief, and I managed a small smile. At least now the door was closed. Audio journey to there was no way for those things to get in, even if the inside lights failed too. Let's go see what the problem is, the big fella said, and I was happy to follow him. The control panel was on a wall at the far end of the main open space, just before the smaller room started. It was covered in dozens of switches and dials. The big fella studied it, then frowned. It's a connection issue, he said. Most likely, the cables come loose. I jumped in hopeful, but we can fix it. We sure can, he answered. Once the connection's back, all you gotta do to make the lights come back on is flip this here switch. He put his hand on a red lever in the center of the panel. It's real simple. Great, I said. So, where's the loose cable? Outside, he replied. My guts clenched, and suddenly my mouth was so dry I couldn't swallow. When I said, What? It came out so quiet either of them heard. They were already busy anyway. Scar Cheek was reloading, and the big fellow was getting out 2 more flashlights and holding them out. I wanted to protest, to say, let's begin our creative audio journey together. There's no way I'm going out there again. But meekly took one of the flashlights from him. Once again, I must have been broadcasting my feelings. The big fellow looked down at me, looked me right in the eye, and said, Has anyone ever told you that you have a negative attitude? Scar Cheek chuckled at that. I had no reply, and I trailed after them as they headed back to the door that had been safely closed just 15 minutes before. It opened silently, and, holding their flashlights in front of them, they stepped out. I followed. The first thing I did was almost trip over one of the dead creatures. I steadied myself. Move in circles as you walk, pointing your flashlight forwards, the big fella told me. That way. Those things will keep their distance. Huh. I replied and spun slowly around in a circle. The beam of my flashlight picked out more of the creatures, and they flinched and moved back, too quick for me to see more than a pale limb. I kept circling and moved forwards as I did. The light kept them at bay. The mouth of one was lit up for a second, and I saw its teeth, bared, then it slipped back into the darkness. We made our way slowly, tortuously slow, to me towards the cables and the generator. You two give me cover, the big fella said, and as Scar Cheek and I created crisscrossing barriers of light, he got to work. After 10 minutes or so, he grunted. I think that's fixed it, he said. Now let's get back inside. We started to retreat towards the door. Not far now, I said, and then I stumbled. Fell, our creative audio journey together. I landed right on the corpse I'd tripped over. My flashlight hit the ground, the beam pointing uselessly upwards. The beams of the others' flashlights hit me in the eyes. They'd seen what had happened, and they both cursed at me. I'm sorry, I said. I'm sorry. The corpse was still warm, its skin hard where my hands touched it as I tried to push myself up, until I felt something tug at my leg. Then a shot rang out, close and loud. I flinched but managed to grab my flashlight and swing it towards my leg where I saw one of the creatures. The top of its skull was split open, audio journey together, and it was covered in blood. It twitched, then went still. I felt something pulling at my collar, looked up. It was the big fella, pulling me to my feet with one hand. In his other hand, he held the gun he'd used to kill the thing before it could bite me. Next to him, Scar Cheek was moving his flashlight in a rapid circle, encompassing the 3 of us. A solid wall of shadowy figures surrounded us, held back only by the light I knew. Jet back to back. We rotate together, the big fella said. I did as I was told, and we started moving again. RDAO journey together, just a few feet to the door in safety. The big fella entered the code, and I saw the light inside as he opened the door. I followed him in. Scar cheek Lingam. The big fella hissed at him. What are you doing? One more for luck, he said and drew his gun. I saw one of the dark shapes fall. Scar Creo journey together. Cheek grinned and lowered his flashlight as he turned to step inside. Then his body went stiff, his eyes rolled up, and his knees buckled. He fell face first onto the ground, and I saw the bloody gash that ran down his back. I saw claws, razor sharp, dripping blood. Then the creature scurrying away from the light of my flashlight. We have to help him. I yelled and lurched towards Scarred Cheek. Leave him, you fool, the big fella shouted. He's dead. We need to get this door closed. We can't just leave him. I yelled back. No. The big fella screamed the word at me, and I stumbled back through the open door just as the inside lights flickered, then died. It was dark inside now, too. You didn't fix it, you made it worse. I cried out. Go to hell, the big fella screamed. I turned my flashlight towards him. Saw he was trying to close the door, but he couldn't. Because the creatures were coming in. I scrambled backwards. My flashlight beam danced on the floor as my hand trembled. I swung it back up, towards the big fella. The creatures jumping at him were easily reaching his throat. Big as he was, Artiager, their claws were slashing at him. Blood spurted out. My flashlight beam made them break away, and I hurried towards the big fella. He was staggering, holding his right hand to his wounds. Blood was flowing between his fingers. With his other hand, he pointed his flashlight beam at the open door, keeping more of the creatures from coming in. I realized. I started to swing my flashlight in a circle. The switch, I said. Will it still work? He looked at me and tried to speak. Blood bubbled up in his mouth, then spilled out. His legs buckled, and he fell. I stood there, helpless, and looked down at him. My hand was shaking so bad. The flashlight beam was jerking around like crazy. I forced myself to hold it steady and started moving it in a circle again. I saw teeth bared, claws raised, audio journey together in the arched backs of the creatures as they closed in. I saw them in glimpses, in moments as the beam passed over them. They were 10 feet away, 8. I couldn't keep them all at bay. In seconds they'd be on me, and I'd be dead, torn to shreds. I turned and ran. The beam bounced across the floor as I raced towards the control panel. Behind me I could hear them run me, gaining on me. But I couldn't look back. I couldn't stop. I ran. I was gasping for breath. Sweat was flying off me. And I ran. I ran for my life. I threw myself at the control panel and, guided by the flashlight, found the switch. If it worked, I had a chance. If it didn't, I was history. These thoughts raced through my head as I grabbed the switch and pulled it down. The lights flickered, then burst into life. Audio journey tether. I turned to look back at the creatures. They were everywhere. Hundreds of them, crouched on all fours throughout the warehouse. Their eyes were red, and I realized helplessly, exposed to the bright light, since they had no eyelids. Begin our creative audio journey together. Their snouts were long and as pale as the rest of their hideous bodies. And everywhere, those veins stood out. In the ones closest to me, I swear I could see the blood pulsing in them. They bared their teeth, reared up. They were raging now at an enemy they couldn't beat, the light. And they rushed from the warehouse, scrambling over each other to get out. I waited until the last one was gone, then made my way back to the open door and stepped outside. I could see the lights around the outside of the building were working again. Audio journey together, and the creatures that had come so close to killing me were almost out of sight. That was 2 weeks ago. It's December the 2nd, and I walk through the deserted warehouse, the light illuminating my every step, and all I have left to do is think. The polar night ends on January 23rd. The sun will rise. There are still 51 days to go until then. Outside, the darkness waits. The days bleed into each other. One long, continuous night. I keep the lights on always. I check the generator religiously. Let's begin our Creo journey together. I've rigged up a system where I can unlock the main door from the inside, a precaution against any more surprises. I even dragged the big fella's truck inside, piece by piece. Took me days, but I managed to fix the engine. I found a calendar in the big fella's office. Party journey together. I mark off each day, counting down to January 23rd. It's the only thing that keeps me sane. That and the hope that I might actually make it out of here. I think of Sarah sometimes, but the thought of her is like a dole ache, a reminder of the life I threw away. Sometimes, together, when the silence gets too loud, I talk to myself. I tell myself stories. I ramble on about anything and everything. It's better than listening to the wind howl outside, or the occasional, unsettling scrabbling sounds that still come from beyond the door. I've gotten used to the quiet, though. Used to the solitude. It's a different kind of loneliness than I was used to back home. There, I was surrounded by people, yet utterly alone. Here, I'm physically alone, but there's a strange sense of peace in it. A clarity, maybe, gurney together. I found a stash of food in one of the storage rooms, canned goods mostly. Enough to last me until the sun comes back. I eat sparingly, rationing it out. I've lost weight. My clothes hang off me. My reflection in the shiny metal of the control panel is a gaunt, hollow-eyed stranger. Audio journey together. I spend most of my time in the main area, near the control panel. I sleep in the big fella's office, on the floor. I don't use the bed in the small room anymore. Too many memories there. I keep the big fella's gun close. And scar chicks too. Though I doubt I'd ever use them. Not after last time. Not unless I absolutely have to. The two men are still where they fell. Frozen, just like the creatures outside. I should probably bury them, but the ground outside is hard as rock. Besides, in a strange way, having them there is not so bad. I keep the flashlights charged. All three of them. They're my lifeline. My connection to the world outside this metal box. Sometimes, I stand by the door and just listen. I imagine the creatures out there waiting. Waiting for the lights to fail. Waiting for the darkness to return. But the lights won't fail. I won't let them. I've become a creature of routine. Check the generator for lights, check the door, eat, sleep, repeat. The routine keeps me going, keeps me focused, keeps the fear at bay. But the fear is always there, lurking in the shadows, a constant companion. 50 days. 40, 30. The days crawl by, each one a testament to my will to survive. 20, 10, 5. The final day arrives. January 23rd. I wake up early before my usual time. I can't sleep. I'm too anxious, too excited, too scared. I go through my routine. Check the generator. Check the lights. Check the door. Everything is in order. I stand by the control panel, my hand hovering over the red switch. The switch that controls the outside lights. I look at the calendar. January 23rd. The day the sun is supposed to rise again. I take a deep breath. I flip the switch. The outside lights go out. For a moment there's only darkness, a darkness so complete, it feels like I could reach out and touch it. Then slowly, a faint glow appears on the horizon. A sliver of light, breaking through the darkness. The sun. It's rising. I step outside. The air is still cold, but it doesn't bite as hard. The wind is gentle, the creatures are gone, vanished with the darkness. I stand there, under the pale light of the rising sun, and I feel nothing. No joy. No relief. Just emptiness. I've survived. I've made it through the polar night. But at what cost? I look back at the warehouse, a dark, hulking shape against the brightening sky. My prison. My sanctuary. I turn away and start walking. I don't know where I'm going. I don't know what I'll do. All I know is that I'm alive. And for now, that's enough. I start to walk towards the nearest town. Barrow. It will be a long journey. I am not even sure I will make it. But I have to try. I have to find out if I can still be a part of the world I left behind. If I can ever forgive myself for what I have done. If I can ever be forgiven. It has been a long, cold winter, but I am ready for spring. Arnie together. Alright, so, picture this me, a total nature freak, used to spend every waking moment outdoors. Camping, hiking, hunting, fishing, you name it, I was there, soaking up the peace and quiet like a sponge. My girlfriend at the time, Sarah, was the same way. We bonded over our shared mother nature, and honestly, it was the best. But now, the thought of stepping foot in the woods makes me want to puke. I still hear that thing in my dreams. Its voice is like nails on a chalkboard, but like 1,000 times worse. Let's begin our audio journey together. It all started with this weekend trip we planned to the Mogollon Rim in Arizona. It was me, Sarah, my buddy Mark and his wife, Lisa, and my sister, Emily, with her boyfriend Alex. Emily and Alex weren't exactly the roughing it type, so we all chipped in and got this bogey cabin in the middle of nowhere, right near a lake. The day of the drive, we piled into my SUV and started the long-ass trek up into the mountains. Seemed like we drove for days. Finally, we found the turn-off. Party journey together. Some barely, their dirt road that the cabin owner, some dude named Ernest, had told us about. Another hour on that bumpy road, and we were deep in the woods, pulling up to this cabin that was way fancier than I expected. Our Creayo journey together. I tried to hide my disappointment. I was hoping for something a little more rustic, you know. No electricity or running water would have been awesome. But Emily and Alex were stoked, and everyone else seemed pretty happy, so I figured, what the hell, begin our creative audio journey together. I'll enjoy this little slice of luxury in the wilderness. When would I ever get to do this again? We lugged all our stuff inside, found the key exactly where Ernest's text said it would be, and then we saw another notey. Septic tank got emptied a few days ago, and the cabin's been empty since. You'll find gas for the generator in a shed about 5 minutes walk from the cabin. Keep the doors locked and the lights off after 10, or you might attract some unwanted attention. Enjoy your stay. Ernest. I read it out loud, laughing. Indoor toilets powered, the works. No one can say we're roughing it out here, I joked. My sister just rolled her eyes. Classic Emily. Mark and I finished hauling in the gear and grabbed the fishing rods for everyone. Lake's about a 20-minute hike from here. Anyone up for some fishing? Alex and Emily were like, no. Two that are good. But the rest of us made the trek out to the lake. And guess what? It was completely deserted. Got the whole place to ourselves, Mark said, giving me a good-natured shove. Hope the fish are biting. We spent the whole day out there, just chilling, fishing, having a few beers, and having a blast. After a few hours, we gathered up our catch and started the hike back to the cabin. By the time we got back, the sun was setting behind the mountains, just enough light to get us back without any injuries. We noticed the lights were already on. Guess they got the generator going, Sarah said, smirking. Didn't think they'd even leave the cabin. That night, we fried up the fish we caught, and it was delicious, even if I do say so myself. Even Alex and Emily liked it, which was a shocker. Creative audio journey together. It was already shaping up to be an awesome trip. Everything was smooth sailing for the first 3 days. Everyone was having fun in their own way. Mark, Lisa, Sarah, and I would head out early for hikes or to hang out by the lake. Alex and Emily were content to just chill at the cabin. Every night we'd kill the lights around 9:45, just like Ernest said, and every morning we'd be up bright early ready for a new adventure. We were having a blast. Every single one of us. Then came the 4th night. We were all beat from a 6-hour hike that day, so we crashed early. Before we went to bed, I reminded Alex and Emily about turning the lights off by 10, to avoid attracting bears and stuff. They rolled their eyes but agreed. I woke up around 2:30 in the morning to this frantic knocking. I started to sit up, but Sarah grabbed my arm hard and shook our audio together like crazy. Hello. A guy's voice called from the front door. Hey, I'm sorry to bother you all so late. It's just, your light was on, and I'm kinda lost. I'm trying to find my friends at the trailhead. I think I got turned around somewhere. And let's begin our creative audio journey together. Hello. The knocking started up and louder this time. I opened my mouth to say something, but Sarah covered it with her hand, whispering fiercely, "We don't talk to the thing in the woods." I just stared at her, completely freaked out. After a while, the knocking stopped. "Let's begin our creative audio journey together." And Sarah seemed to relax a little. That is until we heard this soft tapping on the window of our bedroom. I turned my head to look, but Sarah grabbed my face and kissed me, like, really passionately. The tapping kept going for what felt like forever, and she just kept kissing me, holding my face so I couldn't look at the window. When the tapping finally stopped, she let me go. Her face was pale as a ghost. "Knows we're here now," she whispered. "It won't stop. It's gonna come back." "What is it?" I asked, totally confused. "The thing in the forest." "What is that?" I pressed. She just shook her head and rolled over, like she was going back to sleep. "We need to leave tomorrow," she mumbled. I barely slept the rest of the night. The sound of that guy at the door, his desperation. Audio journey together. Sarah's insistence that we ignore him, it all felt so wrong, like I was missing a piece of the puzzle. When I finally dragged myself out of bed the next morning, feeling like I hadn't slept a wink, Lisa and Mark were already up, making coffee. Mark handed me a mug as I stumbled into the kitchen. "You Sarah a scary story last night, or something," she spooked, white as a sheet. Never seen her like that. I blinked, staring into my coffee up at Mark. He seemed as usual. Cheerful self, like nothing weird had happened. Creative audio journey together. "You didn't hear all that knocking last night?" The guy who asked, baffled. Nah, Lisa and I were out like lights. Must have slept well past dawn, too. Man, that hike took a lot out of us. We were thinking of taking it easy today, our creative audio journey together. Maybe just head out to the lake and spend some time together. I nodded, looking back down at my coffee cup. "Sarah said she wants to go home," I mumbled. "Well, that's no good." Lisa chimed in from behind me. "Just got done talking to her. She said you guys had a bit of a fright last night. That there was a bear or something trying to get in." "Or something," I replied, shaking my head. "Look, I think it's a good idea. We should head back into town, maybe just go home." Mark frowned. "We paid a lot of money to stay here for a week, man. We've only stayed 4 nights. Can we at least stay one more so? Feels like we gained something. I know you've got the car and all, but I think maybe Sarah just got spooked. We shouldn't rush to leave." I sighed. There was no way I was convincing these two to leave, but maybe Emily and Alex would be more reasonable. No such luck. "Just because your girlfriend had a bad dream doesn't mean we should all pack up and run away," Emily stated flatly, not even looking up from her phone. "We're having a great time out here." When I found Sarah, she was still totally shaken up. Her eyes were fixed on something in the distance, staring deep into the tree line at something that wasn't even there. "Hey," I murmured, making her jump. "Sorry, can we talk?" She turned to face me, her expression serious. "No one wants to leave, do they? They all believe it's nothing. That I'm overreacting to a bear or something." I nodded, and she sighed, sinking down onto one of the chairs on the porch. "I'm not crazy," she said, her voice dark. "I've heard about this thing. My granddad and dad used to tell me stories about the thing in the forest. They told me to never say anything to it. Never acknowledge it or look at it, because if I did, and it recognized me, it would take me away. It would take me away and steal everything about me." She shivered, wrapping her arms around herself. The way they told the stories, audio journey together, it was like they had seen something like that happen. She looked at me, tears forming in her eyes. "Remember how I told you my dad died when I was young? That he was mauled by a bear?" I nodded. "He wasn't. That thing got him. It got him and took everything that made my dad himself away. It left only what it didn't need." I just stared at her, stunned. "How do you know that? How can you be sure it wasn't a bear or something?" I pressed. "Because I heard him. The night after the search teams found what was left of him. I heard my dad calling to us. We all did," she whispered. "And my grandpa held me close, and he told me don't talk to the thing in the woods. We need to leave. She repeated it again, like a mantra. We can't stay here. I sighed, nodding slowly. How about I get us a motel back in town? It's only a 3-hour drive, our Creatio journey together, and I can come back for the others tomorrow. She shook her head frantically. They won't be here tomorrow, don't you see? It's going to take them. They won't listen. Sarah, look, I get what you're saying. You're scared, and it sounds like whatever happened was very traumatic. Let's begin our creative audio journey together. I can take you away from here, but I can't just force the others to leave. 2. She nodded in defeat, her shoulders slumping. I'll stay tonight, me. But I want you to stay with me, and I want you to listen to everything I tell you. I gave her a reassuring nod and took her hand. Together, you have my word. We spent the rest of the day at the cabin. Sarah spent the afternoon reinforcing the bedroom door with planks of wood she found somewhere, which everyone else thought was hilarious. I helped her, doing whatever she asked, and by the time night fell, our room was like a freaking fortress. Don't talk to the thing in the woods, she told everyone before we killed the lights and went to bed. 2:30 a.m. Right on schedule. The door practically exploded with the force of the knocking.
Hello? Please? I need help. Come on.
Artie, you're in there. I knew you're in there. I saw the car outside, please. The whole cabin was shaking. What the fuck? I heard Alex yell. I could hear him stomping towards the door. I went to jump up, to try to stop him, to do something, but Sarah held me down, her grip like iron, shaking her head frantically. Hello? Is someone there? I heard a voice. Please. It was a different voice this time, a woman's. Yeah. I'm coming. How the hell did you people find this place anyway? I heard the door unlock and swing open. You left the light on for me. The food, Alex started to say, but he was cut off by this choked, gurgling sound. Then I heard Emily scream, pure terror. There was a loud crash, like something heavy had slammed into the furniture in the living room. Help me? My Gallix, it got him. Help. Don't run so fast, Emily. I heard Alex's voice, but it was wrong, distorted. I can barely keep up. It was Emily's voice now mocking. What? I think she stopped running, because the next thing I heard was her screaming again. Then, a click and a loud banjee. Mark had brought his hunting rifle. I heard a shriek, inhuman and unearthly. Another bang jang, followed by another shriek. I don't know what the hell you are, but you aren't leaving alive. Another shot. Why not? We could all be friends here. Emily's voice chided. Silly boy, silly boy, Ben. Silly boy. Alex's voice mocked. The gunshot stopped. I heard a grunt and a cry of pain. Then Mark. Oh my God. A crash. Then an eerie silence fell over the house. Sarah's grip on my shoulder was crushing. I could hear footsteps now, heavy, deliberate. Then, a knock at our door. He-Man, we're ready to go. It was Mark's voice. Another knock. Come on, silly. Emily's voice now. It's early enough for us to get a head start on the day. Lisa chimed in. This thing was using my friends' voices. I felt like I was going to throw up. Sarah was staring at me, her eyes wide and desperate. Sarah, baby girl, audio journey together. Why don't you be a good old ranger and open the door for Daddy A? I've got so many things to show you. The color drained from her face completely. I stared at the door in horror as the voice continued. Daddy doesn't like all this hide and seek. I'm gonna come in. The knocking went from gentle to furious, violent banging. I could see the wood starting to splinter between the planks we'd nailed up. Sarah looked me dead in the eye. We don't talk to the thing in the woods. She murmured, audio journey together. Understand. I nodded, my throat tight. The door exploded inward, and Sarah threw the covers over our heads, shielding us from the brunt of the splintering wood. Then, that awful calm again. I could hear it more clearly now. Every step it took sounded like the creaking of ancient branches. Slow and deliberate. Where are you, baby? Talk to Daddy. The thing called, its voice a grotesque parody of Sarah's father. It was moving deeper into the room. Suddenly, I felt this pressure on the bed. Powerful, spindly, branch-like things wrapped around me. What's this? Our journey together. Anything to say. It was Mark's voice again, but twisted, cruel. I felt a sharp, stinging pain in my thigh, and when I glanced down, I saw what looked like a bunch of gnarled branches woven together to form a claw, digging deep into my flesh. Sarah's hand clamped over my mouth. I wanted to scream from the pain, but I bit down on my tongue hard. I bit down so hard I could taste blood, coppery and metallic. The room was spinning. The pain was excruciating. No crying. No pain. Something raked across my back and my eyes bulged as I felt warmth trickle down my back, then start to cool on the sheet beneath me. Why? That's no fucking fun. It was Alex's voice now, and then I heard something else. It was like a chorus of animal roars, all mixed together: a bear, a mountain lion, a wolf, a deer, a boar. It was a cacophony of beasts, and they were pissed. I heard it slamming into the walls, the shelves, wood splintering, glass shattering. Nothing. Nothing. Many voices cried in unison now, a horrible chorus of the damned. Till, T-O-E. I didn't say a word. The thing in our room was thrashing around, a whirlwind of destruction. It raged for what felt like hours, and I just lay there bleeding. Finally, the noise stopped. Fine, a voice said. One that none of us recognized. Fine. I heard the thing stump away, and then the front door was ripped off its hinges. Ifeini. I heard it scream from outside. We lay there for a while longer, and I felt myself getting lightheaded. The pain was unbearable. When Sarah finally pulled the covers back, I glanced at the clock. 3:45. Just a little over an hour. That's all it had been. I wanted to laugh, but as soon as the cool air hit my wounds, Arnie together, blacked out. I woke up in the hospital, and apparently I'd been out for over a day. Sarah was sitting in a chair next to my bed, looking exhausted but relieved. She had bandages on her arms and face, covering a bunch of small cuts and scrapes. Cardio journey together. She told me that it took every ounce of strength she had, but she managed to drag me to the car and get us to town. She apologized for some bruises on my body that I guess I got during our escape. Said she was sorry she had to be rough. Creative audio journey together. But she was terrified it would come back if she took too long. She told me she went back up to the cabin with the sheriff's deputies that morning to show them what happened. There were no bodies, just some remains and a whole lot of blood. She showed me the pictures she'd taken, and let's begin our creative audio journey together. The cabin was totally wrecked. The floors, the shelves, the furniture, everything was destroyed. It looked like she'd tried to avoid it in the pictures, but I could still see the streaks and stains where my friends had died. It's been 2 years now. I haven't stepped foot in the woods since. Let's begin our cardio journey together. No camping, no fishing, no hiking, nothing. Sarah got married. I guess going through something like that really bonds you together. We live in the desert now, far away from any trees. But some nights, I swear I can hear Mark calling for me. Sarah says it's just bad dreams. Audio journey together. That it didn't follow us down from the mountains, but it doesn't really help. So, yeah, that's my story. If this doesn't convince you to stay the hell out of the woods, then I don't know what will. But I'll leave you with one last piece of advice, straight from my wife. Begin our creative art journey together. The bravest woman I know. We don't talk to the thing in the woods. Ever. Because if it hears you, if it sees you, if it knows you're there, it'll come for you. And trust me, you don't want that. You don't want to know what happens when the thing in the woods takes you. Just take my word for it. Stay away.